começa a que horas? Contigo agora, não sei quem está mais. Consegues alguém de começa com um programa de estudo.
Ah, sim, já vai.
São os PTV. Não é que posso falar. Mas só mostrar uma música que não começa? Ok.
Até chegarem a um sítio sem pé, ainda têm de caminhar boa. Essa vai ser outra coisa.
And welcome back to the 11th annual running of the Capítulo Perfeito, powered by Billabong. We are live in Carcavelos. We have got some good news. My name is Ben Mundy. I'm joined in the booth here by Brendan the Buck Buckley. And what's the good news, Buck? Talk to me.
Good morning, world. Well, the good news is we are here. We've got some swell, and we have some of the world's best tube riders amongst us to see if they can find a couple gems.
That's right. So every year, the incredible organisers here gather the best tube riders from all around the world. They give them an invitation. The smart ones take up that invitation, and they say when the event runs, they all converge on this beautiful part of Cascais, just on the outskirts of Lisbon, to run the event. They wait for the best barrels at this famous sort of tube riding wave, and they're all here, Buck, and we are going to get the official news. But I can tell you what, we are going to go pretty soon. We're going to go live. Can we talk about some of these surfers coming from all around the world? You're a surf expert, Buck. I mean, who are these surfers we've got coming in here? Who are you excited about? Who do you want to see surf today?
I would think it's within our scope today to talk about these surfers. Who am I excited to see? I mean, let's just look at this first heat. We're going to see last year's champ, Thiago Stock, Balaram Stack, we like that, Lucas Shumbo, and Miguel Blanco. I think a heat like that kind of says a lot. You have two international guys in Bal and Lucas, two local guys in Miguel and Thiago. 4 all up, very good tube riders. Who am I most excited to see, though? Come on. It's Parko.
Yeah, it's Parko. We've got the world champion, Joel Parkinson. He got the late call up, so he's going to show up in a couple of heats' time. There's the beautiful sights of where we are located right now. We're up in one of those little booths overlooking this incredible stretch of beach. A lot of history, a lot of fundamental part of surfing here in Portugal. And most importantly, it's got some big tube rides, big barrels. Over the years, we've had some incredible, so many incredible performances. And what we're hoping is to make a bit more history today with some of these great surfers. And as you said, that first heat already stacked. We've got some trials winners that come up. We've got some, for the first time in the history, we've got a special women's heat. So some of the 4 incredible Portuguese women surfers up, out there getting barreled, getting some big prizes. So it has just got so much to look forward to. We're going to have hopefully a bit of a chat to Fortej, our contest director. But the conditions-wise, Buck, how would you describe the sort of the ways we're going to hope to see today? What do we got coming our way?
I'll start by saying there's swell. That's not going to be an issue at all. I'm just going to use the body scale and say it's a few feet overhead at minimum on the sets. So we have that. The wind seems to be coming from the west-northwest, which is kind of into the lefts. Not quite ideal, but it's going to flick more north in the afternoon and also come up a bit stronger, which should really sort things out. Right now, it does have, some lumps out there. But like I said, as the wind kind of clocks a bit more north, that should be cleaning up throughout the day. Tides are pretty minimal today. That can be an issue here. High tide can be a little bit backwashy. Low tide can just be too all closed out. It's a minimum tide today, as we can see, for European standards. So we're saying 3 meters on the graphic. All right, I'll take that. So there you go in the metric system. I'm still going to go body, bit overhead. And, I think even this morning, which is, has that kind of west-northwest lump in it, there are still some gems. So we're going to see them.
And there's some gems. And we talked about, you mentioned Thiago Stock, who was a wildcard winner last year, went on to win the whole event. Well, the wildcards coming out of the trials this year. Again, we've got so many stacks, so much talent in this country, incredible conveyor belt of surfers. And the trial was held here not that long ago. There were some great waves and some of the best young guys. And let's have a look at the highlights from that package and see who is going to come up against some of the biggest names in the sport from the local region. Okay, so there you go. The trials was incredible. We saw some of the ways that we can expect, some of the conditions that this beach throws up. What's going on today? Well, we're going to go down and find out. We've got Emily Utrip down there, our roving reporter, and she has got Miguel Fortes. We've got Emily. Talk us through what's happening down there on the beachfront.
That is correct, Monday. I am down here with event director Miguel Fortes. Miguel, what is the call and what does the condition look like down here at Carcavelos today?
Yeah, bom dia. So the call we are on at 9 o'clock we start the first round. Conditions are improving because the wind is starting to blow offshore now, and we're gonna have the tide. High tide at 9:40, and as soon as the tide is dropping, I think we're gonna get some good barrels.
And can you just tell us a little bit about what are the judges looking for today?
Yeah, this is a barrel event, as everybody knows. So they want to see barrels and commitments. That's the major turns they're going to count, but only if there's no barrels. But this is what they want to see is barrels.
Barrels and commitment. So let's go back to you guys in the studio and get the event started.
Yeah, there's two. Thanks, Emily, and thanks, Miguel. Two things I lack, barrels and commitment, but tell you what, we're not going to find it out today. Also, even now and again, you get a bit worried, you get a bit anxious, Buck. Well, I do. Oh, how's it going to work? And then Miguel Fortes comes on the screen.
Oh, calming presence.
And just says, look, I've got this under control.
Yeah.
It's barrels and commitment. I mean, it just makes me feel like we're sorted. We got no worries, mate.
Yeah, I mean, when you got a handsome man like that coming on, telling you people are going to get barreled, he even was like, hey, maybe if you do a turn, he went there a little bit and was like, no, get barreled. Simple brief to the competitors. So I think they will address it appropriately.
Yeah, every turn's pretty much a cut to his heart. He doesn't like them at all.
No.
He wants to see barrels. He wants to see commitment, and we shouldn't have too much of those today. Okay, and talk about barrels and commitment. One of the great Brazilian surfers we lost is Ricardo dos Santos. We always remember Ricardo, who was an incredible performer at this beach and around the world. We lost him, but his memory lives on. So we've got a little sort of a VT here, a video about the Ricardo dos Santos and the loss and how we remember him this week and today.
Bastante, assim, tipo, tem vezes que eu entro no mar e falo, pô, não passou já do meu limite, né? Para um pouquinho, respira, tenta
Yeah, what a man, what a surfer, and we remember Ricardo dos Santos, and just what a great presence he was. I'll tell you what, though, we're going to go back to last year. We're going to go back in time. We're going to look at last year, another incredible event, 2024. We saw some incredible waves. Let's have a look at the highlights, Buck, and we'll talk through it because it was another incredible 10th anniversary, and we got some great waves. Santos falls from the sky. Can't come out of that.
was a very interesting experience. It's been a long time since I've put a jersey on.
Polar wave, and then just a lot of times the safest place to be.
Incredible scenes from last year's Capítulo Perfeito. It was incredible for that Thiago Stock, the young man. It's a life-changing event, basically. He got barreled with his heroes. He got some cash, he got some prizes, he got some respect, and he's up in the first heat.
And he did it all in front of his friends and family here at home.
Okay, and I'll tell you what, that man who won last year is going to go straight on. He's in the first heat of today's 2025 edition. So I'll tell you what, we are going live. We're not mucking around. We're going straight into this first heat of the day. We are live here. We've got a whole day ahead. We've got some waves. As Miguel Fortes said there, Buck, he's expecting that wind to clock round, the tide to drop out, conditions to improve. And, well, that all sounds pretty good to me.
And I believe him.
Yeah. And look at this. Look at this. Absolute incredible lineup straight up. We mentioned Thiago. But that Bal, we saw that beautiful wave, maybe one of the wave of the event last year that Balaram Stack got. You've seen him at close quarters over the years. What does he bring to the table? What does he bring to this this incredible event, Buck?
Well, he's good at finding tubes anywhere he goes. He, I think, is pretty well known for his performances at Pipe and Chopu in the past. Specifically, he won the Vans Pipe Masters in 2021. So pretty renowned for that, and he's been doing this event for years and has made the finals a few times, but never won it. So could this be his year?
Let's hope. Well, let's not hope so. Yeah, I mean, if there's anyone, he's let's not throw favourites out. But he comes here every year. He loves this part of the world. He gets so looked after because he gives so much. And as you say, he's an incredible tube rider. Speaking of some tubes ridden on this beach.
He's going to have to go against some open hips, though.
Yeah, well, Chumbo, that is Lucas Chumbo Chianca. So Lucas, he is definitely one of the elite big wave riders in the world. Spends a lot of his time up the road here at Nazaré. Is an absolute tube hound as well. Really talented surfer in his own right. And yeah, pretty flexible. Speaking of someone who's pretty flexible, we're going to bring into the booth actually like a flexible kind of tube hound back in the day, I would say, Nick Aricio. Nick, welcome to the booth, mate. Thanks for having us.
Good morning, gentlemen.
How you feeling, mate?
Nice to be with you.
What's your general vibe, mate? How you feeling?
For me, this event, for me, it's kind of just a celebration of what we all love in surfing. I mean, tube riding, and there's always some amazing surfers from around the world that it's pretty like historic surfers. So it's pretty much the celebration of surfing in itself. And I love the event, and I love the whole concept of it. So my vibe is that, first heat looks good, and the whole day looks good for me.
There you go. Good vibes. And you say there's so many great surfers that have frequented the spot. We saw that in that little sort of clip from last year. You just forget, like Rob Machado turned up, didn't he, and just made such a mark on this event last year, didn't he, Buck? He was so cool and still got it, hadn't he, that man?
He drifted over here, didn't he?
He drifted.
And we had Hoggy last year.
We had
Saw
Hoggy.
some of that, but I mean, does it get better than having Parko? We got a world champ in the mix this year.
We got a world champ, and he's super stoked. Got the late call up, and he was just like, yeah, I'm on. Got the call, said, yeah, I'll be there tomorrow. Him and his wife, Monica, jumped on the plane. I assume they did the full home alone, just left the kids there and under control. And yeah, to have Joel, you know, he loves Portugal. He travelled over here, obviously, through his whole career. He's got a real affinity for this place. And yeah, having Parko in it is such a cool thing to have. And he's been training. He's fit too. He's been getting barreled. He's training hard, and he's pretty pumped. He likes to win. And there's Bal. He's pretty happy about life too.
Got Miguel Blanc running on
Local hope. Hey, Nick, he's such a cool guy and such a great tube rider himself, hasn't he? He's been making his mark with some of the waves he's been riding around here in the last few years, Miguel.
Absolutely. He's been around the world. I mean, from Nios to, you know, Peralta or whatever, he's all over the place, you know, getting good waves in there.
I love the blue on blue he's got this morning, too.
There you go.
On the quad, that's Bal. He's out there early, isn't he?
He is. Getting a feel for it.
And yeah, we set out a nice little dinner last night, one of those great little local restaurants. The boys are there tucking in to their steaks. I did see we had one of our local event organisers had a birthday, and the chocolate cake came out. And,
really?
And what was the other little, the sugar?
Oh, yeah, that was a sweet cake, wasn't it?
Sweet cake, all right, mate.
Kind of, I don't know what that was. Actually, it's kind of an egg, cream, whatever cake, but it was dynamite.
I'll tell you what it bloody was. It was delicious.
Yeah, there you go.
And we gave it to the boys behind us, the pro surfers. I'll tell you what. It was like a shark feeding frenzy. There was chocolate flying, there was sugar pastry going, they were lapping it up, having a great time, and tucked up to bed nice and early for today, but Bal's out there. And that's part of the process, isn't it, Nick? These lads come over and they get so looked after by the
totally.
organisers, and they just
that's why
take it in, and they love it.
There's guys, I think the main organizer, who he was saying that he got a call from CJ yesterday asking if he'd be invited next year. I mean, you guys want to be here.
There's
they
a big
want to get
waiting
over
list,
for this one, you know?
Probably booked out until 2030.
Yeah,
this was special. But I remember Hedgie was frothing for years to get into it, and he got in there last year, right?
Get in line, CJ.
There you go.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be the last cake that they get served this trip. They're going to have a lot more desserts heading their way.
And there's Lucas, getting ready to go out.
Selfie for the fans.
Yeah.
Get in there. Come on, don't just take a photo of him. Let's get a selfie, brother.
Don't be shy. That. Such a friendly guy. And there's Thiago Stock. What do you think's going through? I suppose he's got all that muscle memory from last year, Buck. He'll be confident, wouldn't he? Like last year was hit or miss. Now, but there is a bit of pressure on him, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, he rampaged from the trials to the podium last year, so it's going to be hard to beat that, impossible to beat that. You can only match it, so. And he's got kind of a red-on-red thing going, too, which we like in this booth, so I think it'll be interesting to see. Yeah, it's going to be a different headspace for him, definitely, after coming in with kind of a nothing-to-lose mindset last year, and now he's proven to himself and everybody else that he can do it.
Exactly.
Definitely a different headspace. What do you think, Nick?
Yeah, no, for sure. For sure. Like you say, nothing to lose last year to a defending champ, status. It's quite a different setup,
Yeah.
But I think it's still a joy for him to be here again,
Yeah, he's a local lad. He's not even a burgundy, would you call that sort of spray, Buck? I mean,
yeah, I'm not opposed to a burgundy spray.
Don't see him that often.
No, pretty rare. But see how it works for him.
He knows his beach inside out. Even though he's so young, he's spent so much time here. Miguel Blanco too. Meggie, he's from Aracera, just, probably 30 minutes up the road too.
He's originally from down this way.
Was he?
He ended up, migrating up to there. Wants to be
blowing
close to the power.
You're blowing at Reef, Miguel. Kidding.
Yeah, he's really sort of quiet on land, but does so much of his talking with his surfing.
Yeah, no doubt.
Really outspoken ambassador for the environment. Does a lot of cool things to educate people on the cool things going on in Portugal. We'll get a bit later on. We have got some really good environmental initiatives that are a part of this event, which we'll talk throughout the course of the day. But Miguel, he knows his beach. He knows they ride a barrel. So, yeah, he'll definitely be, you've got to put him up there as one of the event sort of contenders. But it's hard to pick favourites, isn't it, in this event? The conditions so peaky and there's so many good surfers. It's kind of gnarly to weigh up the chances of Miguel, say, versus Parko. You know, it's pretty wild. I don't know if there's a book going on for it, but it'd be pretty hard to get the odds sorted.
You know who I'd bet on just to make the finals at a minimum? Pedro Booman.
Yeah.
He's just so on it. Anytime there's a wave breaking that has a tube anywhere on the coast, you see it on his Instagram within an hour of it happening, of him just inside it with a GoPro in his mouth, just being like, hey,
yeah, and he's pretty tuned into this beach break also. I mean, Carcavelos, this is kind of his home break, so.
Yeah, we will see him in an upcoming heat. I think he's in heat 3 or 4. So that will be fun. Who do you guys think? Nick, who's your pick? Name one finalist.
Up in the air. I'm just going to let it roll and see how it goes, because I find that Carcavelos is kind of touch and go as far as, positioning and, what you luckily run into during your heat. So I think they're all, the capacity of all of them is right up there. It's just a matter of finding the gems in the middle of it, Like there's still a bit of morning sickness on it now, but it's going to settle out, and get smoother as the day goes on. So it's good that, like, there is a losers round, so, it keeps it interesting. It's pretty much just... Everybody's got a second shot at it. So.
Exactly. So
how about you, Mundy?
On
the spot here.
On the
Who's
spot.
making the finals?
Cam Richards.
Ooh.
I was seeing Cam around. He's one of the world's great barrel riders, one of the world's great surfers, really. So he's in the next heat. So I've just got a little, I think a little sneaky suspicion he's going to do well. Goofy foot up if his lefts start firing off. Also in the next heat, Craig Anderson. We haven't even mentioned Craig Anderson. Such as the depth of talent, someone of Craig's sort of status in the surf world, and he just flew in yesterday, so he might be a little bit leery of this first heat coming up next. But yeah, I mean, what a talent, what a stylist, and we get to see him next.
Yeah, that's super exciting. He is first time doing this event for him, as we see Miggy having a bit of a rip here.
Sherwood, excuse me there, Buck. I just got a message from Hedgie. Missing you this year, brother. Listening, watching with great interest. Love you, Hedgie, with him frothing in front of the TV screen. He's on it. Good on you, Hedgie.
Almost put a tear to my eye.
Yeah.
There you go.
Hey, nice.
Gotta love that guy.
His energy was incredible last year. He turned up, as in he's 100% all in, all over.
No doubt.
And barreled and did so well.
That was great to see him.
Ridden, and that's Thiago Stock. Just get his feet in the wax.
Are we on? Is that just a warm-up?
Oh, that's a good question. I haven't heard that hooter. But interesting to know too, when Craig Anderson, the last time he actually surfed, he put on a contest singlet, Ando, because he did it when he was a junior, and by his own admittance wasn't very good at it. Just in terms of being competitive, he's not the most competitive guys, and went the other way. So yeah, just to see Ando in a singlet is noteworthy enough, I reckon.
Yeah, we'll have to ask him when the last time he wore one of those is.
He probably surfs a few maybe in the Merewether board riders, the local board riders. He's from Merewether, born in South Africa, but moved to Merewether in Newcastle. He was sort of in the mid-teens, so he may have had a few heats with his local board riders, but nothing for a long time.
Is that one of our caddies on the beach?
That's one of our caddies. So
one of our many caddies.
That's a cool concept, eh? Just a bunch of young kids from around the country that get the caddy.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, each surfer, there's 16 surfers in the event, they all get a caddy, so an individual young grom that sort of carries their boards and looks after them. I remember last year, Dylan Graves, who performed really well here, he became really close with his caddy. He's like, he wanted to take him home. He was such a positive energy, and he met all his family, and yeah, they became really good mates. And this kid had one of the best days of his life. So yeah, it was
classic
great.
Dylan.
Dylan, mate, he makes friends everywhere, but yeah, they formed a real bond with the kid, his parents, and he was surfing as much for him as he was for himself, he said. So yeah, it's a great initiative to have the young groms get down and get involved. Do they have to go out and take their boards out, have to break a board or something?
Yeah, come on.
Yeah,
you're caddy.
Yeah, that's your job.
It's a position of honor.
Yeah, it's got to be rushed for kids, eh? Imagine caddying for Parko. A lot of them probably don't know who he is.
Who? They'll know Parko, sure. Quick Google.
I was thinking we got Nikolov on route later on. He's coming off a win in Nazaré, huh? So he's probably
never lacking confidence.
He's
Nick,
on a roll.
He
never has.
Coming off a win, at Nazaré at the Nazaré Toe Challenge, the WSL event last week. So yeah, which has been a lifelong goal, dream for him. and he's done that.
He's done this one a few times too, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's won this 3 times. So he's the most winningest winning surfer here. So he'll be wanting to add to his tally. And yeah, there's some great footage over the years of Nicola.
We are on. We just got a hooter.
So we are go officially for the 11th version, and you can see Thiago. He was busy last year, and he was just managed to pick up waves. Buck, did he? I mean, no, it's a simple thing to do, but he got some rights, he got some lefts. He didn't sort of make many mistakes either. He didn't fall off. He was really composed given the as the pressure built. He was really impressive the way he just went about his business.
It was quite impressive, especially for, he's 19 this year, so would have been 18 last year, and to have that kind of ability to read the ocean so well and pick the right waves in a 30-minute stretch of time, well enough to beat many of the world's best tube riders, that's really no small feat. There you go, Miggy, getting a little chip-in boogie board action in the rip there.
Yeah, these rips are pretty savage, aren't they, Nick? They move around like a lot of these beaches, and that's why it gets so barrely. But when these rips come in, here we go. So Lucas Shianko not getting on that. But yeah, you've got to manage to try and find that clean water. Is that the key?
That's pretty much it. I mean, it can get pretty intimidating too. Like you can be sitting what you think is in the right place, and a minute later you're sucked out into a rip and you got to find your way back, which Miguel was doing right now, actually trying to reposition himself. It's a beach break, and we had a lot of water running yesterday and a lot of surf and a lot of wind, so things are settling down. We'll improve and line up during the day, but the morning session is still, like I say, a bit of morning sickness on it.
Well, luckily it's a no loser round this first round, so
again, right.
You're gonna have, especially if you travel across the planet to get here, you're gonna have a few swings at it.
Yeah, it's important just even those. Yeah, exactly as you say, Buck. Get your feet in the water, get used to your board, and you got half an hour to look at the lineup and come back in and regroup and have another crack at it. So yeah, everyone gets two bites at the cherry. And
how many bites of the cake they had last night?
Oh, well, I mean, I tell you, I mean, you couldn't not have any. I tell you that for nothing. It was delicious. Yeah, plenty of bites of the cake.
And I was looking, I said, "No, I'm not gonna."
Nah.
And it's like I was saying, I'm not gonna. I was on that third piece already, right?
Yeah, I saw that. Saw that. It was absolutely great. Great food.
Look at the crowd already. I would say if you are listening to this broadcast and plan on getting here, do it now, because you might have to park in. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a bit of a walk.
Yeah.
Parking's quite a ways away.
Yeah. But that's the thing about this, mate. The people, I mean, they just love surfing, don't they? And then so many crowds and the people on the beach, it adds so much to the atmosphere. When, like last year we saw the footage, didn't we, Nick? Like the beach was, I don't know, tens of thousands of people just loving it, weren't they?
Yeah. Yeah, Portuguese are big fans of surfing. It's crazy. Like you look at all the events around Portugal up in Peniche, it gets so many people. It's unbelievable. Which is good.
A nice sunny Saturday like we have today.
Thiago paddled in one here.
Yeah, so Stock just trying to get into something with a bit of holiness. That wave didn't offer any opportunity. Sometimes good just to reposition yourself, move around the lineup, try and get some water. He knows it inside out, but no waves of note. But yeah, the crowds, real knowledgeable crowds. I think there is an initiative here where they get to sort of vote. If they think it's a 10, might go out to the crowd support.
Right,
so they'll just go, you know what, is it a 10? I mean, I think they're going to go, I don't know if you can sort of trust the whole crowd of people to judge a 10, but you know what?
Why not?
Why not?
Why not?
Give them a shot.
You can't trust the judges to do it.
Trust 5 guys in a trailer instead?
Exactly. Go by your gut. Go by what the crowd say. Democratic process. I like it.
That's right. That is correct.
You kind of know when you know. You know a 10 when you see one. You feel it deep inside. Here we go. So Thiago staying so busy.
Oh.
He goes down. You can see the sand churning through that.
Oh.
Someone in the tube.
Maybe Miguel.
First tube of the event.
There.
I think we saw Bruno Santos last year, who's also coming up. We haven't even talked about Bruno Santos, who's coming up in the next heat as well. One of the great tube riders. And last year, he got one of the best 10s we've seen. It's Miguel. Bit of coverage there, Buck, but no exit. But yeah, Bruno Santos kicked off last year's event with an incredible wave. And I mean, how many times has he been tubed in his life, Bruno Santos?
Oh, he's
got to be one of the most chewed guys on the planet, right?
Yeah, I reckon. It seems like every year, you see him at Desert Point, it's Jope, it's wherever. It just.
Yeah,
I mean, the other day up north of here, put off an amazing barrel the other day there.
Yeah, right.
But
yeah, he's Brazilian, but it's been based over in Indonesia for a long time. Winner of the Chopu event as a wild card, and last year we got one of the Waves event. I think in the very first heat of the day. So he's coming up next.
He's a super mellow, humble human being, eh?
Yeah,
I mean,
he's
he's
a
a great
legend.
guy to talk to, not very personable.
Yeah, he really is, and he'll be dangerous. Sort of getting on, definitely in the veteran status these days, but still a gnarly tube rider, and will be dangerous.
He's been a long time an invitee to this event, right? I mean, as far as I can remember.
Yeah, he's got the lifetime. He's got the
he's got
the
lifetime
hall
pass,
hasn't he? Yeah. This is the open invitation.
What a lucky boy.
He doesn't even know his turns up. Oh, gets his singlet and he's off.
Yeah, well, there's usually, they announce an invitee list, and for whatever reason, when you get a day notice, 2 or 3 days, let's say, actually, some people just who originally say yes, as much as they'd love to make it, can't quite get there in the end. So
Right. I think that was the case with Machado this year. Rob, he was supposed to come again, but he's involved in something else somewhere else.
Yeah, no, Rob was invited and said yes, was super keen, but he said, I've only got this thing I can't move for these 3 days, and typically that's that's when the waves came. So yeah, Rob was sending his he was gutted because he had such a great time last year. He was all over it. But yeah, unfortunately we missed out on Rob, but yeah, so Machado can't make it. They get out their little black book.
Miguel on the hunt there.
Call up Parko.
Yep.
There's a special Capítulo Perfeito bat phone that they've got, and when it rings, you pick it up. You get the,
right away.
Yeah.
Right away.
Parko's got one in his back out the back of the spa section there, and when that bat phone rings, he picks it up. Here's a replay, Buck. A few waves getting ridden. Nothing of note yet, but we're starting to get a bit of energy.
Like Shumbo trying there. Now we got Miggy. I think this is the one that he packs. And oh, nope, not that one. Just jumps. So nothing monumental yet, but we still got 22 minutes left in this first heat. And I'm going to say we're going to see a complete tube in this first heat.
Yeah, someone will get tubed in this for sure.
Everyone on the hunt. We haven't seen Balaram actually anything yet, have we?
He's been a patient Peter out there.
Yeah, Bal just biding his time. Also spent so many times in the water, and we look like we've got someone paddling. A bit of a left-hander. Just lets that one go. Yeah, spent just over the years and just in the contest and the free surf. He's done his time at this break. Carcavelos. What does it sort of mean, this beach, Nick? It's pretty important in the old fabric of Portuguese surfing.
For me, it was pretty much the first beach I ever surfed in Portugal when I came over originally, and it was I want to say it was the Mecca back in the day, because it was the sandbanks were a bit different before a lot of work was done farther north. I mean, farther up towards Cascais and that. There was just a perfect pipeline-ish left here that was just awesome, unbelievable, and it was the main focal point surf-wise, I think, back in the day. Back in the early days, between here and Costa Caparica, and that was kind of the center of surfing. So, yeah, it has probably, I want to say, the longest between São Pedro, which is a bit farther west of here, and Carcavelos, would probably the base of the history of Portuguese surfing, pretty much.
Yeah, and that's why it's great. And obviously, the Portuguese surfing is going on. We've got the CT now in Peniche.
Exactly.
We've got the the Nazare competition is well around. There's a Aracira as a Challenger Series event, but it's great for this event to come back to one of the
base,
spiritual
right?
homes and give it a bit of love, I reckon.
If you remember years ago, they had a lot of the European challenges they had down here.
Yep.
On huge days, they had a huge day here where they had to go into Torre, which is just south of here. I mean, just east of here, the beach next door, and the little cove there behind that castle.
Massive, yeah.
The castle you can kind of see on the south side of this beach. I always say south or north, but it's always east and west, actually.
Yeah, it is. It's a little stretch, and it bends around this little protected coast.
Yeah, this beach faces, I mean, north is dead offshore here, so it faces south. There we go.
So here's Chumbo. He keeps throwing the dice. One of those big wave surfers, Buck, that has got so stylish. He can ride 2-footers, he can ride 500 footers, Cardi, and not all those big wave riders have that sort of small wave talent. I think it sort of sets him apart somewhat.
No, he seems to like to try to go backwards on all of them too.
Yeah, in the air.
Yeah. Now I love the way he surfs. Love the way his brother surfs too. He's got obviously his brother Joao on tour. One interesting thing I saw is his brother was here. Like, there's a really good run of swell for Super Tubes about a week before the CT season started, and his brother, Lucas's brother Joao, and Sammy Pupo were here. Which, I mean, people seem to get to Hawaii really early this year when they're, or this time of year when they're on the CT. So it's like, you guys kind of need to go. The event's going to start, but makes me think that you should take both of them seriously when the CT hits Peniche in about, I think it's March 15th it starts. So
yeah, and then clocking up some time out there. I love coming to Portugal. The Brazilians find that obviously the language is a massive bonus, but I just feel really comfortable here. Up in the distance, here he goes on his backhand is Lucas, and unfortunately just no exits at all in this first heat.
I like how guys are still trying to get barreled though. You know?
Yeah.
They heard Miguel Forge. He
Barrels
said
commitment.
barrels. Nobody's trying to hit those sections out there. Tuck into them. Don't worry, boys. Wind's going to clock more north. We're going to have some cleaner waves, but here we see Lucas just trying. So
And you see it like on the original read, it looked like a doable wave for a while there. It just kind of shut down in the end. But it's just a matter of picking them off, and, you know, eventually something's going to open up for sure.
Yeah, that's it. I think we're coming up to the sort of high tide as well. So conditions will improve, and Miguel's got that, as we said, all the surfers get another chance. So there's a tiny little bit of leeway in your pocket, bit of bandwidth to get this thing going and wait for the conditions to improve.
You see all the way up to the corner of Cascais in this image right here.
beautiful. See a nice shot of Ball hunting around. He hasn't started yet, but he doesn't have too long to go if he wants to jump right into the lead. Miguel still has some pretty inconsequential scores, although he has the highest score of the heat at that 1.67. I don't think a 2.07 total is going to win this heat, but we have 17 and a half more minutes to see how exactly that unfolds.
Yeah, I mean, sort of comp head wise, like Ballard, he hasn't gone away, but he's, you know, it hasn't harmed him at all so far. Those other guys picking off waves that aren't really counters, so he's happy to wait.
He has spent so much of his life, like I wonder how many hours it would be that he has spent just waiting for a wave to pipe. He's been doing it for decades already, and he's gotten some incredible waves there. But to get to where he's at in terms of lineup hierarchy out there, you really have to put in so much time, and he's done it. I think if you did the math on how long he's actually just been sitting in that lineup waiting for one that comes his way and nobody else wants.
Yeah, I've always wondered on a busy day how long, like even top guys wait. You know what I mean? I mean, you got to wait probably a lot at pipe, right?
It's 90% of surfing. Yeah. 95 even.
Well, depending on where you are, but I'm sure pipe even sticks that limits on that one, right?
Absolutely.
If your name's not John,
if your name isn't John, yeah. So, Ball, he's used to being patient.
Yeah, that's his kind of MO, isn't it, out there? I mean, he'll go anything that comes his way, but he always likes to find those diamonds, doesn't he? Just wait his turn, and he's earned the respect where people sort of clear a path for him when he takes off. As again, Miguel Blanco just can't get around that choppy, frothy section. Keeps pulling the dice. Yeah, pretty impressive for a kid from New York, basically, to come over on that North Shore stretch and just slowly but surely, you know, find a place in the lineup. Not just through his surfing, which is important, but the way he sort of conducts himself as well, you know, like, you know, you've got to earn respect out there and you've just got to put your time, and he's done all that. And you know, he's very rarely hear a bad word said about the kid as well. Well, not a kid, he's a man now, but yeah, so Bal, really unique story in surfing, and yeah, one of the great tube riders.
Does he still do every winter over there? Do you know?
Yeah, he came over, he just got in yesterday. Him and Noah Beshin were on the same flight, actually. They said it was quite empty. They had some rows to themselves to sleep in, but...
yeah, Noah was telling me it's been pumping over there. kind of like everyday surfing.
Yeah.
He said, it's kind of hard to get away, but I know when I'm going back, it's going to be pumping again, so he's all right. He wasn't worried about it.
Yeah. So
Came over for a little of that chocolate cake last night.
Yeah.
already paid off, eh?
There you go. Worth the trip.
Yeah, he's a new face for this event. I'm super excited to see him.
Yeah.
He's just been, for me, I think he's one of the most interesting free surfers in the world right now, Noah.
Yeah, I'm not that, to tell you the truth, I'm not that familiar with the surfing, so I'm excited to see,
He's a freak.
Is it?
Yeah,
Okay.
charges. He's really tech in the air, and he's been putting a lot of emphasis lately on creating videos. Like, just he made one last year with his buddy that had just gotten into cinematography, and it is just incredible. They shot it so well. The surfing in there is next level. You can go watch it on his YouTube. I think it's about 20 minutes long. I think it's just called Noah. But
It's called Noah?
Yeah.
Okay.
And he's already been on quite a few trips. Like, he's at an age and point in his career where he's able to just hunt waves, film, and put it out when he's ready to put it out. So he's been doing that. He's going to be super excited to see in the heat later this round. So.
Yeah, exactly. He's one of those up and coming, really just taking surfing almost by the by its horns at the moment, Noah, in his own way, and that's why this event's great for sniffing out those just getting those up and coming people, those kids that can making their mark in surfing and getting them over here and showcasing them in different waves. So Noah Beshin,
outside of the competitive box, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, well, they don't often, Noah's not going that competitive route. As Buck said, he's taken the video free surfing and just putting all his chips on it, which is great. But this event just, gives him a chance to show what he's got and what he's surfing like and his personality. As you see, Thiago Stock, last year's winner, looking for the elusive tube. That ain't going to tube. That was just a froth bucket. Just headed straight into it. Surf is really struggling to find anything at the moment.
Yeah. It's not looking easy, but they're giving it a crack.
No, they're going, and even that was more in hope than in any type of expectation of getting barreled. He had a crack, It might be getting to that stage where 12 minutes to go that a 3 or a 4 will do it, the simple maths of it. So Thiago hasn't got a wave over the one just yet. There's a tube from Miggy, and that's a completion. And then just goes for the
crash landing,
as he said. So yeah, that's a completion. Chandelier-y and a bit frothy. We'll get Buck to talk us through what went down, but I think we can call that a tube, can't we?
We are calling it a tube. We're calling it the first of the day as we look at the replay here. Yeah, it didn't go super wide for him there, but still, I think, especially in the context of this heat with 12 minutes left, it's going to be an all right score. It's our first made tube of the day. And as we see another replay, it looks like there's some other action for Shumbo and Thiago Stock. Neither of them had anything too remarkable. Replay of Thiago's there that you talked us through, Ben, just kind of gave it a crack, knowing there wasn't much on the table. And then Shumbo again, kind of a similar situation. Giving it a go just because why not? Not much time left. And then we've seen an empty wave there that Santiago Grasso, the trials winner in the next heat, may have seen something as we saw his face on the screen lighting up. So they are out here. You need a little bit of luck at the moment. And I would say Miggy had a little bit of luck when he found that thing. And it's going to be an all right little score for him.
Yeah,
just
did well to make it out of that one.
Burst through the foam, didn't it? It was like at a backdoor section. Wasn't very clean, but he managed to muscle his way through it and get a score. Obviously, two-time Portuguese, not obviously, he's a two-time Portuguese national champion. He's done a lot of competitive, his early days was, his dream was to get on the CT, and he surfed competitively, so he knows his way around a competition format. And he's just got a little start there. So, meanwhile, Bal now, he was starting nervous. Okay, he's finally got off the mark here. There's the style that we know, and just packs packs a sand-crusted tube. And that's the style that we know. So you'll feel good to get a wave, even if it was a closeout. But even that provided a bit of entertainment, didn't it? Which is what it's all about. That's what we're here for.
Eh?
Yeah, why not, right?
Stand up for the slam.
Looks like he actually got a 1.17 for that, for his efforts there, which is pretty funny. And Miguel's score also came in, which is looking like a 3.5. 3.5. So could be enough to get through this heat. Obviously, we're going to see some scores that are much superior to that
Oh yeah.
as time goes on. But hey, we're calling it first maiden tube of the day. You know,
It all comes down to be keeping busy though, which Miguel's done a lot. Like he's battling for another one, looking at it, but he's all over it. Like Thiago also. You gotta stay busy when conditions are like this and hope for a little bit of a corner or something like that can open up.
yeah, I think it would mean a lot to get through, jump the kind of repechage round that we have.
Elimination round for sure.
Because you'd just be surfing again later. You'd let the tide and the wind do its thing and find yourself sitting out, resting through this stretch and being ready, fresh for the afternoon of hopefully pumping surf that we're looking at.
There you go.
Hey, you walk down the promenade, get a little coffee.
Why not?
Have a look at the conditions. You see the next.
Craig Anderson walking
ready.
down there.
Yeah, there's Ando. So yeah, great to see Craig Anderson over here and invited, one of the true superstars of the sport. His episode on Stab Buck that you and me helped produce about how surfers get paid was a fascinating insight.
It was a doozy.
Into Craig, and to get him so honest and candid. And yeah, he's a real unique, carved a real unique sort of spot in surfing, Craig Anderson, isn't he? Just through a unique style, an approach, an image. He's really just like a really unique surfer.
True. He has a unique path in his career as well. That episode of How Surfers Get Paid on Stab, quick shout out.
Yeah.
We don't mind. It talks about his time at Quicksilver and then leaving Quicksilver to help start Former and the financial implications of that. I mean, he walked with millions of dollars on the table to go and start his own brand. So it's an interesting decision. We got his dad's take on it. He was not a fan at the time. That episode also gets into his relationship with the Hypto Crypto surfboard model, which he arguably made, not even arguably, he made incredibly famous by catching a wave at Kandui that was much bigger than anybody thought you'd ride such a board on, and that board became one of the best-selling boards of all time.
Yeah.
So gets into a bit of that. He does not get royalties on that thing, even though he seems to be so associated with that board model to so many people. So good watch. I recommend it, obviously. And I'm looking forward to seeing Craig in this next heat against my boy Cam, the East Coast Zone. You guys know much about Cam, or do I have to do a little East Coast history tour for you? Monday?
Oh, hit me, mate. Give me some cam facts. Give me your 5 best cam facts.
5 best cam facts. All right, his father, who, it's probably a little bit too early there now. He'll probably tune in for the afternoon transmission, but his dad, Kelly Richards, is a surfboard shaper. They're from South Carolina. Kelly's the man. His brother Cole is the man. I'm going to let the ocean do the talking for a minute here. We can get back to Cam when he's in the water. As we see Miguel, current heat leader, doing a little turn. Not much on offer there. But yeah, Cam, East Coast pride and joy from a place that has horrific waves, truly horrific waves that maybe once, some spots on the East Coast do get good, namely my home of New Jersey. North Carolina gets good as well, but South Carolina, it's pretty rare for them to have truly world-class waves ever. So it's pretty incredible what Cam has done, because he's also somebody who's so comfortable in heavy water, and had to train himself to do that, because not much of that moving around.
South Carolina.
Garden Isle, I believe, is the town he's from. There we see one of the caddies from Uni Money. Looks like Cam's caddy.
Yeah,
come on,
Cam's caddy.
Kelly Richards, you couldn't be over here for this?
I've got, as you see, Lucas Jumbo Chianca. He can't get around. He's just not getting the waves that he wants. Yeah, well, one of the great, we're talking about Pipe before. I think one of the great, probably one of Cam's best ever waves at Pipe, and he's had some good ones. That massive roll when he's riding his dad's board. It was a 7.6 maybe, or I made that 7.4 maybe, so a few years ago. You look it up on YouTube. Not now, I don't believe the stream, maybe tomorrow. Bookmark it. There's a wave.
Mental note, folks.
Wave of Pipe of Cam Richards, a massive roll in, and it just goes, the whole funnels all the way down. Starts off about 15 foot, he comes out, it's 2 foot. And he's riding his dad's board. It's it's a really incredible.
An old 7.4, 7.6, you
said? It's a really big board. Yeah. So I saw Cam last night. We were talking about the restaurant. They were on another little table, That's when you look around and you sort of lock eyes with someone. It's a bit embarrassing. I don't know Cam that well. But he sort of locked eyes and gave me a really big smile and then just turned away. He was really put me at ease. I was like, he's a funny bugger. I really liked it. You know, when you have the ability to put someone at ease, even just have eye contact. I was like, I like this kid. I like this guy.
He's very well mannered too. You know, he's from the American South where people take politeness as a virtue, and that is definitely.
Does he ride his dad's boards? Do you know?
He's on Channel Islands now. He'll still ride some of his dad's boards. His dad shapes in a label Perfection. A bit confident there, Kelly, aren't we? But no, his dad. I actually got one of his dad's boards when I was like 12. It was, I think, maybe my first custom board I ever got. And my local surf shop there in Jersey had a connection to him, and I love that thing. Obviously, kind of hard not to love a custom
And his
surfboard.
dad shapes out of South Carolina or East Coast like Jersey? You know?
Yep, his dad's still in South Carolina shaping. He has a surf shop there too. His dad is always got. Cam describes it as a kind of set list of jokes, but when you're around, he's always cracking them. As we see last year's champ Thiago on a wave. Don't think he got a barrel start, but he is opting for some turns. Looking good on that front too.
Oh yeah.
Got 2 or 3 in there. Looking pretty sharp. Ben, maybe you could talk us through the replay.
Well, we see Chumbo now. They're just trying to be busy. They know there's no scores. A bit more performance sort of surfing coming up. There's no barrels, so turns will come into play. Thiago just needing a small score. Kind of smart competitive surfing, to be honest. Not what we came here for, but these surfers know the drill.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with the set list of dad jokes, mate. I don't know why you complain about that. I mean, that's what makes the world go round.
I am not complaining. Let's just watch Chumbo's replay here. Got any dad jokes about this movie?
Oh, man, I've got hundreds. The dad list set jokes just don't go away. Don't worry about that.
Hey, it's a disappearing art. Jokes. No one tells jokes.
Not my house, man, I tell you.
No, seriously. Everyone looks at jokes on Instagram. No one tells jokes anymore.
You got any for us?
I got a bunch of them, mate.
Not that you can repeat live on air.
No, I need to have a couple of beers and I'll let them roll.
Okay, maybe over some cake later.
There you go.
There's the 2 turns and check. We've got a good rule at our house that if you have to... Oh, at the back though, there's barrel. Bit bigger weights, can't get the barrel. If I have... Am I am retelling an old story? If I'm repeating a story, you get the buzzer.
Ooh.
Jeez, I get buzzed a lot. You get the... And you've got to stop your story from repeating yourself. So, yeah, I can imagine the buzzer goes big in the Perfection Surf Shop.
Well, maybe we'll get one out if you start repeating anything on the broadcast today.
Please
buzz you in quickly.
Please do. Okay, so we're going to go through the heat recap now. We're going to have a look at what's gone down. Look, let's be honest, not a lot. But we've had some waves. We've currently got Miguel Blanco out in the lead with that one sort of Sammy tube, a 3.5. And that started off, all 4 surfers staying busy. Thiago Stock, he's been busy, hasn't he, Buck? He's been sort of just getting a lot of waves. Lucas, how many waves has he got? He's got a lot of waves, but not a whole lot of quality.
He has not had too much quality, but he is, as it stands, in second. Obviously, things can change. I think with 2 minutes left. Here's we see Miguel's wave, the best of the heat, best of the day so far, which was just in that 3.5 range. The completed tube, and then here's Paul. I mean, this is one he just kind of packs for everybody. Hello there. 1.5 for his efforts, so.
Yeah, like that close out. But the wash up from all that is that Miguel Blanco is in the lead. Chumbo is in second, but Thiago and Bal, stock and stack, as they're known in the trade. Just needing really small waves, really, or small scores to get through with a minute on the clock. So while we're doing that recap, we saw Thiago, that's a tube, and he's out. And that's what this kid did last year. Under pressure, under the pump, finding a bit of cover up. Also, Lucas, that stall, and got a tiny bit of cover up and finished off with a sort of wrap. So you think that Thiago, with that sort of clean little barrel,
easily the weight with the heat. What's that going to be, like a 4 or 5 range if Miggy's is a 3? Maybe even a bit higher, 5 something.
Yeah, it could be a change here, just because like Lucas's wave's also going to be worth something here, but a little flurry in the last minute or so here, huh?
Yeah, and a little one again. So Thiago, he's just kept chipping away, kept throwing the dice, and he's got a little tube, and that's all you got to do. So the brain stress is pretty nervous. They're looking at the scores, listening to what's going on, and here they go. They're trying to do the mental arithmetic. So,
Yeah.
Thiago, you think he's going to get the score, you'd imagine, but Miguel Blanco, current heat leader, last wave of this first heat, just clicks it off the top, he'll come in. Looks like he's pretty safe. There's the hooter of the first heat. We are locked off one of the heat of the day, heat number 1. Some golf claps there. They're happy for their Thiago Stock.
Spectator. Yeah, I think there'll be a definite change in the placement in the heat here.
Yeah, you'd imagine so, with Thiago just getting that wave. Miguel's was the 3.5.
Well, we still got Lucas' wave coming also,
Yeah.
so
It doesn't look like
it'd be a double whammy.
they're going through it. They know they get to surf again, which is good. They're like already talking through what didn't happen. And then Thiago waiting for his score. So interesting. Little mix, just waiting for these conditions. Top of the tide at the moment. Wind clocking round. Conditions set to improve. But we are underway, which is the most important thing. And still waiting. The judges taking their time on this one.
Deliberation.
Yeah, it's like they're all pretty close together there. So
I'd have to think Thiago makes the heat with that wave. That was definitely the wave of the heat.
Yeah, it was a clean tube, wasn't it? And so they must just be waiting to filter them all through.
Making sure they get it right. Take your time, don't worry.
yeah, this probably push Lucas down to the third on this one, eh?
Yeah, he'll get another surf. He won't mind that. He loves surfing. Thiago, he's got his game face on. As we said last year, just kept doing that. Often in the last 5 seconds, 10 seconds of the heat, he was getting some clutch scores. Often under priority or just off the end. So, and he may have done it again. As we see, this is the wave buck. Oh,
Go.
Beautiful little pull there, eh?
Spat a little bit. Finishes with a float that almost goes horribly wrong. But yeah, that was not the biggest wave. I think Miguel's wave was a bit bigger, but it was the cleanest tube we saw. Looks like the score's finally coming in at a 4.1. It is enough to
The local boys
jump
be
in
relaxing.
right
The
into the
losers
lead.
around there.
yeah. So Stock and Blanco through. They get to rest up out of the repechage round. We will get to see Chumbo and Bal come back again. So that's good news for us.
Yeah, we get to see them more, huh?
Yeah, more than any chance you get to see Bal and Chumbo surf is good by me.
It's fair enough. They got to work for that chocolate cake.
Yeah, exactly. You got to work it off. And a sugar bomb. They're ready to go. They'll go again. And then there's all the local crew that helped him win last year. Defending champion. We talked about the pressure buck and whether he's feeling it. Well, I think he answered that pretty well.
Yeah.
I'd say starting the day with a heat win is not going to feel bad for the young man.
And yeah, and there's someone in the tube. And guess who it is? Bruno Santos.
Bruno Santos.
Pretty much lives in the tube.
I
That's
think
his postcode.
that was
his
pretty
dress.
much right from the get-go, eh?
One Barrel Road, tube stop, Spittsville. That's where it's Santos when you want to send a letter to him.
There you go. Let's see how that thing went. That his body language made it seem like there was definitely some stuff going on before.
Definitely, eh? That would have
Saw
been
that
right at the
jump on
Hooter
screen.
because we're like
Well, yeah. I mean, here we
Ooh,
straight into it.
classic Santos.
nice. That is, as we see the replay here, so chips into this thing. Hefty first section. Just straight out. It looks like the wind is picking up. It's not
Yeah.
quite that north yet, but at least it's getting stronger. So I think that's actually going to help too. I think
he made that look a lot easier than it really was. That one, eh? Pretty sketchy little getting in under the hood there.
yeah, I think that would have been probably even hard backside, but he is so good in the tube, especially on his forehand. As we've said, he bases himself in Indonesia. We've seen him get some incredible waves, especially at like Desert Point. He's just so good at reading the ocean when he's standing under the lip, looking up at it on his forehand. Backside too, but I think it's pretty clear in the waves that where he positions himself in the world that the man likes going left, doesn't he?
Yep.
Yeah. Well, he's a goofy footer. That's our natural, inalienable right as the better part of the surfing fraternity to go left. That's what we do. That's why we're superior in many respects, I would say.
I would have to agree. And we just saw when we saw one of our superior beings in Cam Richards have a crack there. Didn't really get anything, but hey, he got, what cliche do you want to use? Feet in the wax, or what do you think?
Oh, there's that Craig right there that you're talking about.
This Cam just went down the hole there too.
Oh, sorry, there's Craig that I was confusing with Cam, but that was in fact Cam.
So yeah, Craig Anderson got a little wave there. Just, you can see his style though, which is class. I mean, he didn't get a barrel or anything, but just the style of him, even out in the flats, is pretty to watch.
Yeah. And speaking of style, we've got Emily. I think she's down on the beach, and she's got Thiago Stock, the winner of the last heat.
That is correct, guys. I am here with Thiago. Thiago, another heat win here in Carcavelos. I feel like it's flashback to last year, turning the heat around last second. Can you just tell us a little bit about the conditions out there? It looked tough.
It's really hard. It's pretty tough to get barrels. The wind is not perfect yet, but I hope it will get better. I actually got a decent one that I could pull in because it's kind of shallow there, and I had luck, and I'm using it, so good.
And how is the confidence going into this event after winning it last year?
I'm good, you know, better now that I won the heat, but I'm very confident. I passed a lot of time here. All the good swells around Portugal, I stayed loyal to my local home, you know, and I spent a lot of time, so I'm very confident here and everywhere, and yeah.
So what is the strategy going into the next heat? Are you going for the big win again?
I want to, but I'm not thinking a lot on that. I'm taking step by step. Now I'm gonna take a time to watch all the heats, chill a little bit, relax, drink a lot of water, and get back in the water.
Well, good luck in the next one. And back to you guys in the studio.
Yeah, thanks, Sam. Yeah, Thiago.
Yeah, there you go.
He's not easily faced, that kid, is he?
No, and he said, you know, he's just how he expressed. He puts his time in here, right? He spends all his time here. He probably doesn't get up my way very often. Up in, he said he probably spent all the good swells. He's down on it right here. Eh?
Yeah, he's put the time out here. He's won before, so just taking it heat by heat. Really,
good here. He's just going to kick back, drink water, and pay attention.
Yeah, I mean,
that's open. You know?
Not a bad advice for life, that is it, really?
There you go.
If we all did a bit more of that, we'd be probably. I know personally, I'd be doing a lot better. Here we go, live action. Cam Richards packs a tube, doesn't come out of that. See the style though. He's a really, really good tube rider. Understandably, that wave came in. First wave of Santos was a 6.5.
6.5, yeah, that's good.
Biggest wave of the day so far. And Cam's first one was a solid score. So we're already in the second heat, Nick. We've already
a lot more going on, eh?
More tubes.
It's good, like Bruno got little like day after morning birthday present, huh?
Yeah.
6.5 out of the gates.
Yeah.
Can't beat that.
That's right.
And it was literally out of the gates. It was probably right on the hooter, huh?
Well, yeah, exactly. I think from memory from last year, he did the exact same thing. Like first heat of the day, first wave of the day, and he got a really big number. So, yeah, it was his birthday cake that we were scoffing last night. So, interesting to see. I can tell you how old Bruno Santos is. So, the Brazilian, there's Jumbo. Always got a smile on his dial, hasn't he? Yeah, so, tell you what, 42 was his birthday last night. We'll celebrate with that cake. So, 42 years old. I mean, talk about maintaining your fitness and maintaining your focus.
Wow.
And, well in your 40s, these surfers now, still right at the top of their game. Janka, always got time for people and the fans. Always got a smile. Always got good energy. And
absolutely.
He's, such a great exponent of the sport. And he'll be back out there soon. He's not too worried. He'll wash that off. From Saquarema, sort of like the one
that's his home spot, right?
Better big wave sort of spots in Brazil. Really got a good heritage. And his dad surfed, and all the brothers surfed, and he spent so much time over here. He's sort of half Portuguese almost now.
He spent a lot of time over here. But the Brazilian, it's such a competitive environment, eh? Surfing wise. I mean, there's population's giant, and the interest in surfing, the competitivity, their attitude towards surfing and professional surfing is unbelievable. Strongest nation in the world as far as that goes, isn't it?
Absolutely. Yeah, I was talking to a few of the Portuguese pro surfers who went over to Brazil and just were checking out the local national competitions. Now I just thought there was kids just doing like
eye-opening
full reversions.
Yep.
Okay, so here's a few of these replays. So this is the one that went under the hood here. Nick, Bruno, as you said, made it look easier than it was. That was a pretty late takeoff, wasn't it?
Real late, and he just got tucked under that first section of the lip there. Like, could have easily been clipped by. This is Craig Anderson. Like I said, just even out in the flats, you can see how smooth he is, just on that little bit there, eh? Nice to see.
And that was Cam, so this wasn't the way that counted. He got a bigger one. This might be the one here.
Right.
Didn't quite make that one either. There was another wave where Cam did get tubed and came out. So 5.87. So that's a little brief recap of Flurry. Bruno Santos again way out in front with that one really good wave.
Well, it's crazy to just see, like, you can see little corners coming together here and there now, right? And it's so it's all about hunting. It's like Thiago Stock the last heat. He just kept hunting, and he finally found a little gem in the end.
Yeah.
Turned the heat around.
Exactly. And then we've got Lucas there.
Still at it, eh? He's a busy character with a crowd.
I mean, when you look that good.
Yeah.
Let's get some dials. There's all the Groms. They're super stoked to be around their heroes. It's pretty cool in our sport, isn't it? You can go up, people walk out of the beach, and surfers are up to saying g'day. Yeah, surf with them, I was talking to, I don't want to name drop here, Nick, but I was talking to Stephanie Gilmore recently, and I was saying it's pretty weird. Like, you paddle out Snapper and you can just paddle out. There's Mick Fanning and Joel Parker and Steph Gilmore, but it's not as if you can go and have a hit with Nadal Djokovic or play tennis with Yannick Sinner. Right? Yeah, just go So it's surfing. She goes, and that's what keeps you humble, because you're just part of the pack. No matter what you've achieved. And the same on the beach. You can go and have a chat to your heroes, and within reason, I'd say all surfers are really so generous with their time.
Yeah.
Lucas is one of those.
He was signing a book about Nazare. Did he write something about Nazare, or is that someone else's book? Do you have any idea?
I don't know. I do not know, mate. We'll have to find out.
Let's look into that one.
Yeah, he's wouldn't put it past him. Here we go. So live action from Bruno Santos. Gets on a bit of a car up and then goes down. So Bruno just trying to back up that one. Good score. Really great surfer. He achieved, won the Billabong Pro Topu in 2008 as a wild card. First time that a Brazilian had won an event for 6 years on the CT, so it was a real historic.
2008, that's crazy. It doesn't seem like it was that long ago, because I remember that vividly. And it
time flies, money flies, and blow flies, Nick. I tell you, mate, she goes quick, doesn't it? Yeah, no, it was a real, up against the world's best at obviously Tahiti. I think he made the final another year as well, so he's had 2 finals and 1 win. No easy task to take out the world's best at Chopu, and it just showed you how good and talented he is. And he's got the Groms down there. There they are. They're super stoked. They got the book. There's a Nazare book. Let's find out who wrote that. What's going on? But yeah, any book on Nazare right now is going to. Lucas Chanker is going to be involved in, isn't he? Because he's probably one of the elite 1 or 2 surfers out there at the moment, the best out there. Puts the most time out there, the most committed.
Yep.
And as a result, he's sort of. Yeah, you think of Nazare, you almost think of Chumbo, don't you? They all go hand in hand now.
Definitely. Used to be Garrett. Everybody think Garrett.
Yeah.
Mac.
He's passed the torch on, hasn't he, Garrett? Set it all up, and now still involved, but not quite at the level of those young
not
guys.
The same way, yeah.
He's done his time out there. Really incredible to think what that's done for Portuguese surfing and the interest in it.
just one more point. I mean, Portuguese surfing is on the map big time. I mean, as far as world events go, and not just normal surfing events, QS, CT, Challenger Series, whatever. And just the big wave thing is just one more little, another part of Portugal. Portugal's just so complete as far as types of waves and quality of waves that, it covers all fields. So
Absolutely.
one more facet.
Yeah, exactly. It's got it all. Well, that's the thing. Nazaré can be 452 foot, and you can still surf a 2 foot wave down the, not that far away. A learner can be surfing, a little reef break. So like on any given day, you can always get a wave. These surfers looking for waves now, though. As you see.
Got a little local Santiago Graça. How old is Santiago?
Santiago, put me on the spot there, mate. I think he's 18, so just got the wildcard entry, and got some great.
Did he go through? He went to the trials, correct?
Yeah, he won the trials. There's a little backhand tube there for Cam. Got some travel time. Couldn't find the exit. Goes late. Keeps chipping away. Does Cam. So Santiago just being patient, which is no bad idea, considering the conditions and trying to get that one open sort of section at the moment.
Santiago won the trials. These trials were in memory of the pin. That pin. The pin was probably, I don't know if you remember the pin and all. Do you remember hearing about him? He was one of the greatest surfers out of Carcavelos. He was epic. I mean, amazing surfer.
Okay.
Great surfer. Classic character, but he passed away in 21.
Right. Well, it's awesome that these events remember those, legends of the sport, isn't it? The pen gets, remembered by these young kids. We've got the Ricardo de Santos Award as well for commitment.
He was in his 40s, the pin, and he was still I made boards for him for a while, and he was to get like I want to say like 2 1/8 by 18, 5'10".
Right.
No, and like what? Yeah.
Still high.
Crazy. Super talented surfer.
Yeah, no, it's great, and it's interesting. These type of beaches with the world-class waves, they create world-class surfers, but sometimes, as you see, there's Gus.
Santiago.
Yeah, Grass are going for it. You can see, but it's good. These world-class waves, they create these world-class surfers. Sometimes they're not that well known elsewhere, but they, like the Pen, for example, can hold his own in some incredible waves, and it's great having those local legends. Grass. So this is the man who won the trials in memory of the Pen, and just his wave. You can see he's a little bit disappointed. He's having a chat there to Cam. It's great that they also this opportunity. We saw it last year with Rob Machado and Hog Hedge. How great they were with the kids and how supportive they were. It's a pretty incredible opportunity for young Grassa to surf with. Look at that. Bruno Santos, CT winner, Cam Richards, won a legend sport, and Anderson.
How good is that? How often does that happen, eh?
Goes back to school on Monday. How was your weekend? Not bad.
Surf with some of the world's greatest.
What did you do? Lost at netball. Did some revision. Incredible opportunity for Santiago, but he needs a wave now. He won't be happy just to go out there and make up the numbers. Backside again from Cam. Grabs that rail. Goes down. He's getting some sand between the ears. Maybe.
Great position getting into him, though, doesn't he, Cam?
Yeah, really solid backhand style. Just can't find the exit, unfortunately.
No, it's all about finding the exit. You said he surfed for Channel Island?
Yeah, he's on some Channel Island boards at the moment. Yeah, Cam. And, so got a good air game too. One of those great all-rounders. As we see him there, just packing it.
Yeah. He's been the busiest in the heat thus far.
Yeah, catching a lot of waves. Craig being a little bit more circumspect as he does. He likes to wait for waves. Also, Craig Anderson, underrated too in terms of the waves that he does ride. In waves of consequence, by no means would he ever call himself a big wave rider, but some of the slabs he takes on.
Crazy, huh?
He's real crazy. I think just because he makes them look so easy.
That's what I found with guys that are like really good, how easy they can make waves of consequence look. I was thinking just early this morning about Joel Parkinson when he was on tour, and for me, Joel Parkinson a lot of times was actually underscored because he just made it look so easy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He's just so smooth.
Yeah, there'd be no sort of rough edges or makes they made look a bit dramatic, did he? He just did it with yeah, exactly.
With finesse and style, and just with, smooth operator, so it didn't make things look as critical as they really were in a lot of ways, I think.
Yeah, as we see, Bruno Santos. Yeah, we'll get. Oh, you're going to pack that one. Oh, it goes deep. Can't find the next section.
No doggy door there.
Still managing to find those ways that have got that sort of open entry at least, even if the exits aren't there. So, Bruno.
Yeah, he did well to get as far as he did, I think, on that one, didn't he?
Yeah, he got some travel time.
Yep.
Talk us through it.
Well, got in early there. Just got under the hood, and it just didn't. There's a little part where he came back through there. It's kind of hard watching from the back there. Let's see if we go from the front. All right. Gets in there looking for it, pulls in. A chandelier section, and then a deep one that didn't really show any way out there. It looked like it might have been possible to get a bit farther, but the door on the end of the road there shut down on him, right?
Okay, so the trials winner on his backhand. Gracia this way does not allow. He's trying to find some space in the lineup. Can't get that one. And Gracia will paddle back out, trying to get his wave. As we said, he gets another crack at this, even if he doesn't get through this particular first round. But struggling to find those tubes. He got to win the.
They awarded Bruno with a 2 on that, which for a wave that closed out, still pretty much awarding the time he did get it there under the hood. But
yeah, that little first tube section's worth 2, and then just collapsed on him. Still managing, as ever, to get those hollowest waves though in the lineup so far. Just his positioning.
Yep.
Cam going again.
Yeah, there's still quite a bit of rip in that going on, I think. So it's not easy hunting, for sure. You can see in this angle right here how much rip's going out the back there.
And this is traditional sort of section. It's quite a long beach if you look at it, Nick.
Yeah.
Said to the east, or if you're on the left of your screen, there's wave ups. You get lefts up in that corner, but it sort of breaks the whole way along, right? But
yeah.
Is there traditional areas that concentrated in this stretch?
It constantly changes.
Right.
And I was talking to Parker, was asking me earlier, where's the best place to sit? And I say you just got to watch it because it changes with the tide.
Right.
And it could shift, slightly west or slightly east, depending on where the tide's at.
Okay, and there's a bit of tube time, just a little in and out there from.
And I mean, it'll change during the time of a heat.
Yeah.
Where you think you're in the right place, and all of a sudden you're not, and that current start pulling you out the back and that. So you got to be constantly, checking out.
Sounds like you didn't give Parko much help there, mate.
No, I didn't. You're on your own, mate. Figure it out.
I mean, your guess is as good as mine. You're the world champion, mate.
He's looking at it. He says
You're the world champion. You work it out.
He said he was going to take out 6'4" that he used it. You remember he did a contest not too long ago at Padang. He was invited to.
Yeah, that's right.
He said he's going to take that one out.
Yeah, right.
Because it just, it's crazy. A friend of mine from a shop here brought a surfboard around for Parko to sign. He's had it in the shop a long time, but it's one of Parko's old boards, so he wanted to sign it for the shop. So he brought it around this morning, and it was like this 5'11", probably like real thinned out and real. I said, use a bit more volume now. He looked at it, he goes, Jesus, yeah, like a lot more. Need 2 of these things.
Okay, and there's Nick Von Rupp, 3 times winner of this event, Nazare Toe Challenge champion from just last week. And synonymous with this part of the coast and with this event. And a surf at the top of his game when it comes to barrels. Yep. Very few surfers can do what he can do in the barrel. So Nicola Van Rupp, he'll be dangerous. He'll want to win too. That's one thing about Nick. He's not here for the the numbers.
No. And he's an amazing character, actually, Nicolau. And if I look at aside from Frederic Moraes and Tiago Pires and that, most successful surfers that have promoted themselves more than anyone. So Nick's probably the champ on that one for me. He's done a great job promoting himself and promoting his career, and continuing his career from point to point, from tube riders to like Nazare now. He's a general forcer. He's just, he's, around the world contests. He was invited to a pipe years back. Contest in Padang. He was also invited to that. He's on the map as one of the great tube riders of the world, And
yeah, he really is. No, he's really good at all aspects of it, isn't he? The business side of it, the surfing side. I mean, that's what it's all based on. But yeah, I mean, I work in journalism, and you often have to talk to these surfers, and I always say, without a doubt, you call Nick, he just gets back to you, he answers, he makes time. He's one of those. Like, not all pro surfers are like that, trust me. You don't expect them to be. Some are good at different things, but Nick was always...
He works on his career. I mean, he takes care of his business.
He just takes it seriously, takes his career, and
he's got those Hollywood looks, and he's got the Hollywood girlfriend. He's got it all swinging.
Doesn't hurt, does it? It does not hurt. Yeah. He's... look, put it this way. I don't lay out at night worrying about him. I don't go to bed thinking, I hope Nick's all right tonight.
Don't worry about Nicola. He'll be all right.
He'll be all right.
You probably worry about me, if you want.
He's probably worried about me.
The other Nick.
So I've got to turn that bloody cooler Monday. He's and he's helped put Portugal on the map, hasn't he? Through it all. So it's been really important. Yeah, you said that competitive spear was kind of ticked off with Freddie and Saka, who we'll see later on today. We're going to have a bit of a thank you to Thiago Perez.
That's right, we got Thiago out. Little salute to Thiago later on.
Yeah, that's coming out. But on that side of things, on the big wave and free surfing, Nick's pushed Portugal like a few others and done it with style, real style. So yeah, he's up next, up against I'll tell you what, another stacked heat. Victor Bernardo, the Brazilian free surfer, who's incredibly talented. Noah Beshin.
And Johnny Geddes.
Buck just talked about, and Joe Geddes, who's done really well recently on the local comps. So, another stacked heat.
He's a tough character, Joan Geddes. He's an avid skin diver, spear fisherman.
Right.
He did a lot of Nazare, put a lot of time in Nazare also, charged a lot of big waves in that.
Yeah.
But he's tough. He's had his back operated on, I just don't want to say a year ago, whatever. Here we go, a little way from Bruno again. All right, well.
One of those little wedges come around the pocket. Yeah, right. Yeah, he's got a few battle wounds, and he's a fighter, eh?
Yep, definitely. I think battle wounds for anyone who spends a lot of time at Nazare and that are going to be part of, the future. They're going to be feeling it as time goes. That was a really good little call by Bruno on that one, actually. Good read.
It was a late takeoff. He sort of knifed the drop, and there was a spit, and he was looking for that little...
Yeah, a little more than he got there, but...
He's got a lot of shampoo.
For what was on offer, I think he did a pretty good job on that one, though, right?
Yeah, he's in the lead at the moment. That one really good tube at the start. It's pretty got him locked and loaded. Ando still waiting for a wave. He's just flown straight in from Australia, and there's been a terrible run of waves on the east coast of Australia. December, January was 2 foot nor'east.
Oh, it's been bad.
One of those summers where it's just been, just endless. Just no waves, just no swell and no period. So he hasn't surfed a whole lot. So he's coming over next. He's going to stay for a few weeks just to get some waves over here and get involved. But at the moment, pretty hard to rock up.
That's crazy. Look at Australia. I mean, Australia, look at, there we go, Santiago. Yeah, Santi hasn't found them in this heat thus far. You look at California, you look at places in Australia, and that, places that are on the map as major surf spots, and the consistency sometimes is like sad. You know? And you look at a place like Portugal, it's so consistent, it's sick. I mean, it's non-stop.
Yeah, it's so seasonal over there, you're right. You get your seasons, and you cannot rival the consistency. Well, and if we get a 12, 13 second period, that's big, for the east coast of Australia, as you see, splitting the peak. Yeah, so, 12, 13 second periods are just like, wow, that's a significant swell event.
Yeah.
We're over here,
run of the mill.
Yeah, you're waiting for it to drop down. So the peak, that
15, 16, 17, 18.
Today, for example, is 14, 15, 16 second period from the west. So, the consistency doesn't get it. And the Gold Coast is brilliant. You see the wave, you see the surf bank, but
beautiful.
Mate, you're up there October, November, December. It's just flat. It's unless you get super lucky. It's November on the Gold Coast is a horrible place to be a surfer. So, yeah, it is true. You get those moments. And then it does kick in, obviously, you know, but in summer, the cyclones, you'd hope, if they don't turn up, then it can be pretty average. And then, you know, from around now, it starts to improve.
But this, I mean, Portugal's got to be one of the most consistent places on the planet,
Yeah.
you know, if you look at it. 'Cause it's just, you know, and geographically, the way it's lined up, any wind, any swell direction, there's always someplace you're going to be doing it. And it's not that big. I mean, you know, from north to south, you can all drive in 5 or 6 hours. So there's guys in Brazil and places that drive like 4 hours to go surfing. You know?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, no, it's incredible the amount of sort of pack, you know, the punch it's got. Even like we're right in the capital, Lisbon here, you know, like we're so close to the city in this little stretch. So anyways, here's a live wave to Cam Richards, airdrops, looks for the tube, pulls in that nice drone shot showing the bumps and squirt. I tell you what, he's not going to die wondering, Cam. He's got a lot of waves, still currently in second place. He's fighting pretty hard.
Yeah, he's got his first wave also came in as a what? Was a 5 or 5 and a bit that has held up through the heat. So never know though. End of the heat, we saw a bit of a flip in the last one.
Yeah, Thiago Stock, the defending champion, he got a wave in the last dying moments, you're right, and got through. So still, and there's such, you know, small numbers.
Yeah.
See, well, Craig needs to score. Santiago,
You say it's like,
4.35.
you know, Craig Anderson is not used to having the jersey on very often either. Sure, so different for him.
Absolutely. And yeah, he hasn't done a lot of this competitive stuff. He'd just be waiting for a barrel. You can just see a bit of his, just want to see him surf, really. That's what we came for.
How about keeping him busy? We see him paddling here.
Here we go. So that man we're talking about, Craig Anderson, into the left. Nice. We know that style. Oh, he just can't get through.
Another pincher. It ain't easy.
Yeah, it's not easy. You can see that sort of trademark, you know, just the way he positions his knees and his feet. It's instantly recognisable. Even that split second. Late takeoff from Cam. Ain't going to know on that one.
And again, you know, you look at the two that have been really super busy. It's been Bruno and Cam. Cam's been like super busy. And he's got like, what, 9 waves already? Or 10, which is...
Yeah, one every couple of minutes. I suppose that is the beauty of this. You can, at the moment, you can get back out pretty quick, can't you? It kind of works, and you can keep throwing the dice. Different approaches.
That little gentleman walked into the box here, Mr. Miguel Blanco. He'll be joining you in the next heat there,
yeah,
right?
we've got Blanco coming in. That's big news for me. That means I can stop talking and let him do all the work, which is good. And we're going to buck in with him. So
right on.
Yeah, Miguel Blanco, fresh off. He's
he can relax. Doesn't have to go to the lose around. Huh?
Here we go. So 10 seconds on the clock. Looks like Santos has wrapped this up with a pretty solid start. Then we had Cam Richards holding on with a 5-point ride. So we had a better start to the heat with a couple of scoring waves, a few tubes, and it all worked out. But right now, at the end of that heat, I'm going to actually hand it over to Brandon Buckley to take over this thing while he has a chat to Miguel Blanco. So pretty good surfing, pretty good times. We got some men in the booth. I'll just hand over. We'll get Miguel. Come sit in the middle, mate. Yeah, get involved, pal. We don't do ads. We just motor on. I'm going to say bye for now. Hand it over to Brandon Buckley. See you in the next heat.
Welcome, Miguel. Oh, you got a headset there, buddy. Get on it. Throw that on. Put you on the air.
Good morning.
Here we are.
Miguel, in the booth.
Good morning, guys.
In the water 1 heat ago. Now you're in the booth. That's pretty.
Yeah, that was a quick one.
How'd you find it out there?
It's definitely not easy.
Tricky.
It's super tricky. There's waves. It feels like it's gonna go better.
Excuse me?
Wow.
There you go.
Bruno got barreled.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, they'll double up.
Cam.
Oh, who's this? Cam.
Under the hood.
That's
right on.
Nice.
Doggy door.
Another one of Bruno here. What do you see here, Miguel?
Well, pulling into closeouts, that counts too.
Why not, right?
Yeah, right. And yeah, throughout the day, those things will open. That's for sure.
Nice. So, how was it? How was the heat?
Yeah, it was cool.
You got through?
Yeah, I made it. I got this little backdoor ride, and yeah, I was just stoked to be in the water back in Carcavelos, such like an iconic beach, you know, and just to see everyone around, it's really cool.
Nice. How many times have you done this event?
Good question. Maybe 3-4 times, I would say.
Okay.
I want to say 4, I reckon.
4? Yeah, maybe
so.
4.
Ni-
Yeah.
Nice. Well, maybe this will be your year to win, but for now we are going to shoot it down to Emily with one winner, the winner of the last heat. Emily, let's hear it. Oh. This is the winner of the last heat. I am sorry. This is the winner of the last heat, Bruno Santos. He was looking sharp out there. Got started right away.
Definitely.
And he is going to skip.
I was going to say, Emily put a wetsuit on. She's going to run out.
I thought he was going straight for her. Although that would be
in the water.
That would be good sports journalism, wouldn't it be?
Yeah.
That would do it, eh?
That would be good.
She will track him down shortly. He will.
Yeah, this is definitely not the place where you want to have like your water speaker out in Carcavelos, right?
They have the technology for it these days.
Constant
Nick, come
paddle,
on.
being a rip.
This isn't 94.
What was it like rip-wise out there? It's a lot of current.
There's
around?
quite a bit of current pulling into the north side of the beach.
Right.
I think it's due to that like super west swell that we're surfing.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that throughout the day, you know, there'll be moments, definitely when the wind kicks in.
And here we have a replay of the first wave from Joao.
Yeah, you can see corners starting to form, like, you know, there's a corner here and there.
Yeah,
and
there's always peaks around.
Yeah, you were on the hunt like the whole heat looking for those little wedgies, eh?
Yeah.
Speaking of a hunt, we see Joao.
Yeah.
Oh, how's that
And
thing?
Nick having a look.
If you were a bit deeper on that thing, you could have got barrel.
Did you see Ballroom's wave before the heat? I heard you got a good one before you guys started.
I didn't see. I was paddling out. I saw Thiago's wave, though, that he paddled and he went over the falls. Apparently, he was telling me he was a little bit too deep or like too late
Thiago
for
Stock.
that thing. Thiago Stock, but I don't know. That thing looked nice from the water, just very round and clean. So there's definitely waves out there.
Yeah, seems like it's getting better and better too as the wind comes on and starts to come a little bit more north. Let's try to manifest that, I guess.
What size board did you take out there, Miguel?
Man, so I was riding a 6'2".
6'2", is it?
6'2", pretty big board. But yeah, I just felt more comfortable like with the paddle and, you know, try not to like kill myself. If you know, if you make it all the way through to the final, it's a pretty long day. So
Absolutely.
I was trying to just kind of pace it, and yeah.
At Carcavelos is always a lot of water, isn't it?
There's always a lot
the
of water.
impact zone, the paddle, it's a lot of water moving around, a lot of power in a short distance, just that impact zone.
Totally.
Nicolau.
We're getting a replay of his wave here, so big
drop.
drop. I think
big Nazareth drop right there.
that was a big section if it went round. So gave it a sniff. Got to feel bring a little bit of Nazareth down. About what, 100 kilometers south? Not even.
Yeah, not even. It's pretty crazy to think that the biggest big wave in the world is right around the corner.
Right there. Yeah.
Did you go up?
Spending
Did you
some time?
watch it this week?
I was watching. I watched the comp going through. Yeah, the WSL one. It looked. Yeah, it looked all right. It wasn't easy as well. It was like super wet, so the wave was not as peaky as it usually is. But definitely really cool show, and it was cool to see how they were like scoring so much the performance on the wave, and not so much about like the positioning and how gnarly your line was.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah.
Speaking of a gnarly line, without further ado, we finally do have Emily.
All right.
The winner
There
of
you
the
go.
second heat, Bruno Santos. Emily, let's hear it.
That is correct. I am here with Bruno Santos. Bruno, it seems like you have a good relationship with this wave. Last year you started off the day with a perfect 10. Today you got the highest score so far, a 6.5. Can you just say a few words about the heat?
It's pretty hard out there, for sure. One of the most challenging edition that I ever surfed here. And I was super lucky because I found my best wave in the first 5 seconds of the heat. and then I pulled in like 5 times and didn't make it. But I'm super happy. The forecast said maybe the wind gonna change in the middle of the day. So if the wind change to offshore, can be the real Carcavelos and a lot of barrels. But it is what it is. It's a competition, so you have to do your best and find the best waves and always do your best.
Yes, and can you just say a few words about being at this event? I know you participated for many years, and you know it's such a special event. What makes it special to you?
Yeah, for me it's super special. Like my first time here was 10 years ago, and I won the event. The first time that I surfed, I won. And for me it's super special, not just because of the event, but because of everything behind the event, like how great Capítulo Perfeito, Rui, and everybody. They are so friendly and show all the Portuguese culture and so many good things, not just in the day of the competition, but the day before, the day after. So it's a special event for sure. Not just talking about the title, about the prize money, but the whole event.
And who are you looking forward to see surf today, besides, of course, surfing yourself?
This year we have Joe here. That's pretty cool. Like, few times world champion, one of everybody idols. And it's only 16 surfers. Everyone know how to get barrel. The locals know how to find the barrels here, so they have I think they have a little advantage because they surf here every day. But everybody know how to get barrel. I think lucky, everybody need a little bit of luck today because it's pretty challenging out there. But let's see, I will try to take the trophy home.
Well, it'll be exciting to see you later today, so I'll get back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, Emily. And that's right. Bruno, as we see Nicolau on the screen. Little cutty for us, looking for something on the inside. I don't think it's going to be a barrel, but it is a nice turn. Nick still got it. Nice. Get him back on the QS, Miguel.
U-turn, right?
What do you think?
That was pretty solid. The wave was hollow, and he just went for it. That was pretty sick.
Nice.
That's cool how Bruno's talking about how well taken care of you when he comes. He's like we were talking earlier. He's been coming since this thing started. Since Capítulo Perfeito started, he's been got a lifetime.
Noah Beshin on screen here, packing a closeout. Bit of a frothy one.
Bruno's got a lifetime position on this comp.
Have you been hunting some waves with Nick this year, Miguel? I know you guys have found yourself in some heavy water together in the past.
Yeah, well, honestly, not this year. He's been putting a lot of energy into Nazaré and his old tow team and all that, and he's definitely like chasing. I feel like he's definitely chasing world records. So he's putting heaps of time at Nazaré, and I'm not sure if he went to the Canaries, but yeah, myself, I've just been kind of on my own program. I went to Hawaii for a while, and recently I went to Morocco as well. So yeah, we've been kind of doing separate programs each year, but always keen to surf together and get some waves.
Nice. Well, here he is on screen here as we're seeing a set of some replays. Nothing remarkable this heat yet, but this is that QS Warrior that we saw come out in him. Not quite a mountain of the sea, that wave, but still slaps it.
Slapped.
What have you been working on this year, Miguel? I know you had the Passenger 2 come out at the start of the season, and you stacked some more footage.
Yeah, I've been working on this impact series that it's surfing with more sustainable surfboards, and we shaped a few tow boards and a couple guns. I rode them also like in Portugal and Hawaii, and yeah, just bringing all together a little bit of culture from Hawaii, from Portugal, from Morocco as well. So bringing 3 very different worlds together into one project, I think it's gonna come out pretty sick.
Nice.
What type of material you working with on
I'm surfing these polyol blanks that it's 70 or 80% recyclable. I'm not sure. And then we've been using these bioresin. So yeah, it's a golden standard eco board, and throughout sustainable surf with all the certification and all that, it's coming out a cool project to life. So we're stoked.
Let's see Noah Beshin on screen here, not with too much opportunity on that wave, but he's staying busy. He hasn't spent too much time in Portugal. I think his first trip here was actually in the fall.
Yeah, and he didn't surf. I think it was just kind of a
it was a
cruisy trip.
With his new-ish sponsor, Swatch. They all got together And I mean, he got some waves, but he hasn't really properly hunted waves and clips here. Let's see if that changes this week. So always good to see him. Have you, do you know much about him, Miguel? I mean, I'm sure you know him, but have you spent much time with him? Do you watch the surfing a lot?
Yeah, of course. Everyone knows Noah, you know, like such iconic family, you know, his dad and all the history in the past. But yeah, we've been actually getting together a little bit. We were in Maui together that massive day at Jaws, the same day as the Eddie. They were paddling. We were just looking for some tow waves, and it was pretty sick. We all hang out in the same boat. You know, shared like this iconic day, and you know, Noah is definitely a guy I see quite a lot on some of my trips where I try to score waves when it's definitely, you know, when it's proper and the swell's happening. He's usually already out there, and yeah, he's like such an amazing surfer.
Nice, as we see Joao on screen here with a creative stall, but doesn't amount to much.
That Maui swell was like amazing, eh? Was that one of the most beautiful things you've seen? I mean, as far
probably, and
raw beauty.
Yeah, raw beauty, and the cool thing that I was on a boat, so we were pretty close to action like the whole day, and it was just like getting bigger and bigger.
Yeah.
And you see like the thing just kind of changing from like a paddle wave into a tow wave.
Right. And then beyond tow wave.
And then beyond tow wave,
right,
just the
right.
biggest wide waters and freaking water mountains that you can imagine. And you know, it just being such a like iconic place, you know, from all like the big wave history and the bright blue water, it makes it something like very unique that we don't have here, like, you know, so much in Portugal, that bright blue water. But yeah, it's just, you know, Jaws, Maui, it's just amazing. Hawaii is the place.
I was thinking that like the giant perfect waves like Jaws or like a cloud break when it's like super giant, the color and, you know, that look
texture,
different,
that big
isn't it?
wave kind of thing. Yeah, you don't see that anywhere in the world. I would say, you know, like, I would say maybe, in my opinion, maybe, you know, like Jaws, cloud break, big chopes. I think that's something remarkable that you don't see anywhere else in the world.
It's funny because I feel like blue water is usually much more inviting. It looks almost like a wave can look more approachable, but when you put 20 feet of swell, 18 seconds a period at anything, it doesn't really matter the color. It's still going to be pretty terrifying, isn't it?
Intimidating. Yeah, I'll watch it from the boat, that's for sure.
There would have been some crazy waves that day, though, huh?
Crazy.
Some of the craziest waves you've ever seen?
Probably, for sure. And just the whole situation, you know, the guys were towing, there were not many boards, people are getting one wave, they would fall, the board would go straight into the rocks, no more tow board, skis into the rocks, like it was just like crazy.
Wow.
Just the whole thing.
Nicolau on a paddle.
Oh, looking for a little pig dog. Yeah, we got Victor in first, João second, Nick and Noah third and fourth. Not really any big scores yet. I feel like we haven't seen the 3.3 of Victor, have we?
No, it was in pretty much straight away in the beginning, but no, that didn't. I don't think they gave us a replay on that one.
It was an interesting wave, as we see the replay.
Replay.
That one did look like it. Oh, it was from that angle, it looked like he kind of had a little tube. This one,
little chandelier.
A lot of them look like they will.
Pocket ride, we'll call it.
Yeah.
And you gotta go.
You gotta go. I feel like on these kind of waves, you know, you gotta like take the chances.
Keep busy.
And
it'll
whenever they want to open up for you, they will.
Yeah.
Feels like, I don't know.
Well, it panned out for Thiago Stock right at the end of the heat. So
Right?
the last minute and a half.
Yeah.
Boom.
Exactly. Yeah, it was funny because we were paddling like on the left side of the beach, and I kind of like made him go on this left and put him on like more towards the north part of the beach, and he got that little right as soon as he paddled out.
Right.
As he paddled back out. So.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, there's Joao for the replay.
Johnny Gibbs. What was your original home break? You're originally from where?
Do you want to know where I started
I do.
surfing? It was right on the next beach at São Pedro do Estoril.
São Pedro was your home break.
Yeah, it's my home break. Like this nice and soft right-hander, perfect for
right.
longboarding. That's actually where I come
But I'll tell you
from.
what, São Pedro is one of the places when I first came over years ago, I surfed there on a big day out the back, And I took one of the worst beatings I've ever taken just on the peak
bubble,
itself.
on the
bubble.
yeah.
I got taken down, held down so long I couldn't even believe it. It's like the double whammy when it sucks you down a second time.
Yeah, out there. Yeah, it gets solid. Actually, São Pedro is the place that gets bigger here in the Cascais coastline.
Yeah.
You know, apart from Guincho, of course, and Praia Grande and all that, which is already Sintra, but here
But
in
right out the
Cascais,
back there, you can get nailed pretty heavily.
Super, and you know, it's such a sick beach. You have that right-hander, you have a little insider,
You got the left.
and then you have another left, then you have Bafurada that's a right and a
Bafurada,
left.
exactly, yeah.
Then you have our little secret on the corner that still barrels, you know.
Yeah.
So it was a cool playground to learn how to surf.
I was telling them earlier, I mean, as far as like the history of surfing in Portugal goes, and correct me if I'm wrong, Carcavelos, São Pedro, and Costa Caparica were probably the three
for
pivot
sure.
spots, right, of the country
100%.
back in the day.
100%.
Look at the first surfers. I think first surfers might have even been São Pedro, actually.
Yeah, no, it was actually São Pedro. São Pedro is the local surf club is Surfing Club Portugal, which is, I correct me if I'm wrong, but it might be the oldest surf club in Portugal. And yeah, it comes where all like the talents from longboarding and all that back in the day, they start coming from there just because it's a wave that you can surf and you feel the board for so long. The wave's long, so it gives you time to like breathe and kind of surf at your own pace. So yeah, it was really cool.
Yeah, I was telling
growing up
Ben and Buck earlier that I knew you were from down around here. I didn't know exactly where though. So
yeah, we started there. Then I moved to Praia da Poça.
What beach did you move to?
Then I started surfing a lot at Praia da Poça.
Okay.
With Telmo, David, with Vasco Ribeiro, and
there you go.
You know, all the little gang. It was kind of like the next step, kind of, you know, train with the younger generation that was the same age as me. You know, I was like 10, 12 years old, and I was just discovering surfing and everything that was around it.
Into
And
that time.
So it was super cool. And yeah, of course, Carcavelos been always here. It was like the training spot where you'd get barreled or think that you'd get barreled because it's such a young age, you know. You think that you're getting barreled, but you're actually not getting barreled yet. But,
I think you figured out how to bring that into reality now.
Yeah.
It was mental maybe in the beginning. I think it's physical at this point, isn't it?
Yeah, some years later, start, you know, just getting to surf other waves and, you know, like, who's one of the first guys to take me out to surf like different waves out of here, Carcavelos, São Pedro, and Poça was two guys. There was Ruben Gonzalez. Yeah, he started taking me to Onyria, to Pico do Futuro, and all those slabs, and Antonio Silva as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah, those two guys kind of like started pushing me.
But together or on their own?
No, on their own. It was kind of like whenever I was free, like from school or, you know, from trainings, and I would see, I was like, oh, like, what's it called? And, you know, Ruben started putting us surfing Cabo Ras, that wave in front of the lighthouse. That
Such a charger, Ruben, eh?
Charger, man. Like, since young age, charging.
Speaking of chargers.
There you go. I'll get out of it. Right on.
Wow. Oh, and he is going really.
Right on. Nick's on a roll. That'll move him up, I think.
Probably. He needs a 275, so he's looking for it.
It is, as you guys were talking, it's such a beautiful zone here, though.
Yeah.
It's you have the variety of waves. Obviously, this heavy beach break that you can get barreled at, or if you're not quite at that skill level yet, you can get mentally barreled at, whatever you prefer. Yeah. And then fun points, wedges, reefs, kind of everything. And you gotta love, like, it just always feels sunnier down here, being south facing. Sometimes it's, you know, foggy or cloudy up on the west facing coast. You come down here and it's just a beautiful day. So it's lovely as we see a replay. Noah Beshin. Ooh, it was quite a bit of action on that thing.
Head-on collision could have been.
Noah and Nicolau coming at each other. There we see Nick's
trying
wave.
to find, a little barrel cover up.
All right.
Little turn and looking for the score.
And that might be the score, huh?
That might be the score.
I'm up there for sure.
Coming up on 10 minutes left, so still some time for things to shake up. What was your background like competing, Miguel? Did you grow up like chasing the
scores? I grew up like chasing scores, to be honest. Yeah, I was, you know, I didn't know much about surfing because my mom or my dad used to not surf before me. They're actually like from the mountains, you know, from Serra da Estrela. So I came here and, you know, my first, of course, as a young Rom, you start like looking for other people of your age that are starting to surf. And then it was when I started surfing, you know, with Vasco and have the training with David and Telmo and all those guys. And then next thing I know, I was like on the national tour, kind of like, you know, just surfing, having fun with the boys. And then, yeah, it was just the whole, just the whole process of coming into like these junior events. And, you know, I was 12, 14, 16, and then, you know, chasing QS. Luckily, I got into like a couple WCTs in Peniche as a wild card, and yeah, it's been a really cool experience just coming out from that competitive background into free surfing now. So, yeah, it's been.
And you only quit what, a year ago or 2 years ago?
Yeah, I'd say I stopped like putting so much energy into it maybe 2020 with like COVID times and all that. I started like you know, figuring out like what would be my next moves.
Ooh, no on screen there. Nice clean wave. I think that wind is sorting itself out. That was the cleanest wave we've seen. So he got it done there. Not the biggest wave, but still quite a nice, fun-looking one.
Carcavelos amazing beach breaks as far as that goes, because you can have like what we've seen pretty much, and all of a sudden this freaking gem pops up in the middle, eh?
I bet
that looks all smooth
and
dreamy.
the whole day we're gonna see like some beautiful waves here and there.
Yeah.
I think we're gonna replay.
I think today's looks pretty promising to me, just because there's a lot of energy out there, you know.
Here we go, perfect one. He thinks he's that pipeline with that thing. Miguel, we're talking about your competitive background. You're obviously in the event this year, and we're gonna flash it down to Emily, who's gonna show us what you could win. Let's have a look at the trophies.
That is correct, Buck. I am down here in the athlete zone where we're going to have a look at the beautiful trophies that you can win today. So let's go have a look at it. First, here in the front row, you see the Ricardo Santos Attitude Award. That is an award in memory of Ricardo Santos. And behind me here, you can see the trophies for the winners. And here you can see all the previous winners are engraved in this trophy. It's beautiful. And over here, we have this beautiful Poland surfboard shaped by Paulo Dubairo, who is actually a local from down here. This is the Master, which is one of the best-selling models the previous year. This also, the winner of the Capítulo Perfeito will also win this beautiful board. So yeah, this is a little bit about what is at stake today. So I'll send it back to you guys in the studio for all the action.
Thank you, Emily. And look at that, Miguel. You could finally get a board from Poland.
All right.
A treat for you,
One day, dude.
Yeah, I didn't hear mention about the 50 grand that's up for grabs.
Yeah, that is also true. You
got 50,000.
Trophy, a surfboard, and then 50 grand.
Yeah, I don't know how it's distributed, but that's a chunk of change.
That's a lot of money,
That's
dude.
serious coin, yeah.
That's serious coin right there. Twiga does, Twiga does an amazing job, you know, like putting all this together, you know, flying surfers from everywhere in the world. Yep. Oh, we see Gedge on the little one. Closed out. But yeah, you know, I have like massive respect for Rui, you know, like just putting all this together, such a like big structure, bringing surfers all over and putting so much energy and, you know, into a really cool event.
And it's a tough call.
It's a tough call, man. How hard it is to make calls here to Carcavelos.
Yeah.
You know how many times I've got here to the beach and I got like absolutely flawed because I thought it was going to be good and it wasn't.
Right.
It's might be one of the hardest beaches to make a call.
And to do it like 3 days ahead of time.
Yeah, it's super hard, you know, like especially, you know, like this is La Niña year, so, you know, the forecast has been changing a lot, so that's not an easy one to deal with. Then, you know, Carcavelos, it's a beach that it's really close to the river, so the sand keeps changing almost like every day.
Right.
And, you know, there's a lot of things that have to come into play, and so we just have to be blessed here and appreciate that the contest is on.
No doubt.
It is on. With 5 minutes left in the third heat of the morning, Nicolau in the lead. He got, looks like, a 4.5 for that wave where he found some shade and then tagged the end section. So
we're still waiting for Noah's wave to drop, though, and that's going to be good.
Are waiting for Noah's, but he's going to give the judges something else to think about. Wow. Airtime, nope.
No, but
not super deep, but, you know, as
that was a beautiful
best
wave.
as you could, eh? Beautiful.
Beautiful wave.
Yeah, I think that score is going to come in decently well once we see his other wave that was that kind of longer, clean left. He's finding the cleanest waves of the morning, it looks
He's gone local in an hour. He's getting it down. Never surfed it before.
See the replay here. What do you see in this one, Miguel?
Oh, just a beautiful backhand, and he wasn't super deep, but he had like good reading. Just
beautiful
read
read.
Out of the wave. Oh, for sure.
Wasting no time and getting acclimated. As we said, this is, I think, just his second trip here, so he is a natural.
He's having a blast, you know. Who doesn't come to Portugal and has a good time, you know? Just like food, wine, even little waves, people. It's a nice place. Like, it's possible not to have like a good time here.
You were talking about the event organizer, Twiga, before. Do you ever go on? Because when people like Noah come over, usually he, looks after them for a week after the event too. He puts them up in really nice places to stay. He gives them some cool stuff to do. Puts them obviously on wherever the waves are best every day too. But do you ever tag along for any of those dinners and kind of trips to vineyards and stuff like that?
Yeah, for sure. It's just amazing to hang out with the crew, and gotta appreciate too that the guys coming from the other side of the world to surf and compete, and if they were coming here and making like a show, whatever, and not in a good way, but everyone's so nice, and we all see these guys everywhere in the world. It's nice to to welcome to our home and have a good time.
Nice. I'm gonna put you on the spot here. We got 3 minutes left with you about the forecast. Monday, there's a lot of swell. There's light wind out of the south, maybe a little bit of east in it. What do you think is going to happen on that coastline up there?
I don't know. There might be something happening, that's for sure. I don't know where, I don't know when, but there might be something. I think it will be a really good day for Nazaré. Just the direction is very northwest, and it's long period. So
as a paddle day,
I think we'll be
tow day.
That period, and it's one of those days that you think that it's going to be like 15-20 feet, and maybe there's going to be 60-foot waves just because of that direction is so.
We got Thursday, Friday. There's another big swell coming.
There's another Thursday, yeah. So back-to-back swells. It's
Portuguese winter, boom, boom.
Yeah,
boom.
just happening right here, right now.
Nice. Talk about here right now. We're about to see the heat recap. What's happened so far in Heat 3? This is Victor's wave that we said that we didn't get the replay of before, but that's
right
his top score,
yeah.
which was doesn't get more stylish than that. That like delayed bottom turned into the thing, and then Nick has just been super consistent, making it work really, not finding the prettiest waves, but getting it done. Now Noah, what do you think, Nick?
Yeah, I say the two most beautiful waves of the heat were tonight, but that's spotless. That's a nice wave. It's good. Good to get out of it. This is the second one here.
His scores came in. He's got a 6 and a 4.13. That's a 4.13 we're seeing on the screen now, where he was looking for the bonus section, couldn't quite find it, but he's got to be pretty comfortable.
He's got fantastic body positioning, doesn't he?
That was a pretty good 4.13, let me tell you that. I was pretty stoked on that.
We would all be psyched with that 4, right? Getting spat out of a 4.
Yeah.
Not bad. Not bad.
Not bad for a Sunday morning. Is it Sunday? Yeah, it's Sunday, right?
It is. Saturday.
Oh, it's Saturday.
We got one more day till Monday.
Oh, yeah, right.
Looking good. So, minute and a half left. Noah's got to be feeling pretty comfortable, although Nicolau is just behind him as we see Gedge here.
Oh, coming from deep and finding that little section. Oh, a little Larry at the end.
Too.
Just coming down.
All right. I'm not sure if it's going to be enough to.
No, I don't think so.
Outdo Nick here, but looked fun. Be happy to get that little wave, do that little turn. We wouldn't like that. And Nick, again, ooh, that thing's
deep.
Coming up a little bit. Still, he's loving that finisher.
Boom. Asking for the score.
We're going to see some replays of this, not quite last minute flurry, but we are in the last minute now, so let's kind of catch up on what the judges are going to be making sense out of to decide this heat.
Yeah, I think things will pretty much remain the same, in my opinion. But anyways, that's my opinion.
Let's see.
And luckily the lose around for everybody, huh? Get one more shot.
It is.
Miguel says, I'm glad I took a pass on that one. I'll relax and away from
He'll be chilling.
Yeah, I'm stoked. I've been drinking coffee at the coffee area. Yeah.
Oh, Noah. Shit, he really rotated on that thing.
He's an amazing surfer.
That was very impressive given that wave size, and obviously I think he knows that it's not going to be an incredible score, just kind of showing people that he's got it.
Oh,
What
Victor.
he's capable of. Oh, Victor milking this little left. I wonder what happened in the beginning.
Victor was a great surfer. He was on tour for a long time. Same time you were playing on the
Yeah,
QS.
we were
Victor was
actually
playing on.
on the tour at the same time, kind of, you know, chasing scores,
Exactly.
chasing results, and yeah, it was really cool just to see the whole transformation of Victor, you know, just stepping out of that competitive scene and coming into the free surfing, changing his equipment and fully just, you know, just finding his own niche that totally
We have been
suits
testing
him.
natural rubber to replace traditional neoprene.
In the last 3 years, we launched a few natural rubber wetsuits range.
This rubber is harvested from an FSC-certified plantation in Guatemala.
Our natural rubber wetsuits use 85% natural rubber and 15% additives like soybean oil and recycled carbon black.
Our wetsuits are made with natural rubber. Make the best wetsuits.
Be good to the ocean.
All right, we're back. Miggy left the booth. Nick left the booth, but Ben Mundy is back in the booth.
Talk about some tough acts to follow.
Yeah, sorry.
I mean, how are you supposed to compete with those two? I'm not even going to bother. I'm just going to try and do my best.
Well, there are about 15 other surfers that have to literally compete with one of them today.
Yeah, well, tell you what though, what do you think? There's a bit of improvement. I saw some more barrels when I was out looking at the line up there.
Noah Beschen was definitely finding the prettiest waves of the day, which was a delight. And now we have Heat 4. Pedro Boonman, Joel Parkinson, Pedro Collado, Guillermo Fonseca. Guy.
Stacked. Yeah, it's all on. Had a brief chat with Joel Parkinson in the break.
What did we learn?
He's here for a week. He might be going down to Morocco in a few days. He's got 4 or 5 days just in Portugal hanging out. His eldest daughter is doing in her second year of law, Evie, in Bonn University. So
really?
She's doing good. She's got the brains of the family for sure. And that he's pretty happy with his lot. So yeah, that was what my general vibe was. He's always pretty happy with his lot, Joel, I would say.
I don't think there'd be too many people on the planet that would mind watching footage of Joel Parkinson surfing one of those Moroccan point breaks, do you?
Yeah, well, that's the plan, I think, down the track. Get some... he's been there once, he said. Not a whole lot, but he's pretty keen to go check it out. There's a bit of discrepancy. His partner, Mon, was more sort of interested in going to Marrakesh and buying... They've just bought a new house. A bigger property, and so she's got a lot of
she needs some rugs.
She needs some rugs.
I was like,
okay.
on Monday, we've all had this fight.
Here we go. Here's Joel Parkinson up and riding. That's the man we're talking about. And I was going to say, yeah, at that stage I went, okay, guys, I'm going to leave you to it right now, because I thought the rugs versus Safi sort of chat was potentially
we all know that's dangerous
potentially
territory.
problematic. Yeah, I was like, right, okay, it's been good chatting, guys, but
especially it's almost he'd be doing himself almost a disservice if he won, because then they'd have a pretty hefty budget to go rug shopping. Which like, well, look, we didn't expect this money to come in. Now we have it. Brother, I'm buying some rugs.
Pure rug money.
Yeah.
I was also like, maybe.
Isn't that how the surf industry started? Was with rug money?
Yeah, pretty sure. That's the way most things started. Yeah. But he was pretty fit, he was pretty keen, he was sort of sussing out, he was looking at the rips, and I was like, you know, obviously I couldn't give you much insight, but he was pretty pumped.
Sounds kind of like you're morphing into a coach role.
Yeah, well, it started, it was a bit like that. I had to step back. Oh, and then some travel time there. Also, you've got Pedro Collado. I mean, there's a really good mix of surfers here, Buck? Like, you look at that, obviously Joel Parkinson, one of the greatest surfers of all time, world champion. Pedro Billman, the local tube hound. Pedro Collado, though, I mean, in terms of big waves ridden over this period of time, pretty underrated in some respects. Some of the waves he's caught, the size of the waves he's caught, he's, you know, he's deserves so much respect for what he's achieved in big wave surfing, Pedro.
He really does. And then you have the other Pedro, Boonman, who was my pick to make the finals. Sorry, Boonman, if I curse you with that selection.
Yeah.
That's not my intention.
And that was G. Fonseca from up there. He's up the road. Had a really good run last year in the ISA. He's made the final. So really gnarly competitor as well as a great surfer. And he sort of barrels super tubes is where he's probably really known for his backside riding. So he's looking at that one. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, Boomin. He's just a tube head, isn't he? Often you'll see him, like as you say, it'll flash up and he's in Namibia. He's getting an 82nd tube at Skeleton Bay and he's back and here he goes again. But this is Fonseca trying to eye off his lefts. That pink board's pretty distinctive.
Well, speaking of tube hounds, I believe we have Emily with a tube hound, the winner last heat, Noah Beshin. Emily, let's ask Noah some questions.
That is correct. I'm here with Noah. Noah, it looked like a really tough heat out there, but you found a few tubes. Can you say a little bit about the conditions and being here in Carcavelos today?
Yeah, well, that was my first surf here, so I didn't really know what was going on out there. It was kind of hard to find a good wave, but I kind of just hung out, and then two pretty good ones came to me, and I took off on them, and they're fun little barrels. And yeah, that's it.
And you're in a heat also with Nick, who's 3 times winner of this event. And how is it to surf with these guys? Did they give you some intel on the wave, or were you by yourself out there?
Pretty much by myself out there. I feel like I wasn't even surfing with them. I feel like they were surfing over there, and I was surfing over here. I don't know. It's just beach break. It's surfing. You kind of never know when a good wave's going to come in or where it's going to come in. So you just kind of got to put yourself in the best spot.
And you came straight from Hawaii to the event. You got the call up and traveling here. So can you say a little bit about how was the jet lag? How was the preparation for the event?
Well, I pretty much was surfing pipe for like 5 days straight, and then the night I came here, I surfed pipe all day and then flew at night. So I was just really tired, but I slept on both of my flights, and then hung out yesterday and got a massage, and then today I felt pretty good.
That sounds pretty nice. and can you say a little bit about what you're riding, for example, compared to, you ride pipeline a lot, and this is also a barreling wave. Is there any difference to your equipment?
Pretty similar. Like, I feel like the waves here are pretty similar to Hawaii as far as power. It's obviously on a sandbar instead of reef, but I surf waves like this all the time. Like, I love beach breaks, so it feels pretty normal to me.
Well, great. We'll let you go have some rest and send it back to you guys in the studio. Get on with the next heat.
Thanks, Am. And thanks, Noah. Yeah, I like that kid. What about his couple of days? To surf pipe, surf 10 to 15 foot pipe all day, no doubt get shacked off your brain. That only sort of 1% of the population can do that. He's done that. Hops on a plane, sleeps through it, gets to Portugal, has a massage.
He's got a massage waiting for him at the hotel. The lovely hotel.
Does that, had the sauna. He went out for last night. I saw he ate the cake. He ate Bruno Santos's chocolate birthday cake, just because he can. And then gets out and wins his heat. I mean, that's not a bad couple of days, is it?
Well, he had a little cheeky vibe to him there, didn't he? He's just kind of in a positive wavelength right now, and it seemed to treat him well. I
like it.
The best waves in the morning, prettiest waves in the morning came his way.
I like his style. I like his vibes. And, he's got barreled. And if you see dragging there, that's Collado. That's Brazilian. Spends a lot of time in Maui. I remember one of the maybe 10, 15 years ago, a left-hander he caught at Jaws. I think it may have been a toe-in. It's one of the biggest waves I think sort of ever ridden potentially. So he's such a big wave fiend. Meanwhile, this is in the break, and that is Boonman. That's the tube hound we're talking about. So in and out, gets tubed, and then we see Joel Parker a bit late to his feet and gets down the hole. And again, Fonseca Just can't quite get under the hood there. So more action, more waves coming through. It's already cleaned up from that first heat we've seen, Buck. A bit more clear water, a bit more sort of shape to these waves.
Coming around for us, isn't it, Mundy?
Yeah, it's coming around.
Looks like Boone, we got a 2.5 for that little, we'll call it a pocket ride.
Yeah, a little pocket ride.
He's just getting started. Still plenty of time left, 22 minutes. So let's see how they use it.
We're talking about, you know, when you're a little bit worried, you feel a bit anxious, and Fortes just puts you at ease, the contest director. After the first heat, which, to be honest, it was pretty ordinary conditions. It was pretty rippy. The wind's a bit funny, and we were trying to put the best on it, but it wasn't good. You know, like I was a bit worried. I went up to the contest director, saw just Miguel sipping a coffee in the sun in front of the palm trees. I was like, oh, how are you feeling? He goes, it's good, huh? Yeah, it's getting better. And I was like, oh yeah, we're
Put
good.
you
We're
right
back,
at ease.
back again, back in the zone.
Almost makes me want to buy like a coffee, even though they're free.
Wind kind of clocking around, and tubes about.
They are coming. We've already seen a few. I mean, Noah's waves, like we said, were the cleanest. I'm not sure if I would trust that judge.
Yeah,
I'm not sure if he's been through the ISA training.
Oh, yeah, he has. Yeah, he's just taking the heat off. He's just down there. Yeah, he's tan. He's all for it. He's just a positive guy.
Yeah, he is.
He just sees the positive in things. He's getting
busier down there.
Yeah.
It's going to be madness later.
Yeah, he knows what he likes. And now he's got that tan out the back. He's waiting. Maybe he's predicting a tan. Maybe he's got some type of...
That could be it. Could be from the future, that little kid, huh? They say children are the future.
Let them lead the way. Big set come through, some snuck under.
I guess there's a 10 that got away.
Yeah, that could have been the one he called. We will see a 10 today. Pretty sure of it at some stage. You'd hope, you'd imagine, with these waves and these surfers. Parko out there. Flew in. Did a couple of days here. Had the jet lag. Had a bit of surf yesterday, said. Washed off a few cobwebs. Hopefully.
I think I heard him last night describe the travel here as easy.
Yeah, easy.
Just 38 hours.
Pretty sure he wasn't in economy, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Nah, that's so used to it, aren't they? And he's such a good traveller. And what's your favourite Parko moment? That's a big question for you. There you go, Buck. Wow, hold that thought. Oh, Fonseca down the hole. Lost control of the rail. Yeah. Think what's your favourite, your best Parko moment?
You know, Mundy, I am still such a fan of Trilogy.
Yes.
I'm not sure if that's a moment per se.
Oh yeah, it's a moment in his career. I'll take that.
But that film, I mean, the Mundaka section especially gets me. But I would say just that film overall is, to me, one of the best pieces of surf cinema. I'm a simple man, you know.
Yeah,
I get it. We could tell some stories. That's nice, but just back in the day when it was pure surf, big music budgets to get whatever song you wanted, it was incredible. How about you?
What's science, is it?
What's a Parko moment that sticks out for you, man?
I like when he's in the tube and he's giving Kelly Slater the finger.
That's not a bad one. Kira?
I mean, I'm a simple man too. I'm a simple man. And just Kelly, my sort of Australian patriotism kicking in a little bit.
That is
Kelly drops
more
in.
or less.
There's the wipeout. Kelly drops in with priority, let's be fair. He's allowed to do it. But yeah, old Parker giving the bird at home was, I don't know, it's just something that stands out. But I'll take the Trilogy. Andy Irons features heavily at his Andy and Parko at their peak. Good mates. Used to, travel together, surfing and teams that pushed each other. Yeah, it was pretty good.
Can't forget about TV either. I wonder if Taj will get tapped this event one day. I feel like he's a man who enjoys the many pleasures in life.
He does. He loves Portugal.
He'd love a bit of your cake.
Yeah, he would have been all over that cake. He'll eat his cake and have it too.
Absolutely.
That's what Taj does.
Absolutely.
I did remember a couple of years ago he came over when we had the Challenger Series event up at Ribeira de Las, and they had a sort of legendary heat. Icons heat, it was called, was Thiago Perez Saka, who we will see later on today in the water, versus Taj. And Taj came over and... Yeah, because...
Who won?
well, Taj won that one. Yeah.
Did he?
Yeah.
He got
Taj
the best of the
smoked
local
him.
boy.
Yeah. But it was
right on
funny,
the
Taj.
beach?
He was like, he said he was injured. He was kind of playing up this injury. He was surfing on his own. Wasn't sort of surfing with everybody. We all thought he was like, not up to scratch. Came out just flared up, absolutely flared. So yeah, Taj and he's still obviously getting barreled off his head in West Oz. Still surfing great. So yeah, we'll put that on the. He's on the long list. Put him on the long list for sure.
1 year. Although it is really nice, like the last heat winner who Emily spoke to earlier, Noah Beshin, I think there's guys like we were talking about before, Hogg, we love, we hope he's still watching, Rob Machado, just these kind of icons of the sport, let's say. Let's let the surfer do the talking for a moment.
So close from Boonman there, he stuck it in, put his arm in the wall. And unfortunately, just couldn't get that last bit. I would have counted him to come out of that one, actually, but he just couldn't quite come out.
He was close. He wasn't far off.
I tell you what, though. I mean, let's not beat around the bush. Parko is 40. He's 40 odd.
Mm-hmm.
The difference between, say, Noah Beshin, as you said, surfs pipe all day.
I don't think. Yeah.
All day, hops on a flight, gets here, out straight in the water. I mean, that's 20 years of just youth on your side there, isn't it? You can just do things faster and quicker, and you can't do them smarter. And I'm sure Parker's got the talent, but it's interesting that you have these events throw up those mixes, don't they? Which I love about it.
Yeah, so many different mixes here. Obviously, you have the local crew versus just international legends like Parko, and then just seeing a guy like Noah, who, is just really one of the best free surfers in the world right now. I think we did a story, or it came up in an interview with Jordy Smith, where Jordy said that in his opinion Noah Beshin is currently the world's best free surfer, full stop. So
wow,
that is
big
that's
call
what we're talking about
Smith.
in an event like this that we have the pleasure of watching today.
Who's in the mix? Who's in the best free surfing sort of mix right now?
It's so hard to say, I think, because we're in an era where there's a lot of really good surf films coming out. Like, people are able to, sometimes they have to spend quite a bit of their own money to make it happen. But even a guy like Noah Dean, who is meant to be here but wasn't able to make it, we think he's been chasing some waves around Europe and may have broken most, if not all, of his boards. So you need surfboards to participate in the surf event, so he had to sit this one out. But anyway, you have guys like him, Harry Bryant, that are making these longer form films where you just get to see so much good surfing. But the cool thing about a contest is that you get to see everybody in the same playing field, because it's making an edit is almost like your skills as a surf forecaster come into play, right? Like it's a production. You have to figure out where to go, when to go, to really get those incredible waves. And I think everybody has a different timeline as well. Like, some people take a year, some people take 2 years, and as a viewer, sometimes you aren't really, you don't view those projects as like they're not equal ground, because some people just have more time or more budget or this. So I'd still put those guys up there. Noah, Harry,
Parko in the slot, and that's the competitive vibes kicking in, gets tubed.
Do you think
that was a lot of intelligent, thoughtful, and expert opinion, but you didn't give me actually any answers about who the
Well, I said Noah, I said Harry. More and more, Victor, I think, is somebody that, when it comes to free surfing, is somebody that everybody wants to watch. So
there you go.
Cal Walsh is also about to drop something that's pretty damn special, in my opinion, as we see Boonman dropping into something that he hoped was special, is not quite. How about you, Monday? Who do you think's at that?
Well,
tip of the spear.
You kind of covered them off there, didn't you, really? You've done a pretty good job. I can't think of anyone in that free surfing realm.
Well, we didn't talk Nate Florence yet, who'd also be a great one to tap for this event, but he's just in a different...
Yeah, he's
playing a different game.
Yeah, he's a bit more slab orientated, isn't he? Big wave.
Can we call Kelly Slater the world's best free surfer yet?
Well, technically, he's in the free surfing realm.
Or can we play some TV on the radio to go with that Parko clip? Make me think he's at Mundaka?
There you go. I was actually out that session, just to drop a few things in. But
no big deal, but...
Yeah, I was there. Didn't get any waves, but I was there.
You got to see a lot.
Yes. He did a bit of a flashback.
You'd almost
Also-
have to, like, out of respect, give Parko, like, just a little bit of juice, right?
Yeah.
Just, like, an extra point or two.
Yeah.
Nothing major,
Nah, he's earned it.
but just out of respect to the guy.
Yeah.
Come all this way.
Yeah, he's a legend, icon.
Having a look at this right, but not quite.
Also, just pretty classic. Right now, though, we're going to go to a few ad breaks and we'll be right back after this.
Shout out.
We are
caddies
back
on the beach here.
Yeah, great. Thanks for
Friends at Uni Money.
Yeah, they've supported this event. 16 caddies from all over the world have come down. So all over the world, all over Portugal, 16 different surf schools, been assigned a surfer, and they are there supporting the guy. We see is Lucas Chumbo Chianca. Surfed the first heat, now he goes out again. Now it's sudden death in this next one. So we'll see if Chianca can get through. Yeah, some great sponsors behind this event. It's said Unimoney, been amazing. We've also got, I just bumped into Zay Ferreira from Surf Rec. That's an app that allows surfers to automatically film themselves, and the cameras on the beach capture all their waves. So it's pretty sure you can just rock up, sign on to the app at the local beach. There's one here at Carcavelos. It films your whole session. Then you get home, download it. You can do what you want with it. You can analyse it. You can post it to your mates. You can pick it up, put it on the big screen. So it's fully kind of democratised. You don't need a surf coach. You don't need your mum videoing. You don't need someone on the beach. It's there on the cameras. Log in and it tracks you. So pretty incredible. And they've got some activations down on the beach. If those people down on the beach, so all that type of stuff's pretty amazing. That type of technology comes in surfing and can just help the average punter out.
Yeah, I mean, and having to live with the truth, though, is an interesting thing, right? It's almost like to hide behind the comfort of not seeing what we surf, like exactly. But no, that app seems incredible. Even if we don't like to admit it, sometimes we all do want to see our waves.
We do, and then feel absolutely horrified about what you see.
Horrified
about what you witness.
Horrified.
The gap between the reality of the experience and what goes on in your tiny little brain. That's what the app's good for. It actually tells you the truth.
It does not sugarcoat it, but it's
it shows you how to improve, though.
Such a helpful thing. Yeah, if you're trying to get better, you can just get that. You know, you're not just looking at the wave, you're looking at yourself on the wave, so you're actually able to correct some things if you're able to identify them properly, and if not, you have actual footage of yourself to send to people who can help you identify those things. So very cool what we're doing. Very, very cool. So we see Parko, he got a 4. He got a 4 for our TV on the radio. Mundaka, he's not quite Mundaka, just a
classic
girl, but
Parkinson getting through the first round of a CT, kind of, muscle memory kicks in. Just get a barrel, get a score, get the lead, and just, get the job done.
Rug money is stacking up already for him.
I mean, he was always, Parker got always not underrated in terms of what he achieved, but because he surfed so gracefully, you sort of didn't realise the amount of hard work he put into his surfing. Like Joel, especially in the last half of his career, which is still a good solid 8-9 years, he worked really hard in his surfing and training and his boards, his focus. And even though he's a sort of laid-back guy that had a great time and always, really enjoyed himself, he worked really hard in surfing. That hasn't changed. He was sort of didn't get the reputation as he was more not a bread and butter surfer by any stretch, but I mean to win a world title you got to put the effort, the time in, don't you? And he did that.
Well, yeah, that year too where he was off to such an incredible start, just winning events, and then I think he broke his ankle. He had some injury that sidelined him when he was almost in a John-esque situation where it was clearly he was the surfer that year on an absolute tear. and would be not only ankle shattering but heartbreaking to be in that position. And then he came back and got it done.
He came exactly. That was yeah. You know, he worked so hard to get there. I mean, I'll tell you how hard he worked. He spent that whole world title year drinking tea.
Did he?
Yeah, he got off the beers and drank tea for a year.
If
I know I go around.
We win titles too.
Hey?
What if we do that? Can we win?
Well, I was the same with him in Tahiti one year. And coming in after surf, had a good surf, and he gets out the peppermint tea.
No wonder he's going to Morocco then.
What's going on, mate? He's like, you know, just drinking tea. I was like, have a tea. It's like, okay, fair enough, fair play. Yeah, he trained really hard with Wesberg, drank a lot of tea, all sorts of flavours. He was a real tea expert there. We might ask him about that later on. He really got into his teas. You know, all his
I have a
flavours.
feeling we can get him into this booth.
Yes, we should.
Talk tea.
Actually, yeah, note to self, let's get him in. Ask about the teas. I mean, I suppose other things we could ask him, I'd imagine, but we'll start with that.
We'll
Talk
start
about
with
trilogy.
the teas.
Teas and trilogy. Not a bad start. He's got the lead. He's just scoping, sharking around. Kind of a bit like D-bar on a bit of a woolly day. He goes under the hood. He's not going to make that. Saw a bit of hollow. Late start. Couldn't quite make it.
I think it swung right at him though. He swung back.
Back out there on that JS. Meanwhile, Fonseca needing a small number. That wave isn't going to get it. Just closing out. Saw Noah Beshan just pick the eyes out of that last heat. These surfers having less success.
It was interesting to hear Noah say he feels that it's as powerful as Hawaii here. Obviously, today might not be as big as what he has been surfing at Pipe recently, but not to say it can't get that size here. But yeah, to have somebody that's definitely tested the waters over there, has a very, very intimate understanding of how powerful Hawaii is, to say that. I mean, obviously, as he called out too, this is a beach rig, this is not a reef like Pipe, but to say that the ocean just has that much power. We've seen a couple sets catch people inside and stuff here, or people just paddling back out after a wave and having to bail their board or something. It can be violent out here, that's for sure.
Well, it's, you know, we're talking about a 3 metre swell, a 15 second period. Like, there's some pretty, you know, big numbers. I know this is slightly protected, but it's pretty wet swell, so yeah, that translates to a whole lot of power. If you get, you know, 6 foot wave, 15 second period, that hits you, you know about it, don't you? So yeah, real Atlantic Ocean power. That's what makes these waves, when they turn on, so hollow and square on these banks. A bit like super tubes as well, you know, just the girth and the power. It really does put consequence into it, doesn't it? You know, when it gets on.
It does. I mean, people get hurt at both waves. You know, it's the consequences are real. So
let's see the recap now. We're going to go through this, and this was Boonman just sneaking under. Not a whole lot of time under the curtain, but did get some coverage. Fonseca though, Barkey's just been cracking away, but hasn't got those open. Yeah, hasn't been tubed.
Has not been tubed just yet. But he'll have another round. Then Parko, wave of the heat so far.
Just even that little slight adjustment wasn't there, where he just put his stalled a little bit, got a bit more coverage, but still had enough time to go out the doggy door. Pretty smart competition surfing there.
I can't imagine him going left too much anymore, you know, now that he's not on tour and lives on the Gold Coast and can get presumably any wave he wants on the Gold Coast because he's Parko. I wouldn't imagine if you had just, you know, seat A1 behind the rocket snapper, you'd really get too excited about, you know, trying to go and find a left at D-bar.
No, you're right. He would definitely surf more rights than lefts. But, you know, they sort of duck down the coast, and there's those sort of break walls and various left-handers down the coast a bit that they surf quite a bit. Also, I keep saying it, not slightly underrated, but the work he did on his backhand, like at Chopes and Cloud Break, became pretty well known for his backside tube riding. In the end, like him and Mick, I think both worked really hard on that to get really good on their backside.
True.
But yeah, you're right. There's not a whole lot of not a whole lot of lefts going on in that stretch.
Well, I mean, they're there, but if you're Parko, why would you bother trying to find them? That's for peasants like us to try to sort out Monday.
Yeah, often go left at the super big.
There's that foam one off the rock there, like the top of Rainbow Bay. That quick 1 or 2 turn, maybe an air section left, as we see a left that nobody will ride here. Although could see, we saw Noah Beshin do that air in his heat, the last heat that we saw now. It's not bad for airs on the left right now. I mean, Ballarum's clearly got them. Lucas Shumbo can do some big airs. Victor Bernardo. There are some guys that, and Craig Anderson, who we'll see in the next heat. Both Ball and Craig are in the next heat, so, and Lucas. So, a lot of guys who can punt if it comes to that.
Yeah, how are they going to get judged though?
I mean, let's cap it out of 4. Although if you land it like a crazy air, I think the judges would have to bite. Obviously, you wouldn't be looking for that. You're looking for the tube. They've been very clear, the competitors, that is what they're looking for. But if you just happen to see a ramp and can't help yourself and end up sticking a 6-foot high alley-oop, I don't think the judges will be able to resist.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. I think they recognise good surfing. Barrels are the main criteria, but if there's no barrels around, anything's in play. 1 minute on the clock. Parko, just with that.
4 and a 0.4. It's just consistent with numerically, I guess.
Yeah.
It's to move the decimal point around a little bit.
He likes to, keep it in the 4s.
Yeah, well,
famously.
Could be enough to get this one done. So we have 1 minute left.
On that,
a reminder from Oakberry Acai.
Good acai from Oakberry. Big sponsors, big supporters of surfing, Oakberry, and both here, Portugal, and then also in Australia. So yeah, Oakberry getting right behind surfing. As we see, there's that man.
Parko, whoa, letting the tail slide a little bit there.
So Joel getting another wave just to finish off, trying to back that 0.4 up. See what he did at the start, but he's done. He'll be pretty happy with his morning's work so far.
Yeah,
get through this.
Like Boonman having a sniff, nothing for him. What do you see here, Monday?
Pedro Collado up and riding, and he doesn't get a tube, so that's not going to count. And that could be his last swing of the dice. We've had a low-scoring heat. We've got Parkinson and Boonman. You've picked Boonman to go all the way to the final. So far, your picking's looking pretty good. The 2012 World Champion, Joel Parkinson, is through with the first. He gets a little bit of time off, and we march on in to the next heat pretty quickly. Chumbo, Santiago, trials winner, Ballaram Stack, Craig Anderson. Right now, though, we're going to have a short commercial break and come back with more live action right after this. We are live there, and there's Joel Parkinson in profile. We know that profile. I'll tell you what, we'll see that anywhere. Yeah, he is. Been sponsored by the Bong since he was, I think, about 13. So he's done a good 3 decades. And of course, this event here, the Capítulo Perfeito, is powered by Billabong, so their support is absolutely integral. And in terms of brand ambassadors, yeah, it doesn't get much better than world champion Parko, and he's got his heat, so we'll soon get to hear him talk to Emily, which will be interesting. Exactly, he's out of that. He misses that. We had some waves though. Oh, it is. Oh, there goes Lucas Jumbo. He went down the hole head first. I suppose when you're used to 70-foot Nazare mowing you down, a little free fall on a 6-footer is not going to rattle you too much, but yeah, he went for it, couldn't quite make it. Again, I mean, and then under the hood there is Balaram Stark, and he goes down. So 2 incompletes so far. Right now, though, someone who did make a completion and won the heat, it's Joel Parkinson. He's down there on the beach with Emily. Just getting that sorted. Em, do you read me? So we'll just get that when it comes to light. No, just getting it sorted. Here we go. I think we might be ready to hear the 2012 World Champion down there on the beach. Okay, well, I've got a few little technical difficulties. We'll get that pretty soon. Another incredible heat here. Craig Anderson, the winner of the trials, Santiago Gassa. So he had an incredible day, a day of surfing a few weeks ago. And Lucas Chumbo, one of the best big wave surfers in the world, and Balaram Stark, a pipeline legend. So, yeah, what an incredible sort of variety of surfers we've got, Nick. Yeah, stacked and stacked. And you can see there, you see Cascais in the distance there. Okay, we do have that interview ready now. Emily, take it away.
That is correct. I am here with Joel Parkinson. Joel, how does it feel to be back into Jersey?
Yeah, it feels weird. Like, I mean, I always said I'd kind of do it with the fun events, and this is such a cool event to be involved with. So, you know, it doesn't feel like a pure surf contest. It feels like, you know, it's a tube riding, it's a great atmosphere, and a great bunch of surfers in the event too. So, I'm here to just have fun and enjoy it, and hopefully get some waves, and that'd be a bonus.
Yeah, you got the last-minute call-up to come here to Portugal. What made you decide on getting on a plane all the way from Australia to come here to the Portuguese barrels?
Yeah, I'm not too sure. I was just like, well, like, my wife and I were like, well, let's go to Portugal. Let's go and have a week of fun and I mean, if I get a one-day surfing event, I get some good waves, and we get to, you know, cruise around Portugal for a few days afterwards. It's kind of a dream little holiday with a surf contest in the middle.
That sounds perfect. And can you tell us a little bit about, like, you know, what equipment you're riding today?
I'm riding a 6'4" JS schooner model. I don't think it really matters out there. Like, the conditions are pretty tough, and you could, you know, you need just something to kind of get around the lineup, and you're chasing down whatever you can find. So hopefully the wind turns offshore and it gets really good later, and you can get to feel your board and not the ocean just pounding you and getting washed around.
And we're also here with your caddy. I know we have 16 caddies here today who's helping you pro surfers, you know, carrying your boards, psyching you off. Can you just say a little bit about this program? I think it's pretty cool.
I love having caddies like Miriam's here, and when she goes to, I'll be your caddy today, I was like, awesome. And, you know, I feel like now we've made it through one heat. Now we're going to go all the way to the final, and I love always buffing them out at the end and giving them what we can, and getting a cool experience to get to meet cool people.
Well, it sounds amazing. I'll let you go get some rest for the next heat and get warm. Yeah, thank you, and back to you guys in the studio.
Thanks, Emily. Yeah, classic Parko, isn't that? Yeah, it really is. And got the right energy and just enjoying it. He's earned that. He's in his so-called retirement. But as you said, just managed to get over here, wedge a surf comp in the middle of a holiday with his wife Mon. And yeah, he's also though already talking up the final, isn't he? He's not mucking around. Yeah. So, yeah, that's right. Yeah, it was a good point, wasn't it? He's just trying to move around rather than not so much about the wave riding at this stage. A lot of ocean movement, a lot of bump. He's just had a sort of pretty strong day of south winds, which is blows straight into it yesterday. And then the wind just slowly clocking around from south to west and hopefully around to north. So yeah, so it is like, I was going to pick your brains, Nick. You've been here a long time. As you hold that thought, Craig Anderson swings on a left, and then he just can't get around the section and goes down the hole. Yeah, a little crease, wasn't there? And he just went over the hangers. I was going to ask you about the diving. We can see the stretch of coast here. There's a little reefs. This is a beach break, but you've spent a lot of time underwater in this neck of the world. How would you describe this sort of stretch around here? You know. And how's the drop off? Does it go from reefs to? Does it go deep soon, or? Right. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, right. Right, gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, wow. Yeah, interesting, all those little nooks and crannies in there, like, what are urchins on the reefs? What do you get urchins there? Yep. Yeah, it's a shame. Well, there's a tube there. Talk about disappearing. Craig Anderson disappearing behind the curtain. That's the style we love, and that's why Endo is one of the world's most favourite surfers. Everyone loves his style. I mean, not something I know too much about, but just being cool, just having that kind of charisma, isn't it? It's hard, it's hard to pinpoint why people have it or how they get it or what they do to earn it, but some people just have it. Kind of annoys me. Yeah, Rasta's got it. So surfing, both sort of on land, in the water as well, you know, like obviously in the water they just got, real smooth style and it's look great, but that's something else, a little, kind of makes, it makes me a little bit irritating. If I'm going to be honest, I want to be like that guy, you know. But I've come to terms with that. You can't, you can't be. That's why they're cool. Here he goes again, under the lip, little knock-kneed style. He's starting to find his groove. He surfs on the Merriweather Stretch, and that's actually where I grew up, or a bit south of there. And we get, and the beach there's a right-hand point, which is kind of, it's super fun. But a lot of left-handers at a place called Dixon Park and Poggos is left-hand beach breaks, like, and really hollow when it's good. It gets like this. Yeah, it is pretty consistent. There's always a wave there. Yeah, there's always wave there, and when you get those cyclone swells, it does get world class. This is the wave though, Nick. This is the good one. See how he moved his foot up, didn't he? Like that's that kind of tube style that some people have, the adjustment. Crikey, he's on the gin and tonics early. They don't mind in Portugal, do they? Love it. Yeah, this is just, well, Saturday, the sun's out, it's party time. There'd be non-alcoholic versions there. Look at that. I'll tell you what, he means business, doesn't he? Gin Sol. It's really well known for its gin, this part of the world. You can get some crackers in Cascais, can't you? Like those really good gin and tonics. Is that a tipple you enjoy, mate? The gin and tonic? Is that no? No. Yeah, I'm partial. I'll say I'm partial. Maybe. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what, they'll be partying today and tonight. The Capítulo crew are putting on a pretty big party tonight, after party, yeah. So, Capítulo Perfeito. Yeah, exactly. You're going to go, you'll squeeze it into 24 hours. Non-stop, good vibes. Yeah, incredible that you know, they really enjoy it and just organise something and build it up, and you know this. I mean, you couldn't also make a harder event to organise, could you? You know, you got to organise. You know, it's a really logistical nightmare. So they've made it hard for themselves, but that brings us advantage, doesn't it? Also brings the waves, and over time they've just built it, and the surfers have come basically.
Usually like what, 2-3 day events or whatever, you know, to do it in one day and, you know, boom, 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 and you know, just this is what, how many heats we have all together, Ben?
I think 15 or so.
Yeah, something like that. I mean, it's pretty quick thing for all that is involved around it. You know?
Ah, massive. Yeah. So here we go. Now we've got out there in the water camera. Can we hear him speak? Meanwhile, Chumbo on his backhand, trying to get something happening. We haven't seen the best of Chumbo yet. One of the world's really great tube riders. Hasn't been quite able to just get under the hood yet.
We haven't seen the best of Balaram either, have we?
No. Balaram, who has made the final here a few times. Just needs one good tube. Craig's 3.33 so far, the only wave of note. You can see the rip there. People just trying to find a bit of clear water. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Craig be feeling good about that about now. I mean, he picked the two little gems that came through. Nothing major, but, you know, good enough.
Makes a big difference though, doesn't it? Just getting a few little waves, completions, you feel like you're in the groove a little bit more.
In the groove, there you go. For sure.
As you see, sand churning up.
Yeah, I was on my break. When I was on my break outside, I was just looking at the entire beach like we're watching it on the screen here, right? And, to look at the whole beach is completely different than looking at the area that you watch here. So we got a paddle by Balaram.
Here we go, trying to get a bit of tube time. Comes out.
Head dipper.
Still going.
Looking for
little chop up. Nice, a stack back in the game.
Finish.
First wave of note. And
going for that little extra on the end, eh?
Yeah.
The icing on the cake.
0.5 point could make the difference.
Hey, it is what it is, you know. It's
So he had to work this way, didn't he, Nick?
Yeah. Hey?
He had to work for that one.
Yeah, he did, definitely. But it was, you know, put it together.
Also saw some of those bigger sets, as we see just slow man there, just puts the anchors on there, little tube.
Stall on it.
That's what it's all about.
Top corner, yeah.
They all count. And
there's some big, well, look, when you were out there, there's some big ones out on the
breaking
left
on
there.
the outer reef, even way outside. Is that just an outer button out there or a reef? Or?
No, I mean, it works, you know, at certain times you get really good waves out there.
Really?
And it used to be the main focal point was farther down there. It was a big left that just, you know, honed off of that corner out there.
Yeah. Well, I saw some breaking quite far out to see almost like Yeah. I suppose that helped breaks it up a little bit too. They reform, maybe refract a little bit.
Yeah, but like I say, it changed a lot with sand flow and all that.
Yeah.
You know, so it's a shifty beach brake, but like the ones we're looking in the far corner out the back there, right? But they're farther out.
Yeah. Yeah, they're the ones you see, those magic big green barrels that you get. So we're hoping for more of that this afternoon. Just progressing through the tide. 2 hours past the high tide now, so we're just going up to like 3:30. Will be.
We've only got what a meter difference between the tides, so
right?
Not even a meter, I think.
Pretty small coefficient, yeah.
Which is probably good, because if you get those dredging low tides where it pulls way out, it can get nightmarish.
Too much,
current-wise, especially, you know, coming off the kind of storm and wind we had yesterday. So
we're good. We got the tide, we got the swell. Just
got the athletes, that's for sure.
Got the athletes. We're making do with the commentary, and yeah, we've got big crowds. We've got big support. Minnie, been a huge supporter. To Visit Portugal, you'll see there again getting right behind surfing, and have done for a long time. Onyria, where we're staying at the hotel there.
Hotel, eh?
Yeah, beautiful, right near the golf course.
And that's a beautiful. That's like if you go past Cascais and turn north, that's a beautiful bit of coastline there on the way up to Quinta and that, which is now westerly facing as opposed to where we're right now. We're south facing. That's after you make the turn there. It's a beautiful line of coast.
Just around that little peninsula, isn't it? And that's what means that in summer it sucks in all the swell, doesn't it? So in summer you've always got a 3-4 foot wave there, haven't you, all the time?
Exactly.
Yeah, it's a pretty special part of the world. I met some golfers, yeah, they weren't surfers, and they were like, oh, there's surf here. I was like, yeah, mate, what do you think we're here for? But they were going, we can't believe. Yesterday they played when the hotel where we're staying, amazing hotel, played a round of golf, you know, 18 holes, and he said an incredible course.
Yeah.
It was all about $100, they were saying, for the, you know, the whole experience and breakfast, and he was in the sauna. I was like, yeah, living the dream. So many great golf courses around this part of the world. You into that, mate?
And I mean, look at the sunshine. Oh, am I into golf?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I play there. No, I go rarely. You know, I love playing golf, but I go rarely.
Been a big crossover these days from the golf and surfing, isn't there?
Yeah.
Seeing all, yeah.
Golf's it's a pricey game, though. You know what I mean? If you're not loaded with cash, it's pretty expensive.
Yeah. Ocean's free, isn't it?
Yeah. You know, back for the days where you ride your bike down to the 3-par with a few clubs and knock it around, you know, with the boys, and it was pretty cheap. I mean, you know, California had a lot of, what are they called? Public courses that are pretty reasonable, so.
Yeah. But it's got it all. Whatever you want to do on this stretch of the coast, you want your golf, you want your surf, diving, you want your fishing.
Golf course, for sure, everything. And look at the sunshine. I mean, we're in winter time right now. It's beautiful weather.
Absolutely. So those scores in there, 5.73, pretty low numbers. Anderson and Stack coming up in the lead. Two of the more high-profile surfers. Jumbo needs a score. He'll want to win this, as we see the trials winner, Santiago, on his forehand, gets a little bit of a cover-up. That'll feel good.
Yep.
Hear the crowd sort of whistling, on a little bit of support.
Homeboy.
Kicks the fins out. And he just goes down. So back in the game. All these four surfers still in the game, which is good.
This is the first of our loser rounds.
Yeah, it's sudden death now. These two will be packing their bags potentially. Got to get through this. We get to see all the surfers surf twice, which is part of why the format's so good. Everyone gets an equal opportunity, gets another crack at it. Right now, Jumbo. Sort of cheap, just sort of behind the scene there.
Yeah.
Just banging
down Santiago's game. Wave, yeah. There you go.
Gets a score. There we go. There's that front angle of Santiago's wave. Nice smooth style. Looks pretty relaxed for the young kid. Done really well to get into this event. The trials was packed with some of the best up-and-coming talents of Portugal in this area.
He got through the trials for this event. I was talking with Buck, which was in memory of Dapin, famous local surfer.
Tell you what I'm looking forward to though later on too is a special women's heat, Nick.
Yeah.
4 Portuguese stars coming in for the women's. surf out there. A trip for two to the Mentawais, 10-day boat trip.
That's a women's thing.
Yeah, that's the women prize. Yep. So incredible prizes on offer, and the women's will be charging. Yolanda Hopkins, of course, one of Portugal's great.
She's in charge, right?
Yeah, she'll be loving this. Gabriel Diniz also. So yeah, some real great sort of young Portuguese surf stars coming up.
We've got Mafalda.
So yeah, it's going to be
on my list here.
It's going to be pretty good. Okay, well, while we sort that out, we're going to go a short commercial break and come back with the rest of the heat right after this. We are back live action as we see Ando pull the pin on that one.
Yeah, pulled it quick on that one.
So we're just talking about that women's seat coming up later on in the day. A first. So it's going to go pretty good. But right now though, I think we've got Emily Utrip down there on the beach with Cam Richards. Let's hear what Cam's got to say.
Ted, that is correct, Mandy. I am down here in the athlete zone actually with Cam Richards. Cam, can you just tell us a little bit about, flying into Portugal, being part of this event?
Yeah, just I was a last-minute call-up and very grateful just to be here. I was actually here probably 2 weeks ago or so came back and now I'm back again. Big fan of the place and just stoked to hunt some barrels with the boys and girls too.
And we're down here with the board racks. You see, there's a lot of boards here. And yeah, we'd like to take a little bit of a look of your quiver. Would you be able to show us your boards?
I can do that. This is a 6'4". This is what I rode in my first heat. Quad. I kind of just had the idea of just trying to, a lot of water moving, so I wanted a lot of foam. But after the first heat, I think I'm going to switch over to just a little bit of a normal shortboard step up, just like a 5'10", 5'11". That way you can get more creative on the smaller waves and try to force a couple little barrels in case you're struggling. So like to have both the options, great backup, and yeah, foam is your friend for sure out there.
And can you just say a little bit about, how you're such a stylish surfer? How do you adjust your style to conditions like this? I know it's really hard.
I know it's really hard. You kind of have to put that away and just try to get barreled. So yeah, just stoked to have opportunity, and seems like it's getting better. So just hopefully one comes my way.
Well, we're excited to see you later on in round 2. So good luck, and back to you guys in the studio in the heat.
Yeah, thanks, Emily. Awesome from Cam. Great little insight there. Lots to unpick from that one. Foam is your friend.
Foam is your friend. Foam is my friend everywhere.
Foam is your friend.
Everywhere.
You spent a lot of time with foam, haven't you? Cement surfboards.
Yeah, foam.
You've probably inhaled 8 surfboards in your career, the whole ones. Bit by particle by particle.
40 some odd years of making them. Yeah, you've probably swallowed a couple.
Do you want to take the Nick surfboard quiz then? Do you want to? I'm going to give you a challenge, Nick.
All
you
right.
have to come up any decade, you've been here 70s, 80s, 90s, hold that thought as we see Chumbo dragging, can't get the tube.
Yeah.
You've got to make your perfect board for your perfect day at Carcavelos throughout the last 4 decades. What would you make? What would you dream of?
Depend on who it was. See, that's what's so complicated about surfboards.
Okay.
See, that's why I'm going to find my way around that perfect board.
Okay.
So as you got 6 foot tall, is he 5'5"? You know, I mean, there's so much that goes into it. But I'm going to say on a perfect clean day, maybe a quad on a really good day. Pintail quad, maybe a 6'2" if it's solid and that, you know. Depending on who I'm going to put it underneath, but, you know.
Okay. All right. 6'2", nice clean quad. As you see, a late drop there. He packs this. This is what one in the trial, Santiago, and he's going deep. Beautiful angle there from the drone before.
Yeah, that was great.
That'll make him feel like he's back in the mix at least. He didn't come out, but he knows if he can get one of those and come out, he's
yeah, that would have been sick if he would have got out of that one. It would have been something to be reckoned with, I reckon, on that wave, for sure.
Yeah, good style.
Santiago.
Not afraid to pack the bombs. Knows his beach inside out. So good surfing from the Grom. He's currently just edging ahead of Bal. As we see, Bal stuck there looking at this one, paddling hard.
Yeah, he's going for this one for sure.
Drops down. Hope he's going to go square on the inside. He's trying to get around it. There he goes, stalls. It's a little head dip. Yeah. Not what he wanted. It's a score, but
that was a little bit off timing, I think. And there wasn't a whole lot there to take advantage of, I think, anyways.
Sort of best ones, you kind of getting tubed almost off the takeoff, aren't you, out here? Unless you bottom and turn, and if you have to find it. See, that first section's gone, and he was hunting
just too foamy and shut down and only open right there. And it's, you know. Yeah, it's like you say, like the one that we saw Bruno Santos earlier drop straight into. Those are the ones you want out here. You drop right into them.
It's interesting though, Cam was saying he dropped down from that 6'4" quad down to that sort of 5'11", 5'10" stuff. That's a pretty big drop, isn't it? I suppose
it's a big drop, but I think, again, it's like that for that quick little reaction where you want to, you know, get in the barrel, and that just gives you a bit more maneuverability. You know?
Yeah. And I suppose till you turn up, you're thinking, you never know, it could be 6 to 8 foot, absolutely macking. And he was in the first heat, so you got to adjust. Go chill. Yeah, people love him to go. There's Ando, there's the style. Nice little tube, really great bottom end turn. There's a little fade again. And the style that we know and love. Just chip away.
Just looks like he's feeling comfy anyways, huh?
Yeah, he's getting in. He's just arrived yesterday. His sister also a great surfer. She's come really close to making the CT, Philippa, over the years. So she's taken the competitive route much more seriously than Craig. But he's got a single on. He's got a heat lead. So at the moment he's
super smooth. He could have given some of that smoothness to me and you, eh?
But, yeah, he's got plenty.
I could use a bit of that. He's got a load of it. Huh?
Yeah, he hasn't got enough to give us to smooth our rough edges.
Yeah, we need a lot.
A lot of filler. And, good style though. Even that little check turn. Didn't get barrel, but was looking for a little bonus section. There's the angle. A really unique style. He puts those sort of knees together. Often gets higher on the board. So that back foot even ends quite far forward. And yeah, Craig. No, Anderson looking good. Not a huge numbers, but he's got a heat lead. Bal just got up into second place with that real small 1.13, so good competitive surfing. 5 minutes left to go.
You can see that wind still. There's still a bit of west in it because it's kind of pushing the things a bit sideways. If we can get that to swing just a hair farther north, it's going to make a big difference in what's happening.
Yeah, that's the plan. That's what we forecast. It's a tricky one, but general tendencies to go a bit more north as the day goes on. As that land heats up a bit will help. Chumbo now really looking for a wave desperately. Doesn't need a big number. It's desperate to get through. Competitive man that he is. And it's all set here. Really flexible surfer too, Lucas. Just loves to surf all waves. You know, he's always out there.
Where do you surf at home, Ben? When you're home yourself?
Back in
England?
Yeah, down south and North Devon.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's good waves down there. On North Devon, like the Croyd Stretch, and South Devon. in the winter swells.
Cold, yeah?
Yeah, pretty
Hoodies,
cold.
boots.
Yeah, pretty cold, especially on that south coast. 8 degrees, 9 degree water at the moment. Pretty cold. Here's a recap though. We're going to go through what these surfers have done in the Portuguese waters. We've got Anderson out in front. How did he get there? Well, he did this.
Yeah.
Classic tube riding there.
No doubt.
So he got a wave up and then backed it up pretty quick. Smaller little one. Still just getting a little bit of coverage. Still he's starting to find his little mojo though, hey Nick? He's just getting a few good waves, picking the right ones. There we go. That was the biggest wave of the heat. That was Santiago, the wild card winner. The trials winner, just packing a big one.
Didn't get out of it. Would have been a definite keeper, that one.
The mini heat recap. And that sees Anderson out in front, stacked in second, but it's tiny numbers needed for Santiago Gassa and Lucas Chumbo-Chienka.
But time is running out.
Time waits for no man.
That's it.
3 on the clock. And we've got a few waves just waiting for it. Endo signaling a couple of threes.
Yeah, there's only, I mean, Santiago's looking for a 2.14. Luke is looking for a 1.8, which is nothing, so it's still anyone's game as far as like that second place spot there.
Yeah, and you can see sometimes those little trail of foam out the back of the top of your screens, and those sets heat out wide. Take probably a minute to come in. Sitting out there just now, but probably hopefully get one more set, one more opportunity. 2 minutes on the clock, and looking like it could go that way. Of course, Anderson and Stack hoping for it to go flat. You see a little stack, it's like barrel of Stack must have got a wave just out of our periphery, so he just shuffled off the leaderboard. So Bal, perennial performer here, finalist, multiple finalist, going for the win. It looks like he's edged up into that all-important first place. We'll get that wave, no doubt. As we see Craig looking at it. There we go, a few sets.
I don't think we saw that wave. Just that wave from
I think we haven't seen it yet, so hopefully they'll track it on one of the cameras.
All right.
Bales is way up to the north of the screen there. You can see up the far right, so maybe just out of the periphery. Some action here. Lucas Chienka eyeing one off. Paddling hard on the inside, minute on the clock. He's going to get one more opportunity, you'd imagine, and no more than that.
I don't think so.
Fortune looks like now Santiago, and there he goes. A little floater, a little rock and roll, grinding it out. Hard to say. Doesn't look like his body language. Looks like he got that first tube that he needed.
Well, he needed a 3.56.
Yeah, we'll never know. See what he did out the back. 1 minute left on the Oakbury assay timer. Lucas going back out. He's not giving up. You never know. He might get out and snap up something.
See the beginning of that wave.
See Bale looking a bit more comfortable now. 6.93 in the lead. 40 seconds on the clock. We could see Lucas Chumbo-Chienka, one of the high-profile surfers, about to exit this event.
Not enough.
But we'll see. He got a score in, but it wasn't enough. I don't think he got another 20 seconds on the clock. Here goes Bale, oh, there goes Gracias. So we'll see what the wild card is. Endo getting pummeled. He's done enough. 14 seconds on the clock. A bit of a flurry. A few waves to catch up on. Craig's going to come in. Looks like he may have just done enough. The hooter goes.
I think it stands. I think we're all in.
I think we're done. Yeah. So Bale and Craig, two goofy footers are through, it looks like. So two of the more high-profile surfers. We lose Lucas Chumbo-Chienka though. It's a bit of a shock, but that's just the way it goes in these type of conditions. Bale will be happy with
the way
that.
the cookie crumbles, eh?
That's it, mate. It's tough out there. And you see this is after the hoot up. Goes for a little loop. Doesn't quite make it. And we move on to the next seat pretty quick. So right now, while we just shuffle those cards, we're going to go to a short commercial break. Come back with Brendan Buckley after this short commercial break.
We have been testing natural rubber to replace traditional neoprene.
In the last 3 years, we launched a few natural rubber wetsuits range.
This rubber is harvested from FSC certified plantation in Guatemala.
Our natural rubber wetsuits use 85% natural rubber and 15% additives like soybean oil and recycled carbon black.
Our wetsuits are made with natural rubber. Make the best wetsuits.
Be good to the ocean.
Surfboards and sharing knowledge alongside the best. Combining master craftsmanship with the latest CNC technology and premium materials, our boards are tested and trusted by the world's top surfers. Experience, innovation, and performance drive everything we do. This is our passion. This is our craft. We are pulling surfboards.
Right on.
Passion, craft, foam,
There you go.
fiberglass. So you see Balaram stack on the screen there. Signing some autographs. Man, the people, Balaram. Running the front pad too, which I feel like is an increasingly rare move these days, but it worked for him. He just won that heat. Shakas all around. He's pretty used to throwing those, spending so much time in Hawaii, eh?
Yeah. All right. Good to see him get through, him and Craig.
Him and Craig are through, and now we're going to figure out who's going to join them.
Second sudden
the other
death.
side of the fence.
Got 2 Portuguese against 2 Brazilians. João Guedes, Guilherme Fonseca, Victor Bernardo, and Pedro Calao.
What language do you think they're speaking out there?
French probably, man.
You think so? Yeah, ça va. Ça va ou pas? Anyway, it looked like a nice, fun last heat with Ball and Craig getting through.
Yeah, definitely.
It's interesting to see Ball and his good old buddy Cam Richards will be in the next heat together. Ball's going to hardly have time to, he'll probably stay in his wedding, I think.
Are they good friends for a long time now?
Yeah, they're great friends. Both
All right.
grew up east coast of the U.S. So they've known each other for probably since they were 12. I think, Ball's a little bit older than Cam, but only by a few years. They've known each other for a good long time and have both found their way into some crazy waves over the years. So it'll be great to see them going together in the next heat against the local boy and last year's champ, Thiago Stock. It's a pretty gnarly heat.
Yeah, gnarly heat for Thiago also, eh?
Yeah.
Those are 2 major forces, yeah.
Will the East Coasters tag team him up and prevent him from getting the wave he knows he wants? I doubt it. Ball and Cam are both way too lovely and polite and, not that compy. I don't think they'll be super aggressive. They'll just try to get whatever wave comes to them. Good way to operate, don't you think?
For sure, definitely. Yeah, the beach starting to get stacked.
It is. It is getting busy down there. It's a nice sunny day. We had a beautiful weather for this last year too. It's one of those days where we're getting near to March now, so we're getting through the winter. But I think when you have a sunny Saturday, as we see Blue Pedro Calado taking off on this thing from the drone angle, he kicks out. We'll have another look at that to see if he found himself inside that wave or just near the innards of it.
Yeah.
Makes all the difference in surfing, doesn't it?
Let's see it from down below here. I think it's crazy. We're like, quickly you come to the end of winter, isn't it?
Here we go. Here's that replay. So.
All right, not much there.
Nothing for him there, but getting started. Here's another replay.
João Guedes. Block it.
Start the heat.
It's
Nothing
something.
crazy,
There you go.
but
Yeah, the end of the winter comes on quick, doesn't it? There's still a lot of swells coming, but got a month and a half left of winter, or 2 months and it's over. Again.
As much as I love the winter waves, the end of winter is never really a bad thing, is it?
Yeah.
We all love a little bit of springtime and summer.
Yeah. But it's crazy, like if you go out today, I just went out when I was on my break and it's like spring, summer already, you know.
Yeah, you could
That's the thing about Portugal, man, it does that.
You could be hanging out on the beach in a swimsuit if you
There you
want. Speaking of hanging out on the beach, we have Emily down on the beach with the last heat's winner. Let's see what Ball's up to.
That is correct. I am down here with Balaram Stack. Balaram, you got the job done into the next round. Can you just tell us a little bit about this heat?
Yeah. I mean, it's luck of the draw, kind of. Like, you're kind of just looking for any little corner that'll maybe have a barrel. And I ended up actually having a really good chance that I didn't make. I was a little bit under it and jumped, but I think the wave was insane. So there's incredible waves out there. It's just kind of hard to find. But, yeah, I got lucky, got a little one.
Yeah, so you took a pretty hot beating on that one. How was it coming back after that?
Yeah, I was just bummed I didn't make it. I was like, that's the only chance I'm going to get, but ended up pulling off a little foamy kind of barrel, so I don't know, still going.
So what do you think going into next round? It looks like the conditions hopefully are going to improve a little bit. Do you think we're going to see some big barrels later on in the day?
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, there's already like really good ones. It's just hopefully we see more frequent ones, so yeah, hopefully if there's anyone at home watching, what up, and hopefully we'll bring home some placement.
Yeah, last year you made it into the final and you're back again this year. Can you just say a few words about being back at this event and why this event is so special?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a while now. I've done quite a few of these, I guess, and it's always so fun to come. I mean, regardless of the waves, which end up being really good every year, it's just a fun event. Like, Twiga puts together so accommodating and like gets a good crew here, and we're always just stoked to come because the waves are fun in Portugal, and I don't know, I'm always ready to come back. I mean, I left pumping Hawaii, pipeline was going off, and I came here and I was like, I had been there for months already, so I was stoked to come try and get some barrels here, but always fun.
And who are you excited to surf against today?
I'd be sick to have a heat with Parko. I don't think I've ever done that before, so yeah, that would be cool. But
well, let's hope that's happening later. Good luck in the next heat, and back to you guys in the studio.
What up, New York?
Yeah, unreal. Nice to see that enthusiasm, huh?
It is.
Left pumping pipeline to come do some tubes here. Love to surf with Parko. It's all good stuff. Right?
It's not an easy thing to do, pull Balaram away from pipeline and the North Shore. You know, he's been doing winters there for so long. I think it really is, people almost use it as a cliche, like second home thing, but I really do think he feels a deep connection to that place and really feels at home when he's there. So hard to do, but we got him here.
But it's a long earned slot. I mean, to have your spot there, to be able to like have a spot in the lineup at Pipe is not an easy chore, right?
No, it is definitely not an easy
long time coming
for a boy from Point Lookout, New York to do. Hello to all his friends and family if you're watching. Hope it's a lovely morning on the East Coast. Hi, Mary, Paul's mom, if you're around. Your son's doing great. We're taking care of him over here, and we are watching the second heat of this rubber charge to see who might join him in the later rounds of this event, which he just always seems to find himself in, old Balaram. Like we said, he will be jumping right into the next heat. He's not going to have much time to kind of think about his next moves because...
Oh, that's right. He's got one heat off and he's back on.
Yeah. So we almost had Cam Richards coming in the booth for this too, and then he was like, wait, I have to surf. You know?
Oh, you were going to have him in there. We'll get him later.
Maybe focus on that instead.
We'll get him later.
So.
Or not.
Cam will be in here at some point, but he has to surf a heat first, ladies and gentlemen. So should be fun. We're going to keep on trying to get some more friends in here, keep it exciting for you as we see the surfers getting excited about something. Looks like White could be in the spot. Blue might think he is, but White is more appropriate. He's behind the section here. Not gonna work out for Guy, unfortunately. The drone angle looked like that thing had some potential, had a good line to it, but
well, it's like Balaram was saying. Actually, you know, they're out there. There's waves that they're out there. You just gotta, you know, keep trying and hunt them down. But I'm sure he saw some perfect waves, and he said he kind of blew a good one out there also. So
here's a replay of Guy. Let's see. This thing, I mean, just that section there that kind of crumbled instead of being open. Here, give it a applause in the beach. Maybe there's another wave going down that, so you'll be seeing it shortly. We'll all be enjoying it together. And there we go. Blew the wave and out of it. Pedro Colada with I think that's the wave of the day so far, correct?
that'll be the best wave yet.
Like we were just talking about, that are out here. We're getting a replay of Pedro, but this thing was perfect. Look at that.
Beautiful.
That's what Guy's wave looked like it was going to do, but just a dreamy one there. Best wave of the day so far. So that's feeling good.
Yeah, that's it. I was talking with Ben earlier, and the ones you slip right in, straight into, like this one, those are the gems.
Absolutely.
As Bruno did in his first heat, you know, just slide right into them straight off the takeoff.
I think that is showing people what, I mean, people know what this wave is capable of. Obviously, they've seen it go off for the past few years, but a glimmer of what's to come this afternoon, I think. The wind is coming around a bit, and that wave just had the exact shape that we're looking for. Meaty, round, perfect.
Carcavelos starting to shine.
Starting to shine. Look at that left. It's waking up. So looking good. Judges, you have some thinking to do. We're excited to reveal the results of your deep thoughts here. But yeah, off the gut, that feels.
You can see it smoothing out there, eh? Look at the water in the forefront there. It's smoothing out quite a lot.
Sure looks like it. That nice blue sky doesn't hurt either. Looks like a fun place to be right now is that ocean. So getting better and better as we see Pedro's score starting to come in.
Where have you been surfing this winter, mostly? I
love my beach breaks.
But you've been up around your plat, around Santa Cruz, or
yeah,
more supers than that?
Yeah, super I think is my favorite wave to surf here.
Really?
Yeah,
all right.
I really like that wave. And so when that's good, I try to go there. As we see Pedro Colado again, looking for another one. Smaller wave, not much on offer there, but yeah, I really like that wave. This event has run there in the past, although I love its new home here at Carcavelos. It's just, as you can really speak to, it's such a historic place, and its proximity to the city makes it special. You know, I think people can just take public transit here pretty easily from the city, escape the madness of Lisbon for a day, watch some of the world's best surfers get tubed. It's, you know, pretty easy choice for them, isn't it?
No doubt, no doubt.
So yeah, been a fun winter. We've had great waves. And now we've got this specialty event to enjoy.
Yeah, there's been some solid days also, eh?
Yeah.
Up in the 80 area and all around. There's been some really big days.
We've had some great days. Have you been getting in the water?
I haven't that much, actually, to tell you the truth. Hasn't been my busiest winter, no.
All right, Victor Bernardo having a paddle here. Thinking about it, kicking into it. He's behind a little peak, and there's nothing for him. He even makes that look good. It's just almost frustrating. You're like, that should not look aesthetically pleasing, and yet he makes even just going straight look good. That is true style.
He's a super positive, happy character, that guy.
It's a bit of a cliche, I guess, but people say that your personality seeps into your surfing in a way, and I think that is true for him. He is just this upbeat, fun. You see him, he's always smiling, happy guy, and I think you can really tell that he's enjoying himself in his wave like this one. So
I hadn't seen him in a couple of years. He used to come through each set for all the contests and that. QS days. Will someone slide into that right-hander there?
So we have a score for Pedro Colado, and it is definitely the wave of the day. It is an 8.33. So
all right,
things are trending upwards, folks. Highest score of the day. And
that's getting up there. 8.33, huh?
Interesting stuff happening in the water. I think we're going to see a replay shortly, but some confusion. Here's the replay. So we've got Pedro there, and Guy, it looks like, and Guy seems to have been under the impression that Pedro was going to swing left. Pedro didn't swing left. He went right. That's looking like a pretty clear interference to me. Of course, the judges will make that call, but I think if you looked at the surfing textbook, that would probably
definitely.
Be
I don't know what the priority was. I didn't notice what the priority was before that. Do you know what it was?
I'm not sure. I don't. I'm not sure what the priority situation was, or if that factors into this event. But if we can say that, you know, it's Pedro's wave, then Guy would definitely have that interference.
Yeah.
So Pedro's 8, looking good. It won't change his situation too much if he cops interference, but we'll see how the judges play that one.
Yeah. Oh, paddle. All right.
So we saw Victor there, getting another wave. Nothing remarkable, but he had a swing. Gave it a try. The good old college try.
I don't think they called interference or anything there. All the scores are in, as far as I can see.
I don't see a triangle on the board just yet, which could be a good sign. But
That looks good.
Rules are rules, but you would hate to see an interference wave like that. A wave like this, however, gave him a little almost vision there. But yeah, I mean, to get an interference on a wave that is pretty insignificant, it's never a fun thing. But obviously, you need structure. You don't really have a surf contest without structure and rules in place that everybody has to play by. So you understand where they're coming from. As we see Key again, not going, sniffing, not going. But here's his replay.
So again, Fonseca, he's a surfer from up around the Peniche area. He's a great surfer, Fonseca. Again, he's been chiseling away for quite a few years now on national tour and the WQS and that.
He is a great surfer. I think he's got such a solid backside too.
Oh, his folks in that, yeah, really good family and all that.
Yeah, so he's great to see. Great to see him get a call up to this event. Definitely deserves it.
Right.
There's Nick.
That's him. There he is.
There's a
old
handsome
guy.
Say hi to the world, Nick.
As we watch.
Go ahead and say hello to the people. And people, say thank you to Nick. He is somebody who's poured decades into, I think you guys were talking about last heat, but sculpting polyurethane into objects that bring us a lot of joy. You're an incredible
shaping surfboards. 42
That's
years of that. And there's another guy. Buck.
Hello, everybody.
Say hello to the crowd.
Shaped a board or two hasn't gone well. But those are the faces behind the voices you're hearing. Face radio, if you will. This is my assessment of myself. But Nick, you're a handsome man. He's a handsome man too, who we see on screen there. So, big smile on him.
All right, we have Pedro Calada was at 8.33. Best heat of the contest so far, standing out in front.
Yeah, like Ball was saying, there's very good waves out there.
Yeah.
You know, as the afternoon goes on, tide gets lower, the wind comes around, we are going to see a higher frequency of those good waves, but there's no denying that they are out there now, and it was sick to see Pedro find one.
Yeah, it's a bit of patience.
Bit of patience goes a long way in these conditions.
So we've got this heat, right, Buck? This is the last of the losers round, or the sudden death, right?
Yes.
And then we've got what? 4 heats of 3?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And we got ladies later on battling for a trip to the Menawais.
Who wouldn't love that?
Yeah, no doubt. Trip for 2.
Trip for 2.
Probably get the first place and second place can just say, let's just go easy on each other and we'll both go. Huh?
Yeah, maybe they could make a little agreement before the heat, team up on each other, just 2-on-2 out there with a trip to the men's. It's worth it, huh? I mean,
no doubt. What resort is it? Kandui or?
I believe it's in that zone.
It's on the same, right?
Yeah, so it's a great trip. Obviously, in years past, they've given a trip to the Mentwise away to a junior division. They had a next generation. They're calling it a new generation.
Oh yeah, that was great. That was great. Well, that was done also by Twiga, right? Same organization, Capítulo Perfeito. They did a little young ones out there.
So they always find some great sponsors for this event, and we're about to hear from some of them. Let's cut to a quick commercial break.
We have been testing natural rubber to replace traditional neoprene.
In the last 3 years, we launched a few natural rubber wetsuits range.
This rubber is harvested from an FSC certified plantation in Guatemala.
Our natural rubber wetsuits use 85% natural rubber and 15% additives like soybean oil and recycled carbon black.
Our wetsuits are made with natural rubber. Make the best wetsuits.
Be good to the ocean.
A Surfreg está a criar a app que vai levar a tua experiência no surf. Podes filmar as tuas surfadas com a ajuda de câmaras robotizadas disponíveis nas principais praias de surf e receber os teus vídeos automaticamente. Como funciona tudo isto?
Regista-te, faz login através do quiosque na praia, recolhe a pulseira, veste-a no braço e vai surfar o tempo que quiseres. Devolve a pulseira e descarrega os vídeos imediatamente.
Surf Rec. These guys don't need it. They got plenty of cameras pointed at them, but it is an incredible product that they've put together in this digital world. So go check them out. They said sign up on the beach, get a little bracelet, and come in, and all your clips will be on your phone. What a world we live in, Nick.
Exactly.
I don't believe they had that set up when you first arrived in Portugal.
I couldn't even find a wetsuit when I first came to Portugal, let alone a surfboard. There's Victor Bernardo.
Little closeout there.
All right.
Not going to do too much damage to the scoreline, but
Still that beautiful position of Victor, eh?
He was. Still making it look pretty.
Yeah, and he's a big kid, eh? He's not like, you know, he's not a little guy, and he gets right in there, slotted into that one.
That one did actually have a nice line to it until it arrived at that section, but the first section or two, very pretty, quite round, and then just kind of had that end bit that wanted nothing to do with him. That's all right. He'll find him. He's got 12 minutes left to see if he can find one that stays open. I think he will. Although it seems like Pedro Collado has been pretty patient after
that wave. Huh?
I guess he knows he's sitting in a good spot. When you have an 8.33 on a day like this, you're not going to be too stressed.
Yeah.
Although I think anytime you're in a heat, you always feel some level of stress.
He was even, one judge awarded him a 9 on that wave, actually.
Hey, let the judge live, man.
And we'll still wait.
Getting excited.
All the people down on the beach with their little 10 rackets.
Yeah, come on, where were you?
Hopefully see them flying later on.
I think Ben claimed before that he senses a 10 in the air today, which would be a delight to see as we see our pretty beach here. It's a pretty beach, and it's quite a long beach. What would you say? It's about
really long beach.
Kilometer, 2 kilometers, something like that. So quite fun. You could always surf off to the side of this event too, which is nice. It's always nice, I think, to have that option. You know, there's some surf events where that isn't an option, and so you're going there just to watch. But here you can go sneak off, get a few waves to the side, you know, maybe even see somebody get very, very barreled from the side. That's quite a view, not a view that you get access to in many other sports. And then you can come hang out on the beach, maybe treat yourself to a beer, maybe a coffee. I don't know, whatever you're feeling.
Great images to get these days with the drone views, of everything.
And here we see Victor
again.
Replay. Beautiful stall there. He does come out, so that wave is gonna.
That'll weigh in there.
That'll do something. Right now, Joao Guedes has a 3.17, which is the second highest score of the heat. I'd have to think Victor's is going to go higher than that, so he could be sitting in second after this. I would love to see more of him. You know,
yeah, you get to
bit
feel
of a passion pick, but anytime you get to watch that guy surf, I think you should be grateful for it, especially live like this.
Is that Victor? Yeah.
Victor, yeah.
Yeah, we didn't see much of him in the first heat, and you know, up to this wave, really haven't seen much so far. Also, the last couple waves.
Might be a spot for a quick left with a doggy door here, but that would be a very quick doggy door. Although the second peak on that thing looks like it had a decent line. So we see a ski there, providing us with some great water footage as well.
He's sitting, he's hanging from the spot though.
Swinging on this, although so is Guy. We are getting a look at Pedro Colado. I'm sure we'll catch up with what else happened on that wave because there's quite a few interested parties.
Getting busy. Got a few scores coming in.
10 minutes left, scores coming in, sun's out. Wind is just inching 1 degree more north at a time.
Yeah, it's just little by little, isn't it? It's coming around.
So you see a replay here. Here's that beginning of Pedro Colado's wave.
Yeah, it gave him really no opportunity. Just
nothing of consequence there. Then here's that drone angle of Guy, who also didn't have anything of significance. Look at that. Pretty view of the coastline here.
View, yep.
How'd the coastline look? What year did you first arrive?
78.
78. Was it built up like this, or is it more?
I mean, there's tons of construction that wasn't here at the time. You know, it was totally different as far as that goes. But I mean, it was priceless. It was beautiful when I got here.
Still is.
I was, you know, for the beauty of Portugal and like the warmth of the people and how good the food was. And, I mean, at the time, how cheap everything was, and it was still kind of primitive. I mean, a bit, you know. I mean, it was unspoiled. I would think, like everybody left their keys in the door. You know, I'd guys say, "Oh, come over to my house for dinner," and if no one's there, just go in. You know, there's people that didn't knew me for what, a month, and they're like, just, you know, come over if no one's there, walk in, wait for us. You know. And it was like that. That was Portugal. It was like everybody had their keys in their doors. You know, there's no one. And it was beautiful. It was a beautiful time to.
Beautiful country, beautiful people, some beautiful waves, which we might be seeing one of soon with somebody in that thing traveling through.
You know, and if you come from crowded California, I mean, this was '78. It was loaded. I mean, you know, Huntington Beach and all the places. It was packed with people back in the day. I mean, boy, before that even. You know, back in the '60s, it was packed in '50s and whatnot. But yeah, just come over here and really find it with not many people out. It was great.
Yeah, I can only imagine. Although you may have found not many people out, but it sounds like you also had a hard time finding a wetsuit and boards. As we're gonna catch up on some replays here. Victor's wave looks like he just packed a closeout. We did see the tail end of that thing where when there's Guy on one with a decent line, might have to doggy door, but he's not even gonna have that opportunity. Still swinging on him.
Well, Victor's on a non-stop hunt here. He's, you know, he's one after wave after wave.
He is. And he got a 5 for his successful attempt. I think that's baller on we see running back up the beach. So yeah, I doubt he changed out his wetsuit. It's a quick turnaround for him, but he'll be in tune with the ocean.
Yep.
After having only taken about a 20-minute rest.
And it's definitely, I think you can see it's definitely lining up differently. You know, the visual's starting to change a lot on it. The Brazilians are getting the best of the Portuguese right now here, huh?
They are for now, with 6 minutes and 20 seconds left, more or less. The Portuguese will have some time to answer, but right now it is looking good for their friends south of here.
They're brothers from another mother, from another continent, eh?
Yes.
Long history, Portuguese and Brazilians.
Brothers from another mother, but a same mother tongue.
There you go. Same lingua.
Guy
Fonseca trying to navigate there.
Well, Guy, you've got a few minutes left to do a bit better, get a score. As we wait for that, I think we have Emily on the beach. We're just going to check out this wave first.
There you go.
Another one for Colado. It's not going to be his 8.33, but it's going to be better than his 0.57.
Yeah, it'll be better than 0.5. That'd be a good little backup. That'll be good.
So Feeling good. I think at this point, with 5 minutes left and 2 scores under his belt, he could probably just paddle in if he wants to. Not that I think he will.
That's it. It's called
but
solidifying.
If he wanted to, he could.
That will be the highest score in the event so far. Total score.
Good point. Good point. Let's watch the replay here. I mean, that's probably what, 4 or 5 range?
Yeah, probably something like that.
So
1.5, 4-ish, yeah. Sean Gibbs.
Nothing for him there. Something for, well, not much for, I can't tell who that was, but we will let you know as soon as we can see a color. Not consequential.
No.
But
not much, but there's quite a lot on the back.
There are consequences to our actions, and we're gonna throw it down to Emily, who will talk to us about Greenpoint, who are got some stuff coming on the sustainable front. Emily, let's see what you got going on down there.
The beach at the moment. Come over here and you can read about all the amazing sustainability initiatives this event is taking. Yeah, there's a bunch of different projects that we are supporting. You can also go and return your wetsuit at the Billabong stand for and it get recycled. We are also here with Rita, who is set up here on the beach. Rita, can you tell us a little bit about what you guys are doing here?
Yeah, so we are a non-profit organization called Comunidades Criativas de Cascais. Our values are based on social and environmental sustainability. So we focus on being part of the circular economy. So we basically give a new purpose for old materials and we give them a new life. So for example, we reuse the billboards from Capítulo Perfeito from past years and we make these bags, and we also use coffee packages. We also use gifted, I don't know how to say, materials. Like we just use materials that don't have usage anymore, and we give them a new life. And we also employ people that need this work to have an extra income monthly.
Well, amazing. Well, if you are on the beach, come down here and have a look. Thank you. Back to you guys on the heat.
Good stuff.
Great stuff.
Crazy. Listen,
she's passionate
I
too.
couldn't find 78. I couldn't find a wetsuit. I had to go to France and buy one. They're giving them away today, man.
I have tried one of those Billabong natural rubber wetsuits. I've tried to actually wear it frequently. It's a great suit. It's awesome to be surfing in something that is not a petrochemical.
Right.
And I mean, the thing is great. It's super warm, flexible, everything you want in a wetsuit. I mean, that's kind of it, right? You want a wetsuit to be warm and flexible. I think warmth and comfort are synonymous. I can only speak to the wetsuits when I was growing up, which let's say like early 2000s when I was maybe getting super into surfing, but those things would just literally harass your body. You'd be bleeding after like a session in those things, so I can only imagine what kind of straight jackets you guys were having to wear in the 70s.
Way back, eh? You carried your wetsuit and a can of Nivea.
So we see Guy here still trying with
Guillermo shutting down on him.
A little bit of time left, but it is looking pretty good for Pedro Collado. Victor Bernardo is still, he's not going to be too comfortable. I mean, he's pretty much got that 5, but it's not a huge ask for either of the boys to take his spot because he's only sitting on a .93 as a backup. So,
well, time is short. The Brazilians dominating. Portuguese got to get busy in a short amount of time here.
Still, it's a pretty inconsequential number that Joao Argui would need to jump over him. You'd hate to lose at the second best wave of the heat, but maybe that's not a reality for him as we see maybe a peak for Joao. He's turning. This thing is looking meaty.
Johnny gets.
He's going, and he's got a line that it doesn't quite work.
No.
A little bit clampy, that one, although it
I think it was
half
clampy.
spat at the end.
Yeah.
1 minute left, just under that. Thank you, Oakberry.
But they have the very deceiving look at, because you look at them from like us looking at them here, they look like, it could be hardly possible. It'll be a perfect barrel. I'm sure it's the same thing out there.
Yeah, this guy's loving the action.
He's loving action.
I think maybe he's saving himself for the finals, eh? Nothing wrong with a nap in the sun, eh, Nick?
I maybe hit the gin and tonic section too early, man. Who knows?
May have hit the gin and tonic section too early. It happens to the best of us. So we're getting into the dying minutes here. Victor again trying to improve that 0.93. Not a tall task.
That'll do that for sure.
There. And I think that's going to be
it.
Pedro's definitely walking away with that one. Unless we miss something, Victor seems to be pretty good.
I'm going to turn my chair into Benjamin here.
We're going to watch a replay of Victor's wave. Fun one, definitely better than a 0.9.
There you go,
so
for sure.
Not going to be the wave of his life, but maybe he'll get the wave of his life in the semis.
I think he got the best he could out of that one.
So, well done.
All right. I'm going to turn my chair in here, Buck. Turn over to Ben and a special guest.
We have a very special guest coming for you. Joel Parkinson about to join us in the booth, so stick around. Victor's happy. Yes, brother, you got it done on your nice, fun-looking quad. There's Pedro Collado on screen. We're about to see a replay of his wave, which was the best wave of not only the heat, but also the day so far. So we'll have a quick look at that, and then we're going to cut out to a commercial break, and we'll be back with more surfing. End action with Parko in the booth with that 8.33, best wave of the day so far. Look at that thing. Had to get a good pump in to have the speed to exit it. So I understand why a judge gave it a 9. That was a great score. So we're going to cut to a commercial. We'll be right back.
This is art.
Okay, but this is art.
No, art is this.
But art is light.
And light is art.
Listen, this is art.
Yeah, I agree.
Welcome back to live action. We are on the beach in Carcavelos. We are here at the Capítulo Perfeito barrel riding competition powered by Billabong. My name's Ben Mundy. I've got Brendan Buckley, the Buckster, in the booth as well, and also a special guest, 2012 world champion Joel Parkinson. How are you, Joel?
Good, thanks, Ben. Thanks for the nice intro.
We've got a lot to talk about. When we were watching your heat, you ground out a 3.5 to get through that one, mate.
Yeah.
The good old Kiwi days.
Mate, you got to do what you got to do. There wasn't a lot of opportunity out there, so I had one. I actually fell on another one. I didn't get down the face of it. That actually probably looked like a better wave. Well, probably the best wave of the heat, but got through. And hopefully, I just feel like today's like I just got to make it towards the end of the day because it really could get good.
Prior to that wave, when was the last time you went left?
You'd be surprised. I will go and find a left. I will give up perfect rights on a point break to go and find a shitty left. I absolutely love going left, and unfortunately, I grew up on a right point break that's always breaking right. But last week I surfed an actual really fun left for a day. Yeah.
Where at?
I can't tell.
Okay.
So
Me and Buck were going through our Parko finest moments when you were out in the water there, Joel. Bucko went trilogy. He reckons your. So I went when you gave Kelly the bird at Snapper.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So what about those? We talking about trilogy years. When did that come out? But good time of your life then when that movie was getting made?
It was amazing waves. You know what? And that was probably, for me, that was some of Andy at his rawest and best too, and being front row seat. Taj and I to watch him. It was insane, you know, especially like that was when he went. We went to Chile and he went amazing in that event, and tore his hair out when he wasn't surfing really too.
Tore his hair out. He could tear his hair out. Yeah, what an amazing time. All pushing each other too, I'd imagine. You're all like, you know, best mates, but also in the water, like just surfing at your peaks almost.
Yeah, definitely. No, it was great. It was really good. And then it was such an honour to, I guess, for Seth and Griff and Ethan to take it on and do this trilogy too. Was a really cool thing, and it's the surfing in that was incredible. You know, it's great to see how far surfing's come when they do something like that from the first one.
I've got to ask you about that Barra session too. I mean, obviously the film was quite well shot from Taylor Steele, but it looked pretty much empty out there. Did you guys get Barra pretty damn uncrowded?
It wasn't Barra. There was a few. We were down south at another point, but there was a couple of other ones. It was pretty uncrowded. It was really uncrowded. There was one session actually that we didn't get to surf that I always think about. Our local surf guide down there took us to this wave, and we'd come over the hill, and it was like 6 to 8 foot and pumping, like amazing waves. And we were just like, we're on today. And as we got down in the car park, the federale cops were all there, and they just pointed us out, get out. So we drove away.
Damn.
And we missed this session at this place. We went and surfed some really fun other waves, but that wave was on that day, and it was just a point break in the middle of nowhere. Perfect 6 to 8 foot waves. Never paddled out.
Federale just weren't having it.
I think they were doing a raid on some fishing people or something, so we couldn't be there.
Wonder where they're fishing for to have a raid.
Yeah, exactly. It was Mexico.
And the other thing I brought up was the 2012 World Title year, which I would say, Parko, was fueled on tee. You had a really good year on the tee that year. You and Wes Berger, I remember.
Yeah. I'm still a tee guy. I love my tee.
Yeah, I was saying you're probably one of the expert. You know, your peppermint, your chamomile. You're all over it, aren't you?
I am, definitely. It's keeps me settled, definitely.
It was a good year on the tee. Also a good year out in the surf just then. We've got Emily. She's down on the beach with the winner of that last heat. All yours, Emily.
Yeah, thanks, Mandy. That is correct. I am here with Pedro Colada. Pedro, 8.33. The guy's been struggling out there all morning, and you go out there and throw an excellent score. Can you just take us inside that barrel? Eu posso falar em português.
Cara, então, as condições estão muito difíceis, né? Dá pra ver. O vento tá um pouco, o vento até que deu uma melhorada agora, tá um pouco de lado assim. Pra esquerda tá funcionando. E tive sorte ali, no meio das correntes ali, deu uma limpada e veio aquela. Acho que ela me escolheu, acho que eu não escolhi ela. E deu tudo certo, e depois eu quebrei a prancha voltando, e é isso, foi suficiente para passar a bateria, mas não.
Thank you, and I see that we can see here there's some pretty tough conditions out there. You got a bit of a crease here in the board, looks like it's breaking. Do you have a backup board?
Eu tenho mais duas pranchas, e essa era a minha preferida, 6.3, que eu acho que tá uma boa para ela hoje, assim que o mar tá um pouco maior, assim um pouco mexido, então 6.3 é uma pranchinha um pouco maior. E eu tenho uma 6.1 ali, vamos ver o que sai.
Well, muito obrigada, and I'll let you guys go get some rest, and back to you guys and Paco in the studio.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, you've been here a lot, so you can translate that for me, Paco. You're Portuguese.
I think he's got another board, that's for sure.
Two more.
Here we go.
And we just saw that wind trying to swing round, mate. You through to the next tee. Have you got a strategy over here? You got enough muscle memory, but what's the plan? Just get shoot.
Yeah, mate, I'm pretty easy. I mean, after that last heat where Pedro got that, I think it was an 8.33, I thought it could have went 9. I think that was the way he got into the takeoff, and I thought it was amazing. And for what's been out there, I think that's the best wave by far that's been ridden today. I thought that was 3 points better, but yeah, I guess they've got to keep the stores down for when this wind turns around and gets offshore and it starts to pump.
You were speaking about that left versus right, but out here, have you got any preference? You don't mind going left or what are the best wave comes up?
Yeah, I'm whatever. It's I just I'd love to just get a few barrels regardless of the result here. Or contest to me, I've only got to enjoy it. That's my goal. If I don't enjoy it, I don't want to do it. And I love being at events that I guess don't have any pressure on them or points. I'll never surf for points. I'll never do any of that again. And it's awesome just to come and have fun and enjoy this. I don't care if I'm last or first, as long as I've got a smile on my face.
Yeah, well, you've often got that. And I'll tell you, it's pretty cool looking around, seeing like Noah Beshan and then Craig Anderson just laying in a beanbag, and then these kids, like these, as you see, backhand. Yeah, just a wide variety of tube hounds all just hanging out together.
Yeah, definitely. It was great to see these guys here, especially Noah. After I was having a good chat with him about his, he just went and did the natural selection stuff. That was really cool to just catch up with those guys, because I don't often get to events or get to surf with a bunch of the new Hawaii and American and Brazilian young crew. I don't get to, so I really like to chew the fat with them and ask them a lot of questions and see, how things are with that.
Yeah, it's a pretty rare chance that for the surfing worlds to kind of co-mingle and send everyone out there. And might have a look at this sort of heat. We've sort of been chatting away without talking too much. There's been too many waves, but seen Balaram Stuck, Bucko, his form, and Cam Richards, saying those two are pretty close. They've been good mates for a long time. I reckon they're going to team up and take on the young guy. What's their strategy, you reckon, Buck?
It's a tall task either way. I mean, the young guy is the defending event champ and local here, so I think those guys are so mellow in the water.
They are mellow, eh?
You know Cam, he's that nice, polite Southern boy.
Yeah.
Balaram actually said he was asked which surfer he'd most like to surf a heat against, and he named you.
Oh, did he? Okay, great. You know what? It's probably vice versa. I mean, with him too. I went to Fiji last year with him, was there, and just watching him, man, he was such a standout when in big and gnarly waves. He was insane, and I was like, wow. I'm glad that he's never had such a dog fight and wanted to make the tour, because if he got there and the waves were like that, he would destroy people. So it was just refreshing to see him just do his thing, and it was great. So, I mean, if I do get in a heat with him, maybe a bit of my old bait will come out.
Let's see. Certainly can't rule it out here.
But looks like these boys are kind of struggling to find a score.
Yeah, there's the scene from the top. As you can see, we're just saying the amount of people piling down here on a Saturday, late Feb, still sort of the darkest, supposedly bit of winter here in Europe. But I tell you what, look at that.
Not too bad, eh?
Look at that sight.
Yeah, and it's early days. It's early in the event. I think by finals it'll be packed down here.
Sure will. And are you spending some time after the event here?
I am, yeah. My wife and I here, we've pretty much got an open ticket. We've actually booked for about 10 days, so I have no idea. We've got no plans. It was such a rush getting here. We just kind of said, make it 10 days and we'll do the event and hang out for a few days and see what happens.
Awesome.
You had some good times here. Obviously, you came to Portugal loads in your career.
Loads.
Oh, man, you had so much good times here. What? Oh, as you see.
Balaram found a nice clean one, and he's out. That could be the wave of the heat so far.
Just dragging his arm, wasn't there, stalling the green tree. But yeah, how is it just coming back to these places? You spent so much time coming back here to all these. See, you just mentioned Cloudbake and then back to Portugal. What's it like coming back to the places you spent so much time at? Hold that thought. Look at that wave.
The Balaram, it really is cleaning up, isn't it? That's a nice looking wave, and
that green is that colour of Portugal reminds me.
Yeah, it doesn't exactly, and he probably got as deep as he possibly could before it was closing out on him. So. Probably going to send him into the lead.
Yeah, what was your setup when you used to come over here? I suppose you came with the family towards the end, but did you used to travel with? You used to bunk up with the same crew each time?
Most of the time I was whatever. Usually when I usually come to Portugal, I'd usually be with the family. The last few times I actually wasn't, so I just bunk in with Mick. And I don't know, it's really nice to come back. I've been to a few places I've gone back and when I haven't been on tour. It's really cool to go back with no, because you know when you're on the tour, when you're, I guess at the top level, your whole front of your brain is consumed by the event, your result, all the dots and T's you have to do, and all the stuff you have to be prepared for. And it's nice to come back and just unzip a board bag, grab a board, go for a surf like a normal person, you know, and enjoy it. Because as much as I love being on that tour and doing that, it's such a new way, and I really enjoy it, just to come and enjoy and watch guys get barreled and not be jealous that they got a better heat than I did, or better conditions, and all the things that come with being, I guess, at the top of the surfing tour.
Yeah, there's a lot to it, isn't it? You mentioned that only you top elite athletes know, but yeah, and not even when you're at the event, it's just it's the constant whir in your brain, I'd imagine, that's always going.
Yeah, constant, you know, boards and all those things. I mean, I look back and think, I wasn't stressed, but gee, I felt stressed all the time.
You didn't show it.
Yeah, but you know, that's, you know, I've never walked into a WSL event since I've walked out that day. I've never gone near one. So I've gone and watched from a distance, but I'll never.
Yeah. Right. Too much PTSD.
Yeah. Not that I don't. I mean, I watch them all. I'm still a surf fan. Even when they're at home, I watch it. So it's just. Maybe this year. Maybe this is my year. Maybe I've had enough of a hangover to get over with it all, and just now I'll come back.
It was a good 20 years, mate. So
it was a long time.
20 years break, so understandable. Talk us through this wave, Parker.
It's kind of just didn't have much on it. I mean, you really do got to find a wave without too much wall, but that one just...
Saw Cam, he talked about he was on a 6'4", I think, quad in the first heat, and he's gone down to a 5'11" or something like that. So, I don't know. How many boards you got? What are you going to do with this?
Yeah, well, I rode a 6'4" too. It felt a little big, but I just thought maybe there's a chance that when you're out there, I thought maybe get a set. You really got to get barreled, but some of the smaller little inside ones are, you know, for a short board, where some of the sets feel like if you were on a set, you want to be on a good solid board and get in, but catch 22, you're on a 6'4" on a 2-foot wave, or you're on a 5'11" on a 6-foot wave.
Well, you know, there's that saying, dress for the job you want. I think that should apply to surfboards too.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a really good thing. Yeah. Yeah, because you never know. You're sitting there and an absolute bomb comes and you just scratch on your 5'11", and we've all ruined a lot of good waves, been on the wrong equipment.
We have, and continue to.
I've wrecked a lot of right waves on the right equipment.
Yeah, we can't help you there. You've got a few other problems to figure out before you worry about your surfboards, mate. It might be a technique.
Yeah, we'll talk about that later, Joel. We can go through some of the myriad of issues that we've got. Late drop there from Cam under the hood and comes out.
Nice. That was well done. And that's the thing about having that shorter board on 5'11". Look how much easier he kind of wiggled into that, got in, got out.
Also, really good in the tube, obviously. He got a late call up too. He's over here a couple of weeks ago, he said, and just popped straight back. Just spending a lot of time. It's more and more you're seeing so much sort of focus on this part of the world. Like Florence is coming over, and it's just more of almost like a part of the world free ride tour almost these days.
It is definitely becoming such an epicenter of surfing, Portugal. It's I feel like, you know, you've got your Hawaii and your Australia and your Portugals. You start to, you know, those top tier surfing countries are really, you know, Portugal's definitely one of them.
Seems like it. It was busy when Cam was here last time. Dane Reynolds was here for a bit. He actually left a bit early, hurt himself at Pedro Branca, but it has definitely become a place that everybody kind of hits, especially people who are working on video projects and need to stack some clips, so it's awesome.
Pedro Branca's claimed some people, isn't it? I mean, it breaks 6 foot on it like max, but it's always just someone gets hurt out there.
Yeah, it definitely hurts some people. So I know you said when you were on tour, you know, we're in that different super competitive mindset, but did you have a favorite stop on tour? Just surf, let's say surf aside, you know, obviously a wave that you
surf
prefer,
aside,
but just place, country to visit.
I loved France and I loved Portugal.
Okay.
Yeah, that were my two. Surf aside, it depends, because I used to do those a lot with the family. That was great. But then I loved Fiji. Like Fiji's so special, but that's very surf too. I mean, when there's no waves in Fiji and you've got all your great bunch of guys and you're all there, you do go stir crazy after a few days. You know, you're on a little island in the middle of nowhere.
Dangerous.
Dangerous. Yeah, you get cabin fever and pretty easy. But I really did like the time off. When if France finished early and we had like a week between events, I used to love being here through Europe. They were probably my favourite. We'd always sneak away and go do something, and turn the mind off surfing for a while.
Especially that was a great time of year. Obviously the tour schedule has changed, and now Portugal is actually coming up next month, and France is no longer a stop. But when it was in the fall, I mean, that time of year is just so magical over here.
So nice. I used to love San Sebastian. It's still one of my favourite cities. I think it's such a cool place. Here we go. It's definitely cleaning up here, boys. Look.
You're on, Parko. Well, Fortes, Miguel, the contest director, he's called it. It's that window clock round. Tide getting lower as well. So, yeah, it just seems to be improving every heat. Look at that one, just starting to wedge. Did you surf much at this little beach itself? Have you ever spent much time at all here or ever?
I cannot remember. I'm pretty sure that years ago, when I wasn't even on tour, I was young, maybe. I'm sure that we came... There was a day we were all here for the QS in Onyria, and I may have been 18, and we went looking for waves, and we come down this way and surfed because it was big and north winds. It wasn't great then, and I'm sure I was staying with Shane Powell, and Shane Powell drove us down here. So I think it was here. It was somewhere down this way. But I was...
Doesn't count.
It was a Grom. I went...
Yeah. Didn't know what was going on.
I have no idea. I didn't have my license, I don't think.
Was there good waves?
It was fun. I'm pretty sure we surfed up this end more of the beach because it was kind of like this wind, maybe a little onshore even more. But yeah.
I remember one of the first times, maybe sort of coming along Portugal. It was a year photo. I think it might have been in Tracks magazine. Maybe surfing Coast on a big one you're on a Dalberg, I think.
Yeah, that was that.
It might have been a video. Was it a video or?
It was
maybe a sequence.
Maybe I think I got a really nice barrel out there one day on a solid day.
I remember thinking, I want to go to that wave.
Well done by Cam there.
Yeah.
Just chipping away, Cam.
It feels like there hasn't been a lot of bigger waves now. It feels like a lot more smaller waves from what it was earlier.
Seems like the swell is dropping a bit through the day.
Oh, it is?
It is a bit, yeah.
Okay.
Not too significantly, but...
He sort of that tail almost slid out there, but he hung on.
He made the most of it.
Definitely, he did really well. Is that the best wave of the heat you're going to go with?
We had a 3.37 for his last effort. I'd say that's maybe a touch better.
Not much in it, is it? Poor Thiago Stock, who you should have seen last year. Parker were here, and like this young kid, he just won the trials, turned up. No one, he's a great surfer to see. Just a little one there from Bal, but you're not one of the well-known, even for the Portuguese young.
Wow, that was an amazing aerial. Sorry to cut off there, Ben, but that was
what I was talking about. Let's watch this,
mate.
We're talking about airs and how they're going to judge it, weren't we? How they're going to mix it up, and Bal, he's got that in his locker too. Some of these. All these top guys can still launch.
That was a beautiful completed wave, even tube, but then to pop that air was cool. Heaps of pop.
Yeah, it looked so skatey. Just that little tweak on it. Perfectly executed straight air, so... I don't know what the judges will do.
Well, yeah, it's also low numbers. It's going to help his cause, that's for sure. Little Baz sees his section in advance.
Damn, that just looked good.
Pretty clean, wasn't it? Oh, it's
high as well. Foamy there too.
That wind held him perfectly, didn't it? I reckon you could almost do that.
Oh, yeah. I reckon you're right, John.
Yeah.
I reckon you don't need to patronise me now, mate. All right. I've got an on-off button.
Yeah.
I can do that. I saw speaking of 50-year-olds doing air, is that one of Nathan Fletcher I saw on the Insta? They did a massive one at Rockies or something. So, yeah, can be done. Not by me. But what about your air game, mate? How's that getting on?
Mate,
Still working it?
Strictly ground bound. I want to surf. I don't want to be injured. I think the only 50-year-old doing airs now is Kelly. It's like being a 50-year-old taking skateboarding up at 50. You know it ends in an injury. It's
You know what's going to happen.
There's only one way there.
Inevitable.
Do you still find that you surf more or less every day at home, or do you just kind of...
As much as I can.
Yeah.
I love it. Yeah, I didn't surf a lot when I first retired from the tour. I didn't surf much, and then I just fell back in love with it. I just need a little break. But I just, the last few years I've been hooked on it, love it, just enjoy it.
What about your boards, mate? You just mixed it up a bit?
Yeah, I've got so many
awesome.
fun boards, 20s, 20 trailers, and still ride the odd fresh, normal, regular board, just quads, whatever. You know, I'm actually right now. I was saying to JS, the shaver of the moment, he's just made me a couple of weird, just tester rider boards, and when I was the other day, I just had a quiver there of about 10 boards or so that are just all so good, and so from a normal short board to a bigger board to just fun.
Yeah.
And I was like, sometimes you just go, I'm in a really good groove with all of them right now, and I love every single one of them.
Wow.
So that'll change. You'll break something, and then you'll get something you don't like, and then you go through those.
Purple patch.
You're in a purple patch with boards, and I'm stoked to be in one right now.
Yeah, that's a good feeling.
It is. I just know that probably by the end of summer back home there'll be, a few pieces, hopefully, but hopefully not.
There we go. On his backside there, that's the defending champion, Thiago. Not getting the run of the mill. Here's Bal again. Here's a little break. This just kicks out. So we're going to send the replays here. And this one again from Stack. Made the finals a few times here. That's a little bit of shampoo. Not going to count, you'd imagine. So, and one more here from Cam Richards. Again, just hunting the tube, not getting an exit. So Cam goes down. So that was a replay. While that is all done, we're going to go for a short commercial break and come back with more live action right after this.
Down, but now I'm up. Yeah, this all God, this ain't no love. Yeah, I used to be stuck in that mud. Yeah, I was down, but now I'm up. I was down, but now I'm up like my name.
Okay, welcome back, live action. Well, we've got a bit of break in proceedings. Joel Parkinson, thanks for your time, mate. You've got to go and get ready for your heat, mate. Thanks for popping in. Really appreciate your insights, and thanks for coming. Good luck in the rest of your
guys. I appreciate it. And hopefully, hopefully I'll get through. And if I don't, maybe I'll come in and join you a bit later.
You're always welcome.
Not here.
I've got plenty of issues to go through, mate. So if you want to come, I'm all ears. I'm literally all ears.
We might need to go to a pub and sit down for a few hours.
Yeah, we'll do that. All right, thanks for your time. Good luck and get barreled.
Marco.
That's Joel Parkinson. Doing well, looking after us. What a legend of the sport, and what a good guy. I've got a few issues with him, but on the whole, he's one of the good guys, and he's coming up soon.
Have your air game? No.
He's a fan of my air game, yeah. I've always said that about Joel.
Yeah.
You say what you want about him, but he's a fan of my air game.
Backs your air game.
Yeah. That's kind of what bonded us together back in the day, to be honest.
Sure.
And it's Joel Parkinson. He's what a great addition to this event. Brings so much goodwill, so much class, and still surfing absolutely amazingly well. So great to hear him. These guys though, 7 minutes on the clock. They're fighting to stay in it. See if they can go up against Parko potentially. Cam Richards out in front. Bal, 2 East Coasters like our friend Buck here. Thiago Stock needing a few score here.
It's interesting. I feel like last year, and even the first heat we saw Thiago, he was busy. Like it seemed like he caught a ton of waves. This heat he's only caught 3, which is, I mean, Cam has tried, it looks like about 10 waves. Ball's at 5. Thiago's only got 3. I feel like he was kind of just like a scrap bee, just kind of try to find anything. And this patient boy doesn't seem to be working out for him. But there's Cam on one. Not gonna matter. But it is interesting to see. Am I wrong to have the sense that Thiago's usually a bit scrappier in heats?
Yeah, he's pretty busy. Yeah, he's a grom. He's the last few heats he got a lot of waves, but here he goes. Looks like he's got priorities in position. Looking at this one, he's deep and he can't get it. Meanwhile, Stack isn't. Oh, he goes underneath it. Oh, a little layback sort of snap to stall. Oh, and Kenny right out close. There's a lot going on.
A lot of work for a quick.
I like that sort of layback snap, sort of stall.
Yeah, it didn't look like that went exactly how he planned. He still figured it out in the end, but the intention there seemed to not exactly translate. It's still fun to watch.
Here we go. Let's have a look at break it down for what went right, what went wrong.
I think that first section, if it was just a bit more offshore, I think he would have not had to go around it and try that layback thing. It almost seemed like his foot slipped there, but still got a quick little vision and got out of there safely enough.
It's a wild-looking wave, wasn't it? Had all sorts going on. The fact that he almost made it was remarkable, but Bal, let's see if he needs to improve on the score, but still right in the mix. These East Coasters, you're an East Coaster, Buck. Give us your 5.
We grind it out, Ben.
Give us your 5 top East Coast surfers of all time. You can't have Kelly Slater.
Okay.
You might not be in your mix.
Corey Lopez, number 1.
Okay, yeah, good.
CJ, number 2.
Right. Geez, a lot of them. I forgot about those, yeah.
Yep. I mean, I want to say Damien, but that might just be because I just said CJ. Lisa, obviously.
Pretty good.
I can say Lisa, although it feels like a little bit of a, I don't know, almost should be illegal in the same way that saying Kelly is.
No, I'll give you Lisa. Anderson.
You said all time, though. I'm going to just switch entirely because this is going to keep going on. Name obvious people.
Yeah, well, I needed...
My current East Coast power rankings, shit. These 2 guys would be at the top of it, easy.
These 2?
Yeah.
Right, current power rankings, East Coast
But if I had to choose between Ball and Cam?
Yeah.
Oh, man. It's so hard. They've kind of taken different paths, right? I mean, Ball is just so committed to Pipeline, which has transferred to other waves in the Pacific, like Chopu and Cloudbreak. You can't really argue with him winning the Vans Pipe Masters, right? Like, that's just, I think I might have to put him there, even though it's been a few years. But Cam is just like, he made an incredible edit last year. I know he's working on another one. He came over here, got some psycho waves. So I guess just because I have to be objective here, I'm going to go Ball because of the pipe win.
Yeah, fair enough.
Cam's just behind him.
Gotcha. Surprised Wes Lane didn't get a mention in all that type of chat.
Wes Lane actually appeared in a recent Stab production. We did Stab Highway.
Did he?
Yep.
Wes was there.
He was there. We have a thing that we incorporate into it, an event, if you will, called The Worst Heat Ever, where it's 6 people in the water. They're given, I think, 12 or 15 minutes. We give them a comp area of about 15 feet, so they're very on top of each other.
Right.
And it's just absolute chaos. We usually run it in, if you're going to run the Worst Heat Ever, you have to have quite bad waves too.
Yeah.
So it's in Virginia Beach, and Wes Lane
was
there to help us judge.
Oh, right. I thought he was actually involved.
And he was brilliant, honestly. He was just a great presence on camera. Very well spoken.
Yeah.
And seemed to appreciate the humor and madness of the Worst Heat Ever. So
yeah, legend. Tall, not a low centre of gravity though. The opposite of a low centre of gravity. Right now though, speaking of gravity, I've had some defy, some here. We're going to have a heat recap. I'm going to get Buck to talk through some of these waves that we've seen. Not a high scoring heat so far, but some action, and it was this man, your favourite East Coaster right now.
He's at the top of the power rankings. And while that's out there, I mean, Dean Randazzo has to be on that list too, let's just say. Anyway, Cam Richards. That is why he's the heat leader, even though he's only got 7.7 total.
Yeah, just finding those little corners on the lefts, the two, and then...
There's his right that he just stalls and sneaks out on.
Yeah, small weight, but really technical, wasn't it? And he managed to come out alive, which is impressive.
Now lives in Charleston, South Carolina.
Charleston?
Yeah, not where he's from, but he lives up there now. Says that there are barrels there occasionally. I would imagine that the one that he just had on screen there, they install for it. Again, some beach naps, nothing wrong with it. Probably be a pretty good wave, old Chuckstown way.
No, they're just waiting for the 10s, mate. As soon as those 10s come in, they'll be bowled upright.
They will be. Don't worry.
I'll tell you what, though, that idea of just lying on the concrete, on sand, the warm sun, Portuguese sun on your face, the sound of the ocean, and the commentators
maybe I'll
lulling you into a sleep. It's not a bad place to be.
Here we go. Here's Cam. Not sure what that was, how to describe that. I know it's my job here, but it's an interesting way for a surfboard to move.
A rock and roll aerial.
But without the air, really.
Yeah, just a rock.
Full rock and roll. I think it's a bit of what Parko was talking about Andy doing. Rock and roll. Anyway, some chips going down.
Living the dream down there on the beach. Big crowds here.
Hopefully some chip shots out there later. That was a chip shot on the screen before, technically.
Yeah, that was a chip shot. We need a big set to come in. It's a bit of excitement. We need Thiago Stock at least to show what he's capable of. And here he goes. So he digs deep, and you know you can't go that way, so he'll be disappointed at his home beach. He's the defending champion.
A minute left. That's not great. He doesn't need a huge score, but you can't really manufacture a 4 out there. I mean, I'm not sure if he's even going to have another chance. So East Coast boys might be moving on. Thiago.
He knows he can't get there. He's checking his board. This was a throw up the dice. And it just didn't open up in any way, shape or form. So unfortunately for last year's winner, he's going to exit this.
Kind of have no choice but to go on a wave like that with this amount of time left in the heat, but that's going to be the end of his run this year.
Yeah.
I mean, dream run last year. Like we said, it was going to be a very, very hard act to follow. He can't be upset with himself. Made a heat.
Nah, not at all. You know what? And the experience is incredible. And
19, still more to come from him.
Yeah. He got through 8. He got surf against some legends, and unfortunately just didn't quite get the result. But he will always be a champion. Last after the hoot up from Bal, he's going to come in, keep that board safe at the moment. So Richards and Stack go through up against the next two. We go straight in soon. Bruno Santos, Miguel Blanco, and Craig Anderson. Now there is some tube riding.
Sounds like a great heat, but I think I might have to go have a little nap on the beach while Nick takes over.
Get some chips. Have a little nap on that little concrete. Feel the sun on your face.
That is the plan.
Yourself, mate. That's what we're here for.
Pleasure speaking with you, Ben. Pleasure speaking to you, audience. And I'm going to throw it over to Nick Mauricio from Italia.
Go have fun. We are here. There's Cam Richards. He's happy with his work so far. He's shaking off that thumbs up. So right now, though, we're going to go to a short commercial break and come back with more live action right after this. See there, a bit more replays from Cam, who won that heat. Yeah, they're pretty solid technical display of tube riding, backside and front side.
Well done for sure by Cam there.
He worked it well, and he's through, so that's great news. Right now, though, we're going to go to a short commercial break and come back to more live action right after this.
Rubber to replace traditional neoprene.
In the last 3 years, we launched a few natural rubber wetsuits range.
This rubber is harvested from an FSC certified plantation in Guatemala.
Our natural rubber wetsuits use 85% natural rubber and 15% additives like soybean oil and recycled carbon black.
Our wetsuits are made with natural rubber. Make the best wetsuits.
Be good to the ocean.
We are back here. There's the caddies. Thanks to our supporters. Any money helping us out.
Cam feeling good about life right now, eh?
Caddy's pretty stoked as well. You can see a smile on her face. So, really good.
Him and his mate, Balaram, through.
Yeah, the two.
You see, they left our last year's winner behind.
That's right.
Wasn't stoked about that result. He didn't, like you guys were talking about, he wasn't that busy in that last heat, Thiago. It was a pretty slow one for him.
Yeah, he just never got that wave. Yeah, he sort of waited patiently, and then those waves just didn't come when he was being patient.
Kind of surprising, as Buck was saying. Like, he's pretty busy in every heat he does. I mean, last year, every heat he was super busy. This morning, he was super busy. It just kind of...
Speaking of super busy, Emily, she's super busy, and she's got the winner of the last heat down there on the beach.
That is correct. I have Cam Richards here. Cam, got the job done. You're into the next round. It's your second heat of the day. Can you tell us a little bit about how the conditions are improving out there?
Yeah, just there's actually shape of the waves now, and if you are looking, you can definitely find some fun waves, and you're seeing a lot too, so that's exciting. As long as you can see waves, you know you can get them. But yeah, stoked to luck into a couple, and took me a little bit to get going, but hey, happy to make it.
And with Pedro just throwing a 8.33 in the previous heat, are you guys getting psyched for what's on for the afternoon?
Exactly, yeah. Just the fact that we have the opportunity to be out here with no one out and knowing that there are those types of waves coming in, it's just so fun and just excited for the next heat.
And can you just tell us a little bit about, being at this event, being with such a diverse group of surfers? We have like free surfers, competitive surfers, former world champion.
Yeah, it's just really cool to like compete with people you would never compete with ever. So just really fun to see people like Craig competing and Parko and Balaram. Like, I grew up with Balaram when we were real young. We used to compete together, but it's probably our first heat together in like 10, 15 years. So it's just fun to bring all these people together and all the different types of surfers, and we're all here for just one thing, and that's the barrel.
Well, you said it, that's the barrel. We're going to see it later. So back to you guys in the studio in the next heat.
Yeah, excellent work from Emily and from Cam. He's given us the quotes, hasn't he? Yeah. He's given us "Foam is your friend." That was his quote that we ran with. And then that's all about the barrel. And
15 years since his last heat with Barrel.
Classic, isn't it? Yeah, those Groms would have on the was it ESSA back in the day, and now reconvening in Portugal. So there's great little stories like that, little narrative arcs of these guys coming together and surfing.
Lifetime friendship through surfing, eh?
As we see, Bruno Santos, 42 yesterday, and he just kicks out.
Surfing like a 20-year-old.
Well, yeah, I mean, I went out, we sort of had going on and banging on about it a bit too much. We went out last night for dinner, and Bruno's at the table. They said it was his birthday. I was like, oh, cool. And then I was like, how old is this kid? He's 42. He looks about 28.
No, he
surfs like he's 24.
Looks really good, eh?
Yeah. Well, he always, he just lives a life committed to the ocean, doesn't he? Just full on 100% commitment to getting barreled. So,
looking to get busy again right there. Bruno loves this contest, and he's ready for action.
Yeah. I had a little chat to Craig Anderson. He was just kicking back in the beanbag in the sun. He was like, it was a bit grindy that first heat, he said, but he said, looking forward to it now. He said he's starting to get in the groove, starting to feel his boards, shake off a bit of the jet lag. So he was pretty pumped.
Well, this is third heat now, right? He did the sudden death heat.
Yeah.
This is third heat now. So.
And I said, how about the crowd? He goes, yeah. I said, have you ever surfed in front of a crowd like this? He said, no, I haven't. Like, he just, no. This is the biggest crowd he's ever surfed against, because he never went the big competitive route when he was young, and the events he did surf didn't often have big crowds. So, so that's a whole new angle to it that you don't kind of think about. Like,
well, the whole competitive thing is outside of what he does.
Yeah.
It's got nothing to do with his presence in surfing.
Yeah, he's one of the least competitive guys on the planet. He's so mellow. And but he's out there now doing the job, trying to get tubed. So you don't have to overthink it, does it? Pretty simple. Miguel Blanco, Miggy, he knows how to win a heat, also knows how to get tubed. So just becoming such an incredible all-round surfer, isn't he, Miggy?
And he chased it. I mean, he puts himself in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, exactly. That's what you got to do, and that's 100% commitment, isn't it? You always focus on the charge, always scanning what's going on, and then you
world map, on this
making your decision. Then you go and you commit, and it's not always a guarantee, and it costs a lot of money, and it costs a lot of your time and energy. So yeah, he's on that program, chasing it hard.
It's so different these days. I mean, than as compared to years back when guys would do it. You wouldn't have a forecast. You don't forecast like you do now. You don't have accommodations. It's a lot different.
Back in your day, you had a stone that was swinging if it was wet, if it was raining.
Bruno sliding into one here.
There you go, Bruno. Gets a clip on the head.
Clipped him.
Yeah, exactly. You didn't have the information, did you? You have to, but now you can do those literal 24-hour runs, just to get 2 days of surf.
Which made it amazing in a different way, probably. The adventure and the, possibilities, the discovering of places that weren't on the map and all that. But I mean, it's all pretty discovered these days.
Yeah.
But you can plug yourself into good waves on a, much more.
Here goes Craig Anderson looking for the tube. Oh, it's a green wave, and you could just see him just eyeing it off, and it just disappeared. The colour was great, the drop was great, but it just didn't quite sit up for him, and he squirted out of there. You can tell the control he's got in his board, just the way quick he can get in and out of situations, make it like cat-like almost, effortless.
He just sets his rail and changes his direction and gets himself planing on different levels. It's super clean. That wave's a pity it didn't open like straight away, you know what I mean? It didn't get hollow right off, because it looked like a really good wave from the get-go in the beginning.
Yeah, it looked like he was on.
Let's have a look here.
So yeah,
the top of it pinched the whole time. It only really opened up there, and then it was already time for it to shut down. So
he managed to sort of even dance the lip with his head there, didn't he? He just sort of put his head on the lip, just sort of like giving it a nod. Super calm, super cruised, all out the back. It's Miguel Blanco, the Portuguese surfer, and the Portuguese hopes. See them, knows this wave really, really well.
Yep. Spent a lot of time down here. He's from just a bit farther west where he grew up. So there you go. His old home ground.
He's coming back out there. 35-minute heats now, it's only 3 surfers, so plenty of opportunity to get these waves that you need.
Now Balaram, from last week, Balaram lives on the East Coast now, or he lives in Hawaii?
He splits his time between New York and Hawaii.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think for the probably 4 or 5 months the Hawaii season he's there, and then he lives in New York the rest of the time. So yeah. And then chases, like he's like one of those guys like Miguel who just chases anything 12 sign of cloud break or chopes is on. He'll go.
And Craig Anderson, where does he live?
He lives in Newcastle, in Australia. Yeah, was you see a little wave Miguel just getting clipped? Yeah, so he was born in South Africa.
I was going to say he was born in South Africa.
Yeah,
right?
and they moved. His parents moved. Hold that for. Here he goes. Here. Oh, late drop on his backhand. Can he come out? Oh, he does.
Yeah,
just make the exit. Right. So that was a late drop. Yeah, and I think he was around 14 or 15, moved to Newcastle. His dad was a surfboard shaper. And and he's lived there ever since.
And was he surfing in South Africa already?
Yeah, he was keen to grow. They grew up not in a well-known spot down near Port Elizabeth, just on the beach, just the north side of Port Elizabeth. He was a mad keen surfer, and it was talented but not incredible. And then moved to Newcastle, which is obviously hotbed. But that one, such a late drop there, wasn't it, Nick?
Yeah, and he was ended up really low on the bottom of that dome, on the bottom of the barrel there. Like see from the side, just see it's like staircase drop.
It was. He surfed that really well.
Yeah, really well. For what was on offer, for sure.
And came out. So yeah, one of the sort of more solid waves that we've seen, like when he had to drop it late. He's got a smile on his face, talking to Bruno about it. It's on a bit of what size board? Maybe we'll get Emily to ask him about his board size. He's been known for riding short boards and big waves.
Yeah.
But you also, there's so much variety. I've seen some amazing clips like riding like a 610 single fin out at Chopu and stuff, and doing amazing things on that. So, yeah, really diverse
The alternate
approach.
surfboard character.
Yeah, he rides all sorts.
He rides height and shape still, correct?
A lot of time, yeah, he does. And yeah, just whatever he's feeling and whatever the waves sort of work. And he's got that performance angle. He's got a big aerial game on him. So yeah, just a really great all-round surfer. Sort of open to a lot of things, which a lot of these guys are. These free surfers. Got a less structured approach to the way they ride waves. Here goes Bruno Santos, is looking at that left. See Craig eyeing it off down the line. We'll see if that is going to come through. Just repositioning himself on the lineup. Bruno, way back in 2008, CT winner. Charging.
Do we have a priority situation or not?
You know what?
We had a call early on. We didn't get a call, and I didn't look at the priority.
Yeah, there is priority. There is a priority system in place. When I was out on the beach, you can hear the beach commentators. A lot of that is telling who's in position or who's got priority. So yeah, it is in place. But we'll see. So those waves coming in. So Craig's wave, I think that last one is a 5.5 for that right-hander. So solid score from Ando. Obviously grew up in that part of the world, like when he was moved from South Africa to Merriweather, but that's where Mark Richards, obviously, Matt Hoy.
Oh shit, it's a huge,
great surf scene.
Huge amount of guys.
He's the same age as Ryan Callanan. They sort of grew up together, surfing and pushing each other. So yeah, in terms of,
and there's new generation surfers out of Merriweather also, right? Like
Jackson Baker,
yeah,
young guys from the same. Morgan Sibilik has done a lot of time there. Yeah, so. Yeah, really known for its, just surfing talent, a lot of history, a lot of really committed board riders that foster a sense of community.
Well, the Australians in general are committed board rider to their club and all that.
They love it, mate. They really do. It's often like a real community hub, really, for their board riders. So, he's been a big part of that. His sister is also a professional surfer, so, a really good mix of cultures. Still fun. He's really at home in South Africa, and he goes back home to his where his cousins are.
It's cool. You can see the high tide line there.
Right, that's where it was on the screen. Yeah, that's that for the white when it goes darker. Exactly. That's what the tide was. Going to a low about 3:30, so still 2 hours to go.
That's back in the back of that little blue rooftop.
That's where we are.
Well, we're sitting in there.
There's the judges on the far right at the back there. You can see where the priority boards. There's the priority up there. You can see, so they know what's going on.
Got red, yellow, white.
All those lovely little beach bars and cafes and restaurants all packed out for Saturday lunch down there. As you see, Bruno Santos paddle for this one. Goes in late, drives down the line. That's not going to come out of that one. So, not afraid.
Did everything right.
Did everything right.
Wasn't there, eh?
See the sand gurgling and spitting and coming up with sand. Unfortunately for Bruno, no exit. Got some travel time, but that doesn't give you points. Be back out there, 20 minutes to go.
Much smoother, eh? The ocean right now.
Defo. You see him set that line. Classic style.
Yep.
Really solid on his feet, isn't he? So hard to knock off.
Yeah, low center of gravity, Bruno, eh?
One of those guys too, like a bit of a tube specialist, but always delivered. Whenever he got a wild card into those events, like had the real competitive mindset, real smart,
definitely
competitor. Never overawed by the surf he was up against. Always backed his ability. It's always been so successful in the sport. And as we see, Craig Anderson now on a nice looking left-hander, drops in under the lip, nice little tube and kicks out.
Shut down.
So
I think most of the Brazilians that, in their early days, and when they're learning their art form of surfing and all that, it's so competitive in Brazil that you're going to end up with it's going to stay with you all your life, I think,
Yeah, well, when you speak to a lot of the Australian coaches and the elite coaches, they're just hungrier, a lot of that comes down to, as we just see that great little wave for Craig.
That was.
But the general, anecdotally that I'm talking to, people saying, look, these young Brazilian kids coming out, and they're just hungrier. They've had to fight for it. They've had to fight for their wage. They've had to fight for the support. They've had to fight against each other to compete. Whereas, and a late takeoff from Craig Anderson under the hood. He's going to come out of that, and that is our best wave of the day. But will it be judged to completion?
Or demolish.
He got so much sand right now, gurgling underneath him, around him, up his neck, down his bottom, everywhere. Is it a wave, though? We're going to have to get Nick. I might get you to see if that was a wave that counts as a completion. He did get detonated at the end.
I got to see. I'm going to say no, because I think he got kind of just...
I'd claim it.
Shut down.
I'd take that as a completion. But I'm not a judge.
That was a big-time shutdown. Yeah, let me see. Yeah, beautiful slot right in there.
Yeah, he didn't come out of that. Look at this. Late. He leans into it, puts his hands up.
Yeah, he's a perfect pump. Everything. He saw the doggy door, just timed it maybe a fraction of a second too late that he turned out of it, right? But I think it was so fast, though, because even if he would have turned early, he probably got away hit by the lip behind him as opposed to the one coming at him.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, the lesser of two evils. He had to take it on.
Take your poison.
And he just got walloped on the way out.
Beautiful.
But what a wave, yeah. That classic Carcavelos tube shape coming in. There's more of those. And that's what he'll be psyched on. He loves to get barreled. That's what he lives for.
Just coming back to the conversation on the Brazilians.
Yeah.
I always noticed for years, like on the QS and that another big difference, a lot of the young guys, they didn't run on a big bankroll.
No.
And they would be like 4 or 5. I remember going to the Azores Islands contest and that. And there'd be 4 or 5 Brazilian guys. They were going to stay in the same house on the northern part, right next to the contest site. And, bumming rides over there.
Yeah.
And then one of them would cook, and they'd go shopping at Aldi or Lidl or whatever, you know what I mean? It was, they lived pretty much, these contests to see if they get far enough to make money to go to the next contest.
Yeah, exactly.
And it was different than the bankroll that Europeans were running on, and some Americans and whatnot. So it was it's a hunger, like you say, there's a lot more hunger.
Yeah.
You got to make it through your heat to make it to the next contest kind of thing.
Yeah, for real. And, and they all, as you say, they're clumped together, so they're all a big team. They're all working the common goals.
And they're down to, and Australians are a lot like that, too, in America, I think, also, where they stay to the last,
which is all,
last man standing.
Which is all fantastic until you're out surfing a little Azorean beach break and 2 Fiat Puntos pull up with 6 Brazilians in each and come out for a free surf.
And they all surf.
Righto. Yeah, that's when the hunger's not so much fun. Yeah, righto, boys. I might leave you to this one.
I remember seeing, I want to say it was, remember Nick Padarats?
Yeah.
I remember seeing him at in the Azores. He was over in the Azores, went over to the plane. I was talking to him on the plane and that. And there was they stopped the contest at one point because it was too small or whatever, and he called him. There we go.
Hold that thought. That's Miguel Blanco, and he is out, and he claims it with style.
Out.
No worries about the completion of that. Late takeoff.
That was a beauty.
Nick?
That was a beauty, yeah. Can't do nothing wrong there.
I like that too. I like that little claim. Little fingers up.
Yeah, right on. That was funny.
Yeah, take me back to Neko. I'm interested in this.
And he got this, he called on all Australian. There was an Australian group surfing still, and there's Brazilian guys. He called out Australian and said, hey, we'll have a little competition. You sit down with me. He chooses one Australian guy to sit down with him, who was kind of a coach of some of the kids in that. And he sat down, they judged. They had to go in and do like a tag team thing, and see. But it was like this competitive thing he could build up like right there.
Yeah, right there. Let's do it.
In the contest framework, it was crazy.
Yeah.
But it was funny because they were having a ball, all of them.
Yeah, they're ferocious. He was a ferocious competitor, Neko. And Miguel Blanco, wow, we're just starting to see these waves turn on. Look at that texture now, it's better, and they're getting pitted and there's spits coming, so...
Yeah, that's going to be a score for sure, I would say.
So I think Craig got a 3.57 for that incomplete, which kind of shows the closeness of it, perhaps. And how,
they did reward him as
for the technique and the style. You couldn't have done much more, but you'd think Miguel's, which was much more. Oh, look at that! Here we go. He's happy. Yeah, what's he on there?
Rosé.
That's the rosé. It's a little perfeito. Little drop there, little taster. Cheers.
Oh,
there you go. Oh, and you can taste that crisp white wine. Portuguese famous for their wines, the Douro region. There he is. So from the Douro
He's up north, northern Portugal.
Yeah, the wine region of Portugal.
We got another battle.
There you go. There's so much here. Take your pick, take your culture, take your barrels,
No
take
doubt.
your white wine, take your rosé. Just whatever you want to do, however you want to do it. No one's going to stop you.
This is the heat that we've for me, you know, we're watching the ocean come together, right? See, that just everything looks kind of so much cleaner now, and
life's better. Life's improving.
There's sections showing up with, you know,
yeah, it's
scoring
pumping.
potential.
It's starting to
and all
pump.
that, eh?
It's starting to pump. That wind has just gone around, and we always needed it to, as predicted. Still, until it happens, you're still a little bit on tenterhooks. You're not so much effort and time. And all surf comps come down to the waves. So at the end of the day,
definitely.
There's nothing else. That's the main determinant.
It makes them or breaks them.
It really does. I've been through enough to know that. And the surfers can elevate it for sure, but the waves are pretty important. And
we got some contemplation going on in Miguel's last wave for sure. They're thinking hard about this one. They've got to be compared to what Craig already had in his wave and all that.
Yeah, or perhaps that 8.33 too of
there you
the
go.
previous heat was at Pedro's. So
I'm going to put it as the best wave of this heat. That's my.
Yeah, I would agree.
Let's see.
So 11 minutes on the clock after a bit of a slow heat last one. It has improved now. Waves are getting better. Some big numbers. Everyone in the hunt. Only Bruno not getting a score as yet, so he's still in the mix.
Which is surprising, right?
Yeah, he'll get one, you'd imagine. I mean, and it's coming down to this way. They are taking away. Oh, we see another little spitting green tube. Not sure whether it gets that green quality. I think it's a bit of the sun behind the wave, the colour of the sand, the Atlantic. Sort of usually quite dark, isn't it? But just here, and look at that. That's a late drop from Miguel.
Oh, Miguel again. Hey.
Can't get around that section.
Yep. Didn't open up for him to get straight in there. All right.
And you see, scores yet to come in. Miguel will need that. He needs to know exactly what he got, and he's coming now.
Oh, it came in now.
So it's a big number, an 8.83. So not only the best wave of the heat, the best wave of the day.
Best wave of the day. We had 8.33 was the highest, right? So this.
Yeah. So he's elevated. So Miguel Blanco on that left-hand tube. He likes that. He's rocketed up into first place. Craig Anderson, 5 and 3.57. Now Bruno Santos. 10 minutes to go. Plenty of time. Needing a 7.74. So yeah, all plenty to do.
Happy by that.
Yeah, I mean, getting spat out of a tube and then getting a big number. Living and fighting another day, probably. So, yeah, Miguel's pretty happy. He's always pretty happy, to be honest. And doing some great work down there. And the scores coming in. Always tight. Yeah, it was good. Good to have Parko in here, just talking through, you know, his approach to this event, which is, I suppose, many of these events, just that sometimes when the pressure's off, isn't it, they can actually surf their best. You know,
yeah, I think that's got to make such a difference. You got that. We're competitors in the past, and that just to have an event where they can just relax, enjoy themselves.
So they've all got the experience of surfing together and surfing heats, so that's there. But then they can just go and relax. And you know, in some ways, it could help elevate performance when it's got to rely on instinct and getting tubed. So,
yeah, just if not, you know, not intense, not as intense. It's like you got to get through. It depends on your career, depends on and all that. You know what I mean? So it's a more laid back thing. But if they've got the competitive attitude, they still want to win.
They still want to win. Yeah. He did mention that, but you just know it's right there. I think he mentioned once, like when he was, can't wait to go up against Bal, you know, and I really like, you know, it's, and I want to smoke him. So I just feel like, you don't lose that.
When he was down there in the interview, he said, I might kind of ready to get through to the final.
Yes, he did. Yeah, he called it.
He's ready.
And, so we'll see Parko up. The next heat, one after the next heat. Next heat's got Noah Beshan, Pedro Boonman, and Pedro Collado. It's double Pedros up against the young Hawaiian superstar, which would be great. Miguel just sitting a bit further to north. those kind of rips have just gone away a bit too, haven't they now, Nick? That wind clears them up a bit.
Yeah, it was nice to watch Noah surf. He surfed. I haven't seen much of Noah surfing, and so it was refreshing. He's got a lot of style.
Yeah,
convincing.
Bit of everything, these modern day surfers are incredible pipe surfers, massive aerial games, good style. I suppose it helps. Your old man was one of the great stylists, Shane Beshan, one of the real stylish surfers of his generation.
He's still surfing these days, do you know?
Yeah, he's ripping, man.
Is he still a presence in Hawaii and that?
Yeah, absolutely, Still coaching, does a lot of coaching and heavily involved in surfing, and still
I'm trying to think. I think it was years back, and there was a sunset contest. It was sizable. And he was out like on a 5'11" or something like that. Would that be him?
Yeah. He's really, moved to Hawaii when he was really young. All that generation just took to Hawaii, didn't they? They were like, he was Californian, but just thrived in the the Hawaiian way of life.
Archie also swaddling there.
Yeah.
Archie still over there surfing? No.
I'm not sure about Archie so much. I don't think surfing as much as Shane, but Shane's still ripping, still got that style. And now Noah taking on the mantle. Seen a bit of a lull since that flurry of activity.
Yell on the hunt there. Sure, he wants to solidify. Bruno
on his back, just packing a big one.
High expectations.
Yeah, that was just. They knew what was coming. That was for the crowd.
Crash and burn. Yeah, I think you can only sit around so long. Then you got to do something else.
Yeah, if you get a little corner, you never know. That was a bigger wave too, wasn't it? You could see it was overhead, well overhead, and he just straight into the guts of it. It was never coming out, but had a crack at it, which is great. So
he's going to be staying for a while now, isn't he? Too. He's got a wife and a daughter with him, so
yeah, he'll be getting tubed for sure. The forecast looks good for the next few days. There's still swell, winds sort of clock around to offshore, so the whole coast starts to sort of lighten up. So
if not, he's in a beautiful hotel with a nice swimming pool.
He's still
in the sauna.
In the sauna, exactly.
And a good breakfast that you didn't have.
No, I didn't get the breakfast. No, Nick. No,
that was for you. I was there for the breakfast.
I know. I'm fully aware.
Us old guys, man.
Yeah,
we got some, they give us something.
I know. You
throw
got
us a bone once in a while.
You got to get. It's the little things, isn't it?
There you go.
The extra half hour in bed.
They say that. I don't know how to translate it. Idade on post. It's age is a position.
Right.
So
gotcha. Gotcha. And there you got your little brekkie. Nice. Well deserved. You put in the time, mate.
Buck slipped into the box. He's on lunch, eh?
Yeah. It's lunchtime. Coming up, 5 o'clock, 5 minutes to go. It is 20 to 2 Portuguese times. The day's flying by. We've still got some good stuff coming. We've got the women's specialty heat coming up. We're supposed to hopefully have a bit of a tribute to Thiago Stock Perez, say our goodbyes and thanks to him. We've got the finals. So much good stuff to come here. This 11th edition.
When are they running the women before the semis?
That's a very good question. I think just before the semis, we'll get clarification on that.
Got a Bruno paddle.
As you see, Bruno Santos going on his left. That's a nice little tube. Then stalls again, a nice little head dip. Small the wave, but gets a number. Will make his job a little bit easier at least.
There you go. That'll help him bring it up. That'll lower what he needs all around. But he's going to need a second wave anyways.
Yeah, he's going to drop that requirement. He needed 7.7, so you won't get that. But he will, drop it down to a 5 or something. You'd imagine, maybe or even more so. Put a bit of pressure on Craig as well. 3 minutes to go. Still got time for one more wave. Back to all that nice section. Came around again. I was looking for a little bonus.
Yep.
Got a little tube. Kicks out. So maybe also just moves himself away from the park and gets a bit of space. There's that low. He just bends that low gravity, doesn't he? Seen that at Desert Point. And Chopu just hunches down a real, centered. Can't knock him off. Right. And those waves coming in. We'll get the score for that at the moment. Blanco, a huge 8.883. The wave of the day so far.
Oh, it's a beauty.
So he's well out in front. He's safe. Craig Anderson. goofy footer from Newcastle, Novocastrian. Here he goes, Bruno again. He's straight up and into it. You can see he's hunting. Wasn't going to pack that one. Just gets back out the back. You can see him looking around.
4.9, so that will bring down what he needs.
Yeah, you're right. Needs 4.9. Here goes Craig though. Ando behind the curtain, in deep, and somehow comes out the front. So that's going to probably help his score, make Bruno's job a little bit easier. I'll tell you what, I don't think many people have had the completion that Ando has had. You know, each heat he's managed to get 3 waves, get tubed, come out. Hasn't fallen off. Hasn't got many closeouts. And this one was behind the tube. Yeah, nice surfing. Comes out the front.
Yeah, that will probably replace the 3.5, you think, Ben?
Yeah, because that was pretty deep. He got tubed. It wasn't a clean. I mean, the judges let the clean exit. There was Miggy just getting a little in and out. But does manage to get
it. Switch back.
Holy dooly. Left, right. So it's got tube, but not a whole lot of coverage. And then a nice little turn. And then just kicks out. So
it would have been a clean finish if he completed that one, eh?
He would have had it all. So 2 minutes
Bit of
to go.
everything.
So now still scores to drop for Craig. For that wave, Bruno needed a 4.18, so still in the hunt. Obviously the many big supporters of surfing here in Portugal there. They do have many replays. And they see that Capítulo Perfeito, so really getting behind the sport. Nice little, is that British racing green?
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it is, but it's a nice looking vehicle, isn't it? Perfect for the old Portuguese sun. Drop the top, convertible, the Mini S Cooper. As you see Bruno in the barrel, can he get out? And he can, and he claims it.
This guy's classic.
Minute on the clock.
That, hey.
Minute on the clock, needed a score.
That Brazilian hunger, man.
He never gives up.
He can't. They just don't throw in the towel, do they?
See what he needed. He's not going to get back out the back, so let's look at this. 1 minute on the clock on the Oakberry SAA timer.
Yeah, well, that makes
And it was a wave here, gets in late, goes underneath, stalls, drags his hand, gets behind the curve and just comes out and claims it. Of course he does.
Yeah, it's going to be important what Craig Anderson can take. Still put a score in a Craig, so it's going to be real important to see what he comes up with in the last one.
Yeah, so he had the clean sort of doggy door exit, but he had about as much travel time as Ando, so it's...
I would think so. The wave was more sizable.
It was a bigger wave, it was a green wave, it was a hollower wave. Oh, and sliding. Oh, Miguel just sliding down that wave. Somehow managed to keep his fins in the face and manages to hold on. Miguel is going to be pretty happy with that.
Beautiful.
Look at that slide. I mean, that is control of a surfboard right there.
Miguel. Right.
Didn't get super deep, but
buzzer.
The fact that he had the wherewithal to slide those fins, grab the rail. So awesome.
All right,
surfing
this
from Miggy.
is suspense. We got some calls. See what comes in wave-wise here.
Judges finally earning their breakfast now.
I'm going to say Miguel's secure, right?
Miguel's safe, you'd imagine. He's going to back up that 8.83 with that last wave, which is a solid add.
5.34. So, Craig's came in at a 4.73, and Bruno needs 5.34. So that's the only score we got coming in.
So there you go. So Bruno's, was it a
5.34?
Well, it's pretty, it's pretty tight. It looks like the girls are getting ready for the women's superheat. So we have got some of Portugal's best young female surfers going out there to get barreled pretty soon. We're just waiting on this final score to come in. It's pretty close to the wide. It looks like Bruno has got it. So Santos gets the score, 12.33. I'm pretty sure we got Miguel one score to come in.
He did. Oh, he took it first with that one.
Took it first. Miguel only needs a 3.4, I think, with one score to go. But it looks like we may have seen the last of Craig Anderson.
There you go.
It's a real shame for me. He was surfing great, but just couldn't quite get those bigger scores. And as we said, he was hunting those last 3 minutes, wasn't he, Bruno? He was really going for it.
Yeah, he was, like I say, he was hungry. He wanted it. But
just
I think, as contest goes on, we're going to lose a lot of them. When you get to a final, someone's got to win, someone's got to lose.
That's the name of the game. You're right. So and they're all great surfers. So we're going to lose great surfers. That's what this event is. It looks like.
But you just want to watch them a bit longer, don't you?
You just want to watch them. We don't want too much to ask for, is it? Anyway, it does look like Bruno Santos has claimed that. Miguel Blanco in second. And unfortunately for Craig Anderson, his run is done. So we'll just watch these replays just to sort of unpick that. There was a lot going on there towards the end. A lot of action, a lot of waves getting ridden. And our first real kind of
consequential heat with some solid waves. I mean, some good waves in that. Yeah.
Exactly. All right. So we're going to go to a commercial break. We'll come back with more live action with Noah Beshan, Pedro Bruman, and Pedro Collado after these replays.
Whenever they
For over 30 years, we've been shaping surfboards and sharing knowledge alongside the best. Combining master craftsmanship with the latest CNC technology and premium materials, our boards are tested and trusted by the world's top surfers. Experience, innovation, and performance drive everything we do. This is our passion. This is our craft. We are Poland Surfboards.
And welcome back. Round 3, Heat 3. Brendan Buckley here. I got Nick Mauricio and a very special guest, a Heat winner, Cam Richards. Cam, how are we?
We're doing good. How's everyone?
We are doing great. You know who else is doing great? The last Heat winner, Mr. Bruno Santos, who is already on the beach with Emily. Emily, what's Bruno have to say for us? Maybe not quite yet. We'll see if we get any waves first, but eventually we'll get there.
Yeah, that last heat, Bruno was
We're going to see a couple waves
major
before.
come around, eh? Major turnaround that heat. Yeah.
And now it's actually time for Emily. Sorry, Nick.
Oh, Emily's
But
on
we're going
us,
to hear
okay.
from Emily and Bruno on the beach.
Okay, sorry, we're having some, a little bit of microphone issues, but we are here with Bruno Santos, who just won the previous heats. Bruno, last minute turnaround, 7.33 on that last wave. You pulled into a beautiful barrel. We heard the crowd going wild here. Can you just take us inside that barrel?
This time was completely different. My first hit, I found my best wave in the first 5 seconds. This time was pretty hard. I think my 5 or 6 first waves was big close out, but never give up. And I find a nice little one right in the, I don't know, maybe 5 minutes before the end of the heat. And I come back pretty fast trying to get my priority. And I found that one. Was a pretty hard barrel because close out was a dog door. But I got enough points to advance. And it was hard to listen outside as well. The wind's too strong. But now I know. Super happy.
And what do you think we can expect from this afternoon? You know, the conditions are getting better. We're seeing already a few 8-point scores going down. So are you excited for moving into the next round?
Yeah, for sure. Like, Capítulo Perfeito is always like that. Like, it's hard to get amazing conditions in Carcavelos all day. So we always have like some challenging hits and some really good hits. I think looks like today it's the best gonna be for the end of the contest, for sure, for the finals. I think the finals can be really, really good Carcavelos. Straight offshore, good size. I think the finals going to be super fun.
And just to talk a little bit about your board choice. Are you riding the same board throughout the day, or are you changing up the equipment?
Actually, my shaper is Joca Seco, like more than, I don't know, 30 years. It's a long time relationship. But I was in Bali and I broke all my boards, and I make this Thai Buddha model, and I used for the first time today, and it's working pretty well. It's a 510 broad pin, and was good. My first wave with this board was my first battle in the first heat, so it's working pretty well. My second board, it's a small Joca Seco, 5.8, but I think it's too small for today, so I choose the bigger one.
Well, it looks like it's working good for you, and we're excited to see you in the next round. And back to you guys in the studio in the next heat.
Great. Thank you, Emily. Thank you, Bruno. We're back. Cam, you see Bruno's best wave there?
I did see Bruno's wave. Yeah, that last 5 minutes, you can't count those guys out.
You can't.
I'm very familiar with it. So
2 waves in 5 minutes. Watch out, buddy.
That's easy.
Don't
easy
get
for
too
them.
Don't get too cocky out there.
Yep.
He's coming.
He's coming. But yeah, I mean, 2 pounds, such a good surfer, and yeah, he did it.
Nice. So your last heat was interesting. You, especially that right, you made the most of it, brother.
I did. I was struggling there at the start, but yeah, managed to find a little tube action and was seeing waves, so I knew they were out there, which is that's exciting. But stoked to have 2 kind of come together.
What's your kind of strategy out there? Like, obviously, the goal would be to just get one of those incredible ones. But is your strategy to just you get grindy if that's not happening? We're going to check out some replays. Maybe just hold that thought. So that didn't come out, but there's Noah there, making himself at home on his second trip to Portugal. And then we have Pedro Colado, not Boonman. Foamy one that doesn't do much for him. And finally, Boonman in the end. So it was a busy stretch while we had the interview there. And Boonman completed a wave. Nothing crazy, but there we go. Little score to start the heat. Another look at Noah's.
Oh, that's sick.
Slidey.
Oh.
Wow, he was awfully busy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like Pedro was saying, from heat to heat.
That was insane.
Where'd he come from? Where were you there, Noah? Anyway, Cam, yeah, how does it, what do you do strategy-wise? Obviously, you want a ball, but if you're not funny, when do you feel like you start to almost try to manufacture scores, or what do you do?
Yeah, I mean, you got to. We came all this way, and we want to put on a show, but sometimes you gotta get grindy, and if you see anything that might be able to get barreled, you gotta go.
Did you see Balls Air out there?
I did. I told him, I said, no points.
No points,
good.
buddy.
It was really sick.
It looks sick. You really tweaked a little straight air. So were you tempted to punt on any?
Very tempted, but just, I don't know if I have the inventory for surfboards on the beach, so I'm going to just try to stay away from it.
Yep. Try to stay inside the waves instead of above them.
Yep.
Good stuff. It's been like 15 years since you guys competed against each other.
I think so. Yeah, I can't even think of the last time I had a heat with Ball, but we definitely have, and it was cool. Like we've done the same comps, but we never linked up. But yeah, it was fun.
What about the early days? Like he's got a few years on you, yeah.
A few years, but
like the same like divisions together, really.
Yeah, maybe like some open men's, but here we go.
Boonman.
Wow.
Oh, people are just surprising us by staying on their surfboards. Magicians out there. That's cool. So yeah, you would have met Ball when you were like 12, probably.
Probably younger, yeah.
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 Good stuff.
He's some big shoes to fill for East Coast surfing, that's for sure. And always looked up to him and continue to do so.
Have you guys been on some trips together? Obviously, you've been in the same place at the same time, like Hawaii, stuff like that. But have you ever like intentionally kind of?
I don't think so. No, we've never striked anywhere together. He's a mystery man sometimes. He's hard to find. When he's not in Hawaii, you kind of don't know where he's going to end up. Here's a replay. The Houdini.
He almost pulled that off, didn't he?
Got close there, Boonman. Well, first time in this event, definitely not your first time in Portugal. I know you were here last month, and other than that, I'd imagine you've done the comps here a bit. Have you been here, what do you say, 10 times maybe?
I'd say that's a safe bet, yeah.
Nice. Do you remember your first trip?
I do. It was for the World Juniors, and it was in Ericeira also.
What year was that? That was the year Vasco won it, yeah?
Yeah, correct. Yep. And I remember I came solo, and I brought a skateboard. I think I was just going to skateboard around everywhere. Cobblestone streets.
Bit of a hill.
And like, yeah, and like that. Right?
That too, and just not very, I was like, okay, well, this ain't going to work. So a lot of walking.
You're not the first one that's made that mistake.
I could imagine.
Yeah, skateboard's fun, but maybe not the best for getting around here. Anyway, we've got a quick interview with Emily. Let's see who she's on the beach with.
A busy little bee.
Sure is.
Pereira Say is the co-founder of SurfRec, which is partner of Capítulo Perfeito. Say, can you tell us a little bit about what you're doing here?
Yeah, so basically SurfRec developed a robotized camera that films surfers automatically through a tracker that surfers put on the arm. So basically we want to give tools to free surfers, actually all wave riders, bodyboarders, windsurfers, kitesurfers, surfers, to be able to have this tool to analyze themselves and get better. We're also creating a platform that allows surfers to do online coaching, because most surfers, don't have the time to be on surf schools. And so basically giving surfers access to their footage, they will then be also, that will enable them to do online coaching. So this is our robotic system. This is still our pilot phase. We will have in a few months like a tower with cameras inside that surfers can basically surf themselves, on-demand system, and they will have their footage in their phone after their surf, all their waves, from beginning to end. And yeah, we're very happy to bring this technology into the surfing world. Yeah.
Wow, very interesting. So yeah, if you guys want to go check it out, it is SurfRec. And back to you guys in the studio and the next heat.
I had a look just before this, and I didn't see any takers free surfing out here yet. If you want to be the first one, get down there. Go get the SurfRec out and give it a crack.
Great idea, eh?
Yeah, it's super cool what he's doing. Anyway, Cam, first trip here, World Juniors. Had you surfed this wave before?
No, first time here, but surfed Quinta
for
the contest a few years back.
Nice. And then the last trip you came here, you stayed up in Peniche.
I stayed in Ericeira.
Oh, did you?
I did a couple missions to Peniche, though.
One of them was quite worthwhile, that mission.
It sure was, yep.
I happened to be in the water. I had just paddled out to Super Tubas one day. It was pretty damn big, pretty menacing. Not a pretty day of waves, kind of cloudy, weird wind. And I saw a goofy footer just pack this really big, really wide, and very difficult wave. Just had multiple sections, lumps, everything. And then he tries an air. And I later found out that was my good friend Cam Richards.
Yeah,
that wave was incredible.
Yeah, that was a special one. The waves were pretty bad out there, and I was one of the only people out. It was crowded earlier because it looked like it was good, but then just paddle back out, and you just saw this giant TP coming in. And I think it took like the third wave of the set for me to pull the trigger. And well worth it. I was glad I picked that one because I tried to go on the first one, but luckily I didn't. But yeah, it was a insane wave. It was kind of my first time ever really surfing like big Peniche. I've surfed it small, but it's a special wave. I could imagine how good it does get on its perfect day, but for now I'm very happy with what I got.
Yeah, well, go check it out. I know you posted it, so check out Cam's gram to see that thing. It was a very, very difficult wave, but you surfed well. So now here you are, already in the semis. Your first go here at the Capítulo Perfeito.
Yeah, it's so fun. I've never done a contest where, I've done contests that is strictly like for barrels, like at pipe and stuff, but like this one's really cool because they don't care what you do after the wave or anything. It's just all about the tube.
Like you're saying, making fun of ball for doing that air, being like, that was cool, no points.
Deduct.
What was the vibe like sharing a heat with him?
So fun. Were
you guys chatting out there?
A little bit. It's pretty easy just to kind of separate yourselves up there, and I like to do that a lot. So yeah, I was trying to just stay out of everyone's way and hope to find something.
Nice. Well, you found a few, won the heat, trip to the semis.
Yeah, it looks like it's really starting to cook now. It was pretty cool to just be standing up there and just like you can see the waves just a lot more cleaner now, and So definitely really stoked to.
The whole ocean surface, I mean, all the way out the back, and all that rip's gone, all the
and all
sides.
cleaned up. So I think we're in for a treat.
Yeah, I don't think it's at all controversial to say that last heat was the best heat of the event so far.
Yeah.
What do you think, Nick?
Yeah, definitely. Busiest, not. Heat before that, last 2 heats have been pretty busy. There's more going on,
Yeah.
Poor Craig, he was out as close as you can get on that one.
Tight.
And it didn't look fun to cop that section on the face.
Yeah, there's a lot of power out there. I mean, I've got so pounded by 2-foot waves out there. Like, just even duck diving or when you fall, you just like...
Just violent.
You get so smoked. It's the same thing with Paniche, though, too.
Yeah, super sick.
Yeah, it's like... You think it's just a fun little beach break, but
No.
you get so pounded.
No,
But it's a short little impact zone, though, too, right? But it's so intense that you're just stuck
man.
there. You just get stuck.
Yeah,
pounding,
you're just...
pounding.
Nothing you can do.
Nothing you can do. How's you been able to time the paddle outs pretty good with the rip? Just jump one of those.
Think
Have you
so.
copped a couple? Just
I've been good so far. Yeah.
I've definitely seen some watching the screen here of people being not so good.
I mean, I've definitely ditched, no doubt. I've ditched probably 3 or 4 times, but usually it's just one and done.
You have a ditch strategy, and obviously you don't ditch if somebody's behind you or
Yeah,
grab a pipe or something. But in general, will you just throw that board away if nobody's behind you?
I try to place it in a way that it doesn't get apexed on and break, but I don't know, kind of spur of the moment, man. You just gotta hope for the best.
Fair enough. Anyway, tell me, we were talking about your recent trip here, and I know that you're saving most of your footage from that, yeah?
Yeah, so saved we were very lucky enough to get a lot of really good waves, so was able to save a lot of footage, but then also put out kind of like the B clips, and also with a good friend of mine, and that's on YouTube now and on Stab also, called Bombino, and we know we didn't spell it correct in Portuguese, but it's spelled V-I-N-O. It's just the people from South Carolina, and like sometimes they might not know how to pronounce V-I-H-N-O. So I've already seen a couple comments like, you spelt it wrong. I'm like, we know.
Sorry, guys.
Yeah, it's
a
joke.
Did you do some wine research over here? Were you trying to figure out what it tasted like?
Yeah, we did a lot of tasting.
Okay.
A lot of the $3 bottles are incredible. But no,
that's amazing.
We literally just walked in there. We don't know what anything says, and we just picked the one that had the coolest logos.
And that strategy worked pretty well for you?
Yeah. I mean, I think we probably had one miss. Other than that, they were all great.
Really? And you were kind of hunting around that €3 range?
Yeah.
Well, you can get away with that. You can get a good wine for like 3 years in this country.
Yeah.
You can get away with it.
I am aware.
Yeah.
Although I find
But
myself...
you've been drinking Ripple in the States, right?
Oh, gosh, yeah. $3.
$3 bottle of wine, you're in trouble in the U.S.
Yeah, I think the only thing we got is Trader Joe's. They have the $3 bottles of wine that are okay. But
yeah.
They got that. Trader Joe's got that. You seen the cable car one? It's like... it's super cheap in Trader Joe's, and it's more expensive over here.
Oh,
which is
really?
like
It's
totally
the same
that way
thing.
around.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's so funny. But yeah, wine's here great, food's here great, everything's great.
Nice. And what's the plan with the clips that you haven't published yet? Do you have a couple hard drives sitting around?
I got a couple hard drives, but I believe, I don't know how much I'm allowed to talk about it, but I believe Visla is going to be coming out with a new movie.
Okay.
And I told them I would let them use all my footage, and so stay tuned for that. So it should be out in the next couple months. We're going to do a lot of premieres and everything, and hopefully come over here and do a premiere for it. But it's a movie about kind of all the surfers on Visla, and showing that, we're still a core surf brand, and just kind of, we'll see. They just asked for it. I said, no problem.
Hand it over. Good man.
Yeah.
Nice. And now you said that you'll do some premieres. I know you're currently in this season of Stab Highway, and you had a nice premiere party for that in your adopted hometown of Charleston. How'd that go?
We did. It went awesome. Just anywhere on the East Coast just supports surfing. Similar to here in Portugal, like how everyone's just so into it and so much support. And so we have that going too on the East Coast. So once you announce that there's something going on that revolves around surfing, you don't have to twist anyone's arms. They show up. And there was free beer too, so that helps. But yeah, we had a great time. And
were you bummed that you couldn't participate in the worst heat ever?
I was a little bummed. We used me for the foiling, but our team did a good job. But also, I was also really happy I wasn't in that, because
Mateus would have been hard to beat.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, you're not going to beat him. And I was like, I quit doing this a little bit ago. I don't want to go back.
Yeah, we almost sent you back, but you escaped it.
I did.
Anyway, while we still got a lull here, we are going to view some commercials, see who's supporting this thing, and we'll be back with plenty more surfing.
We have been testing natural rubber to replace traditional neoprene.
In the last 3 years, we launched a few natural rubber wetsuits range.
This rubber is harvested from an FSC certified plantation in Guatemala.
Our natural rubber wetsuits use 85% natural rubber and 15% additives like soybean oil and recycled carbon black.
Our wetsuits are made with natural rubber. Make the best wetsuits.
Be good to the ocean.
A Surf Reg está a criar a app que vai levar a tua experiência no surf. Podes filmar as tuas surfadas com a ajuda de câmaras robotizadas disponíveis nas principais praias de surf e receber os teus vídeos automaticamente. Como funciona tudo isto?
Regista-te, faz login através do quiosque na praia, recolhe a pulseira, veste-a no braço e vai surfar o tempo que quiseres. Devolve a pulseira e descarrega os vídeos imediatamente.
Shout out to the sponsors, Electrikfatbike. I have one of those things. It is brilliant. It'll make your life way better. I'm telling you right now, purchase one, your life will improve, as well as these Billabong natural rubber wetsuits, that nice hotel we're staying at. Get a Mini Cooper.
Sure.
Have some fun.
Get it all. Yeah.
Let your hair down, folks. That's what we're here for.
And now with that bike, can you go on the beach and like go find your own sandbar, or how's it do in the sand?
You can, but the need isn't so high to do that. Like the guys in Hossor,
okay,
you know, it gets to the point where there's just not so many beach accesses and big spaces between them, so they really benefit from that. Whereas where I live, there's a beach access, you know, every few hundred meters really anyway. So you could, but you don't really
get a
need
big
to.
rock pile in the middle, right?
Yeah.
Mountain.
But no, those things are great. As we look back to the heat here, still a slow affair. I think the heat before stole some of the energy from the ocean, just vortex some of it, but that's okay. Maybe that's a good sign for the next heat too. Maybe
Carcavelos has a tendency to do this, so you get back and forth heats. It's going to be like Bruno said earlier. You know, it's going to be on. You get a pulse and a move and a heat, and then tide changes a bit of the set, shifts and slows down a bit. But
yeah, I mean, I think here, Peniche as well, it's like you could almost do yourself a great disservice if you get out of the water in a weird moment, because 20 minutes later it could just be cooking again. So it's the type of day where if you're free surfing, just kind of hang out, stay out there.
Hang out. Yep.
You miss competing at all, Cal?
I can't say I miss competing on the QS. I had fun. My problem, I just always struggle when the waves weren't like consistent. I don't like sitting and knowing that unless you have priority, you're not going to ride a wave.
Right.
And that's just what kind of bothered me. I hate not having an opportunity. I'm all good to get beat if I'm riding waves and falling, or the person's out surfing me, which happens plenty of times. But when you don't get a chance to stand up, it is tough. But I do love competing. I mean,
all the blocking and like.
Oh yeah, I'm out on that.
5 minutes left, and you're sitting on a guy and all that.
I was the one that was always so far down the beach. U.S. Open, I sit at Machado's Peak every time, no matter if the pier bowl's pumping. I'm so far down the beach.
Don't interfere with me. Don't bother me.
Yeah, I want to stay clear, but sometimes you got to play the game. But
well, hey, you're in the semis here.
I am.
The beach is only getting busier, and we have Emily down on the beach to see some of the faces of that crowd. Emily.
Yeah, that is correct, Buck. I am down here at the beach. It is a beautiful day. The beach is packed. There's a really good vibe. And yeah, let's go over here and see some of all the crowd. All right. Guys, you are here watching the contest. You got your signs. Can you show me what's did you give any 10-point rides out yet?
Yeah, it's not yet. No, not yet. But soon, hopefully.
Can you just tell me a little bit where you guys are from and why you came down to the beach today?
We are from Italy, and we are here to support Victor Bernard.
Victor Bernardo. Okay. Are you all cheering for him?
I'm cheering for Pedro Bunman. He's Portuguese, and I think he's in good shape to get a beautiful wave. He's always getting good waves when he's in the water, so I'm happy that he will win. Yep.
And can you just say a few words about what brought you down here to the beach today?
So surf and sun.
Surf and sun. Well, sounds like a great day on the beach. So, yeah, thank you so much, and back to you guys and the heat.
Thanks, Emily. Can we get that guy in the hat in the booth? I feel like I need more of his vibe.
Yeah.
He was.
I gotta get one of those hats.
He was brilliant. He's having a great day. We're all having a great day as we see a beautiful view of the fort. Oh man, those guys were awesome.
Buckley, how much history do you know? How old's this fort right here?
Ooh, that's
putting you on the spot.
Tough question. How old is the fort?
You got me.
You think it's Moorish?
My daughter could tell you. I can't.
Okay. All right. We'll get back to them on that.
It was here when I arrived in '78, so it's been there longer than that, right?
Yep,
Maybe it was built in the '60s.
Yeah, they threw it up a couple of days before I got here.
Yeah.
Probably, you know.
Yep.
Now I'm sure it's been there a long time. Man, you look at history in like Portugal. If you go up to some of the
I've been to the castles,
old monastery and castles and that.
Oh
you
my
like
gosh. So
blown
cool.
away, hey?
Yeah.
So it's like looking at trees in Yosemite or something like that.
Exactly. Yeah.
Look at that drone shot of the crowd. People having a great day. Coming from Italy, heard an Australian accent down there before. All corners of the world together.
Well,
Carcavelos.
Portugal's become a major melting pot, right? There's people moving over from all over the world. There's a lot of them running from the States these days.
Yeah, I don't blame them.
No doubt, eh?
Sprinting, you might say.
Yeah.
How long you staying around for, Cam?
Haven't decided yet. I have a ticket on Monday, but hey, I might not have anywhere to be, so might enjoy the $3 wine and
pop into the supermarket, get a few $3 bottles. Why not?
So yeah, we'll see.
Awesome. What's your favorite place to surf here?
Probably Pedra Branca.
Got it.
It's, in Ericeira. That wave it's like a wave pool, and it's fun on any types of conditions. When it's windy, it's like one of the best air waves ever, and then when it's clean, it's such a fun little slab barrel. So yeah, I think that takes the cake.
There you go. Is that your favorite town to spend time?
Yeah, I'm a big fan.
Nice.
That's where I used to spend time during the contest, so I got to kind of get to know it a little bit. So definitely it's comfortable, but then every time I come...
What's that, Ericeira or
yeah.
White Rock?
Ericeira, yeah.
It's changed a lot. I mean, from from what your junior contest
For
you're
sure,
talking about.
for sure.
Boomtown, but it's still nice.
It is. It's really cool.
It is. I love it here, though, too. It's wonderful. This Cascais zone, as we see. Pedro Colado on a nice, clean one. Looked like he thought about doing a little baller on there, but couldn't find the section. Gonna be the way of the heat so far. Maybe I don't know, 3-ish, 4-ish.
I'm not sure. I haven't been paying too much attention to the scoring, so. But.
Probably around 4.5, something like that. Yeah.
All right. Nice job, brother. I'm sure we'll see a replay soon to dissect. Maybe Cam can dissect it when it comes in.
Let's do it.
Booties, though. Did you have booties on out there?
I did have booties, yeah. Debating on taking them off, but they're pretty nice. A little extra grip.
What's the water like? It's not that cold, right?
It was cold this morning, but now with the sun out and everything, it's pretty mellow. I'm in a 4.3, so not too bad.
We had warm water till way late this year, eh?
Here you go, Noah.
Yeah.
Oh, he's probably going to launch.
Looks like it, huh? And, ooh! Damn, he surfs very good, doesn't he?
He does. He is a robot. He's so good and fun to watch. Yeah.
Do you feel like you find yourself in the same place as him? Like, you know, obviously, when you're on the North Shore, he's probably there. Cross his path in Indo or anything?
It is.
See his replay here? Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, it's funny. We're definitely, we surf a lot of the same times. We don't like communicate it, but when we're in Hawaii, I swear, like we're always on the same. Like,
really,
we'll surf like bigger Rockies and like real windy, and then like I swear we paddle out all at the same time during pipe. I can't think of a time I've surfed out there and he's not out there, but also he's probably out there all the time. But
yeah,
it does feel like him and I we like the same types of conditions for sure.
Nice. Well, it's his first time here in this event as well. I love how you could kind of tell from the beginning that he knew that wave wasn't going to give him a barrel. It seemed like he was teeing up that air from right when he took off. So
I think he just wants to give the crowd on the beach a show.
Yeah, I mean,
can't blame him.
Probably just, been waiting a while, figured, hey, I see a ramp, I know I can punt on this thing, why not?
Yeah, it seems like muscle memory for him, like especially those backside full roads. It's just, if the section's there, he's not going to fall. Like, it's pretty insane.
Yeah. So you see a replay here.
Oh, wait.
So you got another little wave. 2, can he get out?
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
Force it.
Cleanly, but there we go.
See?
So getting to the point of the heat where I guess you try to get whatever you can, huh?
Well, I mean, just hip trying that air just put him in position. He would have never been in position for that little right, so that could just be his theory. Just stay in rhythm, ride a bunch of waves, and there are little inside ones, and yeah, not much time left. No one has anything too important. So
Pedro came through with a 3.5. I was a point up on that one.
I think it's tough too with the heat before. Such good waves, so
yeah,
hard to balance it.
Stole some energy from us, but plenty more coming. Cam's already in the semis. Do you know who's in your semi yet? Have you seen that?
I have no idea.
Okay. 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, I think.
That's right. My dad used to always say that.
Probably have heard him say it.
You've heard him say it for sure.
You think your dad's watching? Can we give him a shout out?
I'm sure he's watching. Yeah, he actually, it was such a last minute call up. I was going to bring him with me, but first time to the event, didn't really know what to expect. So, but if I get invited again, I'm sure he'll be one of the mascots on the beach for sure.
What do you think Kelly Richards is up to on a nice Saturday in South Carolina?
Saturday? Ooh, it's a bad day to be a natural light beater, that's for sure. But, oh, here we go. But now he's probably just chilling, hanging with the brother, and hopefully staying out of trouble. Probably riding one of his 25 motorcycles he has.
Okay.
He buys,
got a bit of a collection.
Yeah, he buys vintage motorcycles. It's some say it's a problem, but
does he get a good deal on them? Does he grind them down?
Oh, that's what he'll tell you. He's like, man, I bought this one for $1,500. I could sell it for $3,000. I'm like, well, then sell it. He's like, nah. I'm like, okay. But hey, it makes him happy, and so yeah.
Awesome. Well, Kelly and Cole, if you're watching, we love you. We are going to watch a quick recap of this heat. Let's see. Kind of slow, but here's Pedro's wave. Foamy closeout. Boonman there. First completion of the heat, but not too much on it. No with that.
Oh.
Sliding into that
wait,
thing.
This is the one he...
Yeah, look, he's still just somehow on his surfboard.
Did they... What'd they do? No count? I don't think so.
I don't think it was a consequential score, no. Claudo's wave, that's a 3.5, highest of the heat thus far. Oh, no, that's wrong. No, I got a 4.67 on a wave, so.
On the lower right.
Yeah, on that right he made. So Noah is in the driver's seat. Might be joining you in the semis.
Maybe. Yeah, it depends how they do the draw. I'm not too sure.
Yeah, that's it. What does your father do, Cam?
Sorry?
What does your father do?
Where my father is a surfboard shaper.
Oh, he is also.
Yeah, and we also run a surf shop in Garden City Beach. But yeah, he's been shaping, for a long time. All hand shape. Never uses a computer.
Never uses a computer?
No, just.
Right. He still doesn't use a computer.
No.
No. Okay.
Yep.
What's like awesome. His type of board that he makes?
He makes a really good like summer fish for the small waves at home, and he actually makes some good longboards. We used to have Tony Savani on the team, which is a world tour longboard surfer. So yeah,
a force to be reckoned with at Virginia Beach's ECSC.
No doubt. But yeah, he's a surfboard shaper, and then have Village Surf Shop too. So. Stays busy.
Does he have his own factory, or does he just shape and send them off the glass?
No, he does. He does everything.
He does it all?
Yeah, he has a little bit of help here and there, but for the most part, it's shaped, painted, glass, sanded,
No kidding, huh?
Yeah.
How old is he?
64, I think.
I got two in him. I wouldn't want to be doing that at 60.
I mean, it's crazy.
I'm still shaping that, but I'm not glassing.
Go give it to him. Yeah. No, it's
bring on the other guy.
One of our funnest pastimes for me and my brother is just go watch him teeter with boards and get mad when something messes up, or it's just really entertaining for sure. But
I can imagine.
He's really good.
So he's a professional. I mean,
he is. Yeah. I mean, I've seen a lot of surfboard factories and like how they have so much help and all this great technology, and then I see what my dad can do with just his bare hands.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
It's very impressive. Yeah.
All right.
Wow. Well, that's the end of that heat. Nothing changed towards the end. Noah.
That was a slow one.
Still in the lead. Collado makes it, and Boonman exits. My pick for a finalist. Out. I was wrong.
Yep.
Maybe I cursed him. Anyway, Cam, we will let you go. I don't know how much time you have until your next heat, so we will let you get prepped for that.
Alrighty. Oh, I think we missed some action.
After the hooter.
That looked like maybe Boonman. I saw his board art there,
Yeah.
so got one for the crowd. Anyway, yeah, Cam, pleasure to have you.
Thank
Good
you
luck
guys
in
for
the
having
semis.
me. Yep.
Here's Noah. Little boog action.
That's what it's all about.
Getting in there. Trying to seek forgiveness for doing his air.
Bring your old man over next time.
I will.
Run by
I
the
will.
factory.
He's coming. He's coming.
Shape us some fishes.
Oh, there we go. Yeah. No, he would love to.
I love how, people obviously there's like newer shapers who take a lot of pride in just hand shaping just because, it's art form, whatever they want to say. I couldn't really see your dad being that angle, just being like, he doesn't want to learn the computer.
No, he doesn't want to learn the computer and just, no, he just likes to do it all.
He's got his system figured out. He knows what he's doing. He makes brilliant boards.
Has great templates like cut out of old poster boards, and it's cool. It's cool.
That's fun. You get to a point where like your shoulders and all your joints are feeling it,
Yeah, I mean,
like planing and
he looks
flying
great for how old he is,
That's
and he's still doing it. If he's not watching, I promise you, he's either in the shaping bay or the glass shop. So
Is he surfing? He surfs
a little bit, yeah. Every once in a while, just need to find a wave with enough push. Where we live, it's pretty tough to surf. But yeah, he came out to Hawaii with me when I was in the Vans pipe contest, and he got some waves. So it's cool to see.
All right.
Nice. Well, thank
Beautiful
you, Cam.
view.
Thank you, guys.
Good luck
I
moving
appreciate
forward. I think Ben Mundy's going to jump back in with me here as we see a few more highlights. More of Noah just sliding, making that thing.
Good luck, man.
This is art.
Okay, but this is art.
No, art is this.
But art is light.
And light is art.
Listen, this is art.
Yeah, I agree.
Welcome back to live action here from Carcavelos. We're at the Capítulo Perfeito, powered by Billabong, the ultimate tube riding challenge. We've gathered 16 of the world's best tube riders. We've put them to Portugal. Some are through, some aren't. That man on your screen is Noah Beshen. He is through. He won that last heat. It wasn't a big scoring heat, but he did enough to get through, so he'll be dangerous. One of the great young surfers of the world surfing stage right now. My name is Ben Mundy. I'm joined by Buck. And he's just talking to the local young fans on the beach there.
Yeah, they're going to make it some friends, huh?
Getting some chat in, having a good time. And we move on to not so much the past and the present and the future. We've got Nicola von Rupp, Joel Parkinson, and this man here, Victor Bernardo, paddling. So Bernardo, the Brazilian, grabs his rail. It's a frothy beast. He tucks in, comes out the front. Well negotiated. Wasn't a whole lot of travel time, but it was a good way to start off. Behind him, we've got Nick von Rupp, the goofy footer, current WSL Nazare Toe Challenge champion. He's out, and that leaves Joel Parkinson, who also had a wave. So, a lot to catch up on there, Buck.
Truly.
A few waves.
We got Parko out there representing the commentating booth.
Yeah. He's
former world champ, former commentator.
He's pretty good in the booth.
He was. He's so pleasant to have in here. Cam was fun too. Thanks for coming in, Cam.
Yeah, it's
you
great.
Unfortunately, I had to sit that one out Monday.
Yeah, I know. I missed that. I was listening. Don't worry about that. I see a little head dip there from Nicolau on Roop. And then this wave here, Buck. He stalled, got high, and somehow came out the front.
Did, and has a little jump off there. So drone angle is pretty, but just hit that foamy section in there. Maybe would have been a bit more hollow if it didn't have the white water, but early days of the heat, so plenty of time for him to do himself one better. Interesting heat we have on our hands.
Yeah, it's got it all, hasn't it?
World champ, one of the world's best kind of, I don't want to call him like a alt board guy, but he is going that way, and Victor, because he's still so capable on anything under his feet. Then Nicolau, charger, vlogger, Nazare champ.
Yep, got it all. Got it all. Yeah, Nick obviously surfed a lot. His original sort of focus was trying to get on the CT. That was his dream. But right now, he changed that up, switched it up, went the big wave free surfing route. It's been going from strength to strength. Getting some incredible waves all around the world, all the sizes. And yeah, been super popular. His Von Froth YouTube channel and blogs have been really well received. And he's won this event 3 times as well, so he knows what it takes to win out here. He'll want to do it again. That's what he does. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. Just hope we get some good waves. You can see that texture of the water though now, Buck, doesn't it? It looks pretty nice and inviting, that textured water compared to the earlier on in the day.
It's true. Even though that last heat was slow, just like you said, the water is just, there's less of it moving around. It's cleaning up. So there will be moments. And man, we're already at the semis after this. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's happening. We're going to go for, I think we're going to have a little short break after this one and then come back to the semis, the women's specialty heat, and then the final. So yeah, we're getting through it. 2:30 here Portuguese time.
Look at that.
Tide dead on 3:30, so we'll just get just on the other side of the low, which is perfect. Crowds building.
Saw that. Emily got amongst it for us.
Did she?
Did. Interviewed some fellas from Italy.
Right.
We're having a great day.
Yeah, well, there you go. Speaking of Emily, I think she's down on the beach. Who's she got? What's going on, Emily? Talk us through it.
That is correct, Monday. I am here with Noah. Noah, that was a really low-scoring heat. Yeah. Is that one of the low-scoring heat wins you ever had?
Probably. I feel like most of that heat we didn't catch a wave. Like, there were good waves in the beginning, and I thought it was going to be like that, and then it felt like 2 rips like blew out on each side of like the peak where that left was coming in, and then it just kind of ruined the lineup for a little while, and pretty much the whole heat. Yep.
Yeah, how was that sitting out there and watching, like just before getting out there, you saw some 8-point 8-point rides going down 7-point rides. Were you starting to get excited and then?
Yeah, it felt like our heat was going to be firing and the waves were like just going to be turning on. And then it was at first for a second, and then that just happened, and it just like it didn't stop happening the whole heat, which was crazy. We had like no waves.
Yeah, but hopefully we'll turn on for the next one. So what are you going to go out and look for when you go into the next round?
Hopefully some good waves. Yeah, just hopefully that's it. Hopefully some good waves.
But what goes through your mind when you're out there and, you're just waiting and, nothing is really happening? How do you stay calm and just trust that you got this?
Well, I had first priority, so I was just like, oh, when a good wave comes in, I'll go on it. And then a good wave never came in, so I was just like sitting there with first priority. I feel like if I had third priority, I would have probably been catching a bunch of waves just surfing. But yeah, that's why I was like, oh, well, if I have first priority, I might as well just like wait for a good one. But it took the whole heat.
Well, hopefully we get some better ones in the next one. We're excited to see you moving into the next round, and we'll get back to you guys in the next heat.
Thank you, and thanks, Noah. Yeah, he's happy to grind his way through that. He's back in the game. Look at the smile on his dial. So awesome to see Noah enjoying himself. And the Portuguese situation. Didn't get the waves he wanted, but he got the result he wanted.
No, but we just saw Victor come out of one there, and his body language said, yes, I am happy.
He did. It screamed happiness. And in there, so he flung out the
We're hearing some cheers, too. He's straight into another on the dome, maybe. Maybe.
Yeah, I think he got barreled there.
Found the wave Noah was looking for.
Yeah. But the old-fashioned priority system there coming into play. Like, he was saying, don't have third priority. If you have third priority, you can just go anything. So it's still elements of the traditional competition format sort of leaches into this sometimes, doesn't it?
It just sure does. Just seeps in.
These guys want to get through. See Parker there just up to his waist on that hard packed sand. So that low's coming in, low tide's coming in, or going out I should say. So it's getting really, really shallow on that inside bank. They're going to be sort of quicker and gnarlier and heavier, these drops, and we might just see Victor did. He was really talking about in the car yesterday, weren't we? Man, he was a really fancied as a Grom. Victor was one of those Brazilian of his generation that was considered, potentially CT class. Won a lot of QS events, sponsored, to the hilt, and then just sort of that side of his surfing didn't quite work out for a variety of reasons. But he's come back and sort of reinvented himself almost in the surfing world.
It's true, and even back when he was competing, he still had such a nice style. Like sometimes people switch boards up, and you can almost feel like the style's a bit contrived. It's just like, okay, I get it, you're on 20, but you don't have to do that with your hand, do you? Like, do you really have to do that obnoxious go straight high line with the soul arch? No, you don't. You could do what you've been doing for the other time of your life. But Victor always did have this element of just beauty in his surfing. He's so capable in the air. It's funny too, you get him in a wave pool, which sometimes you wouldn't think. You don't see many clips of people on more 20 quad weirder boards in wave pools, but you get him in one on there, and like there's a wave he got at Waco on the Swatch 9s where it's just a massive alley-oop, but just was so stylish, and that's nothing new for him. It's always been part of his surfing, that beautiful style, and I do think the board he's on now accentuates it in a way.
Yeah, it does. You're right. It probably, surfing to a pretty rigid, what the criteria is in those events is difficult when you've got a bit more sort of expression and you're willing to sacrifice some sections maybe to just surf the way you want to do or surf smoother. So now he's come back. He never went away. He's just refocused his sort of surfing, and he's on those type of boards, and yeah, he's ripping and getting barreled, and he's got a pretty good number. Came in there, a 7.77. We haven't seen that one yet. We saw the end. So straight away he's up in with a pretty good score.
Not bad. Get to work, Nick and Parko.
Because I suppose with the Brazilians too, you don't. Because this is a bit of a stereotype, but in terms of that free surfing alternate angle, that you think you might see more of those guys coming through because they're obviously so talented, but there's so many go down the competitive, surfing route that you don't see so many of them. So it's actually, probably in some ways a little niche in that regard. I mean, you might give me a few more examples of guys like that. There's lots in the big wave realm, I suppose, that carve their own path, but in that sort of free surf and alternative craft world, there's not a whole lot of them.
You know who I think would be incredible at that if he wasn't so damn successful in contests, just these incredible results getting in his way? It's Iago Dora.
Well, you know what? Iago was that way, wasn't he? That's how he started off. He's one of the few, he was doing those clips and those airs, and he burst on the scene as a bit of a free surfing sort of, wonder kid, and he focused on that thing. And you're right, he's those stupid
those goddamn event
sixth places,
he
finishes he gets, those finals and stuff. Really holding him back.
They really are.
Yeah.
He must be so frustrated just experiencing
those finals and stuff.
Yeah, not being able to ride 20s instead. It's our thoughts and our prayers are with him.
I know, but you're right. He's the one of the things. But the fact that we can't think of that many does make my point, stands my point true, which is also a rarity. Maybe see.
Well, you do have some. Even the guys in this event, like Pedro and Bruno, both of them have competed as well, but they are free surfers who just kind of tend to hunt tubes rather than ride pretty boards, I guess.
Yeah, true.
Ride ugly waves instead of pretty boards.
Yeah, and there's a lot of guys sort of posted up in that big wave realm in Hawaii who've carved a career, Brazilians carving careers. Lucas Shanker, is an example where he's, just carved a career based on his talent and big wave. So yeah, they're out there. But Victor, that's why he's here. He's known for his style. He's known for his tube riding. You tick those two boxes, you get to start at this incredible event. There's Yolanda Hopkins. She will be surfing in the women's specialty event coming up.
Dangerous.
Yeah, she's always dangerous, especially in waves of consequence and barrels. She loves to get bigger waves and she loves to get tubes. So she'll be the favourite, I would say. There's some great service in there.
You think she'll run a front pad?
Yeah, sure.
The certainty?
That's what Yo does. Yeah. Yeah.
That'll be fun to watch. Trip to Mentz on the line.
She'll be charging. She's done some.
Dare I say she's the favourite in that heat?
I would say she would be. Well, she's the highest ranked, clearly. She's come, finished in the top 10 on the Challenger Series the last few years, so knocking on the door of qualification, made the Olympics. Done won the ISA, so competitively speaking, she's by far the favourite, and she also
took some scalps as a wild card in Peniche.
She did, and she also loves big hollow waves.
Speaking of,
Nick,
that was
a man that also likes big hollow waves.
Right on cue, huh?
So he kicks out. So getting on the board, putting him in. He's so fit as well. Nick works so hard to get in shape for those big wave elite competitions. So he'll be muscling through this. So what happened here, Bucko?
So he took off behind this thing, bit chandelier-y, but comes through it and does almost like a wave transfer there. It almost looked like he ollied over something and got to a new section of the wave. But anyway, decent score. But how's this thing? Just whoop. Ollies that chop. Could have kept going, but an alright wave. I'd say mid-range score, maybe in that 4 range. But always good to have a 4 under your belt, so you go ahead to 9, right?
Exactly, on the scoreboard, which is what he'll do. It's always had that sort of nose of the board just poking out the front, wasn't it? So you could always kind of see that lime green spray.
Not doing himself any favors with that. Maybe he should go a little bit more camo.
Yeah.
Paizel's been running a lot of camo sprays too, so.
Undercover.
You could have that thing going. Judges won't know how deep he is. Could be a good thing.
Stand out, old school, as you see Parker down the point a bit, or down the beach, trying to find a corner. That's what happens now, Buck, isn't it? This tide goes out, it's all about trying to find those, they stretch out a bit, there's always a corner on the end of them, you just got to be in the right position.
True. I do feel like we typically see better lefts at this event. Obviously there are some rights, even Cam got a decent score on a right before, but it does seem like the lefts usually offer more of both a barrel and a corner.
Yeah, you're right. It's predominantly a left-hander, you would say. Some of the best waves ridden here. I think the man you had, yeah, you know, some of the best waves and biggest waves we've seen in the competition over the years have often been lefts. The rights do exist, but just the way the beach is shaped and the way it rifles off, a bit of both.
I feel like Aritz Aramburu is always good to find a right. He'd sniff him out.
Yeah,
former event champ, couldn't make it this year, but he'll find any. If there's a barrel, he'll find it.
Yeah, he's one of the great barrel sniffers of all time, isn't he?
Sure is.
Aramburu, always on the mission, looking for waves, looking for barrels.
There's Victor on screen with the hood down move. What do you think of that move, Mundy?
I don't mind it.
You don't mind the hood down move?
Flexibility.
But I mean,
best of both worlds.
Maybe just wear a suit without a hood? No?
Yeah, but what if you want a hood?
Then wear the hood.
Yeah, but what if you don't want to wear a hood suddenly?
I guess pull it down.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, sold.
It's flexibility. You got best of both worlds.
All right.
You're saying you get the worst of both worlds. Is that what you're saying? Are you anti-hood?
I'm actually pro-hood. I feel like it's a false element of security. In bigger waves, you're like, it's pretty much a helmet. I don't, I've not worn a helmet in the water, but when I wear a hood, I'm like, I'm pretty protected now. It's got to do something, add a little bit, right?
Well, no is the answer.
Yeah.
I would say.
Yeah.
I would say a bit of thin neoprene or neoprene alternative covering your scalp is probably not quite, you know, it's better than probably nothing.
It would be nice to get the dome and some of that Billabong natural rubber.
Yeah, there's some nice natural Ulex rubber coming out from Bong. I actually got one, actually. Shout out to Billabong, the crew.
Doesn't have a hood.
No, it didn't have a hood, but I wouldn't have been averse to it. Anyway, while we're talking about hoods, we're going to a short commercial break. Come back with more live action right after this.
Testing natural rubber to replace traditional neoprene.
In the last 3 years, we launched a few natural rubber wetsuits range.
This rubber is harvested from an FSC certified plantation in Guatemala.
Our natural rubber wetsuits use 85% natural rubber and 15% additives like soybean oil and recycled carbon black.
Our wetsuits are made with natural rubber. Make the best wetsuits.
Be good to the ocean.
I was down, but now I'm up. Yeah. It's all God, this ain't no love. Yeah, I used to be stuck in that mud. Yeah, I was down, but now I'm up. I was down, but now I'm up like my.
We are back with live action here. We see the greens and blues of the Atlantic Ocean. We are at Carcavelos, just to the north of the Portuguese capital, Lisbon. And Nicolo von Rupp is paddling for a wave. He tucks in, drags the arm, hoping for some tube time. He gets a little bit of cover up, nothing major. Not enough, he's just building that house. We've got that one good wave, a 7.77 is the only point of difference here from Victor Bernardo. My man Buckley didn't like his hood-off approach, but I tell you what, the judges didn't mind it.
They sure didn't. Maybe even rewarded
What do you
him
think
for that.
about long-armed spring suits? What's your views on those?
You know, Dan McGillis may be watching. He's a friend of mine that's very passionate about them, very pro for them. So here's a quick replay of Nick's wave where he found a little shade from the afternoon sun here, but not enough to probably avoid a proper sunburn. And then Victor. Yeah, so the long arm, short leg spring suit, it's increasingly common, I feel. I think Jamie O'Brien is pretty big on them.
Yep.
Not too many tour surfers that I can think of at the top of my head that are that kind of, I think the term
Jack
I would
Robertson,
use is
maybe?
monkey suit.
Jack
is what I would
Robertson?
use.
Monkey suit?
Yeah.
Is that what they're called?
That's what I'd go for, yeah. Would you just, let's be honest, long arm, short leg spring is just too many words for a piece of hopefully natural Billabong neoprene.
Doesn't roll off the tongue.
What's your stance on them?
Oh, massive fan.
Massive fan.
Yeah, big fan. I'm a fan of the spring suit in general. Very functional piece of surf kit.
A quarta está errada.
And you see there, oh, here we go. What have we got there? Some Uni money, proud supporters of this event. They've been back in the caddies. 10 points they've calling their beautiful pastries down there. Hot and fresh.
Come down, get some popcorn, have a show.
Come down.
Date night over here.
If you are within 100 miles of this place, hop in your car, get on a train, and get down here.
You've got time for the finals.
The finals are coming up. We're going to go probably a little half-hour break after this heat, then come back for the semis, the women's final, and the final. So 4 heats back-to-back, 2 hours of incredible tube riding. The after party kicks in after that, I'd imagine. Our sponsors, Capítulo Perfeito, are having a big after party. So there's so much fun to have. There's so much barrels to be watched, and we're only sort of getting down to the nitty-gritty of it. Some more sets approaching out the back. People scrambling. Not sure who's got priority, but it might be Nick Von Rupp in position. No one's in position to get caught out. Ooh, see that tube? That was a nice looking wave. They're all just a little bit short. We are going to see this 7.77 though. That was the best wave of the heat. It's this one here. So he ducks in deep, he drives, you think he's not going to come out, and he bursts out. And that's what we saw, and that's why we knew he was happy. Buck, what'd you like about this?
Beautiful wave. I mean, we talked about Les being predominantly the source of scores out here, but he found quite a nice right. And he's happy with that one. No wonder that body language was so positive. Wave of the heat so far, 7.77. Beautiful.
Beautiful, really deep, wasn't it? That sort of got barreled in that next section throughout, and he drove through that and came out clean. And he's got pretty much a lock on this. Nick backed up his couple of fours, and then Joel Parkinson, the 2012 world champion, surfing in his first ever Capítulo Perfeito event, is in a bit of strife here. 8 minutes. He's been in bigger strifes than this and got himself out of some holes, but right now he just needs one good wave. He needs 7.43 to get up in the second. Most probably needs 2. And he's just trying to get away from his competitors to try and do that, get a bit of space, see if he can find some clean water, stay in the hunt. And he's just sitting in a bit of froth there now, trying to get out of that sort of rippy section.
Just trying to change things up with 7.5 roughly left. See if the ocean rewards him for trying something new. Although it seems like the other guys are just following the world champ there. Like, where's Parko gone?
Yeah.
He must see something we don't.
Nick Von Rupp will sit on him.
The experience.
Don't worry about that. He'll come and sit right on him. And Parker just trying to get a bit of space. 7 minutes 25. We saw Bruno Santos hut down a couple of waves in the last 3 or 4 minutes. He just kept catching waves, moving to a different part of the beach. So see here, it's like the Fonte Viva. It's the hydrating the crew in there. And there's loads of VIPs hydrating in all sorts of different ways, but a nice sip of cold agua.
That guy's hydration levels are great.
Yeah, really.
He's taking care of himself.
He was strong on the hydration,
which we love to see here.
He got the memo. And
yeah, look, they're following. They followed our 2012 world champ.
Cut the guy some slack, surely.
Do you know the last time that Kelly Slater won a world title?
Yes.
2011?
2011.
Right before Parko?
Yeah, the year before, yeah.
Do you know the Mayan calendar is supposed to end right around then? He hasn't won a world title since the Mayan calendar had ended. You ever think about that?
I've only thought about it once when I was talking to Kelly Slater about it.
You've spoken to Kelly about that?
I have, indeed.
What was his stance?
Hold that thought as we see Bernardo driving
Come on, get
through
there!
and he can't get through it. Yeah. Well, part of his thinking when we're having this discussion was that the Mayans also believed, not only in the calendar, but that you were born into a purpose. And that when you were born, you had a role, and that was what you kept for the rest of your life, and that role was integral to the community as a whole. So if you were a bricklayer or a shaman or whatever it was, that was your role, you learn it, and that's how society functioned. So he was thinking, you know, maybe he was just born to be a surfer, maybe. You know, if he was born to be a cab driver or something, it would have been a completely different life. So that's a tangent we took it on. He didn't really mention the calendar, but no, he's into that. He's into the numerics of things. So we can blame the Mayans for Kelly not getting that 12th.
Yeah, or we can blame Parko.
Or Parko. We could blame Parko.
Pick a side, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's a combination. You never know.
Could have been that would be a dangerous combination, to be fair.
Tell you what, though.
Ancient Mayans and Joel Parkinson.
And here he goes. He's going to go this one. Oh, and he just wobbled. And he had one eye on Nick, the other eye on the wave, and it just ran off. He's putting them in now. He's been working pretty hard. Back home, he's trained with Johnny Gannon with all his mates. Really strong, like figure up on the Gold Coast to go hard. So he's fit as a fiddle. He just needs to get a wave and show him what he can do. We haven't seen Parko's style in this heat, unfortunately. We know what he's capable of. Just hasn't been able to find a way to showcase it just yet. So he'll be hunting something down. Get a 10 out here.
Nick is hunting him down.
Yeah, I know. Nick is
the hunted out there, all coming together.
Only Von Roop. Yeah, he wants to win it. You know, the best way to win it right now is to sit near Joel and see if he can get a wave. Although he might be thinking that's just where the better section are, but we'll see the recap. I love how Victor's just staying well out of it. He wants nothing to do with it.
Yeah, he's keeping... he's actually sniffing around.
Here's a mini heat recap. So this is Nick. He just started off trying to get the groove. That wave was a bit of a nothing wave. Victor, well, this is the money one. 7.77, just driving through two sections and comes out. And it's sort of unclaimed claim. His front section, so it's this second section there, boom, drives through it and just comes out. Hood down, arms up, scores up.
Happy boy.
Happy life.
On to the semis, most likely. And then this thing too.
Yeah, just got a little bit of coverage to back up. He's 7.7. That was early on. Really nice style. You can see that. Sort of one knee up, hand on the rail. Still looks smooth. And right now, you can't find it. Parko on the inside here. Is he going to force the hand? He is. So here goes Joel. Right hand at this time. Late drop, barrel.
Come on. He cannot.
Come out, and that was probably his race. Has just been run. You think he did well to get it under the watchful eyes of Von Roop, but just had a late drop, air dropped it, and then just couldn't quite get it. Guys in at Oakbury, talk about refueling. Oakbury, big supporters of this event. They've been backing everyone. The crew there looking pretty happy with their lot. As you see, classic time call there. Haven't seen that. The old school time call from Victor. Trying to find out what's going on.
Somebody's there, give him a Nixon watch.
Exactly.
Beautiful timepieces from our friends at Nixon.
Absolutely, another great supporter of the event and of surfing. And time, well, it's ticking pretty fast. It's ticking fastest for Parko. 2 minutes, 120 seconds. He needs a big number now. He needs one big wave. Can't quite see where he is because he's pinned down the end. There's the shallow sandbanks. You can see why this wave works so well. He's in. Parko's done. He's not going to get back out in 2 minutes. Was his thought. So it looks like the 2012 world champion
going to
go through to the next round of this event. Surf well, he surfed hard, and here's a wave. Look at that little insider from Victor Bernardo.
Got a bit too far to grab it, but I think might spit with the doggy door. Not quite spin. I saw a little something there, but not going to matter. The job is done for those two. I'm sure if a good wave swings in the direction, they will jump on it, but it won't really matter other than for the crowd, for the view, for the thrill.
Going through to the semis. That's what they would have hoped for at the start. 1 minute left on the Oakbury SAA time clock. Parko, he's gone. He came in after that last right-hander. It wasn't a score. Nick's got the job done. He hasn't been, on fire, but he's just done enough to keep himself in the mix. And that's all you got to do. He knows a single wave can change a whole heat. He's won here before. He'll want to do it again. He's on a roll. And he's into the last 8 serves of the event. He's looking at this wave. He's waited a while for it. And he's going to try and swing. This is his last wave of this second round. Gets tubed.
Oh,
a little similar wave. A little bit of a puff out the end and puffs his cheeks. Job well done for one of the event favourites, one of the crowd favourites as well. He'll come in pretty happy.
I think he's going to grab the lead with that one.
Might go up, needed a 4.55. He's been getting fours, lots of fours. And that is the day. So we lose another legend of the sport, but we gain 2 more surfers to the semis. Another great little tube. Wave selection's been great, hasn't made a mistake. And he's done enough. Impressive from Nick. And he's looking pretty, he's sucking in the deep ones, isn't he? Just getting his breath back from what was a pretty action-packed. He was sort of hunting Parko there for a while. He was putting the paddles. And he'll be happy to get through into that next all-important semis. 8 surfers left. Got some surfers of high quality. Cam Richards, Bruno Santos, Balaram Stack, Miguel Blanco. We've got Nick Von Rupp. We've got Victor Bernardo. So we've got some great surfers down to the semi-finals. We've also got the women's specialty heat coming up. Just 4 great Portuguese surfers battling out for the first ever women's specialty heat win. So plenty to come our way. His neck just breathes in, sucks in the big ones. There's the Groms are stoked.
You'd have to think he'll get hounded down here.
Oh, mate. Look at them, they're lining up, getting order. If you want a piece of Nick, NVR. Big smiles from Victor. He got shacked off his head, so he's happy. What is that board he's on there, Buck?
It's like an ASIM.
That is an ASIM. Is it an album ASIM? So what? Not
Might be the first ASIM in this event. Julian's, I load these ridden 20s before, but I don't think we've seen a...
And obviously the modern ASIMs, you don't have to go right or left. They're made for both ways, so... He's rocking. We talk about his love of embrace of different craft, and there you go. It didn't seem to hurt him and drive him through that barrel, that's for sure.
No, proof of concept achieved there. Look at that, man of the people.
Okay, so there we go. We're actually going to go for a commercial break. Then we're going to go to a half-hour break after that. Back at 3:30 for the semi-finals. So we'll go on hold for now, and we'll go on a commercial break right now.
been testing natural rubber to replace traditional neoprene.
In the last 3 years, we launched a few natural rubber wetsuits range.
This rubber is harvested from an FSC-certified plantation in Guatemala.
Our natural rubber wetsuits use 85% natural rubber and 15% additives like soybean oil and recycled carbon black.
Our wetsuits are made with natural rubber. Make the best wetsuits.
Be good to the ocean.
This is art.
Okay, but this is art.
No, art is this.
But art is light.
And light is art.
Listen, this is art.
Yeah, I agree.
Welcome back to the beautiful sights and sounds of Carcavelos Beach in Portugal. We are here for the 11th annual Capítulo Perfeito tube riding contest powered by Billabong. We've just seen local hope Nick von Rupp move on through to the next round. And we've got Nick von Rupp. He's down on the beach with Emily Utrup.
That is correct. I am here with Nick von Rupp. Nick, you turned that heat around in the last second. Can you just tell us a little bit about being out there today?
It's the grind, you know. It's not always sunshine and barrels every day. So we got to grind with professional surfers. We got to make we had plenty of perfect chapters where it was absolutely perfect. Today's a little bit more challenging with this wind, but it seems like the wind is turning, getting better and better. So it's got to be at the right place at the right time and don't fall.
And Nick, you're also just coming out this week winning the Nazareth Tow Challenge. And, how is your confidence going into this event?
I mean, competitive surfing, I've done it long enough. You never know what card you're going to pull. All you can do is wish for the best, be prepared, and stay positive, and that's the same mindset I'm coming into this event. Obviously, super stoked to win the Nazareth Challenge. Been a dream of mine. We've been working really hard all season long with the team, Mountains of the Sea. And yeah, today's another day.
But I also know you have a good relationship with this competition, Capítulo Perfeito. You won it 3 times. Are you going for the 4th win this year?
Oh, that'd be so great, huh? I feel like winning 3 times is already amazing. I mean, winning a 4th time would be, it'd be cool. Jesus, we'll see. I'm here. The competition is tough. It's all about being in the right place in the right time. But it seems like, luck is coming my way, so yeah.
And just a few words, competing against a guy out here like Joel Parkinson coming for this event, that must be super cool for you guys as well.
Joel is such a legend, such a great effort. Last year Rob was here, Corey Lopez has been here, Adrian Souza, had some of the best surfers in the world come to this contest, and just such an honor. I kind of felt like I had to sit a little bit on him at the end. And there's this one right where, he pulled in and I could have gone, but I thought, what, it's Joel, I'm just going to let him go, and whatever, if I lose, I lose.
Well, it seems like there's a lot of good vibes between you guys as well in this contest. So, yeah, go get some rest, and we're really excited to see you in the next one, Nick. And back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks, Emily. Yeah, great insight from
Thanks,
Nick. He was having to maybe sit on Parker there, which is never easy, but he's done it and he's through to the next round. We're actually going to go on hold for a half-hour break from 3 to 3:30. We're going to come back. We've got the men's semi-finals, we've got the women's specialty event, we've got the finals as well. So don't go anywhere, folks. Come back in half an hour. All the live action coming up your way right after this.
We have been testing natural rubber to replace traditional neoprene.
In the last 3 years, we launched a few natural rubber wetsuits range.
This rubber is harvested from an FSC-certified plantation in Guatemala.
Our natural rubber wetsuits use 85% natural rubber and 15% additives like soybean oil and recycled carbon black.
Our wetsuits are made with natural rubber. Make the best wetsuits.
Be good to the ocean.
you were always based in this school? Okay. Okay. Yeah, we met at last year. Yeah, and then I'm kind of like traveling around. I was based in Shanghai before, and then I quit my job, and then I went to Paris for like graduate for 6 weeks. And then I just finished it, and then I finished a little trip here. Yeah. Oh, so you're not based in Italy? No, I'm not based here. It's my first time here, actually.
waiting for me. We will land in 20 minutes.
Oh, yes, yes. I have run there on the way. Exactly. Because they're the only place to hold a tornado egg. Yeah. And that's usually when I go on Sunday to my sister's. Oh, that's a good setup.
Ah, eu já acabei de voltar aqui no lado de novo.
Chama ele de tio B, tá bom?
Welcome back to the live action here in Carcavelos. And we are warming up for the final 4 heats of the day. My name is Ben Mundy. I'm soon to be joined in the booth by Nick, Shaper to the Stars, legend of the own lunchtime. And Nick, mate, we are getting down to the nut of this competition.
All right.
2 semis, a women's specialty event, and then the final.
And then we're into it.
And surf looks good. The heat is stacked. 35-minute heats. 2 barrels per surfer. We are go. Cam Richards has been muscling his way through lots of ways. He's been impressive. Bruno Santos, the former CT Chopu champion. He managed to get a big wave in the dying deaths to get a huge wave. Barrel stack, the Vans Pipe Masters champion. He's still in it. And then, of course, the local hope, Miguel Blanco, who has so far got the best wave of the day.
Best wave of the day, exactly.
So it's looking pretty good.
Yeah.
From our end. What did you see? You had a little break, you sort of wandered around the site. What did you get?
I did. I thought I was still on break, and I got a call. There we go, straight into action here.
That's Cam Richards driving through, and he comes
right
out.
on.
So straight off
All
the
right.
start. That's what we wanted to see, get the scoreboard up.
Yeah, he said he was enjoying. We had Cam up here in the box, and he was enjoying the format, enjoying the fact that it's not a. You just go out there and surf and look for what he and most of these guys like to do, which is ride barrels, anyways, right? So definitely enjoying it, and seems he can enjoy this. He can start on the right foot here.
Yeah, he's doing good, Cam. I just called the heat with Parko and Nick Von Rupp. Parko didn't get through, and then just towards the end, Nick had priority. He was kind of half-heartedly sort of paddling on Parko, trying to sort of, keep on him. And they were just up in the competitors area. I heard Parker go, I thought we were mates. What's going on? Good-natured, but I was like, Nick was like, oh, I gave you that right, trying to backtrack. I was like, come on, mate, you wanted to win that one. But yeah, Parker said he got smashed. So, a couple of 4 or 5 footers. They were real They almost got a 2-wave hold down. He's like, yeah, he really.
Yeah, Carcavelos definitely packs up punch. There's no doubt about that. We were talking about that with Cam up here also. So Super Tubes and Carcavelos are very comparable in the fact that they both have it's kind of a small impact zone, but very intense. I mean, you have to paddle quite a lot of whitewater to get to that impact zone, but the impact zone's heavy.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You're only 10 metres from safety, aren't you? But at 10 metres, this is
and it's just
walls
that much
of water.
more. It's right there, exactly.
Can't get there.
Exactly. Miguel straightening things out there.
Yeah, it's a wardrobe readjustment. And the first wave still to come in for Cam Richards.
They work on 35 minutes on this, then, eh?
Yeah, 35 minutes for the semis. Got the 2 men semis, and then we'll go to the women's specialty event. 4 of the best young Portuguese surfers in that one, and then the final at the end of the day. So,
what amazing visual difference from this morning. Just, the fact you can see defined lines all of a sudden. And even if some of them do close out, but I mean, it is a defined line now.
Yeah, actually they called it. They said that winds would just go around and more offshore.
Yep.
The tide would take out some of that warble. The wind has improved. So yeah, it has all come to pass. Now we just need a few sets and some big barrels to sign it off. So we've got a few of these waves. This was Cam Richards straight up and into it. It's a solid wave, and he got some travel times. That's a good wave, and came out.
He got one solid pump and a pump right after that too to bring him up a bit faster and a bit higher.
And
they got him through that.
And a 6.53. So
yeah.
Sorry, 6.67. So a solid score there for Cam. off the bat. It's exactly the start he would have wanted.
Yeah, that was a great read for what was there.
Going
There you
deep
go.
here is his mate Bal, and he, unlike Cam Richards, just couldn't sneak out the front, so he goes down. Everyone watches on to see how he went.
Boys, the deadly duo, huh?
They really are. The
Yeah, through the
East
last
Coast
heat, and they're up
Goofies.
again.
Yeah, they've sort of been twinned. And they said they hadn't surfed the heat against each
Right,
other since
15.
they were like, 15, and now they're
15
back
years.
to
that's
back
a
to
long
back.
time.
So those two enjoying getting ready together, paddling out together, surfing together, getting barreled together. So yeah, pretty deadly, dangerous duo at the moment. Santos and Blanco trying to get in between them.
Parker, going to hang around at the end of the day, you think? Or is he going to?
Yeah, he's around.
Oh, he's good. I wonder if he got his telephone. It was here.
He did, yeah.
I left it. Did he get it? I left it with Twigga, so.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, we went up. He left his phone in the booth. We just quickly got some of the secret spots from his back home off his photos.
Here you go.
Got the
Stole some contacts.
geolocated that. And
numbers of his bank account.
No,
and whatnot.
none of that, mate. None of that. just the waves, just the secret waves. We're not
There you
thieves.
go. Right.
And yeah, it was handed back. So yeah, he said he's going to hang around in the finals for sure. It was actually it's really good. I was with him having a beer, and he just got kicked out of the VIP area.
Is it?
Okay. Yeah.
How's that happen?
The security guard. He didn't have the right wristband on or something. I was like, welcome to my world, pal. Yeah, he got back in, but the 5 minutes was quite fun. His wife was still left in there. She was fine. So, mate, that's it. So your fame goes quickly, doesn't it? You know, you're off tour.
Yeah, well.
People forget who you are. As we see, Balaam Stark paddling for this left-hander. Goes under the hood.
Oh, yeah.
Drags his arm, and then puts a slide on in a nice sort of tube. So
Oh, baby, yeah, that's nice.
nice and clean. Just getting some scoreboard pressure, getting tubed. He just times it well, does he? Knows when the
Perfect. That would be a beautiful one to see from the front, too. That was pretty deep, I think, on that. That was
yeah, it's always a little bit, you know, you get a bit of a different view from the drone and exactly where it is. So, yeah, the front end angle will be much more helpful. Here it is. So he does just drag his arm so well.
Oh, maybe it's actually funny because it looked deeper in the other direction, you know?
Here it is. Yeah, because his nose was kind of poking out the front, wasn't it?
Yeah,
So
right.
didn't get fully drained, but nice sort of cover up.
Still for the time. It'll be a keeper. Another good read. These guys are so talented in barrels, eh? It's nice to see.
Almost at one with the wave, aren't they? Just
Like
putting
an
their arm in.
instinct, eh? Like a little special instinct running there.
Yeah, it's a rare, almost just born with that sort of skill, aren't you, to get tubed. Here goes Cam again. That's a bit later. That's deeper. And he's going to bust through the front again. So he's done a few of those. Less cleaner. Not as big as his first wave, but still a counter. It's hard to say, Nick, at this stage. Do you just start going those sort of smaller ones and getting a few clean entries, or do you kind of wait for the bomb? Yeah. What do you reckon? What's the best kind of strategy, do you reckon?
To keep busy. I'm going to say keep busy because, you know, when the bombs do come, you might get one anyways. You know, if you just sit waiting for the bombs, other guys are going to be building their scores during the whole heat.
Yeah, sometimes these type of beach breaks, the more waves you catch, the more waves you catch sometimes, isn't it?
Absolutely. More odds you have of like sneaking out of one.
So we are here seeing the replays. Almost dead offshore now. This one, there's down the beach. So that was the one that Cam Richards busted out the front. Judges like
It's hard to knock off his feet, isn't he?
Yeah, he's really solid. He's a big guy too.
Yeah, he is. He's solid.
Solid. He's tall, probably 6'1", 6'2". So he's really solid and he's really compact. Ballaram a bit lighter, a bit more fast twitch fibre surfer. But still, as you said, just got that innate ability to
super technical, eh?
know where the tube's going, and then a late
go
drop.
blank.
Miguel goes down the hole.
Tail drop.
So that won't count in his score. So getting involved, staying busy as was Nick did think was a good plan. And he's back out there looking.
So you say I didn't see Parko's heat actually. He lost an end of the heat. It was like a.
No, he didn't get any good waves.
He never got started there.
Nah, never got started. As we see, Cam Richards again. That's a little head dip. Yeah, he took off from 4 or 5 and just couldn't come out of any.
Right,
so
right.
yeah, got a few tubes, just couldn't find a clean exit. So yeah, he was never really in the hunt. As you see, just throwing the dice again, just getting tubed. Only fleetingly.
So I said keep him busy and still.
Cam back out there. Had a good go on the QS for a long time. You know, went the competitive route. Such a talented surfer. Now, still
Bruno Santos. This is what pretty much his strategy in last heat was very unbusy in the beginning and then just started dropping bombs in the end, huh?
Yeah, he was kept patient, and then once he made that decision to twist, he just paddled up and down, took off on a few closeouts, packed a few closeouts, and then got a bomb towards the end. So
there's still tons of time in this heat. We're still early days in this one.
yeah, you can get 2 waves in a heartbeat, can't you, out here? Pretty quick, change it up. So Santos and Blanco both looking for a score. And about 10 minutes, haven't really failed to land any type of punches. But as you said, plenty of time left on the clock.
Yep. We'll either see something or wants to change his positioning here. The 11th edition, Capítulo Perfeito.
Just keeps rolling on, doesn't it?
By Billabong.
Yeah, so much support from Billabong over the years. I just saw a few of the crew out there, Simon Charlesworth.
Yep.
Billabong.
And the man behind the scene, Rui Twiga.
Twiga is making things happen. Massive crowds on the beach. You know, so
They did
kids.
a limited edition. This is probably more for people that are here now. They did a limited edition of clothing, Capítulo Perfeito. I don't know if they're going to continue up. They did a limited edition, and I think there's not much left, and they're selling it here somewhere along the beach. It's,
Yeah,
you know,
flying off the shelves.
Yep.
How's he go? A deep tube there. Just got
doggy door shut down.
Tried to get the doggy door. He got guillotined on the way out.
Yep.
Comes up, board, almost on top of him. See him just take his breath before the next is going to slam down right in front of him. And
Got
just
some solid time on that one. He got in really well on that.
yeah, it'd be good to see that break because he got some travel time, tried to escape. The current heat leader, he's got a 6, 7, and 5 already.
Yeah, it's a pretty solid score already, huh?
So him just dragging that hand and then almost managed to come out.
Yeah, super close to getting out of that one, huh?
It wasn't even really a doggy door.
There never was.
Tried to get through the lip
Yeah,
almost, which is really difficult when such power. So Cam with
Good way to snap your board, actually, if you got, you know, coming out, the lip guillotines on the front of your board right there.
Yeah, exactly. Haven't seen a whole lot of carnage and snap boards to park, but this beach break does devour fiberglass, doesn't it? Kept you in a job, mate. Some of these waves. And yeah, really, really powerful snaps boards at ease. Miguel out there.
Like we haven't had one this year.
No, I don't think we have. No, you're right. The boards and surface intact so far.
We got wave count on Miguel. There goes Bruno. I was going to say this is like second wave there. Miguel's in the same situation, sitting on 1 wave so far.
Yep. Meanwhile, behind him, Stack looking for this one. Looks a bit more open. There's that green thing. Drags again, then puts the pedal to the metal. Comes out. No more opportunities. So 2 Americans staying busy, getting some
busy,
clean
both of them,
exits.
eh? Yeah.
Not huge numbers, but still the ones putting the pressure on. So more and more, isn't it? There's a lovely angle of that tube.
Yeah,
You
it's
can
beautiful
see him
angle,
just sort of zigging and zagging, trying to stay ahead of the curve. And from behind, we can see got tube, but not for very long. Just kicks out.
Drones have made such a difference in like the visual of surfing and contests and all that. All the angles you can get with drones. It's so nice.
Yeah, incredible.
Yep.
You know, you get that bird's eye view, don't you? What's going on? Angle, you get the colours, you get sort of area of the playing field, which is pretty vast. Still 15 minutes gone. Waiting these 2 surfers trying to get through to the final. 11th edition of this incredible prestigious event. 20 minutes on the clock. Santos and Blanco just failing to get any really momentum at this stage. It can turn quickly. And you can see there the colours, the sun shining, people streaming down the beach.
Way off in distance, see Costa Caprica side over there.
Yep,
the other side of the bridge.
Fun waves down there, wouldn't there? Yep. A bit more mellow and good for learners.
Actually, if the swell was out of the west, it could be pretty sizable still, though, you know.
There you go. So there's waves up and down the coast.
Yeah.
It's on the other side of the river of Lisbon. Lisbon just in the background there. You can almost see the suburbs. So really close to the right in the heart of Lisbon. What, you can bomb, you know, on a good day in the traffic. How long are you in the heart of Lisbon from here, Nick? Only, what?
I'd say 15, 20 minutes, yeah.
You know, you're in the heart of...
Highway-wise. You know, it depends on traffic, like you say. Lisbon is a busy city, and there's certain parts of Lisbon that are busy all day these days, you know.
Yeah, but still pretty rare that you can be in the heart of one of the great cosmopolitan cities of the world and be getting barreled off your nut in 15 minutes.
Exactly. Oh, and in that sense, I mean, from Lisbon itself to Peniche, take it as a northern point, or to Carcavelos, which is close, I mean, it's going from 15 minutes or like an hour on.
Yeah.
And there's so many surf breaks in the middle of all that.
Yeah, exactly.
You know? I mean, it's...
Oh, this looks a good wave here.
And look at that one. No,
Santos going deep. He's packing this one, but he's going to run off on him.
Going deep, high expectations.
You can see it stretching out for a long time. There's the end, about 50, 100 yards up the road. So unfortunately for Bruno, he'll keep doing that. He keeps packing. Here goes Cam Richards under the hood. You can see that red shirt again. Got a bit of purchase, couldn't come out.
No.
So the surface just keeps swinging. You'd expect one of them to open up sooner or later with the quality of the surf and the quality of the surfers at the moment. Just couldn't quite get in there. And you think sort of more and more, like obviously it's winter now, but you know what, the temperature of the water is probably around 16, 17 degrees.
I don't know, I was asking Cam, he said it was a bit chilly this morning, but then it was pretty mellow. We know
it's comfortable in a 4.3, you know, at the most, isn't it? You get away. Like,
he was surfing a 4.3, he said also.
4.3s and 3.2s, so the water temperature's, you know, I found it's not warm, but it's pretty comfortable.
Yeah.
The sun's out.
There you go. I found the last 2 years, which has been strange, we've had, I think a lot of westerly and a bit of southwest, but a lot of westerly swells till much later in the season, where we used to get a lot of heavy north wind that would come in and swells out of the northwest and that. It's been more to the west, so it's kept our water warm a lot later in the last couple of years, you know. Yeah. Like having warm waters up beginning of December or something like that, which is pretty rare. Or mid-December, excuse me.
Yeah, it's pretty comfortable down there. There's even a few people down there in their swimmers having a bit of a swim, bit of a cold plunge. So
no way out
super
there,
comfortable. You can be surfing for hours without really feeling the elements. And these surfers in 35-minute heats. I've surfed a few heats by now. Miguel down the end. He's found some space. Here goes Miguel Blanco. It's deep. He's really deep. He doesn't mind getting deep. That's way too deep. Just gets crunched by the oncoming right, heading towards him.
It's crazy to see like the positioning of the lineup. If you look at Bruno, it's like your farthest easterly towards Lisbon, and then Blanque's way down. It's like they're working two different points of the wave.
Yeah, and they're both getting crunched.
Yeah, they're both getting snagged. Paying all the way around.
Miguel just washes out a bit of salt water from the nose, and there's Cam Richards who has taken Nick's approach, just staying busy. Still got a pretty commanding heat lead. He'll be pretty happy where he's at the moment. Still with a lot of time left to go in this.
Halfway through the heat right now.
Kind of hard to work out who the real form surfers, I suppose, with the momentum in this event so far. Like, saw Noah Beschen.
Yeah.
He got through, but he got through the really low heat score. Nick Von Rapp's been consistent, but he hasn't, you know, blown the doors open. Pedro Collada got one great wave, but not more.
There you go. Yeah, I've been pretty impressed, I think, like with Noah Beschen. Yeah. Keep him busy, and Cam and Valorant. For me, there's been like the busiest, and kind of see them assimilating and, you know, getting it together as far as the lineup goes.
Yeah.
Thus far, you know. I mean, Bruno's been pulling a rabbit out of the hat in all his heats too.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right about Noah. He's a really good attitude. He's really happy. Seems pretty like he's doing all right at the moment. Just going with the flow. So yeah, he's in the mix. I mean, they're all in the mix. They're all such high quality. Victor Bernardo riding an asymmetrical board.
Is he?
Yeah, so it'd be good to get Emily down there and have a chat about that. Hopefully, if we get out.
Who's riding it?
Victor Bernardo.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, he's on an album.
Oh, okay.
Thing. So yeah, there's plenty going on.
Oh, I didn't see that. It's a 3-fin or a 20 or what?
I think it's a 3-fin.
Okay.
ASIM, I think. Yeah, we need to clarify that as you see a Sad approaching more in the middle of the bay. Just closing out there, the surface not quite getting it into there.
Yeah, it's sitting like San Miguel's way down the line here. He's away from the pack, so.
Yeah, he's
local knowledge, but it's yet to pay off. Huh?
Not so far, isn't he? A couple of ones. It's been slow. And just that really one wave of note, really, that 6.67 of Cam Richards. The South Carolina goofy foot up for anything to show for all their hard work, all the tubes they've been packing. You see waves. Now we had the high tide, sorry, the low tide was about 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, we got incoming.
You were saying that sometimes that, that tide can...
Yeah, to get dead tide sits down for a while now.
Just as on the push, not for too long. So hopefully as this tide water just fills a little bit, we might get a few more peaks. But right now, while the surfers take a break, we're going to take a break and come back with more live action right after this.
We've been testing natural rubber to replace traditional neoprene.
In the last 3 years, we launched a few natural rubber wetsuits range.
This rubber is harvested from an FSC-certified plantation in Guatemala.
Our natural rubber wetsuits use 85% natural rubber and 15% additives like soybean oil and recycled carbon black.
Our wetsuits are made with natural rubber. Make the best wetsuits.
Be good to the ocean.
Welcome back to live action here after the brief. A little message from all the supporters. Welcome back here live. We have all sorts of action going on. We've got action in the water. We've also got some action on the land. We've got Emily Utrip. She's down on the beach. I'm fascinated to find out who she's about to talk to.
Yeah, that is correct, Mandy. But I'm actually in the athlete zone. I am here with Craig Anderson. Craig, it's your first time competing in Capítulo Perfeito. Can you tell us a little bit about the experience about being here today?
Yeah, I've had a great time. I don't usually throw in the contest rash vest, but yeah, for events where there's barrels and good times and good vibes, I'm always down for it. But yeah, I've had a great day. The first heat was pretty scrappy, and then I got through the repechage heat, and then the last heat I had with Bruno and Miguel, there was a couple of gems. I got one nice one. I was pretty happy with it. I didn't quite make it, but I got some good vision in the pit. I was stoked on.
And I know you're like known as one of the most stylish surfers on the planet, I'd say. How is it here, being here in this barrel event with all these guys? How did you adapt your style to trying to surf? I know Carcavelos is super tricky.
For sure. I mean, I'm not a very good contest surfer. I feel like I usually kind of sit there and drop anchor and kind of wait for the perfect wave, which is difficult today. There's a lot going on. There's sort of rips, and but there's the odd diamond in the rough, and yeah, I mean, I got one in that last heat. I didn't quite make it, but I got a really nice view out of the pit. But yeah, contest surfing is not quite for me. I can't get scrappy and like, I don't know, I just probably need to want it more, but I'm just happy cruising and having fun, and I love seeing everyone else get barreled.
And now we're in the middle of the semi-finals. Who are you cheering on, and who you think will go into the finals?
I don't know. I'd like to see probably Miguel maybe take it out, one of the local guys. Nick von Rapp, he's an incredible surfer. I mean, everyone, they're such gifted tube riders. I think they just got to get lucky. You know, it's kind of the beauty of a beach break. You know, there's a lot going on, and I feel like the wave sort of just has to find you. So yeah, I mean, it's anyone's game. They're all incredible barrel riders, so it'll be a good final for sure.
Well, thank you so much, Craig, and we're going to go back to the action in the studio. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, thanks, Emily.
Diamonds in the rust.
Yeah, I like this. Yeah, he's such a cool cat. I like it. There's so many gifted tube riders. It sums up the event to a T there. And as we see in that break, we're talking to Craig, and there's one of the gifted tube riders is face planting on the bottom of a solid wave. So even now, good job. Meanwhile, Miguel Blanco, who Ando was just saying he'd like to see a local win this. He gets a couple of little hit shampoos, a couple of tubes, so he's back in the game. So going down to the last 10 minutes of the event, of this semi-final. A bit more action. Miguel Blanco with 3.73, so just getting himself back in the firing line. But Bruno Santos, who's had some of the high scoring waves of the day, is still struggling. But he did his last seat, and in the last 5 minutes he turned it around. So
exactly.
Anything's possible.
So it does say, Craig, that the fact that it's really not his thing, contest, right?
Never was,
and
never
tends
will
to
be.
just drop the anchor and wait for a gem, you know. But I can understand that, you know.
He's a patient kind of guy. Even where he surfs, like he doesn't like crowded spots. He tends to. I mean, where he grows up is not uncrowded, but you know, all the clips he goes down the south coast, New South Wales or South Australia. He prefers to stay away from people when he surfs. So that's his vibe. So he's really candid, wasn't he, and really honest and open. And it's just great to have that calibre of surfer here. He's going to stay a while now and get up and down and get barreled in Portugal. So as you see, Balaram Stark, he's paddling hard, double up, handles the takeoff, gets tubed, bit of chandeliering comes out, so that's another good wave.
Yeah, that's good.
There was plenty to deal with on that one. There were some steps. There was a bit of chandeliering. There was, a few uneven exits, but he handled all of them really, really well. As we see, whoa, Ken Richards just dive forward for an abalone. I think
he's been taking a beating out there, but I guess
didn't he?
Huh?
Like his feet went out, his heels went out the back of his head. And we'll see how he roughed up then, but not a keeper, but entertaining. What went wrong here? So it's a late drop.
Yeah, late, and I don't think it's just probably that late drop that held him a fraction of a second behind from getting in. This was a nice heavy drop there. Funky chandelier section in the middle. That was a tough one to get out of. It's well done.
Yeah, he did well. So
Ballard, I mean, he's a 7.17 to get him up on camera. I don't know if that'll do that, but
it'll make
still
these
a good,
two East Coasters just maybe push ahead that little bit further. 7.5 minutes on the clock. The pair have been drawn together since the last rapid charge. Now, always pretty close to each other.
They got a cheering section. Balaram and Cam got a cheering section here in the booth. They had a homie from the East Coast also over here, old Buck. He's all about him. Right on.
Yeah, not always the East Coasters get to cheer that much, you know.
No, that's true.
It's good to see them flying the flag. And they are in, at the moment, 1 and 2. So that wave coming in for Bal, that last wave of 4.5. So, sorry, a 6.3.
No,
so big numbers really in the context of the heat. Meanwhile,
that's his best wave. Here goes Cam again. The always hungry.
Oh, he's really got something through at him from a distance there. He was looking like a nice good exit, and the foam ball kind of shot an arrow at him, and he just ducked it and got out. So trying to improve on a 5. So these two.
That would have been something else if that little tiny section had showed up on that one. Look at this again. It's just that little bit there, huh? Because it.
Yeah, it was weird, that section, wasn't it? Yeah. Without that,
kind of dumped.
He would have had another kind of couple of meters of travel time.
2 pumps.
Really, again, technical. Just to,
yeah, totally technical. Like his decisions here, like, you know, finding the doggy door on most waves, whether he makes it out fully or not, his timing's perfect. You know what I mean? He's right there.
Yeah, exactly. Doing really, really well, and just got a pretty healthy lead. That was his 12th wave, so he hasn't been afraid to just keep swinging. And was his second, his third wave that was the best. So just trying to improve on any score he's got. Smart, competitive surfing. He's done a lot of heats. I mean,
was there a format a long time ago? I don't know if you remember a format a long time ago in this contest was when you can only get like 10 waves. Do you remember that or not?
Well, it used to be just a rule in all surfing. Yeah.
10 waves max.
Yeah, that was here to come in. Yeah, so they stopped that probably about 10, 15 years ago.
Right.
I don't know what it was. I mean, yeah, it was an interesting rule, wasn't it? They used to, like, they'd give you the warning and they'd call you in and that was it. You were done. So it made you be a bit more selective.
Yeah, but
I think it was just they didn't want to add up all the maths, basically, back in the day before the computers were involved.
There's contests you watch sometimes which you wish there were 10 waves in a heat, right?
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, no stipulation like that here. You can catch as many waves as you want.
Yep.
Cam Richards is doing that. He's testing that theory to the hill.
Cam's been getting away from himself and everybody else here, huh?
He really has. So Bell's stuck in second. So Miguel Blanco, the local hope, he now needs 7.10. He's had some pretty solid numbers in the earlier rounds, but now he's got on the Nixon clock. We've got 4 minutes 38 seconds to go. So really, really up against it. Bruno Santos.
Yeah, crunch time. It's getting tight.
He needs a big number.
Yeah, you needed one like amazing wave or 2 waves, which is tight for 2 waves now. But we've seen it done in this contest, I think, today. Bruno turned around 2 waves in a heat, and in the space of about 4 minutes, I think.
Yeah, exactly. It's doable. So we're about to see the recap of how we've got here. Down the line, though, we do see Cam live action, getting tubed again. So there's a spit, and then a big closeout, Rio.
Yeah.
Great surfing from Cam Richards. Meanwhile, at the back, his mate stacked and packed and whacked. Is he going to make it? And he is.
Big float in the dead man's float.
You can hear the crowd. The crowd's one of the best judges we've got.
Yeah, that might be up there for the best one so far. What do you reckon?
It was a long driver. It was a big wave.
Pretty deep, pretty technical. Yeah, that was a wave.
So great surfing from the 2 East Coast Americans. First had Cam just get through his, and then Ballaram on a long one just drove and came out. So awesome stuff. They're already in the lead.
Batman Robin.
About to extend it. We could have
on a roll.
Slightly our 2 first finalists. The 2025 edition Capítulo Perfeito. So it has been this one. This is the side angle. This is Bowles. Plenty of work to do again. And then just comes out and goes the way the crowd liked it. This angle was made a bit more technical, didn't it? So he drove through there. He's behind the curtain. That section there was tricky, and he just came out clean. So all tick, 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 tick. Except for the flyway at the end.
This was in Ballaram's way before that, right? Excuse me, Cam's way before that. Sorry.
Shorter, but that spit afterwards.
That was a huge hit. Look at that.
Kind of showed you that it was pretty hollow. And he tagged it. So, yeah, these two well out in front, commanding lead. 2.5 minutes to go, and they've booked themselves to a final, which is impressive. Just been warming up, been surfing good, just been really busy, been active, been positive, and it's paid off. And right now,
yeah, I'm going to go with what I originally told you a minute ago. Like, go with the busyness, stay busy. You know what I mean?
Right.
You increase your odds to.
Yeah, exactly. You know what? I mean, I think Bruno's probably would say he's tried to be busy. They just waves. It's just one of those things where, well, as Craig Anderson said, you know, they're so gifted, it just does come down to luck to a degree. I know you can make your own luck, but still good positioning, good surfing, and clean exits. And Cam and Bal way out in the lead with the commanding leads. Now Miguel, the Portuguese hope. We've still got Nick Von Rupp as the last Portuguese surfer left standing. So it's going to be good. It's going to be up to Nick to fly the flag.
That's it.
And
the last of the Mohegans.
It really is, and not a bad man to do it. He'll be pretty confident. So 1 minute left to go. Stack.
Now that was Cam's last wave, 4.57. We're still waiting for
There, it drops
Valorant, 8-0.
8-0.
Wow.
8 flat, 1 minute to go. So, yeah, Valorant Stack,
Yeah,
the
he's there.
highest
There you
heat
go.
totals
Of the
so
day.
far of the day. And Cam Richards also pretty substantial. And, yeah, unfortunately for Miguel and Bruno, just haven't been able to get in the heat in any way, shape or form, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So, unfortunate.
Miguel also didn't really.
And it goes out. We've got some big numbers. We've got some big tubes. We've got some action. We've got a lot of waves. I'm pretty happy with my
There you
light
go.
right
No,
now, Nick.
this
No
good.
complaints from
Good
me.
comeback from the lunch break.
I'm on the time of life. I'm actually really enjoying myself. Who'd have thought it? Two old blokes having a great time, aren't we? Who'd have thought they'd try to lock us away at one stage? Now they can't hear enough of us. 20 seconds left to go, though.
He's excitable, old man here. Right on.
Tell you what, good tube riding, especially left-hand barrels, mate. It's right in my wheelhouse. Got good news, though, as well. Speaking of left-hand barrel riders, we've got Craig Anderson coming in the booth just after this to hopefully add a bit of seriousness to the occasion. And we got the hood up. That's got Ballaram Stark is out. Cam Richards has unfortunately gone. Well, no, he's through with him. So the two East Coasters, Bucks mates, they are in and involved. So great surfing there from those two. And Cam Richards is through to the final. Miguel Blanco, unfortunately, we lost the Portuguese surfer. We've lost Bruno Santos. But I'll tell you what, we've still got some big heats to come. Semi-final number 2. And that is another heat. Before we do that, though, we're going to go to a short commercial break. Come back with more live action right after this.
Down, but now I'm up. Yeah, this all God, this ain't no love. Yeah, I used to be stuck in that mud. Yeah, I was down, but now I'm up. I was down, but now I'm up like my name.
Okay, welcome back to live action. So we are here at semi-final 2, number 2. This event is progressing through. My name is Ben Mundy. I've got Buck, who has just been out in the water, so we'll get your little take on it. We've also got a man that's been in the water a few times today, Craig Anderson. Welcome to the booth, Craig. Thanks for coming along, mate.
Hey, boys.
You were saying
Thanks
that
for having me.
This isn't maybe a natural environment, but you got a few tubes out there. That's your natural environment. It's good to get a bit of vision.
I got lucky in that last heat.
You found one?
Got one really nice bit of vision.
Isn't it that classic competition where you got that vision and you just didn't quite technically come out?
I wasn't worried about that.
I could tell.
That's kind of, the last thing on my mind when I'm standing in a big pit.
Yeah.
I don't really think about making it.
No, exactly. I could sense that. I gave it to you.
Though. Oh, you did?
Yeah, I was like, mate.
Thanks,
stood
man.
up in a barrel and sort of come out. I mean, what do you want to do?
Sort of come out.
Sort of come out.
Fine line when you got the rashy on.
I know, mate. Just whatever. Well, that guy came out, didn't he? So, Noah Beshan. Have you seen much of him surf, Craig, like in the flash or on,
I have,
the clips?
yeah. I mean, lots of clips. I don't spend too much time in Hawaii, but Yeah, I'm a huge fan of his surfing. He's done some of the most ridiculous shit ever on a surfboard, from like towing, paddling real big gnarly pipe and chokes bombs, and he did a 720, 540, whatever you want to call it, too, out rocky lefts. I mean, his repertoire is unbelievable.
He's electric.
Got to be one of the best in the world.
Yeah, and there we go. What about you, Buck? You just went for free surf, mate. What was your repertoire? Talk me through your little solo heat.
Yeah, it wasn't a free surf. I consider every session a heat. I'd say high score was a 267.
Yeah, I mean, you're only against yourself.
Yeah.
And did you
I
win,
was
though?
in a pack of like 8 kids from here who were quite excited. Actually, the jet ski guys out there had, they told everybody to move, but they were so polite. They just whipped all the kids that were sitting in the comp zone just down to another area to just tell them, get out of here. They said, hey, we will take you to where you belong.
Get any jet ski action?
No, I said should have gotten a step off. Although I don't think really a step off would help a ton out there. You kind of you need a bit more than that. But hey, I do have to say too, I don't hate the result of that last heat. I don't hate our first 2 finalists.
No, you've been pretty on record as being completely and utterly biased about that,
Utterly.
and I don't mind that.
Just offensively biased.
Yeah, it's
all right.
They say
You can have
patriotism was
that.
the last version of the scoundrel, but yeah, you're sticking with your boys, and well, they deserved it. They smashed it, didn't they?
They sure did.
You know what? I would take truck with that. Hold that thought as we see Victor Bernardo just going around. Actually, I've got a question for you, Craig. Well, I'll get to you. Don't worry about that, Buck. But
I'm not too worried
have
about
you seen his board he's riding here? And did you see that in the rack? It's like an ASIM,
I
maybe?
did, yeah. It looked real. I don't know. Hard to ride, but he makes them look good.
Yeah, goes both ways as well, doesn't he? So, but yeah, I was going to say with Bal and Cam, like, it's just they're such nice guys. It's kind of hard to sort of go against them. I know I'd like to because you're sort of pushing that
be
sort
nice
of boat
to,
out pretty
to
strong.
watch me suffer, wouldn't it?
I would. I like to see you disappointed. But it's just, I can't go against those guys. They're kind of cool,
They make it hard for you,
good guys, aren't they? It's fucking annoying.
I got tailed up by the other 2 lads in the heat before, so I was kind of rooting for them, Bruno and Miguel. They tailed me up in that heat. So
they really did. At the end too.
Yeah, I know.
5 minutes. I saw that.
I needed that hunger. I probably had priority too. I don't know how that works. I couldn't see or hear anything out there. I was just in my own world.
When was the last time you surfed a heat?
I did that Vans contest 2 years ago.
Okay.
Did not put in a good performance. I'm trying to think. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. It's really rare that I put a rash vest on.
Merriweather board riders, you stay well clear of that.
I'm down there judging heats. I'm hanging out.
Yeah, you're doing your bit.
Yeah, I'm hanging with all the Groms and Mark Richards and the rest of the crew. But yeah, I don't put the rashy on. It's too competitive.
Not a bad judging paddle, that, is it? Okay, right now, speaking of judging, we've got Emily down there on the beach. Who's she got? Who are you talking to, Em?
That is correct, Mandy. I am here with Balaram. Balaram, another heat win for you. 8-point ride. Looks like you're really getting a campaign started here in Carcavelos.
Yeah, it's getting better and better every heat, it seems. It's still hard to find, but I don't know. I'm getting more lucky every heat, it seems.
And can you just take us through that 8-point ride?
It's kind of hard to remember, honestly. Like, I just remember pumping through it. I remember like the feeling of pumping like maybe 3 or 4 pumps and then finally let me out, and I was just like camming the inside, claiming it, and I was like, oh, that was a sick one. So I don't know, secured the final right there, I guess.
And can you just tell us a little bit about how you prepare for a heat like today? Because, we've seen heats where there's been like excellent scores. We've seen heats where there's like no scores at all. What is your mindset going into a heat like this today?
You leave it up to the ocean. Like you do what you can to put yourself in the spot, but ultimately it's always up to her.
So you're into the finals. So what are you expecting for the finals today?
I mean, I think this is my 4th final now, so I'm hoping for a win. Maybe we'll see. Yeah.
Well, we hope we get a win and some big bells in the final. Good luck, and we'll let you go get some rest. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thanks, Sam. Thanks, Bal. Yeah, 4 finals. There's only been 11 of these things. And he's from New York. I mean,
consistent.
He's due a win, right?
Well, like you said there, I think he puts his head in a really good space to surf a heat. He has some techniques to clear the mind.
Yeah.
Stuff like meditation is getting more common now, but He has his own kind of system down, as we see.
Oh, Nick Von Rupp.
Balaram's got it dialed.
Yeah.
Same for the win then.
I would love to see that.
Yeah, I think if anyone deserves it, it's him. He's really committed to this event. He comes over every time. He's really up for it. And he's in the final. But as you said in that interview, there's a lot of gifted tube riders in this event, Craig. So
Absolutely. Yeah, you got to be real.
this guy goes all right in the tube. You've spent some time probably bumped shoals or rails with Nico and Indo and stuff.
Kandui and chased a few waves here. The last time I was here was probably a good 10 years ago, or close to 2016 or 17. And Nick was showing us around, and yeah, super hospitable and fun to surf with. Absolute maniac when when the waves get serious.
Yeah, he really is, isn't he? He's just got that calm presence, but just something behind the eyes when it turns on. Just fearless, isn't he? Yeah, mental.
Oh, no thanks. They can have Nazare and all the rest of it.
Yeah, you're not going to have a swing at that way.
No, I heard Tuesday or Wednesday's got some waves.
Yeah, there's waves up there.
Might go just stand on the headland for a laugh.
Yeah, well, that's what Parker. I was just talking to Parker. That was his plan. He's like, he was talking picnic, local cheese, red wine.
Watch me and him out there on a jet ski.
Yeah, no, he was going the full cliff approach.
Yeah,
picking it up, just watching the waves. Which,
what a romantic.
Yeah, classic Parkinson.
We'll be right there with him.
Yeah,
and he's
and the cheese. Yeah. I was saying probably the highlight of, not my day, maybe my week was. I was sitting with him when he got booted out of the VIP area just then. Parko.
Did he get the boot?
The overzealous security guard.
No way.
What happened?
He didn't have the wristband on. Yeah. I was like, mate, welcome to my world. And he was like, he blamed me, of course, but, I said, well, fame doesn't only last so long, Joel.
Brutal.
He got back in pretty quick. He still got it.
What happened to him in this event? I feel like I've been probably out there when he's paddling.
Yeah, he had a bit like you. He actually didn't even get the vision. He just got a lot of closeouts and sort of never really looked like coming out. And then in the last 3 minutes, Nick Von Rupp sat on him a bit. And
Oh, really?
You made some friends at the end of the heat.
He was doing it. He knew he shouldn't, but then he couldn't hold back, and you could see half-hearted. I saw him in the. I was telling on air before in the competitors area, and I heard Parker. I thought we were mates. And so it was pretty tough.
As soon as the rashy goes on, I feel like 99% of people just fucking lose the plot.
Yeah.
All the things I'm sure you miss about competing, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Did you, when you were like a teenager, you would have been were you doing juniors and
I did.
QSs and that?
I think I did 1 year the QS.
Okay.
I don't think I did a full lap around the whole QS, but...
you go to any, because it was so funny back in the day when, it wasn't regionalized, so you could just go to an event in Uruguay and just get smashed. Did you find yourself in any weird locations that year of wandering?
I went back to, I grew up in South Africa, but I went back there for an event, and I missed the first event because I was in Reunion filming for Modern Collective, and I had to pay a fee for not rocking up, and my dad was blowing up at me. And then, I guess I went to Durban for the Bolito Pro, or whatever it was. And I got 4th place in the first heat, and I was just like, I'm hanging up the boots. That's got to be it.
Well, that Modern Collective thing seemed to work out a bit then, didn't it?
Yeah, it did.
How's that? Getting paid money not to compete.
Yeah, fuck.
Your dad...
I take my hats off to the guys that compete.
Your dad was a star of the recent Stab How Surfers Get Paid.
Oh, shit. Yeah, he was good.
He was very good on it. I need more of him on screen.
Yeah, he's a legend.
Rod, is it?
Rod, yeah.
Nice.
Rod was good.
Yeah.
He was the glue in that, wasn't he?
Yeah, we butted heads when I was younger, and the competing thing, he was just like, that's how you make money in surfing, that's how you got to do it. And I was just like, oh, it doesn't really work for me, these 3rd and 4th places. But then, he didn't really understand the free surfing thing, and I feel like I didn't too, but I just kind of got a lucky break and chased some waves with some friends and made some films, and
well, it wasn't really a thing, was it? You didn't have a pathway to people before you're doing it. As we see big wave there, someone getting a pathway to obstruction. Noah got lit up or what's that. But yeah, I was saying there was a few people doing it before you, but there was no natural person you could follow or learn the ropes. You had to make up yourself, I'd imagine.
Definitely. Yeah, it was a bit of trial and error. But yeah, super grateful to just be surfing.
There you go.
I love getting barreled and traveling and surfing.
Well, you mentioned Modern Collective. I've got a opinion I'd like to run by you.
Yep, let's hear it.
I don't think there's been a film as impactful as that since then. Do you beg to differ?
I'm trying to think. I don't know.
As somebody who was actually in it?
Yeah, I mean, I went on one surf trip and had like a weird sort of, couple of waves.
I know them.
But yeah, Dion, he broke his ankle and then I got the call up. But yeah, I mean, like you watch it now and you're like, whoa, the music's kind of crazy. The boys are touching a fucking ice sphere. But it's beautiful that it's its own thing, you know. Like there won't be another film like that with, you know, that sort of talent. With, you know, I don't know. In my opinion, the best surfers in the world, not just free surfers. You know, Geordie Smith had some, you know, some of the best surfing fucking ever done, really. And Dane,
absolutely.
And, just sort of really pushing the boundaries of and blending free surfing and competitive guys as well. It was, really amazing for the time, for sure.
So Dion hurt himself. Did you have an idea of like the magnitude of the invite on that trip? Like, did you know?
Not at all.
No, you're just like, okay, I'll go.
Well, I packed a board bag to go to like QS's. Like and then missed one, or I can't remember exactly how it went, but I definitely remember missing a contest. My dad was just like, "What, you're gonna hang out at Reunion for another week or two? Like, what are you even doing there?"
Epic.
It was fun.
That is incredible. Well,
yeah, I suppose there's movies that come along every, I don't know, decade or so, isn't it, or whatever they are. If it's, you know, if we can't really think of one that since, you know, natural one that rolls off the top of your tongue. I mean, you know, our age of momentum film kind of changed it all up, didn't it? So,
for sure. I mean, guys put out parts now, like just thinking of Noah in this heat, like. I can't remember the name of his last film, but I remember watching it and just being like, eyeballs are just the size of dinner plates. Just like, what is this guy up to? Like, paddling and towing, just the craziest ones at Chopes, and just, performing things on a board that were...
And Buck was talking too, but also the way it's shot and the sort of the artistic merit, like the time and the effort that goes into all that stuff that you probably don't see. He's obviously got an eye for that, or his filmer has, and it's always a partnership, isn't it? It's really interesting, that dynamic.
Sure. But I feel like groups of people don't really get together as much anymore and work on video parts. I don't know what that is. Brands. I don't know. It's probably costs a lot to get a lot of people together and just film budgets and stuff.
Maybe everyone's got their own sort of brand profile now with your own Instagram accounts, your own
and
fans
YouTube
and stuff, so you can kind of do it on your own maybe a bit easier without pulling your resources potentially. But it's called Noah, I think. Was that his clip?
Yeah, I believe they exhausted all
could
the
have worked
creative
on the
juices
title.
on everything else.
He could have worked on the title.
They were out of juice by the time it came to title it, which
Fair enough.
there was a lot of creativity in there. Super well shot.
That's what it says on the tin, doesn't it? Basically. But yeah.
His the guy who filmed it too, I'm spacing on his name, but was just a friend of a friend who was from somewhere in the inland U.S., like Montana or something, I want to say, and had moved to Hawaii, and he'd messed around with like still photography a little bit, was really quite amateur at everything.
Right.
Bought a camera, and I think him and Noah started getting like really addicted to just trying to come up with these ideas and shoot them really well. And okay, this didn't go exactly how we wanted, so we're gonna try it again tomorrow and do this. Like really got into that and started thriving with each other on it. And I mean, you could tell that it's just got some shots in there. Obviously, there's the incredible surf footage we were talking about, but just the other stuff, you could tell they really took some time to create some visuals that you don't see every day in a surf edit. So an interesting piece of work for sure.
Yeah, and there he is on your screen right there, sitting with a couple of low numbers, not a whole lot of action.
Really slow fucking heat.
It just happens
on Ocean.
It's up to her, as Balaram says.
Yeah,
I thought Huey was a guy.
It's tricky ground all around, but either way, it's a lady luck or whatever you want to call it. But even when the set's coming, I mean, you can be 20 metres on this stretch of beach, can't you? And you know, you're either getting the close out on the head or you're getting a perfect wave. There's less and less of those perfect ones. Is that guy going on this boogie board?
Yeah, why not?
Nice.
Get him out there.
No wetty. Solid. But,
Is that one of the guys who helps you find waves? One of the filmers?
Yeah, we call them Boog Sherpas.
That's a good name.
The boys are onto it. But yeah, it's fun chasing waves. It's like it's definitely a science or a mathematical equation trying to
get it all together.
Level them all up. And
are you get chasing waves the next few weeks? What's the plan?
yeah, I'm gonna hang till the 4th.
Wow.
Which is what, 10 days? Yeah,
sounds about right.
I mean, just summer at home. We've had a really average summer. I've been just trying to force a couple of surfs here and there, but yeah, when this opportunity came up, I was like, I'm gonna hang out for as long as I can. I've got a wedding. I've got to be home for my wife's best friend on the 8th.
Right.
So I'll stretch it out as long as I can.
Gives you some time to get back.
Yeah,
it's comfortable.
Might move it to the 6th, see what happens.
Yeah, roll the dice a little
Flying
bit.
day off.
Yeah, wicked. Oh, well, that's good. This forecast looks good.
Yeah.
We talked about Noah's film before, but has there been anything else that stuck out to you, kind of edit-wise, film-wise lately, the past, let's say, year or two?
Oh, good question.
I mean, there's another Noah who's supposed to be here who's quite good at...
Where is Deanie? I reckon he fucked all his boards in Ireland or something.
Yeah, that's the official line. Yeah, couldn't make it. All his boards busted. I mean, you're doing these surfboards to surf, obviously.
Yeah, for sure. So, I mean, I had a couple of sticks he could have borrowed, one for each foot.
Yeah, Harry Bryant's clips have been, I think, pretty, just a bit different and a bit weird and wild, and he brings such an energy and personality to it all, doesn't he?
He's following the Boog Sherpas around.
Yeah,
he knows what's up.
He really does.
Seems to be an effective strategy.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, he's on fire. There we go. Next, the women's special event coming up next. So
Maria Salgado there.
Yeah, so young Portuguese up from your neck of the woods where you've transplanted yourself back up in Santa Cruz. So
she sure is. Very talented surfer from up there.
Seen a lot of it. You must have seen it. I mean, you've seen the last few years, and they just progress so quick, don't they? These, I mean, all surfers do, but the women surfing, sometimes at ages from 14 to 16 to 17, we're seeing with Erin Brooks and you know, all these young teenage surfers can just accelerate, you know, so fast, can't they? Have you seen her sort of just get better and better quickly up in the beaches around your place?
Seems like, I mean, I think she already just wins the national titles and all that. So I think for years she's been at that high level. But yeah, see her in the water, it does seem like she's getting better every time you see her, which is cool to see.
Yeah, they're ripping.
Yeah, the gains in the female surfing of the last couple of years have been absolutely mind-blowing.
It really is. It's just astronomical, isn't it? They get so good. And you just think, if they're this good at 17, or, you know, Katie Simmons, for example, like, where are they going to go with it, you know?
Yeah, and it's cool to just see them, you know, get the opportunity and put them out pipe and put them out here on days like this where it's, you know, it's chunky and heavy and they rise to the occasion. It's really cool to watch.
Craig, do you find yourself watching a lot of the WSL events?
One of my best friends, Ryan Callanan, is on the tour, so I'll tune in and watch his heats every time. But yeah, if the waves look like they're going to be good, or throw a couple of bets here and there on the event.
Do you have any dark horses you rely on? Because with betting, I'm just drawn to them. I never bet the favorites.
Yeah, neither. No, I'll do like a multi-bet, and I'll throw, I don't know, Geordie or like Jackson Baker when he was on there. He's pretty heavy-footed. But yeah, no, I'll tune in here and there. But yeah, those guys are, I don't know. I threw the Rashi on today, and I was like, wow, they put them on and they just perform. You know, they just sniff out the waves and
under pressure.
Yeah.
We had since we had Joel in the booth, and he was talking about coming back to these spots now, and he goes like, he just didn't realise how much weight was on their shoulders when he was competing. Like all those years, like just boards, times, physical, you know, the whole thing. He said, I didn't think I was stressed, but looking back, I was just under stressed the whole time. He said it's really you know, it's so nice to come back and just leave all that behind. So even if they're not even almost aware of that, the stress they put themselves under the whole time, then
for sure,
and it's win or lose. You know, that's it. You know, at the end of the day, isn't it? So
yeah, too busy thinking about like fins and stuff than having like a nice romantic date with Craig Nazareth.
Yeah,
bottle the line with him. He's living the good life now, huh?
No.
Oh, he wasted his
We'll
first.
get barrel the next couple of days.
Parko wasted the first 20 years of his life just on that
1,000 beers.
silly competing thing he stuck with, wasn't very good at. Yeah,
got there at the end.
And he did it better than, not only did he do it better than most in terms of his success, he actually got a really good life balance, I thought, you know, the way he went about his business, and it was still super stressful for him. So 12 minutes here though, hasn't been not so stressful here. Bernardo, Collado's at a 1.10, so Nick Von Rupp's been quiet. Just, here we go, as soon as we say that, Collado up and riding, drags his hand, gets a little bit wobbly, it comes out. So Pedro gets a little tubed, looked a little bit wobbly there. Buckle might get you to unpick it, but it's never quite found his feet.
I don't blame the booties.
Yeah. You wearing booties?
Yeah, I was wearing booties. I hadn't worn booties in probably 6 months, I don't know.
Hard those first 2 sessions and then I'm out. Then you get used to them, it's hard taking them off.
Yeah, I like wearing booties for sure. I hate the feeling of like cold feet where you can't feel the board anyway.
Yeah, it's pretty pointless to surf when you can't feel your surfboard.
Yeah, I just really don't like them those. You see, nice little tuck and tuck out.
It is grindy.
Yeah.
You see the air Noah tried in his last heat?
Nah.
It's pretty sick. He didn't land it, but full road backside. You see ball straight air?
Where have I been?
I don't know.
I've been surfing heats, putting on wetsuits, booties, and
missing all the good stuff.
Yeah, of the competitors areas too. There's like a couple of palms
There
that are
is a
just
couple
like
of palms right
perfectly placed in
block it out.
view of the lineup.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
okay. We'll put that in the report, mate. We'll get rid of those palms next year.
No, we need them. Need the trees.
Get that chainsaw out.
Yeah.
Of course. There we go. Late takeoff from Bashan again. Driving through. He's not going to come out of that, or is he? He cannot. So Noah, backhand style. Known for his backside tube riding a pipe. You should see the technique, but the wave just didn't get an exit. You can't really see where he's gone. Way down the line. So, just looking out there, Noah just trying to improve some small numbers. Can we get through? You know, you're going to be sort of travelling with over the next few weeks. You got a posse lined up, Ando, or flying solo?
No, there's a couple crew around. A guy from home off the south coast that films.
Wicked.
Jackson Jones, I'll kick around with him.
Oh, yeah, cool.
A couple of the boys are in Ireland. See what's happening over there. It's a bit cold and waves are kind of gnarly. I'll go over for a couple Guinness, but the waves are. I've been there twice. Waves are pretty intense.
They're confronting, aren't they? So Bashan staying busy. Now he goes to his forehand, stalls, nice style. He's trimming through and comes out clean. Crowd likes it. That was a nice long, not a big wave, but a long wave, and
he couldn't have sat in that pit any longer.
He could not. He just
cool.
Time stood still, didn't it? He got tunneled, and he surfed a lot of heats as a junior too. Noah, really went down that route, so he's got that competitive history as well. And this way, Vando, what did you like about it?
He just sat in the pit for as long as possible.
Just thinking.
Oh, I like the light too. I reckon he would have had nice, just shimmers of like cool colours in there.
Yeah, he didn't have time to think about it, didn't he?
I reckon.
That always adds to the experience, doesn't it?
Yeah, you got to be checking out the lip line. Yeah, check out all the colours, see how they change.
Yeah, time stands still.
Isn't there a Parko quote about that? Like something about him looking just at that like exact kind of roof of the wave where it starts barreling. I think there's something about him looking there.
Yeah.
He spent enough time doing that where he lives.
Probably just looking for someone's going to drop in on you at Superbank. You're always looking just at that top little right clip above you.
Good luck burning him there. Wish you well.
And there's
Orlando. He'll be fighting.
Yeah, he's a weapon out there, isn't he?
The best. I'm keen to watch this girls heat.
Yeah, Yolanda Hopkins. She's Portuguese charger. Really bundle of energy, bundle of positive energy. Loves to get barreled. Comes down on the south coast of Portugal. Surfs lots of waves on her own, lots of empty barrels down there. And yeah, she's a great character. So she's up next. Tell you what, Nick Von Raap, the last Portuguese hope in this event, is now under the pump. 7 minutes remaining. Doesn't need a big number.
No, it's definitely not out of reach.
Oh,
is that out there? On cue.
Yeah, that was on cue.
Yeah, I mean, not the most unbiased.
Caddy doesn't seem overly thrilled, does he?
Yeah. Oh, he's
Come on, be a hype man, kid.
We'll see. He's just ducks in here. We've seen that stance before. Gets low, comes out. So he's just playing the game, sort of grinding out. Is Von Raap.
Need a 3. That's probably it.
I'd have to say.
Yeah, I think a barrel's worth a 3 in this day and age. It's hard to tell with that glare. The crowd liked it.
It is packed down there.
I mean,
a crowd like that in a long time.
Have you spent any time in the city, in Lisbon?
Yeah, probably 10 years ago.
It's changed a bit.
Yeah, for sure.
Definitely gotten a bit busier. Bunch of new restaurants and stuff there, but it's not far from here, which I think is why people come down. And
there you go, Noah Beshen.
Welcome to the finals, let's say.
Yeah, Noah's getting pretty close. Victor Bernardo, he just does that style. He's got such a cool style. Can he come out? He comes out the doggy door and makes it. Not clean, but still a score. He's got a real sort of almost trademark sort of backhand tube riding style buck. Andy Irons-esque. I'm really going to push the ball.
Whoa. Big call, brother.
Oh, I knew I went too far.
We don't want any AI comparisons.
Think it.
I love the way he surfs, though.
Yeah. Real good style. We're talking about his style and how natural
amazing.
it is.
Yeah. Really gifted surfer. But definitely no AI.
I'd say Andy had a bit more aggression than that.
Okay, I made a mistake.
That's all right.
There we go. There's
We
Noah.
forgive you.
He's getting low and go. And he comes out to Noah. Probably got a bit of breathing space. It's Collado in second, under threat now from that man, Victor. And Nick Von Raap now also waiting some scores. And 5 minutes to go. Just 2 finals to go after this. The women's special event and then the men's final. See some of the caddies down there with Yo Landers board.
Confirmed front pad. We talked about it earlier.
Oh, that was late from Pedro again, but he comes out. The last 2 times he's just looked a little bit wobbly on the takeoff, but then found some tunnel vision.
He has. Judges have some work to do now. There's been a few waves.
Oh, and there's Nick.
Talk about the wobbly bird.
Yeah.
Like the waves ledge really hard out there.
Plenty of lumps too if you're doing a clean entry, huh?
Move quick and just ledge real hard on the sand.
Yeah, I'd imagine sometimes you think you're kind of all right, you're in a good position, aren't you, like most normal waves, and then suddenly from beach they lurch. Like Super Tubes is a bit similar, isn't it? Whereas you can be quickly in a bit of trouble. Even as skilled as Nick Von Raap, just his
Thick and heavy.
Fins skipped out, and he went down awkwardly.
A tri-fin or a quad.
What do you typically ride in heavier waves where you have to knife a drop?
I don't know. I'm just, I'm a harebrained usually. I'm like either a 5'4" hip toe or like a 6'3", or I don't know. I've got a weird relationship with, I don't know, like heavier waves or slabby waves.
What's the biggest board you brought over here?
I got a 6'3".
Okay.
Yeah, pretty chunky. But yeah, it says 6'6" on the bottom, but I measured it up with my 6'1", and I was like, that's definitely not 6'6". But yeah, Hayden, he pumped that one out just before this trip. Yeah, it felt good out there on like I don't know, when there's a bit of volume in the water.
Nice.
It's a big difference, though. 6'6" to 6'3".
No, it's not a 6'6". I think he just made a mistake. He actually went start to finish on that board.
Right.
Yeah.
What do you want? Well, we heard Yeah, Cam's saying foam is your friend in these type of waves. So we've got these scores all dropping in now. So officially, Collado now. So Beshan in first. We can claim 2.5 minutes on the clock. Noah Beshan is in first. Pedro Collado's in second. Nicolau von Roop now needing a 5.64. Victor Bernardo needing 7.13.
Here comes a wave.
And here goes Nick on the inside. He goes deep. It gets down the hole. That is unlike Nick. It was a bit of a closeout. It's gone down the hole twice. And we may be losing our last Portuguese surfer. Behind it, you see Victor Bernardo, just that backhand tube, and he just backs a closeout. He's not coming out of that. Yeah, I'm just saying what went wrong there with Nick. It sort of looked like he had it under control, Craig, but then it...
Yeah, I feel like he took off on the steepest part of the wave. I feel like, yeah, the wedgie beach, he probably just needed to be, 2 metres deeper, and it would have made his life a lot easier.
Yeah, well, he went down the hole, and he's still chasing that 5.64. He's looking good. We've seen he's been looking good all week. He's just been kind of cruisy. He said he spent all day surfing pipe about 3 days ago. It's like 9 till 6 all day, just packing 15 foot, and then hopped on a plane. Said slept the whole way through because he was pretty tired. Turned up.
Perfect.
Just smiling on his dial. Kind of in tune with the ocean. Looking good, looking happy. Oh, and he's also one of the world's best surfers, which is kind of always helps.
It usually helps in heats.
And he's young.
Yeah, the young thing.
The young thing.
How old is Noah?
He's about 21. So, that's those bones, they're fresh, aren't they?
Yeah, good to go.
Good to go. Like day surfing pipe and a day in the big airplanes, nothing, isn't it?
No
bones just bounce back. And he's surfing really good, really strong. He's got 1 minute left. He's out in front. Nick von Rupp, the big Portuguese crowd will be willing on their man. He's had 2 cracks at it. He's going to try and get a third. If he doesn't, we're going to have to let him go out of the event. We're going to have Balaram Stack, Cam Richards should be joined by Noah Beshan and Pedro Collado. I'm going to have to also let, unfortunately, Craig Anderson go back. He wants to sit up in that competitors area, mate, and have some type of beverage and watch the women's heat. Is that the plan?
Yep, that's the plan.
Not a bad plan. Not a bad plan. I've heard worse ones.
Well, you said you're a gambling man. Now that we know who our finalists are, who would you bet on?
I'm definitely not a gambling man. I throw a couple of $5 multis every now and again. I'd have to say Goofy Footer. Okay. Balaram.
Going for Balaram.
5th time lucky.
Yep. Okay, you've heard it here first. So that is it. So we've lost Nick, the 3-time winner. He's out. Well, mate, thanks, Craig. Thanks for coming.
Thanks for having me. Sorry,
don't
put on a better performance for.
Mate,
have a good time in Portugal, regardless.
Yeah,
bunch of beers.
You got tubed, and it was great having you. Great seeing you around. Have a good time for the rest of your trip.
Thanks very much.
In.
Appreciate it.
All right, mate.
Yeah, boys.
And we got that man coming in. Sebastian was incredible. He's through to the final. And we had the massive packed crowd here for the women's event.
Stand by.
So we see Noah, a finalist there, heading in, and we are heading to a commercial.
This is art.
Okay, but this is art.
No, art is this.
But art is light.
And light is art.
Listen, this is art.
Yeah, I agree.
Portugal.
And we are back.
All right, we
Just
are
in
back.
time for the women's specialty heat. A trip to the Mento Eyes on the line here for 2.
There you go.
Aboard one of the luxurious Seabourn charters. Who wouldn't want to win that, Nick?
Who wouldn't? I'd go the other way around on that question.
Who wouldn't?
Exactly.
Who will?
There you
That's
go.
what we're going to decide for the next 38 minutes.
I know they're all hungry for it. Yolanda, I was asking her, you know, why aren't you in Morocco? And said, I'm already on the Challenger Series next year. That makes sense.
That would check out, yep.
You know?
Yep. Soon enough, I think she will be on the CT as well.
Yeah.
I think her surfing translates well.
Yeah, she's a dedicated little thing, isn't she? You know,
she is.
She's got the energy, the focus. She takes it all very seriously.
We see Gabrielle Dinish almost opening her account, deciding against it. Yeah, we lost a few surfers to the QS in Morocco. I was really excited to see Billabong's own Joao Mendoza.
Yeah,
here,
exactly.
but he bailed for the Q. But man, he is an incredible surfer.
Yeah, definitely. He's a standout. I mean, probably one of the biggest standouts these days at like Koshin's home break and that when it's on. You know, Joao Mendoza takes it serious. There we go.
Here we go. Camila Cardoza.
Camila Cardoza. Right. Nothing deep, but it was a nice, clean little wave, huh?
Getting in rhythm with the ocean. Why not, right?
There you go. There you go.
Get the energy flowing.
Had a bit of bad news this afternoon. I was just looking at Instagram on my break, and they had given Vasco Ribad a green card to go ahead and get back into competition. And they pulled the carpet out from under him when he got down to Morocco there just now for a late call from WSL or ISA. Someone got involved and said they didn't want to come back on their decision. So,
that's super unfortunate.
Yeah, that's kind of a shot in the foot if you go all the way down there and they tell you can't compete and it works the other way around. So
that is, obviously, he's been on a bit of a roller coaster.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a run, but hey, keep your head high, Vasco, because the day will come. You'll be back. But
he will.
He's been surfing insane, probably the best surfing I've seen him done ever. He's been doing now, so.
And maybe he had a bit of a wake-up call and refocus on surfing, and hopefully this doesn't send him back. This
well, just one more test, I reckon. One more test.
Yolanda Hopkins.
Yolanda, up and going.
Trying to pack it, not quite getting in there, but she is going to kick out, wait for something better.
Didn't really offer it, did it?
The ocean's smoothing out a bit, I'm going to say. Uh-oh, what's going on here?
There you go.
Maria.
Yes, all got.
Good dismount. You see that?
The flyaway.
Gymnastics.
Gymnastic flyaway. You remember when, I remember when I was younger, like flyaway was, it actually seemed like a maneuver at the time, you know what I mean?
Yeah, did you have any good
ones? I started surfing, yeah, great flyaway. That was probably my specialty was probably flyaways.
Really? Well, she brought the lost art of the flyaway back.
There you go.
Maybe it's time. Maybe it's time, Nick.
All right, well, the girls straight into it. Nothing eventful, but they're busy.
Nothing too monumental yet, but we do have an interview with a 2025 finalist on the beach with Emily, Noah Beshin, who just won a heat.
That is correct, Buck. I am here with Noah again. We're getting pretty good at this. It looks like you're really finding a rhythm out there in this heat. You're getting a few higher, you know, some high scores on the board. So how are you feeling moving into finals?
I'm feeling good. Yeah, I'm just surfing. So yeah, surf one more time.
Yeah, and now going into the final is your first Capítulo Perfeito. How does that feel?
Feels pretty cool, honestly. I'm excited that it's just like, it's the last one and it's done and I'm at the end, so that's pretty cool.
Can you just tell us a little bit about being here, the atmosphere on the beach? You know, a lot of people made it down here today.
Yeah, no, it's packed down here. It's pretty crazy. So yeah, it's a cool atmosphere, beautiful day. It's gonna be a pretty sunset. It's pretty dreamy, so I'm psyched.
So it was worth leaving perfect waves in Hawaii for this?
Yeah, something new culture, new place. I'm stoked. I'm here. I got my caddy over here, so I'm psyched.
Yeah, can you tell a little bit about come in here, go. See, we have this amazing program here in Portugal where we have, you all have a caddy. Can you tell us a little bit about this?
Yeah, I met João, and he just was pretty much just like, yeah, like, I'm your caddy. And I'm like, yep.
Are you having fun, João?
Yes.
Yes. Perfect. Well, thank you so much, Noah, and João as well. I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, Emily. You love it when a caddy matches their hair to their surfer.
Hey, the kids got a tan. They both have the same tan going.
Yeah, they had a great tan, great
hair.
haircuts. I mean, they really nailed that caddy situation there.
Oh.
I think it'd be harder to find a caddy that met that criteria for Nathan Hedge last year. It would have been a bit more difficult, don't you think?
Yeah, with someone that's amped as he is. Huh?
Yeah.
Someone that Frost say. Just hard to keep up with. Be hard to keep up with on the beach, wouldn't he?
He's hard to keep up with on the beach, in the water, everything. He's just full of life.
No doubt, no doubt.
So Hoggy,
wow, no, yeah.
Back in the years
what were you saying? His last day at Piper was 9 to 6. Put a full day in the office, got on a plane, slept all the way over.
Now he's in the final.
Putting in a full day here too, eh?
Well, turns out getting barreled is a good way to train for getting barreled.
Getting barreled, there you go.
Who would have guessed?
Practice makes perfect, right?
And he has surely been spending a ton of time inside barrels at Pipeline this season. The all-dayer. I'm sure he stacked some clips that'll let us see whenever he's ready.
Yep.
Art him up a bit. Put him on YouTube. We'll be here waiting for you, Noah. Don't worry. Take your time.
Looking beautiful out there, isn't it, right now?
It sure is. You know, I treated myself to a little... It's my tradition here at this event. I've been commentating it for 3 years, and every year they tend to... Sorry, they're just going to watch this wave. Gabriella.
You got out there last year, didn't you, in the break?
I did,
or lunch break or whatever, yeah.
Every year, usually, you know, they call it off for a bit, and typically if you're going to call surf contests off, it's going to be at a window when the waves aren't great. It's been, I think in the years past, typically on dead low, and it's just a bit too walled. Today, tide's not big enough to really matter, but...
End of the day, you reckon?
Maybe. I'm not sure. I have a weird... I'm surprised that it isn't busier right now. Like, there's a few crews sitting, as you can see.
Yeah, there's not many guys out off the peak, huh?
But, I mean, even with it being, you know, obviously the competitors are sitting on the best peak of the beach. They have run-of-the-mill here. But, I mean, I got to see some of the waves. I think I saw Ball and then Cam both get good waves.
Yeah.
So that was really a cool experience to be in the water watching somebody pack a tube up the beach, trying to find one of your own. So it was a delight. We saw Maria just there get a wave, and Yolanda thought about that left, but looked like she was just a little bit out of position to swing on that thing.
Maria taking a couple on head there.
She is. She is. It's funny. It's so. Those rips are massive. While I was out there too, I intentionally tried to sit. I was like, one rip down isn't enough. I had to sit 2 rips down from the field just in case. You don't want to be out there and have all of a sudden somebody in a jersey sitting next to you. Not where you want to be in life. But what a beautiful wave.
Yeah, definitely.
I'd imagine this was probably pretty hard to surf in the 70s. This is doing the same thing with the equipment then, and like you said, hard to get wetty.
But the setup was a lot different, eh? I mean, it was pretty much, there was a fixed peak, like past the jet ski farther over. That was pretty much the peak at Carcavelos. So there's a good wave there.
Here, I'm
lost in the light. Yeah, there was pretty much set peak. There was a really good left that was kind of sort of in the same place.
Was it as heavy as this? Because, I mean, getting a 70s board into one of these waves seems like a difficult
Well, we were just all so handy back in the day. No, it was, yeah, they're probably, you know, they take a lot more advantage of it now. But, I mean, you know, you just watch, if you watched, you know, the films were like Lopez and Roy Russell at Pipe, so it was a whole different time period, you know.
Absolutely.
What I mean? And God, look, those guys were gods when you looked at that stuff back in the day. You know?
Sure. Boards have certainly become a little bit knifier since then.
Oh, yeah.
A little bit more refined for waves like this.
More refined or unrefined? Because there's so many, you know, you've got guys out there doing amazing things that nobody would have ever thought of, you know, back in the day.
Yeah, Victor riding the asim. Although you don't see too many asymmetrical boats, do you?
Excuse me?
You don't see many or any asymmetrical boats, which I think is cause for concern and should be cause for concern amongst the asymmetrical surfboard community. But hey, they look pretty. They look good on Instagram. Congratulations. Anyway, in the water, still waiting for a significant wave, let's say. Camila sitting in first place, but with 28 minutes left.
Right, a lot of time and nothing like
total of 2.47. That is bound to change.
Yolanda's still got the best wave of the heat, which is not much, but it is what it is.
Yes, it is, and she's definitely going to improve there. So
we've got 1 Brazilian and 3 Americans in the final.
Whoa.
The Gringos coming on strong.
Coming on strong. 2 of them in their first event here too, Noah and Cam.
Yep. That's right.
And with 50K on the line, those are going to be some happy people. No trip to the Mets though, which is what's on the line here. Trip for 2, all paid, aboard the Seabone charter. Pretty cool, Nick. What's been your favorite wave of the day so far?
Trying to think.
I like Miguel's a lot.
Yeah, I like Miguel's, but I actually, who had the other 8? We had Bruno had a high wave, then after that it was Miguel's was the highest wave.
Pedro Colado had a good one, Balaram had a good one. I think in the last heat.
Yeah, I want to say Balaram's wave probably.
Here we go, we've got Blue Yolanda having a look. Should get far out on that thing.
I've been super impressed by Cam actually. Just his ability, his quick decision making, because he's got into some super tight waves with like hardly any room to really move, and he gets a double pump and he gets out of doggy doors.
Yeah.
Just super fast in his decision making.
I saw him belt that end section. That last heat too. He came out of a tube. I don't think the tube was anything crazy, but just
slammed it.
Hit a section that I think most people would very, very much try to avoid.
Yeah, definitely. Now, when you saw Balaram went for one of those like big float on the end section, you just thought it was probably too much, so you better go for the flyaway, old school. Huh?
Yeah, why not? Like somebody had to go on that thing.
I think out of these women, Yolanda's the only one on the Challenger Series, right? The other ones are still on QS.
I believe that is true.
Battling it out.
Imagine Maria will be on there one day.
Oh yeah, Gabrielle Denise. She's got beautiful style, Gabrielle. If you've seen her surf that often, but good surfer. Maria Salgado's up your way, yeah?
She is, yeah. Santa Cruz.
Santa Cruz local.
Yep. We're also giving away 2,500 for the best barrel.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, that's why I was curious. Electrikfatbike is
there we go.
responsible for that, and there is Maria. We were just speaking about from a town full of beach breaks about an hour north of here.
How about they have one for the best heat score or wave of the day? Or wave of the day would be the best barrel, right?
Best barrel, yep. And then the Ricardo Santos Attitude Trophy.
Okay.
So most committed. I wonder who that would be. I mean, that could be, to your point about Cam, that could be him.
Maybe Cam or Balaram. Those guys are probably up there for that, eh?
Yeah.
They've been charging pretty hard, both of them. And they've taken some beatings,
They have.
Especially Cam. Cam's been pushing through a lot of doggy doors that weren't really doggy doors, So.
There's just a replay of Maria's wave. So looking for the tube there. Wave disagreed with her ideas, but she's got some time. 25 minutes.
You see her out in the water often in Santa Cruz?
I do. Yeah.
I know when I was here during the summer, she was always out there because where my daughter lives up there, and her husband's family and that, and they pretty much sit in the beach, same place where Maria Salgado's family hangs and all that. So it's kind of.
Física?
She surfs a lot. Yeah. No, where my daughter and her family hang when I go up there.
But what beach?
Right on the middle of the main beach.
Okay.
You know where the bar is in the middle of it's not
Física, like Mirant?
Pizzo, maybe?
Pizzo, yeah.
Yeah. Right
Nice.
Yeah, I'm lousy on names there. They used to call that last beach Praia del Mão. The German beach, way back in the day.
Yeah.
It's got a different name now, I think. But
The one past Navio?
yeah.
Yeah.
Now the one all the way at the end, before it kind of turns into those bluffs and that.
Ah, okay.
All the way north.
Yeah.
Praia de Manhã, they call it, the morning beach. Then they call it German beach. And what do they call? What's it called now? No, Fizica. I'm talking all the way north.
Vigia.
No, Fizia's that way back.
Vigia.
Fizia. Vigia. Excuse me. Yeah. You're right. Excuse me.
It's funny though. Let's have a look at this wave here. Somebody's having a crack. Not. Yes, somebody is. Yolanda on a bomb, swooping into it.
How was that takeoff?
Coming out, but full commitment. Maybe
Yeah,
she's
totally.
going for that.
What a
Ricardo
takeoff.
Santos
Yolanda's committed. She's always been committed, I reckon.
Yeah, she had a proper swing of that thing. So in a heat like this, and arguably get rewarded for punching on something like that.
Yep.
Look at that thing. Freaking bomb. Anyway, let's see what Emily's got for us on the beach. Let's appreciate this wave one more time here. But Emily is going to give us some words. Emily, let's hear it.
Doesn't sound like Emily.
Yes, that's correct, guys. I'm here in the athlete zone with Michelle Billabong. She is one of the Nazare legends, I would say. You've been a pioneer in Nazare, and now we are here in Carcavelos where we see the women have their own heat for the first time. What does it mean for you as a woman who also pushing the limits to see the women get the chance to compete here today?
Hi, Emily. This is amazing because the first time that we have a woman category on this event, and this event is one of the most important in Portugal. So, like, women is conquer more space, you know, like the conditions are super hard, but I would be super honored to be invited, you know, so I think that is the feeling, to be there representing the women, so it's amazing.
And we've seen, you know, in the recent years, we've seen the women pushing the sport a lot. You know, we see like, you know, Molly and Katie on tour really pushing each other. What do you think we can expect from women surfing, like moving forward, like let's say the next 5 years?
Well, I don't know what more expected because they are doing already so well, like what they did in pipeline last year, this year as well. So it's amazing. They are progressing so much, and I feel like honored to be able to watch what is happening with the women surfing right now. So they gonna give it a show like even more and more and more, and this is amazing.
And I guess you are also feeling that in Nazare, that there's more and more women coming up there, right?
Yeah, even more. Like each year there's new phase coming in Nazare, so it's nice. Like looks like we are doing a good job inspiring another girls to be surfing there and challenging themselves.
Well, thank you so much, Michelle. And yeah, back to you guys in the studio. Let's get back to the women's heat.
Awesome, thank you, Emily. Great words from Michelle there.
Yeah, I agree with her totally. Like women's surfing's gotten so much better and so much more competitive. Like, you know, watch it now, like with major interest. It's really, you know, watching piping that was crazy.
Absolutely. There we go. A few waves ridden while we were hearing from Michelle there. But look at this thing coming. That's could be a good one for Yella. No, it's going to kind of run off. But solid wave.
Yep.
Low tide was at 3:50. We're at 5 o'clock now, so
5 o'clock at an hour.
Tide is pushing back in. I think that's a good sign for
that's
the
it.
conditions.
Get that hour where it kind of lays off a bit, and I think we should get a push now. So
yeah, and here's Maria. Quick, almost getting a little pocket right there. So looking fun.
The battle for the Menawai.
And then look at this thing. Whoa, packed it, Camila.
Set it up. Go
Sick.
For it.
Yolanda got a 3. So I think they're giving some commitment for packing them, which you like to see.
5.4.
All right. That thing was cool, though. I'm sure she appreciated the vision.
Yeah. City of Cascais has been hosting this event for the last, as far as I can remember back, huh?
Yeah, they've
like the last one before that was Nazareno. It was a long time ago, so it's been probably 5 years now here, in a row.
It's found a great home base in here, I think.
Yeah.
Started, I
see
believe,
the
in
support,
Peniche.
support from the crowd, support from the Chamber of Commerce.
Yeah, it's awesome. I mean, and it's such a cool beach. I feel like here you really feel the city influence or the proximity of the city, you know?
Yeah, right,
you go down and there's like a little muscle beach type thing. People working out, stereos playing. It just
playing volleyball. And
yeah, it has obviously, you know, then there's people that are in all the surf gear and all that, but
Right.
you could tell there's more of a...
That urban beach scene going on.
Yeah, which I like. I think
I dig it.
I think it's really cool. It's not just all people wearing stuff that you find in a surf shop talking about, you know, the coefficient.
What's East Coast like? Is it like that? Urban?
I mean, yeah, it's different. I mean, where I grew up is definitely different. To talk about some of the guys in the final, Cam and Ball grew up like not far from New York City. Like you could probably get there on train in 40-ish minutes to an hour. Driving would be shorter. And you feel, if you get closer...
Excuse me, the beachfront where they had that one comp way back?
It's super close to Long Beach, which definitely you feel some of that city influence. Long Beach is a little bit, I mean, Ball's pretty much next town over.
Yeah.
But then you get closer, like the Rockaways, you definitely feel that.
Right.
But then as you get further out, like the end of Long Island is Montauk, which is, you know, you don't feel any of that city influence. I guess you see it in the wealth, maybe you see it. But beyond that, you know, it's not really comparable here. And we see Thiago
Piers there.
The screen, he's gonna go get a wave with the finalists. He is done competing. Last year was his last year. We wanted to give him a proper send off, so we'll see him paddling out.
I think he heard me.
Hopefully, yeah, he gave you a big thumbs up. He likes you. I'm sure
it's been
you've
so
been
many
friends
years.
for decades, huh?
He worked I had a guy that worked with me, a guy named Mika Lorenz. He makes surfboards in Portugal also. I don't know if you know of his boards, Mika boards. And
Lorenz?
Yeah, Mika Lorenz.
Not related to Axel.
He was from San Lorenzo. He grew up in San Lorenzo, which is just north of Coches. And he came around, he said, hey, it's this little kid, you know, you guys should pick up. This little kid named Saka, Thiago Piers. And I didn't like see this kid, and he's a little short guy, man, little guy, and he's like, looked like a little pit bull. And said, this little guy, he doesn't surf that well. And he was like, yeah, we picked him up, and then he was just, you know, he lived on surf. That's all he wanted to do was surf, and he turned out to be an amazing athlete, super dedicated to it.
Little guy with a big heart.
This country screamed Saka for years, man, when he was on tour. You remember the first like substantial mark he made in the world? We went from a juniors contest at Makaha, which I think either Parker or Fanning won, and he was competing at the same day in the contest in Sunset. And the same day he finished, I want to say second, third and one, and then he went over to the other one in Sunset, came in second behind Sonny Garcia. So, yeah, that was his first big spot on it, you know. When the world noticed the Portuguese tiger, Thiago Stock Piers.
Well, fair enough that he's calling it quits here at the Capítulo Perfeito. Been in it for years, been repping the country for years, and now he's got, you know, kids. He's got his own agency, I believe, in Lisbon, which keeps him busy. So there, Nick, talking about your former team rider who brought you to glory.
Still my friend. I called him the other day because I saw him get the sickest barrel at the end of the afternoon out of Coches. And I called him. I got him later on. Said, you still got it. He was super stoked that I called him. But it was a late drop, and it was a sick barrel, so it was good to see he's still in the water and still, you know, still got it.
Sure does. I think I saw a photo of that, or maybe it was a different wave from there, but it was a very good wave. And, I mean, he is in just seat 1A out there.
Right.
I think nobody, if he's looking at a wave, nobody else can, right? Like, come on. If you even think. He wouldn't have to be aggressive either. It's just if you're out at that wave and you don't know who he is, then you probably shouldn't be out at that wave.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Now, Saka was the first guy to really make the mark and open up the roadway for, you know, any of the other guys that really, Portuguese guys that went around the world and chased the dream, you know. Which a lot of guys won the QS, and Frederic Moraes after him made it onto the CT and held his own for quite a while and did some amazing events. I mean, just in a specialty event in J-Bay, he won, you know, not too long ago. Just last year, wasn't it?
Yeah. As
there we go.
Yolanda, the current heat leader. Ooh, almost on an exit there, which would have definitely helped that total. She's currently sitting on a 3 and a 2.4. Completed tube would get us a bit higher there. 14 minutes left, still time for anything to happen.
Yep.
But yeah, Saka, incredible career.
It's cool that they're going to do this, like put him out there just to honor the guy.
Yeah, it's awesome. I know
You should go crazy, you know.
You were talking about his rise to the top before. I spoke with him about that era before, and I know he's close friends with Mickey Picon
Yeah.
France.
Yeah.
And I think Mickey had made the tour just a little bit before Thiago, and Mickey had told him that he's been working with we'll get into it after this, but we're going to go flash to a quick commercial, and we'll be right back at the end of this women's heat, ready for the finals.
We have been testing natural rubber to replace traditional neoprene.
In the last 3 years, we launched a few natural rubber wetsuits range.
This rubber is harvested from an FSC-certified plantation in Guatemala.
Our natural rubber wetsuits use 85% natural rubber and 15% additives like soybean oil and recycled carbon black.
Our wetsuits are made with natural rubber. Make the best wetsuits.
Be good to the ocean.
Cheers. Gin tonic looked tasty.
Eh?
Our sponsor there. The gin looked wonderful. Bloomman seemed to enjoy it. Competitor featured in that little ad.
There you go.
We
Continue on, Mickey. You were telling me about Mickey Picon.
Picon, we'll talk about that, but there was a wave that we had missed during the commercials, so we're going to get a replay of that.
Okay.
And we'll get a little bit more into some of the OG Euro Lords like Mickey and Saka, who we're about to see in that tribute. Here we go, replay from Camila. She packed the biggest wave of the heat so far. Gets a nice, pretty left, but it does not offer her much.
Barrel. It's crazy because they've actually been stalling and hanging up for the barrels. The barrels haven't showed up for the ladies, have they?
No, they have not yet. Not yet. Nick.
There you
not
go.
Yet.
It ain't over till it's over.
But yeah, we were talking a little bit of Saka, a little bit of Mickey. Mickey qualified, and he'd been working with a psychologist actually, and I think he told Thiago that just because they were friends, and Mickey said, hey, this helped me immensely. So Thiago found Zé Seabra, the coach here, and qualified pretty quickly thereafter, and now he still works with Zé to help some of the younger generation here, so a cool story.
Yeah, they still work together. They've been lifetime friends, him and Zé.
Yeah.
Been through a lot together, you know.
And then Mickey too. We're talking to him. He's I bet he's watching right now.
Oh yeah.
Mickey, how are you? You monkey? Mickey's still one of, I think, the people that's most committed to surfing out of anybody I know. He's so on it and still so in love with riding waves, especially waves that are round and breaking over his beloved sands of Oswar.
The 6 sandbars, eh?
If there's a 6 sandbar, he knows about it.
There you go.
If he's got one of those bikes, kind of like the Electrikfatbike that, you know.
Has he got into like the tow stuff and like Big Bill Yada or whatever the name of that place
Belhara?
is? Does he do that? All that stuff?
I'm sure he's dabbled, but I think now mostly it's if it's big and offshore, he'll just be doing step-offs with Joan and Mark and the crew. Getting access to some waves that you just flat out wouldn't be able to access if you were relying on the strength of your own 2 arms. So.
Look at the lump shot. See the lump shot the back there in the channel? It's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a pretty west then. Anyway, nice little, great day for a sail. Great day for a women's specialty heat. 9 minutes, 40 seconds left. Along with Hopkins in the lead, but anybody's game. I mean, even Gabriella, who's sitting in fourth right now,
still wide open.
One wave
Yep.
can change that. Obviously,
4.53.
we might have a response to that, but seriously, she needs one and she just jump right up. So not out of reach for anybody in this thing.
No.
And we'll see how it concludes in the final 9. You ever sail, Nick?
No, I've been on a couple sailboats my time. My brother had one. And we did a trip out the islands off the coast of California and that, but never no major sailing. I tell you, to be honest, like crossing the Pacific or the Atlantic or whatever, I don't know. I think it's pretty ballsy stuff. I get, you know, like there's major storms. I wouldn't want to be stuck in the middle of a major storm on a sailboat. You know what I mean?
No, I mean
not my taste, anyways.
Maybe it's somehow safer than what you would expect. Maybe they're just more tuned in or have access to know if they're about to get into some really sketchy conditions. But it's quite impressive seeing a guy like John, who's at like the top realm of surfing, take what you and I would think is a bit of a risk in those long sailing voyages. But they're sick to see. I'd imagine he'll get busy with that this year in his break from tours. We see Maria. Not much on offer there. I know she can pack them. I see her at super tubes more and more when it's punchy.
Yep.
Only way to get comfortable in heavier waves is to put yourself out there and give them a crack. So she has been on that program. That one unfortunately didn't quite open up for her.
No.
And this is Gabriella.
Gabrielle Diniz.
Looking, whoa, a little.
Oh, that was so ledgy.
Interesting.
That was like a forward ledge on that wave. Did you see that?
Yeah, I know.
Like she pitched forward on a lower level. That was crazy.
Hit the basement floor and went turbo.
Bottom fell out.
Off for an exit. But hey, you find yourself inside a barrel, it's a good day, even if you don't come out.
Yeah, on the sailboat thing, having to be locked downstairs, say you got a 2 or 3 day storm, I wouldn't want that. See, I get stuck inside, you know, in a heavy storm and having to lock it down for a day or two. Those are long hours, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I'd also prefer to not be floating in the middle of the
That can get
ocean,
scary, you know.
Being battered by a storm. So we see Saka on the screen.
It is.
Obrigado.
The entourage behind him. Everybody wants a bit of Saka. All right.
As we said, he's going to paddle out with the men's finalists and just get one wave to kind of say goodbye to this contest. We didn't give him a proper send-off last year, so this is his send-off. I'm sure the crowd will go mad. And after that, men's final begins.
That's it. So what do you reckon we got there? A good friend or a caddy? Huh?
Not sure. Could it be a child of his?
There you go. It's a psychologist. Who knows?
Could be the psychologist. Look at that crowd.
Yeah, it's crazy, yeah.
It is.
Right.
I mean, why wouldn't you be down here if you could be? Beautiful sunny day. Last year was like this too. Just a gorgeous day. Getting through.
Portugal has a tendency to do that, huh?
It sure does. It sure does. So, ooh, that was Yolanda looking for.
Flipped again. Doesn't give up though.
Hearing some applause. That could be for Saka. The beach seems to be excited about something. We will let you know what it is. There it is. It is Saka. Bora Saka.
All right.
He inspired a lot of people, that man.
No doubt. No doubt.
Showed everybody it's possible to make the tour, to have a career in surfing coming from here. And now there's plenty of people doing exactly that.
He'll find a good one. Huh?
You believe so? One wave. He's got one wave to do it. So
he just said, I got to find a good one. Oh, jet ski assist, huh?
Of course.
Right
Making Saka paddle out.
Ain't Saka for nothing, huh?
That guy should be waiting for him at Coaches every time he gets a wave, just whip him right back out. Sometimes the Rip does a good enough job at that, I guess.
He's on the jet, but they're on dry land right now.
Yeah, jet's not going to take you far over there. Tide's coming in, though, at least.
Yeah, they're coming. They'll pick them up. That's crazy, though, huh? Really cool. All right.
It's kind of a funny shot, isn't it?
There you go. Yeah, it's going to fill in now.
Here we go.
They got to change direction now, I think, before they get on it.
And the water horse is back.
You know, way before anything ever really started up in Nazaré, I went up there one day with Jose Gregorio, who's national champ quite a few times.
Sure.
And Thiago Pires. And they had a jet, and they'd one of the first tow sessions ever up there.
Did they?
Yeah, it's crazy.
Sizable.
Yeah, and it was good.
Wow.
We did a film ages ago, cement film and that, and yeah, got that footage on there. I'll find it and I'll let you. I'll get you onto it, though.
So there were waves breaking there before Garrett McNamara showed up?
Yeah.
No way.
Oh yeah.
I thought it magically turned on when he.
No.
No.
It was I mean
I thought he found it.
Focus on it. No, focus on it. Making it into a major thing was Garrett all the way.
I was under the impression that he founded the municipality of Onyria.
There you go. Oh.
Maria.
There you go.
Full commitment, but here it is. Packs it. Interesting wave. Cool drop.
I'll give that one a big A. Effort.
Couldn't get into the maybe not an 8, but an A. Sick drop though, big wave.
Yeah, it was a great drop.
Couldn't get into that first section.
Position herself well.
Wouldn't need a whole lot to overtake Yolanda.
I'm going to say that. Might do it for her. Check it out. Great drop.
Yeah, that's sick.
Bottom super clean.
Grab her on bottom turn. Although that might have just been for the luxury of the pig dog and the
perfect losing there. Just
they're probably going to like that. She needs what looks like a 3.53 to overtake the heat leader. Ooh, could be.
Yeah, there's a lot
going on there.
She was pretty technical all the way through that, from drop all the way through it. So
she was.
I might give her the push on that.
Are you going to give her it?
I would.
Ooh.
I've been wrong before.
Score 1 from Judge Nick is in.
We shall see.
There we go. Saka and the jet.
Oh no, I guess
Saga continues.
I'm way wrong.
227. Enough to
get
to
the judging
second.
stand.
But second does not get you a trip to Indonesia.
No, it doesn't. Right, jet in motion.
Now she would need a 3.13 to jump ahead.
It's crazy what they do with jets these days. You never would have thought it possible back in the day, a long time ago. Jet skis out there weave and make their way out through just brutal surf now.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's just a matter of experience, getting so comfortable on that thing to put yourself in some of those positions, but I've pretty much never driven one, so I wouldn't. I think it'd be rather entertaining if I tried to get one through the impact zone at Nazaré. Might be a good watch, go viral.
Yeah.
Could be my calling. So if anybody needs a driver, yeah, for the next swell, just let me know. Tee up a ski, give me the keys, and let's go viral. Just about 40 seconds left here. Saka's out the back. Yolanda's in the lead. The final's coming up. We're getting chakas. Life is good.
Yeah, look it is. The champion he is.
There he goes. Hair still dry. What's there of his hair, I guess. That wave spat a little bit, it looked like. Maybe, or it was just the wind blowing it.
Yolanda, 5 seconds away from the minis.
Yep. Looks like she is going on that Seabon charter. Good job, Yolanda. Packed.
That's off. Good for her.
Most committed wave of the heat, let's say. Although we did see somebody entering the screen there. Did not look like it'd be a significant enough wave to take it from Yolanda, so I think it's pretty safe to say that she's got a trip for 2 planned to the Ments this swell season. And good for her. She deserves it.
Yep.
There's some challengers in Australia. Maybe she can tee it up around that. She'll be in that part of the world. competing in those anyway.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting year for Yolanda. Challenger Series and see if she can make the cut for the big leagues.
Got a good feeling for her. Such a talented surfer, so. Great stuff there, gals. Yolanda getting it done.
Yep.
Some shots here of the lineup. A couple of skis. A couple of Portuguese tigers out there. Sun going down. In the final, up next.
The final.
Baller arm stack. Noah Beshin, Cam Richards, and Pedro Colado. Diverse
great
bunch
heat,
there. Baller arm stack representing New York. South Carolina's own Cam Richards, Noah Beshin of Hawaii, and Pedro Colado of Brazil. Getting a hug. Sharing the love.
All right. This probably, Saka's never probably been this nervous. Imagine if he falls on the takeoff.
This is, I mean, he's surfed so many heats in his life, but to be the only one.
Pick a gem, Saka. Come on, mate.
Yeah, I wonder how long he'll wait to get a wave. Looks like the gals are going to get one in here.
You want to see him finish with a clean one, eh?
Let's see, this thing is swinging Saka's way. Pedro Colado's from Rio de Janeiro, Brazil.
Rio, Brazil, is he? All right.
Yes, I was more specific with where Ball, Noah, and Cam were from, so I had to do the research on Pedro. So he's representing the good people of Rio. So see Saka on the screen there, getting ready for the finals. There is a rumor that Ben Mundy's coming back from the booth.
You hear that? They let him back in the house?
I believe so, unconfirmed, but that is what the whispers are suggesting. Aquaman there, blending in with the water, sneaking up on Saka. Don't spook him, buddy.
Yeah, he's got all kinds of pressure on him. He's got Yolanda wants to snake him, Waterman on him, jet ski won't leave him alone.
He's looking at this thing. Sees something he likes. Sees something he dislikes in the end.
Long career, eh? Thiago.
Long career, great career. Inspiring career. And now, one wave in front of the crowd. The crowd's gonna go nuts regardless, right?
Yep.
You have to.
I don't know if you remember back when like they had the contest in Rebeta Diaz, Ben probably remember when Saka was, whenever he was in it, man, the beach would get so packed. It was full of Portuguese flags, you know. His mom would be there screaming Saka. You could hear like all the way on the other side of the beach. It was crazy. He had a lot of crowd support. And he did really well in that kind of environment at home.
Wave was suited surfing. He's a powerful man on rail, isn't he?
Okay.
He's got some power in that rail game, doesn't Saka?
Oh, yeah. He's got a brutal bottom turn on that Saka. He's always been a great tube rider also.
Looks like he might be having a look here. Maybe a line on the right. He likes it.
Buddy.
Ooh, no, he does not.
Yeah, I did well to pull
Water
it out.
Photog was in the spot more or less too. If that thing worked out, we would have had a good shot to thank Saka for his campaigns here at the Capítulo Perfeito.
Yeah, you know he wants to go out on a good one, right?
He's only got one shot. Not miss a chance to blow. Opportunity comes once in a lifetime. Trying to lose himself in the moment here. So he might lose himself in a wall of angry water if he packs that thing.
There you go. This kind of, you know, if you think about it, it's kind of a tough position to be in right here, isn't it, Buck? Huh? The whole world's watching you get one way.
Don't want to just go on a
A mediocre one, right? Close out and all that, but
You want to get a good one, but you don't want to be out there too long.
right. But the gems are few and far between. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So,
it's a kind of a
it's a tough one.
tough line to walk, but he's having a look. I don't think he's sold in this thing. Somebody having to go though.
Yeah, that was the last of the girls, I think. You say you're hanging down here for another day, Ben? Or Buck?
I will be down here. I think I might try to surf here in the morning.
Hang with the family, hanging down with the family, right, for a day?
Enjoy the sunshine.
There you go.
Something different. Escape the bubble I exist in sometimes up there.
Right on.
Maybe see the inside of some waves. I think tomorrow's quite a bit smaller.
All right. Good thing about Portugal, isn't it? Like you're like Santa Cruz, you kind of country, you're outside, but the cosmopolitan, the center's like 25 minutes you're in Lisbon, kind of thing, in a beautiful, super historic, super interesting city.
Yeah, exactly. You got
right next door.
Awesome kind of booming city with a ton of cool stuff going on.
Yep.
Some nice relaxing natural spaces kind of in my zone.
Oh, there's so many cool little barrios and stuff like that in Lisbon now, eh?
Yeah.
It's real hippie and up and a lot going on.
Yeah, it's busy. A lot going on.
All right, soccer. We got sets coming.
Let's do a little double peace sign to the crowd before. Trying to get them hyped up regardless of what the waves are doing. That looks like Yolanda's still trying to get a wave in, which shows that Saka hasn't been too choosy. It is just a lull, which, hey, let's get the lull out of the way before the final.
It's better off, huh?
Right? We'd hate to see the final start with, 5-10 minutes of slowness in the ocean. So Saka is just maybe that's what he's doing. He's making sure that the ocean gets in a respectable spot off the final. Which is a great service. It's like a janitor out there.
There we go.
Janitor might
a little corner. There you go.
On the left here, trying to put himself deep enough. And he is in, and he is out. Saka.
There you go.
We were laughing this morning. His brief was belts that thing too.
Suicide mission. All right.
Still got that pit bull in him. Now we see the women's champ Yolanda. I think she's gonna pack a wave there. Saka, we were laughing. His brief was Saka will paddle out, get a tube, and then go in.
And he did.
Like that's kind of a hard thing to script. Sure enough, Saka right on cue finds himself a nice little tube, comes in, followed orders.
All right.
Well done. Thank you, Saka, for the inspiring career. Thank you for all the time you put in this event here. Understandable that he's calling it quits here at this event, but sure enough, he'll be here every year watching, keep an eye on things. Thank you, Saka.
See you at the home break. Thanks for all the years, definitely. Eh?
Making sure the ocean's in that great spot for us to kick off the men's final. Gave him his own jersey too.
Yeah.
The yellow. Actually, I guess Cam's in the yellow this seat. I think we're off to the races with the men's here.
Yeah, they just started. They started the final already. We're on it. The final is on. There you go, Saka.
Saka. Wow, look at that crowd now. There
Portuguese surfing god.
Thousands of people there to say thank you, Saka, to watch this men's final. 50K prize money on the line. Ben Mundy about to join us again, talk through it. We're going to bring the vibes nice and high and see how this thing shakes up.
Thank you. Imagine walking up to that. You've come out, you've had an incredible career, you've got tubed, and then you've got all those people just sort of giving you a tribute, saying thank you for all you've done for Portuguese surfing.
Yeah, the other guys had to make like 4 heats to get in front of this crowd.
I know, he got the wave, he did it, and it's kind of a bit though, as you're saying, Nick, bit of a high pressure situation. You know, when you used to surf and your parents, well, my parents would call me in. You got to come in. You got. They'd put a finger up. You got 1 minute. You'd be like, oh,
mine never did
scratching.
That. Never did that.
Mine did. I was lucky.
I think they carry him up
I was
the
like
beach.
18.
Shit, they did. Okay.
Yeah. And I'm like, oh, I've got a minute to get away, and he'd be freaking out. He just had that in front of 40,000 people. There's Yolanda Hopkins. What about that one she packed? Basically to win.
That was for the win.
And well deserved.
I mean,
one way to get a Mentawais trip.
You would pack a wave like that for a trip to the men's, wouldn't you?
Chop my right arm off.
There you go. 2 reasons why Saka is not able to dedicate as much time to surfing as he used to.
Look at that. So cute.
Beautiful, though.
So much.
Awesome family, man.
Goodwill.
Like we said, he's got his own agency that he runs out of Lisbon,
Good
too.
man.
So free time. Not something he has a ton of, but still finds some barrels.
He puts a lot back in the juniors. Yeah, he does, and junior surfing as well, involved in the EDP. He's just all kind of in the fabric of Portuguese surfing.
Definitely.
And culture even, too. I mean, you see him like in mainstream, just magazines and stuff. He's a full national figure here. Fun story about him, I was on a project here once, and we had a big crew. We had like maybe 20 people filming this thing, and Saka made one call. Like, we had no plans this one afternoon. It was kind of windy. Waves weren't great, so we were looking for something to do. Saka made one call for us and got us into a Benfica game, like club level. So free food, free drink. Just literally, we were like, oh yeah, we're not really sure what to do. It's like, maybe you guys can do this. And just one call, bam, we're there.
Boom.
Yeah.
So he's got some sway here.
Connected. He's got it for sure, eh? For sure.
Yeah, he does. And he uses he's generous, and he uses his time well to help others.
No doubt. Yeah, it's just that, I mean, surfing is it's a proper main sport in Portugal. I mean,
And here we go. Speaking of surfing, well, this is what we're in. The main sport right now is, of course, the final of the Capítulo Perfeito. We are on the 11th edition. We are in the final. We have 4 great surfers. We've got Cam Richards, Balaram Stack, Noah Beshan, Pedro Calado. So I'm going to put you on the spot. You first, Buck. Who's going to win?
Ball.
Who you going with?
Easy. Ball.
Balaram Stack, 4th time finalist. Me to win. Noah Beshan. Actually.
Okay,
yeah, no, lock it in.
I'll go with Cam, then it'll work. We'll go.
Okay, there you go. Pedro, sorry about that, pal.
Sorry, Pedro, we left you out.
Okay, and there's Bal Stack. First wave down. I just saw Cam and Balaram getting ready together. Yeah, they've just been sort of feeding. I mean, they're mates. They're travelling together. They've been getting ready for all the same heats together. It's been a really cool little story to unpack as they've been getting ready. Before, they said they hadn't surfed a heat together since they were about 15. Some of them surfed about 3 in about 3 hours.
They did 3 in a row right now, didn't they?
Yeah, exactly. So really cool. But yeah, it's winner take all now. Whoa, someone just got obliterated. That was Noah. There's a lot going on in a short space of time. Interesting to hear Craig Anderson talk up Noah Beshan. Wasn't a buck, and he'd caught his eye with his clips and what he's been doing. So he's really having a moment right now, isn't he, Noah?
Yeah, I think he's pretty universally appreciated. Like I said earlier, came up in an interview with Jordy Smith where he said he thinks Noah's doing the best free surfing in the world right now, and to hear a guy like that and a guy like Craig kind of validate you, it's...
Craig said that, did he, today?
Craig mentioned just Noah's video that I think was just called Noah that he'd made, and just all the different surfing that was in there, from towing into a ridiculous wave in Tahiti to landing an extra rotation in air and clips and pipe. Just like anything you can do on a surfboard, he seems to be doing, and doing quite well. As you see the replay of him, he wasn't able to really get into that thing, but almost took out a photographer too, so added some excitement factor, although that doesn't really score typically.
Yeah, he went down. I tell you, he did well to get out though in one piece. Well, kept his board intact. We're seeing this wind just going full offshore now. The women getting some big waves.
The wind we've been prophesizing all day.
Yeah, that's what.
Here for
the final. I just walked up and saw Miguel Feltez kind of distracted, and he just said, he looked at me and he went, I told you. And I was like,
he always does that.
4:45. Righto, mate. But yeah, he's called it, and yeah, we've got great waves, we've got offshore winds, we've got the 4 form servers in the event, and we've got a pretty stoked Saka on the beach.
Yeah,
so
that'll be a long photo session, mate. Huh?
Yeah. He's going to be in that Rashi for a while. So, yeah, great scenes all around, which is what this event's about, isn't it? It's about bringing people together. It's about bringing the worldwide surfing fraternity to this little special part of Portugal. And that's what it does. And then on top of that, you get to celebrate things that are worth, that are worth celebrating. So, It's more about the emotion than the scores. It's more about the barrels than the prize money, and it's about everyone having a good time. And I'll tell you what, I haven't seen anyone not having a bad time. Here we go. So Noah Beshan again up, can't get out of that one.
Well, barrels are a pretty easy thing to celebrate. Some people even celebrate their own barrels.
Oh,
we see that. They call it a claim.
Yep, a lot of claims that.
I'm not sure. Miggy kind of claimed one today. I'm not sure if we've seen many other claims other than that.
I haven't seen some big ones. You're all right.
Miguel Blanc came out of that one with a cool claim, eh?
Yeah, I think that was...
It's been a claim-free zone.
It has been.
Yeah.
Which is nice.
Not bad, I'm not going to complain
Well, you
about
know
that.
what? They're not trying to sell anything, are they?
That's it. We're not getting the convince the judges' claim,
I
eh?
don't need to sell anything.
Yeah, and Miggy, I think that was my favorite wave of the day.
That was just him. Even that was just a bit like... a bit of self-expression, wasn't it?
It was. Well, I mean, it's easy to make fun of claims, but let's be honest, like if you see somebody take a random sport like bowling, somebody just doing that for fun, they get a strike, they're going to kind of celebrate. It's a human emotion thing. To try to suppress that because we're too cool for it, I think is kind of dorky, right?
Oh,
and then again,
I'm too cool for it.
Yeah, well,
yeah, and that's where we're different.
I guess
me
so.
and you, mate. That's one of the fundamental divides between the way we go about our lives.
I mean, I'm not sure if I've ever claimed the wave, to be fair, but in theory, I don't think we should be so allergic to it.
Gotcha. Yeah, you're pro-claim.
I am. On the record, I'm pro-claim.
You know the modern era, you're for or against. You can't be nuanced about this. You either got to be against it or
going for claims. I just haven't personally indulged. You can be a fan of something without...
Okay, well, someone who's got plenty to claim, someone who's got plenty to celebrate, and that's Saka. Thiago Perez is down on the beach.
That is correct. I am down here with Thiago Perez. Thiago, we are paying a tribute to your career here in Carcavelos today. I know that you actually won the first ever event of Capítulo Perfeito. Can you just say a few words about what it means to you to be here today?
Yeah, pretty special moment. I just want to give a big shout out to Rui Costa, to Twiga, because he did an amazing job to get us until where we are today. I still remember him telling me about the idea, and like no one was really paying attention, and I said, it's an amazing idea, let's go. And since day one, I've supported him with my presence, and you know, barrels, it's what we all live for as a surfer, so it's an amazing event, you know, it's has its difficulties, you know, but I think the answer is right behind us, you know, a packed beach every time we do this contest. So my warmest and kindest greetings for having me. Big thank you, and let's go for many more years.
Well, beautifully said, but one more question. Thiago, do you still get nerves being here in front of all these crowd? You just told me you just got a little one. You didn't want to steal the show.
Yeah, I didn't want to steal the show for the final, so I chose to take a little one and come in. I'm kidding. You guys are surfing amazing. They're on form, and I still struggled about the decision of not coming this year. But to be honest, the last few years it's been difficult for me. You know, my head wants to come, but my physique doesn't really allow me. So, you know, and I'm really well decided and regarding my life. You know, so I just chose to stay and watch the amazing surfing that goes on in Capítulo Perfeito with amazing talent coming from all over the world. So I think the biggest thing is like, congratulations, Rui Twiga. You're an amazing guy and did an amazing job.
Well, thank you so much, and also congratulations to you, Thiago, for an amazing career. It's been amazing to watch you. Thank you.
Thanks, Sam. Thanks.
Got a bit of a congratulation duel going on
Yeah,
here.
well,
Rui tries to congratulate Saka hits him back. Will Rui respond with another? Is this gonna?
We get Rui out there for a wave, I guess.
Yeah. Well, you know what?
Just so he can come in and thank
He's
Saka.
behind the scenes, but he deserves one.
Yep.
Absolutely.
No doubt.
Yeah. So credit to Thiago there. He's not taken at all, was he? He wasn't taking any of the credit. He was throwing it out to the people behind the scenes, and it's a big team. There's not just, you know, obviously the real cost on Trigger is put it all together, but there's so much that goes into this. The photographers, the workers, the security guard, so much going on. So it's a massive team that makes this work.
That was very humble and well said, that what you put in his mind frame about where he is as far as like, competition. Let some other guys slide in here, because I'm pretty much, you know,
Yeah, exactly. And
not
it's
feeling like a physical point where I could really be a contender kind of thing, maybe, you know. So
yeah, and you've got to know when to step out and to do it at the right time is that's more than half the job, and he's done that. And he knows now, and he's handing it over to these young kids like out in the surf right now.
Changing of the guards.
Exactly. And unfortunately for Portugal, we haven't seen a local Portuguese hope in this final this time. But the event's been stacked full of it, so it's a celebration of Portuguese surfing as well. And yeah, he's right just to move over. And he got tubed on his last wave. So
that was the brief.
I mean, he just, he read the call sheet.
He did.
And he didn't get
his
it wrong.
research.
So yeah, great stuff. And in all that action, 13 minutes on the clock, he probably could have stayed out there and got a few more, because it's been a pretty quiet start in this final so far. Expecting some fireworks.
Extra 10 minutes for them out there, though. We're only at the 27-minute mark right now, so I think extending the final to 40 minutes is a great call, especially when you have the time. Why not use it? So.
Sure. Yeah, that sunshine still beating down. Crowd still on the beach. Full service in the water. 10 minutes is needed.
Really pretty
just
wave
waiting
there,
for
that
someone to
right.
electrify this final. As you see the sand still churning up. Probably about the right sort of tide now. An hour and a half past the low tide. Not big in it, but still opportunities.
It always helps to have the ocean moving with you rather than against you, right?
In general, yes, you're right. On the push, there's always a bit more
Broadly
power on the
speaking.
push on those, on these waves as well. Sometimes when those waves, water comes in and just fills over the bank. Yeah, so we're going to see some action. We're going to see some lulls, but we are going to see some tube rides, I think, in the next 26 minutes. Noah Besham, Cam Richards, Barrel Stack, Collado. Been a bit of a surprise packet. Obviously, such a world, renowned big wave surfer. Goes about his business the right way. And this is Cam Richards while we were talking to Saka. Just a bit ahead of the tube, then gets in the tube. Managed to sneak out. He's been doing that all day. Not sure it's the completion, but in those little down times, Buck, he's been staying busy, just sort of logging a few 3s and 4s just to always keep himself in the hunt.
He has. Hopefully, Cam might be facing like an identity crisis if he wins, though. Imagine he wins, he's like, damn, should I be competing? It'd feel good. It's gonna, even to make the finals, probably gonna feel great for him. So imagine he wins this thing, and it might accidentally kind of lure him back into competitive surfing, which I think would be a loss for free surfing when you have somebody doing it at his level.
Yeah, well, he was always one of those competitors that probably never quite achieved the success that his talent had. He was not through one of trying, or
he is so talented and so consistent too.
Yeah,
he's the type of person that's like probably going to land in air every session. Like he's got a great make rate. Some people, need quite a few sections to finally come home with one, but he's the type where he just like makes something out of almost every wave. So I agree.
It would be surprising though if he won the one of the great barrel riding competitions of the world and decided to go hit the QS at sort of Huntington next year.
I think he was saying that was the downside, the side he didn't like of it all, is when it was lousy waves, right? So
but it's got
deep irony in that.
There is an irony there. As we see him here, Barram stack. Oh, that's a nice. He's out body surfing. Seen a few mistakes.
Bit of Mike Stewart action.
And there's a little flash of action from Cam on his backside.
Little yellow lightning there.
Yeah, just straight.
Those East Coasters are busy little bees, aren't they?
They are.
The average
short period.
The average period is like 2 seconds, isn't it? So it's literally one comes every 2 seconds.
For the course rush.
Yeah, they just catch 100 per sesh.
Yeah.
But it's been effective, as you see this wave here. So packed it somehow, and it went down. We talked about the two different approaches, didn't we, Nick? And staying busy versus waiting. And I think over the course of the day, what do you reckon's worked the best?
I think busy has been the best. I think busy's been doing it. At least what I've seen with Cam and Balleram, and that they've been busy in every heat, and if they've gotten through it, they've carried on.
Yeah, small numbers there. We saw a nice little flyaway pull out there.
Yeah, looked like Noah was getting busy.
Yeah, well, he's been
Noah's
just of his own.
busy.
Yeah, he scraped through with a couple of low-scoring heats where he just got the scores he needed. So he's just been doing his enough to get through. He had one couple of early on when it first turned. He made it special. So here he goes here. Nice little tube, and then he went for the kick out. After that, though, speaking of someone who did the job, it's Yolanda Hopkins. She's down on the beach with Emily. Just waiting for Yo. I see a wave here. That's Pedro. He's been eyeing off his lefts, been consistent. Just flicks out a bit weird. Okay, so we are down the beach. Yolanda Hopkins. This was Emily Utroop.
The first women's heat in Capítulo Perfeito ever. How does it feel to be here competing today?
I mean, it's pretty special. The conditions in the morning were pretty hard. I mean, the boys really took the worst of it, but it really cleaned up by the end. I was really happy to be a part of this heat. It's so special, and it's such a big part of like the female surf evolving, especially here, even here in Portugal. Maybe in the future we'll have a category just for the girls, with girls from outside of Portugal too. So it would be really incredible to see that in the future. I felt a bit out of rhythm with the ocean. I really tried to charge it like I like to do, but it was that thing. I was always chasing, and the wave was moving, and every time I moved somewhere else, I didn't believe the peak was right. The wave that I was waiting for came in the place that I was waiting for before. So I was always like a catch-22, but I mean, I was just happy to be a part of it, and I'm really grateful to win anyway. It was just very special to share this moment with the Portuguese girls.
Yeah, and can you just say a few words about, you know, the vibe between you girls in the water? How was that?
Oh, that was incredible. I think we were all whooping each other. Even the photographer guys, they were all like super stoked of us being out there and charging. Every time somebody was right in the spot, even though it wouldn't be like they're right, the person's like priority, we would just like, go, 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 let's go. So it was very special. It was quite an important moment.
And winning this heat, you also won a trip to Mental. Who are you going to bring?
Probably my coach. It's a great opportunity to train. I've never been before, so this is a great moment.
Well, go tell him. That will be exciting. So, thank you so much, and congratulations again.
Thank you so much.
Wow, great interview from Yo. Yeah, good news, John.
Lucky
You're going
coach.
to Mentawis.
Lucky coach.
You lucky bastard.
You see what she was saying, and that's she pretty stated what the situation is with Carcavelos. Carcavelos, you're always looking for the right spot, and it's always changing. You know, it's not like you can say the peak is there, because it's not. It's super deceiving. It jumps all over the place.
Sure, and also like a mindset, I just wanted to send it. You know, that was her attitude. She went out there, she knew it was solid. She just wanted to pack some big barrels. That's Yo's kind of attitude. Like, she just wants to show the crowd, show everyone else what they're capable of. Good point about hopefully down the track getting more and more women involved, more invitees from all around the world, because that would be incredible. And
She wants Rui to work even harder, I guess.
I know, yeah. Maybe a two-day event.
Get an international women's event together here too.
Absolutely, but yeah, really, she's just a spark. She's such a fresh, positive vibe to surf, and I really appreciate Yolanda Hopkins. I think she's been underrated and undervalued for a while now. She's really coming into her own.
Yeah, brings a lot of good energy, doesn't it?
And she's a classic, and she's leading the way now for some of these younger girls as well. She's a real role model. She works so hard. She came from really, you know, it's not tough upbringing, but she had to fight for everything she ever had. And yeah, so when she's on that boat in the mentality, even that, she would take a coach, like, you know what, Yo, just go and have a surf trip. Take a load off, just get barrel. But no, for her, that's an opportunity to work on a surf and work on a career, and that's why she's been so successful. So fair play. And she packed a monster.
She did. Interesting accent on her too.
Yeah, so she, Dad is Portuguese and Mum's English, and but she's grown up all her life in Portugal on the south coast. Dad died a few years ago. He was a professional snooker player. Really good snooker player. Yeah.
What's that?
Yeah. Her dad was a really played snooker professionally in pool. Yeah.
No kidding, eh?
And my mum was English. So yeah, she's bilingual, and but she's grown in all her life. She's lived in Portugal. So yeah, she's really eloquent. English is amazing. So yeah, great story. And she represents Portugal. You know, represents Portugal at the Olympics. And yeah, she's going to Mentawis. I have a bit of a word about that spare ticket. You know,
I wonder if she has the wild
discount. I could offer
Michigan.
I'm not sure about that. We can find out. Yeah, that might be known. So she got, and while we had that break, saw a few waves, well, one particular wave getting ridden by Cam Richards, it looks like.
Ooh.
And he's got up into first.
5, 6, 7. That's the score.
Now this, you guys aren't going to believe this, because I know you don't trust me, but I was waving when I went said Noah Bashan. I was just about to change it to Cam, but I said no, I'll go with what I said originally. But so anyway, that's your man, isn't it?
That's my man.
That's I can't jump on that horse.
18.
You're riding that horse.
There's
It's early days though. It's early days.
Yeah, it's early, but between the three of us right now, Ben, you're not sitting very good.
No,
on the scoreboard.
Yeah, but I got the kid. Don't worry about that.
That's all right.
Yeah.
It's still early.
It's early. He'll gobble up 5.67s.
I just, I'm just stoked to see him surf all of them.
It is awesome. Just a few waves to come in, show what they've got.
Do you think Cam I doubt that's going to be his best score of the heat, but to just get that thing on the board before anybody else does anything, he could be so much more patient now. So it is a dangerous position for the rest of them, because Cam can just have the comfort of being like, hey, I already got something where if he gets like an 8 now, then good luck catching up.
But you think it's going to make him more patient?
I would think a 5.67 will make Cam more, willing to wait for just an excellent score, I'd say. I mean, I guess he'll be at the bottom of the priority list now, but...
Sounds like you disagree there, Nick.
Well, I don't know. Just because I don't know the guy. He knows, Buck knows him a lot better than I do, but all I've seen today is that he just keeps charging, go for the next one. Anything that comes in his direction, he's on it,
Well, I guess he did also have a point, too, about when we had him in here, he said he likes to kind of try to find his own space in the heat. Like especially a wave like this, you can do that. If you're at a certain point or a reef, you have to sit in the same spot as your competitors. Whereas when it's open like this and waves just come wherever they come, he did say that he prefers to just sit away from the other guys in the heat and hope something swings his way. So if that's the case, then he won't have to be so patient.
And if something looks good to him, he seems like he's a bit of a wave mongrel. He loves to surf, right? He loves to surf barrels, so he'll be on it. For what I've seen today.
Well, maybe in that function going up in a pretty wave-poor zone, like you do, you appreciate the quality waves, don't you? Like Sammy drove Kelly's ladder to where he was, and there's good waves there, but he's still got that in him. That's where he's from, and have these great waves. You see the cliffs in the distance. It's beautiful light coming in. 15 minutes on the clock.
It's a great viewing hour on the East Coast right now, too. I'd imagine that there's plenty of friends and family of Cam and Ball, some of whom I'm sure I know. Hello, everybody. But I'm sure there's plenty of people tuning in on a nice East Coast morning, seeing two of their ponies in the final after a long, sometimes tricky, sometimes beautiful day here in Portugal.
Yeah, Saturday morning, they're waking up to the good news that they got two of their boys in the final. 15 minutes on the clock.
It'd be about lunchtime, huh?
Coming around to it, yeah.
5 hours, I think.
Yeah. I imagine some people might be treating themselves to a beverage if they're...
Well, why wouldn't you?
Well, cocktail time.
Final.
Cocktail
it's a Saturday.
It's always 5 o'clock somewhere, as Jimmy Buffett famously says. And
be a natural light for Kelly Richards' camp. Predicted.
Kelly Richards, as we see, his son paddling now in the yellow, gets under the hood. As you said, he's staying busy. Can he come out? And he can.
Does up his spit, too. And an air.
I mean, it's got a little bit 3D on us, that light.
Silver Surfer.
It was a Silver Surfer, wasn't it? You knew what he was doing. It's that golden, just the angle of the light catching him in a weird way on the cameras, but he got barreled and he went for it, so this will be a bit more clearer. Tucked in, under the tube, and out. He's been doing that all day, and then he went for that rotation. Wasn't too far off it, but just to back up that 5-point ride, again, just playing it smart too, Buck. He's got the tube sense, he's got the natural rhythm, but he's playing a pretty smart competitive game right now.
Sounds like Nick was right. I said he was going to wait. Nick's like,
so much
no,
for
he's not.
patience, eh?
So.
And that's why I picked him.
Oh, ball!
And that's a better wave. That's got some...
Whoa!
Okay, so it's the two East Coasters. They've been doing all day, back to back. They've been in 1 and 2 spots throughout their last 3 heats, and almost just having their own little personal duel. I'm starting to sense that whoever wins this personal duel is going to win the event.
All right, that's a claim.
Talk us through this one.
What a takeoff, huh?
Sick late drop. I mean, we're kind of looking into it from this angle, but he's definitely in there. And then...
the tongue out claim.
Tongue out
claim.
about
that?
Tries a little
Bit
excited.
dangerous, I would say. That could potentially...
I'm claiming wave of the heat for ball.
Wave of the heat. So you reckon it's going to go above the 5, 6, 7?
I think so. We haven't seen a version of Cam's that's not got that backlight, but I mean that thing, the drop there was so technical. Heavy wave. It
was bigger. He didn't get as deep, but then it was so late, wasn't it? And he was in there, and it was a bigger wave. So yeah. So and you could tell by his reaction, it was if he's poking his tongue out of the barrel, it's pretty
it
good.
Felt good. He could do that on waves, probably 8 times this size too. But just that takeoff was incredible. Knifing that thing.
Yeah, there's that moment of drama where you thought he might not pull it off.
Yeah. So wave of the heat for me.
I don't that, they're not that happy with it. They're hard
They
to
were
please, that
thrilled,
3.
but-
They're hard to please, famously, that 3.
All right,
Harsh
Johnny,
judges.
let's see how your claim comes in. Cam's came in at 5.1 his last wave, so if ball goes higher, you're all of a sudden on my team. You're jumping around, man. You said Noah, then you went to Cam. You're just a bandwagon fan.
I'll just go whoever's at the top, number 1, mate.
So ball, what are they going to give that thing? In my opinion, it is the...
It's going to be up there, 784.
You think 784?
No, I'm saying, you think it's going to be a 784?
I thought you were predicting that. I was like, that's quite specific.
No, I would have gone for a 781.
Oh, the supercomputer, Nick, he's done all the maths.
Judges have disagreed with me there. 4.77 for him.
There you go. So for all that, 4.77. So he's got him back right in the game. Now he needs a 6 flat. So Ballum Stack needing a 6. Cam Richards still holding on to that lead. And now Bashan and Pedro both needing some 9-point rides, so they've got some real space between them, these two friends. At the top of the leaderboard.
Have just been so busy today. They have just been the guys to beat every heat, always just finding the best waves. So
yeah, he's surfed 5 heats. He's done a commentary stint. Cam as well.
We didn't get ball,
and there we go. See Cam. Cam just kicked out there. So.
We didn't get ball in here. We should have. It would have been fun.
Yeah, we should have. Well, he's going to hope. Well, one of them potentially is going to see there. This wave was late drop. Comes around the corner. Just tries to stall, but knows that's not a score. And eject button out of there. 11 minutes on the clock. Look at the Portuguese surf fans just coming down, join the incredible light and the scenery and the fun. So mellow, so cool.
Uh-oh.
Down with you on that buck.
I sees something that he likes.
So we probably have priority at the stage. We've sort of spread out.
Looking up.
I would have thought there would have been a hair more on that one. On Ballarum's wave, that 477, a bit more probably.
Yeah,
but.
I mean, we saw the angle looking into it, like I said, so maybe he just wasn't actually that deep, but
yeah, I think that's what I
like
underscored. The takeoff was great, but it just didn't get that deep enough. It was floating. Oh, there's some big names on that board on that Chile. Thumbs up. Shackers. Serious Shacker as well. Salgado, got Nick Von Roop.
Piers, I mean, yeah, he probably got them all.
He's got all the big guns there.
He's been a busy boy down on the beach then.
Yeah. On it.
Good work, kid.
Yeah, that's going straight to the pool room for sure. Big names. You know, that's a chance to see all your heroes. And this has also just helped breeding the next, generation of surf fans on the coast. These Groms will just, they buy into it, they love it, and you need heroes to buy into any sport. We've got some out here at the moment. Cam Richards holding on to first spot.
Just past the 10-minute
perennial
threshold too.
There's 10 minutes on the clock, on the Nixon clock. We have got 10 minutes to go. We've got Cam Richards out in front, Stack on his heels. Bashan and Gallardo haven't had the waves they would have thought were possible. They've still got time. And it's going to go down to the Y, I think. It's sort of bunched up.
Cam and Ballarum, remember this one for a long time for sure. Huh? 3 heats in a row, always first and second, boom, 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 back and forth.
Well, I'll tell you what.
They ain't over yet, but anyway.
Yeah, well.
Been exciting.
Barham's going to keep remembering these finals he hasn't been able to make yet. I mean, it's a pretty incredible statistic that he's made so many of these. It just hasn't quite cracked that top spot. I'll have to double check somewhere whether he's had a runner-up finish before. He's still in the mix.
know, when I got to the hotel yesterday at the Onyria, where we were all staying, I saw 2 gentlemen at the bar. Hold on, we've got Noah here on what looks like a pretty sick wave, and that is a sick wave indeed.
That is the best wave of the heat. So Beshan, just as we were talking up the East Coasters, Noah sticks his ass in the wave, drags it through a big tubes, gets spat out, and he's back in the conversation with 8 minutes, plenty of time left on the clock. Let's talk us through this, Buck. What did you like about it?
I mean, you could tell this wave had a beautiful line on it right from the takeoff. He didn't get super deep, but that thing spat, which shows like this angle, it does look like he got a little bit deeper. It's kind of from behind, but definitely covered there fully. So
the spit helped, didn't it? I mean, you could kind of see the nose of his board, Nick, the whole way through it, but then it came out with a spit. It was always worth half a point, you'd imagine.
But still, I think got to be just above, I think, you know, Cam's 5, 6, 7 is his highest wave so far. So
that's what you said about the last one, though, didn't you?
Yeah, no,
that didn't work out. So
I was actually right this time, 7.5.
Okay, so bang on.
There you go.
Buck's back in the game. 7.5, it's a big number. Best cleanest tube of the final so far. Rewarded accordingly. Still not enough to go over, but now he needs a small number, 3.27. So we've got 7.5 in the box. Pedro Collado now, and one surfer needing some big numbers, but it's going to come down to these 3. Grouped 2 points between the three of them, 7.7 to 10.7, 3 points between 3 of them. So it's so tight. One more wave, you think. Whoever gets the next best wave wins. That's next best tube. And a bit of clutch surfing there from Beshan as well. Buck under pressure of sorts. You don't need him to score, and he got it.
He did. I mean, that wave, like I think he said in some of the interviews, it's just about finding a wave. Like, obviously these guys are so good at getting barreled that it really just is a matter of whether it's luck or just reading the ocean really well. It really does come down to being in the right place at the right time, and he was both those things, right place, right time, and did exactly what he had to do to get the score of the heat. So with 6.5 minutes left, I really doubt that will be the last exchange we see, especially with Noah only needing such a minimal score to jailhouse this lead from Cam. So,
and Nick, he could have probably stalled a bit heavy to make it a bit, maybe a bit deeper, but I think he played it smart, didn't he? He got tubed, got spat out, got back in the game. So here he goes again. A little bit more wobbly on this one. Gets a bit of head cover. Can he come out travelling? He likes that. There's your claim, and that's what we want to see. He's in Buck's camp. He loves it.
He loves it. That's
you're loving it too, eh?
3.27, right?
You liked that one too, didn't you? Huh?
Again,
that put your boy up there.
Yeah, it does. I mean, I called it. I'm not saying I'm always right, but I often am. But he had to work half this one, though, didn't
totally,
he?
Eh? Great read, eh? Buck. I mean, that was
pretty technical the whole way through. I mean, having to kind of speed up, get a pump or 2 in here, and then eventually having a doggy door. That was, you know, not the biggest or hollowest wave, but just enough to fire him up. Yeah. I think he's aware.
Oh, that was late here. Drop, and he's out.
Okay,
so that's going to change.
Cam is back in the lead.
So that was way more critical. That was way more steep. That was, again, some clutch surfing. So we're on here. It's been changed in the last 10 minutes.
Down the wire, getting interesting, eh?
It really is. That was steep. That was late. That was critical. He was on his toes.
There's a moment there where I didn't think he was going to make it. I was almost like, oh, damn, that might haunt him if he had a makeable wave and just couldn't quite knife it enough. But that concern quickly resolved itself as he emerged with a little pillow of spit.
Yeah, as soon as he got on the inside rail and set his edge, he looked comfortable. Yeah, to get there was really, really difficult. And he's done it with 4.5 minutes on the clock. Yeah, so what did you say? You walked in the hotel room and there was like 2 guys at the bar.
Yep, 2 guys at the bar, sure enough. Cam and Ball. And at that point, they were just having a burger, but beer, caught up. Maybe Ball told him.
Big pints, what are you talking about?
Well, I had actually instigated that. At that point, they were, I think, having water, but sorry, guys. It didn't do any damage, clearly.
Not at all. It's more part of the process. Here we go. Noah, late one, drives in on his backhand again. It's frothy. It's not going to come off. And Noah just couldn't get through that one. Chasing the score now, potentially. Okay, numbers coming in. So Noah's back up. It was a 4.4, you're right, Nick. So that put him up into first until...
waiting, we see a little thing ticking
slow
away for there. Judges are having to think about cams at 3 minutes and 45 seconds left. Ball's not out of it either. I mean, Peter Colada's going to need a combo, but Ball could get a 10. And all of a sudden,
yeah, we might need one off this way over cams.
I guess, yeah, if he's got a 4. Let's see.
That judges taking the time.
There
so
we go.
That's an 8.5.
An 8.5. Cam comfortably in the lead now. Ball needs a 9.4. Noah needs a 6.68. And Collado is in combo land. So it's doable. You got 3 minutes. I mean, Ball can get a 9.4 with 3 minutes left, and Noah can get a 6.68. So Cam wouldn't be too comfortable, but he would be feeling good.
Yeah, really clutch surfing. Got a big number under pressure. Technical late drop. Drove through the tube, got spat out. And that's what it's all about. What do we say at the start? Commitment and tubes. That's what Fortes said at the very start. What do we want to see? Commitment and tubes. And
what do we get?
I think Cam saw that, didn't we, in that last one? Hey, Nick?
Totally. I'm telling you, he's been like the most committed the whole day. I reckon he's gone for searching honey and taking a beating on quite a few heats and that, you know.
Well, through. Only a late, he's got the late call up, committed to it, came back again, and at this stage, with 2.5 minutes on the clock, it's paying off. As you said though, Buck, 6.68 for Noah. It's not huge.
Doable.
And your mate Stark, well, now he needs a 10, as you said, or there, or close enough. So, still plenty to play for. Sets approaching. 2.5 minutes on the clock. Cam again, staying busy. Here he goes, takes off, stalls, drags his hand, drives through the tube, misses the first section, which is always a bit of a worry. That section doesn't pay off. That's not going to be a counter. He's never afraid to have a swing, though, is he?
No, 2 minutes left for this Capítulo Perfeito rookie to potentially steal it. Let's see, there's his, there's just the wave he caught now. Ball was in position while he's around that wave and had a look, but let Cam go in the end.
Yeah, you can see him eyeing it off, it just wasn't there.
Cam's had 10 waves this heat.
God, unbelievable.
I think he got 14 in the last one.
Did he?
Well. Yeah.
And he'd be at like 50 for the day then.
Yeah, I'd say so. And in each and every one of them, 2 has been enough to get through. And at this stage, 2's enough to have him in the lead. Capítulo Perfeito is, I'll tell you what, it is on the line now, 90 seconds. He'll be nervous no matter what. It means a lot. There's some cash, there's some cachet, there's some credibility. You know, he's really turned up and put on a clinic. It's not done yet, but you can see getting closer and closer. You've got to feel for Bal Stark, who this is what we think is his 4th final. Always there or thereabouts, always gives his hole, but just hasn't been able to get that second wave. But I've got that man there.
You'd have to think Kelly Richards has the natural light flowing at this point. If you do not know, that beer is quite cost efficient. It has a reputation for that. So Kelly's got to be watching right now. Cam's making his dad proud. Probably his brother's watching too. So
yeah, they'd be super stoked. I mean, they're super stoked with their son and brother anyway, you'd imagine, because he's such a legend and such a nice man. But right now, although 25 seconds, this is the last throw of the dice for Noah Beshan. The wind goes to right, tucks in, and it's tucks in again. It's a big section, and that is the end of the road. And with that closeout, you think that Cam Richards is going to win this event. 10 seconds on the clock. It's all over. She cried. An incredible performance from the kid from Charleston. Cam Richards is your 2025 Capítulo Perfeito winner. That's a huge, huge win for that career.
No doubt.
He came in late. He surfed his brains out. He's showed some commitment. He showed some barrel riding technique. He's got a win, Buck. How do you feel? He's one of your boys.
I'm not sure if he knows it. I think maybe he's still not sure if Noah got a score there potentially. They seem to be chatting about it. Definitely doesn't seem to be celebrating it quite yet, but awesome. I mean, I really think he deserves it. Like I said, I was talking to him last time he was here, saw him get an incredible wave in super tubes. And it just seemed like he was spending so much time in the water. I had friends who were running into him just saying, hey, this guy surfs so good and is just so polite in the water. Like for a high-level surfer, he just really, takes turns with everybody, regardless of whether they're, a pro or not. Just very respectful, very polite. So I think anybody who's interacted with this kid loves him.
Nice guys come first. Is that what you're saying, mate?
That is the gist of what I'm saying, Lundy.
Well, I'll tell you what, there he goes. He's got the news now, and there's his mate. Yeah, he's got the okay. They're okaying it. Cam Richards has got the news, a bit behind everyone else. But he just found out. You can see the state. The first person there, to celebrate with him was his friend and good friend, good mate. And there we go. It's a brief flash of the bracket. There's one man left standing, and that is Cam Richards. So what a performance, what a career.
What a day for him.
What a day for him. He's not going to forget this. I'm not going to forget this, but he's sure as heck isn't. And yeah, really well deserved. I think there's no, that wave, the 8.5. It's always good to win with the best wave of the final. One of the best waves of the day in terms of scores. And you can see him just progressing through. That final scores is not quite right, but everyone else got a second in his semi. He got a second in his round 3. He did all right in his first one, so he's always been in there, and we have a new winner. So really looking forward to seeing Emily talk to Cam.
4 heats later, here he is.
Here he is.
Good day at work for you, Cam. Now, if you re-listen to this thing, buddy, please do not let this rope you back onto the QS. Please, just appreciate it, enjoy the win, and keep on chasing waves around the world. You're going to have some more money to do that now, thanks to the 50K prize purse put in this thing. Look at that sunset, my goodness.
There you go, he's looking up at that. It's a beautiful, beautiful evening here. Saturday night in Portugal. The sun just starting to dip towards the Atlantic. And it's a beautiful, beautiful part of the world with incredible waves. I'd like to thank all the Portuguese for having us and looking after us. And they really do make such an effort to make these guys like Cam and Bal feel so comfortable and relaxed, and it shows in the way they approach their surfing. And there's the smile on the dial. He's on the ski. He's had a whole lot of opportunities to do this in his career, has he? So it's going to mean a lot. He's got, well, that's jet ski cam, they call that.
Beautiful.
There we go.
And he's stoked.
He was a last-minute call-up to this event, too. He said, because as we've discussed throughout this, with such a short kind of window to get here, some people who really want to be here inevitably can't make it, and so Cam wasn't originally invited, but I think he'd reached out to Twiga in the past and just said, hey, if you ever need somebody, like, I'm keen. I'm sure that wave he got in Peniche was probably fresh in everybody's mind, which helped with the invite, but got the last minute call up, came over from the East Coast, and won it as his first time in this event.
Kind of like, the guy that turns up to the parties, kind of gate crashed it. You kind of know who he is. He's kind of welcome. He just takes over the party. He's the fun one. He's, he's kind of the hot girls. You get all the blokes, makes everyone feel good. All the men want to be with him, all the girls want to know him.
How's that vicious? I think a sick one just came in.
And he's looking at that. Now he's crashed the party and he's won the party. And he's such well deserved. He's going to come on to the shore. Look at everyone on all the fans down there. Super stoked. Well, his rest of his competitors are waiting too, there to shake his head. Noah Basham put up a fight, didn't he? Really gave him a good hard fight to the end.
Crazy thing with surfing crowds, like things over, right? Football match ends, everybody bails. They're on their way out. People hang.
Yeah.
Hang out.
I'm pretty sure half the event starts right now.
Totally different.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they're here to the end. Oh, there's so much emotion going through his face there. Here they go. Crowd want to see the 2025 winner. You won't forget this. There's Noah up to congratulate him. And there's Bal, his mate, gives him a hug.
Big hug there.
Fortunately for Badger, he just never really got to show what he's capable of, but Cam did, and he's won it. I think they're getting ready to give him the chair at the beach.
Sure looks that way.
There's his arm, there's his caddy.
I think those three guys, for me, they made it super interesting today.
Yeah,
between the three of them. A lot of good waves, a lot of exciting surfing in that. So
they really did. And nothing like having your fellow finalists cheer him at the beach. Yeah, I mean, that's got to hurt. He's no small lad, is he? Old CR. He's going to go up there. Cheered up the beach.
I think that speaks to the nature of the event a bit, right? I mean, obviously there's been times throughout this where we've talked about people using those more aggressive heat tactics, like sitting on somebody towards the end of the heat. It is a contest, and there's a lot of money on the line. It means a lot. But at the end of the day, just being cheered up by the people who are just trying their hardest to beat you is a really cool thing, I think.
Yeah, you're right. It is a fair reflection of the way everyone approaches this event and the way the competitors do it, with just the right amount of competitive edge to make it, really mean something, but with the right energy and attitude that the vibes stay really, really positive. And yeah, it's pretty good vibes right now as he makes his way through the beach umbrellas and over the white sand, through the volleyball nets, and up past the lovely beach bars. Yeah, I'll tell you what.
Just did 5 each.
He's done.
They didn't make it. They didn't go the distance.
I've done 5 umbrellas and I'm out.
That's it. It became too much of a...
There you go. So what a performance from that man. He's got his caddy. Come with me. You're important to this. Photos all around. And he'll go up and have a chat to Emily. Yeah, she's going to come up soon and get him on the glass. And here she is. As soon as you're ready, I'm ready, Em. So there's some stoked young Groms and surf fans down there.
Put it back there.
I'm ready when you are, Emily.
We're ready.
Let's go for it.
Yes, I am here with Cam Richard. You are the winner of the 11th editions of Capítulo Perfeito, powered by Billabong.
Yeah.
Just say a few words about what you're feeling right now.
Oh, it's crazy. It kind of probably hasn't kicked in because I didn't think I won the whole time. We heard the crowd going crazy for Noah's waves, so I knew I needed something big, and I got the one, but you just never know, and we couldn't hear much, so yeah, I'm still kind of tripping out. It doesn't feel real, so really stoked, really stoked.
But you did get an 8.5 right on one of your last waves.
Yeah.
Can you just take us inside that barrel?
Yeah, that was a crazy one because I've fallen like 5 times a day trying to do the same thing. So I was so tired, but then Balaram got the one earlier and kind of motivated me. I'm like, okay, it's doable. And so I just got super lucky, and it gave me a little entry, and yeah, that one felt good. Definitely the best wave I've got the whole event, so glad it worked.
And it and it looked like you, Noah, and Balaram had a good you had a good time out there competing against your friends.
We did. We flew together. We were on the same flight from Newark, so it was cool, all together, and then us. That was so much fun. Yeah, that was crazy. It's just so cool to get barreled in a contest and have not too much pressure and just have fun.
And how are you going to celebrate the win now?
Oh, we will see. I think there's plenty of options and plenty of beer to be had and some wine. And yeah, I mean, there's plenty of people. It's already a party. So here we go.
And just a few words. I know you're here with your caddy as well. How's the day been? How's the whole day been for you?
The day's been great. Definitely fighting jet lag all day, but managed to power through it. This girl's been waiting for me, grabbing my board. I knew I was safe. I knew if I broke a board, she was going to be there. So she eased the nerves, and yeah, we're just stoked to take it out.
Congratulations. Is there anything you want to say to anyone watching at home?
Yeah, just, hey, everyone watching, my dad, my brother, my girlfriend, just stoked. Hopefully everyone's tuned in. And, I mean, how could you not watch this contest? It's so fun. And just thank you to Portugal for having us. And just look at the support. It's so cool. Nowhere else in the world like this. So happy.
Well, thank you so much, Cam, and go enjoy the win.
I'll do my best. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Hey, thanks, Emily. Sorry? Yeah, incredible scenes, and I'll tell you what, he mentions his girlfriend 1,000 hearts break then, didn't they? But yeah, he was really so honest and candid, and yeah, so stoked, and that smile on his caddy's face said a lot too, didn't it?
Oh, that was awesome.
Really
kept him safe.
What are the odds 3 guys fly in the same plane and go over, right? They all make it final.
Very
first,
talented
second,
flight from Newark to Lisbon.
Yeah.
No doubt, eh? No doubt.
That classic surf trip. But,
had some voodoo on that plane, eh?
Done really, really well, and said he couldn't believe it, really tired, and it takes a lot of surfing. This beach break is heavy, and the duck dive and the packing the clothes out, and yeah, just to hold it together on that last wave and get the best wave of his day in the final.
Too tired when you get 14 waves of heat?
No, at all.
Yeah, no doubt.
Exactly.
It's not showing much signs of jet lag, is it?
Yeah, really, really great story. Really incredible surfing. You see the The sun just sitting there. This is our little booth. I'll tell you what, it's been a pretty good day. Buck, I'd like to just talk you through just quickly. Give us your 3 highlights. Give us your 3 best bits of the day. What really grabbed you?
I mean, yeah, recency bias, and yeah, it was the most important heat of the event, but the final was sweet. I mean, it started slow, but to have that flurry and have, Pedro Colado's pretty much, he's comboed, but everybody else could potentially win the thing. So to end like that was for sure a highlight. I really like Miguel's wave early on. That, for me, was one of the best waves of the day. Super technical backside. And then, I would say balls air, even though that's illegal here.
No, we'll put it in. And Nick, mate, what's it feel like to be, you spent so much of your time here, living here, surfing here, seeing this country grow as a surfing? And what's it feel like now for you personally?
To see what it's come to and to see an event like this, it's been 11 years running now, and all the time I've been here and to have an event like this, 11 years, it's amazing, And to see that energy that Cam just expressed, like after winning, and the whole thing, I think it's beautiful.
Yeah.
It's very rewarding, that what this country's become as far as surfing, community and the surfing, celebration of the sport in itself.
Yeah, well, and you've played your part in that too, mate. So let's give a shout out to Nick. He's been there shaping boards for the Groms and the best surfers in the country for a long time. So really incredible day of action, so many waves. We're going to go through a bit of the highlights and just talk about some of the great waves we've seen. We kicked off this morning pretty early, around 8 o'clock. Or 8:30, and we've seen all the highlights of the day. So let's have a look at these and let's feast our eyes on what's been an incredible day of surfing in Portugal.
Let's.
And what a day the Capítulo Perfeito has delivered. We've had great waves, we've had great energy, we've had great surfers. And, that just... We've seen a lot of waves today, Buck, but when you see it all like that, some of the best ones, so many barrels got ridden today, which is what it's all about.
It reminds us how far we came from this morning too, where it was that wind was had so much west in it, right? And to see Cam's last few waves in the final there compared to some of the first few waves in the morning, it was kind of night and day. So
yeah, it went full circle, for sure.
It really did, and it turned up again. Good call, and we saw the best barrel. We saw a lot of good barrels we just talked about, but this is the best barrel of the day.
Ooh.
So about to see the wave, the best tube, which is what it's all about, what this whole event is based on. And it's this one.
What do we got?
It's the best tube ride, the dream from Electrikfatbike. And we've got a Portuguese man on. And it's Miguel Blanco. It's thick, it's green, and it's open. And he just comes out smooth, as you'd imagine, from one of the smoothest guys on the tour.
Collective.
They got that right, in my opinion. I think that was a difficult wave, especially difficult backside, and a bigger wave for the day.
Yeah.
I very much agree with that call.
This was bit more solid, wasn't it, in the morning? It was a bit messier, but it had more juice, and Miguel just picked the eyes out of it, not for the first time. And Blanco, what an incredible feat to get the best barrel of the day. We've also had a few other awards. We talked about commitment at the start, at the very start. The first thing we mentioned was the commitment and the tubes, and this is, the award for commitment, the most amount of commitment shown throughout the day. I put you two boys in, but they neglected that, and they've gone for Pedro Collado, I think. So this is pure commitment, late, deep,
all right,
and out. So the commitment award, which is in honour of Ricardo dos Santos, the Brazilian charger, who sadly lost quite a few years ago. His memory lives on with commitment, with tube riding, which is what this event's all about. So really fitting that Ricardo was remembered in this way, and super fitting that a Brazilian has got that award as well. So
the Brazilian charger.
Yeah, it all just works. That it's emotional, and it's tube riding, and it's memory of Ricardo, who we miss and dearly remember. So great surfing from Pedro. I didn't get to perform in the final, but just making the final was a really good effort.
Sure was.
Definitely.
So right now we get to the good bit, guys. The wipeout reel.
Oh boy,
that's what we came for.
There were some good ones.
That's what we want to see. So we got some wipeouts coming our way, and we're going to see them now. And just sit back and enjoy, boys. Now the ejector one there. Nixon wipeout reel.
I don't think some people had the good fortune of being in control of their wipeouts that Miggy did there.
That is late. He just goes for it, gets through that section, and then boom, gets taken out. Loses the rail on that one. That was never going to happen. Lucas Jumbo Chianca head first. It was like you diving for octopus, that one, Nick.
Oh, no doubt.
It is great when your feet just never really make contact with your surfboard. That's
young Santiago Garcia, who won the trials and put up a big effort, packed some big barrels, and went down. But he went down swinging, which is great. Whoa, there's that.
That's going down swinging.
No.
Yeah, that was ugly.
Is that Noah there?
Even Nick Von Raap.
Nick Von Raap. Yeah.
Man of his skill, went down the hole a few times. So you got to pay to play at this break. Nothing's easy.
But hey, you get paid for playing too.
Every tube you get rewarded. But some incredible scenes there. Some also forms of commitment. Just people going for it when it mattered. So awesome stuff there from those guys who put it all on the line. So right now we're going to go up to the presentation. We've got the trophy ceremony. We've got those guys all there on stage. So we'll hand it over to the boys on the stage, and we'll just sit back and watch the trophy and the presentation.
Bom, antes de mais, boa noite a todos. É prazer estar na vossa companhia. 11ª edição do Capítulo Perfeito, powered by Billabong. É entrega de prémios. Obrigado a todos os presentes, obrigado a todos os surfistas. Thank you so much, guys. Obrigado a todos os que nos acompanharam em casa. And a little word for those who were around the world watching Capítulo Perfeito, powered by Billabong. It was a pleasure to be with you guys. This is a prize ceremony. I'll do it mostly in Portuguese, but stay with us, okay? Thank you so much for being there for us. Bom, eu não poderia começar sem agradecer também aos surfistas locais e agradecimento também a todos os parceiros e patrocinadores. Turismo de Portugal, Câmara Municipal de Cascais, União das Freguesias, Carcavelos e Parede, Associação de Turismo de Cascais, main sponsor Billabong, patrocinadores oficiais Mini, Onyria e Electrikfatbike, relógio oficial Nixon, e os nossos parceiros Oakberry, Unimoney, Go Chill, Gin Sul, Quinta Alta, Global, Snow Sushi, Fonte Viva, Seabound Charters, e agradecimento também especial àqueles que levam este evento para o mundo, Sport TV, Mega Hits, Surfer, Inércia, Waves, Trax Mag, e agradecimento especial também ao Clube de Surf local pelo apoio todo dado, Quinta dos Lombos. Bom, e nós vamos começar com algo muito importante, algo muito especial. E como vocês puderam assistir, nós tivemos o Tiago Pires, o Saka, a fazer uma onda, uma homenagem também ao Saka, alguém que abriu as portas do surf e não só, alguém que teve no caminho um guerreiro incrível, e temos um agradecimento especial. Portugal tem um agradecimento especial, profundo, e acho que é um agradecimento interno por tudo o que o Tiago fez e continua a fazer por Portugal. Obrigado, Tiago. Muito obrigado mesmo por todos estes anos e porque ainda aí vem. Okay, this was a tribute that we are doing also to Thiago, and now we are watching a clip of Thiago during Capítulo Perfeito.
Vai lá das festas do Marinha.
Obrigado, Thiago. Pedia Thiago para subir ao palco, se faz favor. E Rui Costa para entregar também. Bora, Rui. Uma lembrança especial por estes anos. Umas palavras, Thiago.
Despedidas, reencontros, não sei, é sempre difícil, mas a verdade é que há quantos anos, Twiga? 12 anos atrás, Twiga veio-me falar da ideia. Não havia muita gente a acreditar nesta ideia deste evento e eu abracei-a desde o início porque acreditei muito e surfistas vivem tubos, é a coisa que mais nos alimenta e, portanto, tinha tudo para dar certo. Foi difícil, acredito que tenha sido difícil, mas hoje em dia está um projeto internacional consolidado, um dos campeonatos mais esperados e mais conhecidos do mundo. Uma palavra, a minha única palavra é para o Rui, para me ter convidado desde o primeiro dia. Eu só vim fazer tubos, que é a coisa mais fácil para um surfista. E, portanto, o mérito está todo em ti, Rui, obrigado. E Portugal é a nossa casa, ondas perfeitas e é disto que nós todos vivemos. Muito obrigado a todos. É um adeus ao Capítulo Perfeito enquanto competidor, mas vão continuar aqui a puxar pelos surfistas para sempre, enquanto este campeonato perdurar e, portanto, um grande obrigado a todos e até breve.
Obrigado, Saka. Bom, e passamos diretos para os prémios especiais. Temos para já os prémios especiais, o prémio Electrikfatbike Best Tube, é daqueles prémios que todos querem receber. E o melhor tubo do Capítulo Perfeito Powered by Billabong foi o tubo do Miguel Blanco. Miguel Blanco, sobe ao palco, se faz favor. E para entregar este prémio, chamo o Pedro Burman, embaixador da Electrikfatbike. Um cheque de 2.500 euros. Rendeu bem este tubo, Michael. Olha, umas palavras, Michael.
Olá a todos. Antes de mais, obrigado aqui ao público incrível por estar aqui até esta hora, aqui a ver e a apreciar o melhor que o surf tem. Tivemos os melhores atletas nacionais, grandes atletas internacionais e pronto, o Capítulo Perfeito é aquele campeonato que todos esperamos. Um dia épico, acabou incrível em Carcavelos e não podia estar mais contente aqui com esta onda. Foi aqui o meu regresso ao capítulo. O ano passado fiquei de fora e este ano queria bastante entrar e ter apanhado esta esquerda aqui nesta praia icónica foi incrível. Obrigado a todos e let's go, capítulo.
Obrigado, Miguel. Bem, outro dos prémios especiais é realmente um prémio especial. É um prémio Ricardo dos Santos Atitude. Ricardo dos Santos, um grande surfista que já não está entre nós. Ele marcou uma geração, alguém sempre com uma grande atitude, e este prémio é para homenagear quem, durante o evento, teve essa mesma atitude, uma atitude merecedora do prémio Ricardo dos Santos Atitude. E o grande vencedor, Pedro Calado. Chamo o Rui Costa, organizador, para entregar o prémio. Parabéns, parabéns. Pedro, isto é um prémio muito especial. Gostava que dissesse umas palavras.
Oi, boa noite. Obrigado pela presença de todos aqui nesse dia tão especial para mim, por estar na presença dos melhores surfistas aqui do mundo. Joe Parkinson presente, estar na primeira bateria ali do dia com ele foi emocionante para mim, um cara campeão mundial. E, cara, receber esse prêmio aqui, bro, ainda mais de prêmio do Ricardo dos Santos, um brasileiro, um cara que foi muito importante, assim, eu acho que no que eu gosto aqui, que quer pegar tubo, o cara era go for it o máximo, assim, chopo, tai chi, pipeline, foi uma grande influência, assim, acho que na minha carreira. Tive o prazer de conhecer ele, fazer algumas temporadas com ele na México, Hawaii, e orgulho máximo, cara. Receber esse prêmio aqui é uma honra mesmo.
Obrigado, Pedro. Obrigado. Bom, e agora passamos aos prémios dos finalistas. E para já, como se aperceberam, este ano tivemos uma novidade com o Special Woman Hit, onde tivemos 4 surfistas portuguesas, e este é só o começo. O ano passado tivemos a Kika Vezelko, onde participou juntamente com os homens, foi também a votação pelo público, venceu a votação pelo público e fez parte do evento. Esta foi uma segunda edição, onde fizemos um hit especial, e vamos ver como será a terceira edição, mas uma coisa certa, as senhoras estão cá no Capítulo Perfeito. Por isso, vamos à vencedora, Yolanda Hopkins. E a Yolanda é uma guerreira, é uma grande guerreira. Está aqui uma grande mulher que nos últimos anos tem levado o nome de Portugal também lá fora, tem tido um percurso incrível. E eu sinceramente acho, Yolanda, que este é apenas o começo. Este é apenas o começo. Obrigado, Yolanda. E obrigado pela atitude de hoje. Já vais falar. Olha, eu para já temos vários prémios para a Yolanda. Isso é bom. E para já uma estadia de 10 dias nas Mentawai a bordo de um barco Seabourn. E para entregar o prémio vou chamar o embaixador da Seabourn, Bruno Santos. Olha, uma foto. Bruno, podes por aí ao lado? Bom, mas para ir para as Mentawai 10 dias, já tens o barco, é bom. E a Globalis vai-te ajudar com um cheque de 500 euros. Por isso chamava Filipe Sérgio da Globalis para vir aqui ao palco entregar o cheque de 500 euros. Uma foto com o vencedor. Bom, Yolanda. E tenho-te a dizer, eu fico com... Não fico com eles. E tenho-te a dizer que ainda tens um cheque de 500 euros da MP Clinic. Chamava Nuano Pequel e Nicole Fernandes para vir entregar, se faz favor. Bom, e agora temos mais um prémio, que é o troféu. O troféu da vitória no Capítulo Perfeito, no Special Women's Eat. I'd like to ask Simon Charlesworth to come to the stage. Diretor-Geral de Billabong Europa. Welcome, Simon. And a photo with the winner, please. And Simon, thank you so much for all the support all these years with Billabong. It's been amazing. Thank you so much. E umas palavras, Yolanda.
Em português. Vamos lá ver se não faço porcaria. Eu quero agradecer primeiro a toda a gente que esteve envolvido na organização deste campeonato. Foi um campeonato incrível. Eu estava sempre a ver de longe de casa. Foi a primeira vez que estive mesmo aqui presente e foi muito especial. E eu espero para os próximos anos vamos ter mais grupos femininos e continuar este novo movimento e avançar com o surf feminino. Infelizmente não apanhámos as melhores ondas, estava um bocado difícil, não consegui estar no sítio, mas foi uma experiência tão especial e eu quero agradecer a toda a gente. Muito obrigada.
Obrigado, Yolanda, obrigado por tudo. Agora sim, podes levar. Eu não te ia roubar. Como é que é? Prontos para os 4 finalistas ou não? Estão bem dispostos? Mais ou menos, sim? 10 pontos, ok. Obrigado, 10 pontos. Bom, passamos então para os 4 finalistas e vou chamar o 4º classificado, Pedro Calado. Vem novamente ao palco, se faz favor. E para entregar o troféu, Nuno Alves, presidente da União das Freguesias, Carcavelos e Parede. Nuno, obrigado por todo o apoio também. Mais umas palavras? Bora lá.
Agradecer a toda a organização do campeonato, Tuiga principalmente, foi o cara que faz acontecer aí todos os anos. É isso, esse lugar é incrível, muitas memórias boas aqui e essa é mais uma aí. Obrigado por todos e é isso, vamos para a próxima.
Obrigado. Fica aí connosco, fica aí. Bom, 3º classificado, 3rd place, Balaram Stack. Congrats, my friend. And welcome some. Congrats. Gonçalo Empis para entregar o prémio. Gonçalo, diretor da Mini. Okay. And for the 2nd place, no abasion. And for the prize, I'd like to Reef Charlesworth. Come on stage, please. And Simon. Amazing. Thank you so much, Reef. Thank you so much, Simon and Reef. Bom, dia que começou cedo, dia que acaba tarde, e preparamos então para o grande vencedor. Vencedor que pela primeira vez, first time in Capítulo Perfeito, and not only an unbelievable surfer, but also a great person. It was a huge pleasure to have you in this family. So this is only the beginning in Capítulo Perfeito. Cam Richards. E para entregar o prémio chamava Francisco Crai, vereador do Desporto da Câmara Municipal de Cascais. Ok. Ok, Francisco, fica aqui conosco. I forgot this, but I'm still on time. I want some words. Balaram, please.
Oh, yeah. Man, it's always so fun to come back to Portugal, let alone come back to Portugal and get barreled. So, really appreciative to everyone that come down to the beach, everyone that put the event together, made it run so smoothly today. Twiga for inviting me again, and yeah, I'm pretty stoked to be back here always. So thank you to Portugal, and thank you to everybody at the event.
And no abasion.
How's it going, everybody? I'm pretty much just gonna say the same thing as Ballroom. Just thank you guys so much for coming out. Thanks for being so cool to us. Thanks for letting us surf your wave. It was a lot of fun meeting everyone here and just walking on the beach and meeting some friends here. Shout out to Joel, my board caddy right over there. He was with me the whole time. And yeah, obrigado.
And our winner, Cam, please, say some words.
Yeah, just going to second what they all said. But yeah, thank you, Portugal. Place is beautiful. It's so cool how supportive everyone is. And thank you guys for putting this event on. I mean, this is what surfing's all about, having fun and then a little bit of competition here and there. But also, I think we were all just out there having a good time. And thank you for having me and hope to come back. Thank you.
Okay, we got another trophy for you. And it's a special surfboard. And I'd like to ask Álvaro, bring that surfboard. It's a special surfboard made by Poland, special for you now, Cam. Okay. And thank you so much, Álvaro. Great one. And umas palavras, Francisco Crai.
Olá, boa tarde a todos. Serei breve. Agradecer-vos por ter tido ao longo do dia milhares de pessoas na Praia de Carcavelos em nome do município de Cascais. Mas este discurso não faz sentido sem a presença de alguém no palco que eu queria chamar, porque o município de Cascais não faz nada sozinho, faz com os seus parceiros, com uma organização de excelência, e essa organização é do Capítulo Perfeito. Queria pedir ao Rui Costa, ao Twiga, como todos conhecem, que se juntasse aqui ao palco, por favor. e dizer-vos que fazer muito bem uma vez, sermos os melhores do país, do mundo, uma vez é muito fácil. Mas aquilo que esta organização tem feito é superar-se ano após ano, apresentar do melhor que temos no país e a nível mundial. Os melhores tube riders têm-nos dado um show todos os anos e Cascais tem estado virado para todo o mundo, com os olhos nas nossas praias, nas nossas ondas, numa modalidade que significa muito para o município de Cascais, o surf. Por isso, vamos continuar a apostar neste evento, vamos continuar de corpo e alma com toda a comunidade do desporto. Somos cada vez mais, temos cada vez mais atletas federados e apresentamos o que há de melhor nos eventos desportivos a nível mundial, e isso deve-se à organização e a equipas como a do Rui Costa e a equipa toda do Capítulo Perfeito. Por isso, em nome do município de Cascais, um bem-aja e obrigado. Obrigado a todos.
Obrigado, Francisco. Bom, e ficamos por aqui. Foi um prazer estar na vossa companhia. Obrigado por este dia tão especial. Obrigado, Capítulo. Obrigado a todos os surfistas. E obrigado a quem nos segue lá em casa. Thank you so much for watching Capítulo Perfeito, powered by Billabong. E até ao pro ano. Obrigado a todos.
And there we have the wrap of what has been an incredible event. Just as that sun sets into the Atlantic Ocean, our winners are grinners. There's what we've got in our little site. It's a beautiful, beautiful scene here. It's been an incredible day of surfing. I'd like to thank you, Brennan Buckley, for your efforts, your time, and your wise words.
Thank you, Nick.
Actually, you too, Ben.
Despite our usual thing, I actually had a really good time with you today. So yeah, we should do it more often, Nick.
I was warned that you're not that pleasant to work with, but in the end, my experience has been different to that. So,
as ever, Nick.
It's our annual get-together.
It is, yeah. As ever. Okay, really appreciate all the time and effort too, Nick. Thanks for helping us in your country and all your friends and your family that make us feel welcome.
Not my country. I'm a tourist.
I know, but you've done your bit.
But it's a good show, and thanks for everybody out there for watching us all day, if you did, but it was great.
Yeah, and we're about to wrap it up. Thanks you, the supporters, everyone that's watched it today. It's been a brilliant day of surfing. We appreciate your support. We'll see you next year. This thing is incredible. Thanks for coming. See you in 2026.
Good night.